Chapter 91. Most white-grade accessories require only 100 units of iron ore to craft, and upgrading from level 1 to level 2 requires another 100 units, and from level 2 to level 3 requires 200 units. And so on, with each upgrade adding 100 units of iron ore. Most green-grade accessories require only 500 units of iron ore to craft, and upgrading from level 1 to level 2 requires 200 units of iron ore, and from level 2 to level 3 requires 400 units of iron ore. Each upgrade adds 200 units of iron ore. Of course, this isn't always the case. Some special accessories, such as carriage steel armor and Hot Wheels, require more iron ore to craft and upgrade. Armor, in particular, consumes the most iron ore to upgrade of any accessory he's ever seen. So far, he hasn't even seen the supermodel effect of this accessory, and he doesn't know when he'll be able to see it. What a resource-consuming beast! The level 5 supermodel effect of Train Assistance AI is cluster thinking. With each upgrade, the AI's intelligence increases, enabling faster communication with the train conductor and increasing its computing power and information processing capabilities. This is reflected in the train itself. It can simultaneously control more components, such as controlling the oxygen production rate, while simultaneously manipulating the enemy detection radar and locking onto enemies within radar range with a heavy machine gun. The current trend on trains is that the majority of later components are controlled by the Train Assistance AI, so increasing its level is extremely important. Upgrading it to level 10 also grants it a new supermode effect. Train Assist AI Level 10 Supermodel Effect, capable of network intrusion, decryption, and cracking most network firewalls. Network intrusion? Chen Mang's brow furrowed slightly. This world had the internet, but it was the apocalypse. Where were the operators maintaining the network? The network had long since collapsed. This supermodel effect felt incredibly lonely. But he soon pondered again. There was no internet in the wasteland, but perhaps there were still some places with internet access in higher-level areas. Perhaps he would have a chance to use it in the future. After all, it was better to have something than nothing. It's like most people learning to swim. They might never fall into the water, but if they did, this skill would be the last straw. After upgrading the Train Assist AI accessory, he looked at the Assisted Universal Wheel accessory. This was a special accessory. It wasn't among the 12 craftable parts for a level 2 train, but he remembered it vividly. Back when he was a slave on Master Kuen's train, it was precisely because Master Kuen hadn't bothered to craft the auxiliary universal wheel. This made the train less maneuverable, and when the zombie horde threatened to trap him, he was forced to abandon all the cars and flee alone. This part's effect was simple. It significantly increased the train's maneuverability, allowing it to turn more smoothly and with a smaller arc. Crafting the universal wheel was expensive. Crafting this part required 5,000 units of iron ore, which was no wonder Master Kuen had been reluctant to craft it. It was indeed quite expensive, but since there was no iron ore required for subsequent upgrades, it was considered a one-time expense. This accessory cannot be upgraded. The level will automatically match the train level. For example, the universal wheel on a level 2 train is level 2. He tried. Even if he had level 0 privileges, allowing for unlimited upgrades, he couldn't upgrade this accessory. There was no upgrade option for this accessory at all. As the level increases, the train's turning radius becomes smaller. After construction is complete, 3 rollers, similar to aircraft landing gear, appear at the center bottom of each carriage to assist with turning. Besides that, Chen Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, focusing on the other accessories he had never upgraded. Ever since he experimentally upgraded the unremarkable and insignificant train radio to level 10, gaining the supermodern effect of remote trading, he had been full of anticipation for these ordinary accessories. Even if all 9 supermodern effects were useless, it didn't matter. Just one supermodern effect like remote trading would be a huge win. That's all. At least, he figured, besides himself, no one else in the teeming wasteland would upgrade the train radio accessory, since it had no effect after upgrading. After glancing around the train compartment, his gaze settled on the telescope. This was a white accessory from the 17 craftable accessories he acquired during his level 1 train journey. Like the single bed, it was a single product, not produced on a production line. Crafting this telescope required only 10 units of iron ore. It was excellent value for money. In the absence of the search radar, the telescope was practically his only means of distant observation. He hadn't used the telescope in a long time since acquiring the search radar. Just now, while surveying the train room, he remembered this accessory. It only requires 10 units of iron ore to craft, and even less to upgrade. It only requires 550 units of iron ore to reach level 10. After upgrading, the viewing range is longer and clearer, though it's certainly incomparable to the search radar. The search radar can even reveal creatures' faces and monster information, hidden information that a telescope can't. Not to mention, even enemies deep underground and within walls are clearly visible on the radar. After reaching level 10, he also gained 2 super mode effects. Telescope level 5 super mode effect displays the level of monsters appearing in the camera. Telescope level 10 super mode effect enables thermal imaging. Both super mode effects were quite ordinary, essentially simplified versions of the enemy search radar. After all, they only required 10 iron ore to craft, so one couldn't expect too much. Furthermore, upgrading to level 10 only cost 550 iron ore. For that price, what else could one expect? However, this item is quite suitable for a novice train conductor. Chen Mang had casually set the telescope aside, preparing to continue inspecting the train for any uncrafted accessories. Just as he fixed his gaze on the speakers, he suddenly remembered something and took the telescope again. The first super mode effect is available at accessory level 5. The second super mode effect is available at accessory level 10. Upgrading to level 20 unlocks the third super mode effect. Currently, none of his train's accessories have reached level 20, nor do any have the third super mode effect. A sudden thought occurred to him. What would the third super mode effect be if this accessory were upgraded to level 20? Of course, the most likely scenario is none. Like the train headlight, it lacks a level 10 superpower effect. Some more basic accessories don't have many superpower effects. But the telescope accessory requires very few resources, so it's fine for experimenting. After consuming 1550 units of iron ore, he upgraded the white telescope in his hand to level 20. This also granted him a third superpower effect. Telescope level 20 superpower effect. See-through illusions. Illusions? A flicker of confusion flashed in Chen Mang's eyes. The appearance of a Buddhist term in the apocalypse seemed truly out of place, and he had no idea what it meant. What did it mean to see through illusions? He immediately picked up the telescope and peered out at the group of slaves sitting on the ground in the cave, eating. It wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't looked. This sight silenced him. It truly was seeing through illusions. Through the telescope, all the slaves were now naked, sitting on the ground, all illusions gone. He lowered his head to gaze at the telescope in his hand. If it were in modern civilized society, this thing would surely be sought after by many. It's not that everyone is a pervert, but every human being has a strong desire for voyeurism. The feeling of secretly observing others is particularly overwhelming. It's not limited to peeping at others' naked bodies. For example, peeping into someone's diary, their social media, or their daily life. But in the apocalypse, this thing has little meaning. After all, he is the conductor of the star. If he really wants to do this, he can just start selecting concubines. Why would he need a telescope? He can just watch them all, line them up, and he can choose them one by one. That's true. But, Chen Mang picked up the telescope again and gazed out the window at the group of slaves. It felt quite novel. Was this the charm of advanced technology? This was a bit too dark. After a moment, he weighed the telescope in his hand and couldn't help but laugh as he tossed it aside. He was holding a level 20 telescope. No one would believe he actually upgraded a telescope to level 20. He could easily upgrade the telescope to level 10 and sell it. Many novice train conductors would be well suited for it. But there was no need. A level 10 telescope alone cost 560 units of iron ore. The novice train conductors were all broke, so what was the right price? If he sold less, he wouldn't make much, and if he sold more, the novice train conductors couldn't afford it. Besides, the novice train conductors didn't even have a train radio, so he couldn't contact them if he wanted to sell the item, and he had no sales channels. He couldn't possibly spend all his time wandering around the wasteland looking for a newbie train conductor. He'd be better off mining instead. Besides, he didn't really want the secret of his infinite upgrades to be exposed. He needed a certain air of mystery. Being too transparent wasn't good. Finally, Chen Mang's gaze settled on the car audio and internal fire control system. These were the only two components he hadn't upgraded yet, especially the fire control system. He was curious about the supermodern effects it would have after upgrading. Oh right, there was one component that hadn't been upgraded yet. 5.56mm rifle ammunition production line. This was used to produce the ammunition for the Tamarin assault rifle. His last upgrade was for heavy machine gun ammunition. After upgrading all three components, most of the components on the Star Train, save for some prohibitively expensive ones, like the armor, were already level 10. If he upgraded both the heavy machine gun and rifle ammunition production lines to level 5, he might be able to add special effects to the bullets, such as armor-piercing rounds, after acquiring the corresponding supermodel effects. The Star is a truly fully equipped level 2 train. There are over a dozen level 3 trains in the Teeling Wasteland, but none of them can compare to the depth of the level 2 Star. In terms of depth, he even felt that even the level 4 trains in the advanced areas. Well, that might be a bit of an exaggeration, but the level 3 trains in the Teeling Wasteland definitely don't have the depth of his own. It wasn't easy. After completing his next plan, Chen Meng felt a sense of relief. He gazed at the reassuring amount of iron ore on the train panel, leaning back in his chair with a satisfied smile. He propped his feet on the table, lit a cigarette, and let the swirling smoke drift to the ceiling and out through the skylight. It had been so many days since he had traveled to this world. Only now, he has officially established his own roots in this world. Once he has mined all the iron ore in the Teeling Wasteland, the monsters in the Kunlun Mountains will no longer be able to chase him like they did last time. A man who has been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. However, Chen Meng looked at the control panel screen, where the living carriage number 4 and cola production line components had been damaged and their integrity had dropped to 70%. Logically, trains must have been frequently damaged. There is definitely a way to repair this reduced integrity. After all, it affects the function of components. For example, when the spider leg's integrity is reduced, its fixed upper speed limit is significantly reduced. You can't just replace damaged parts with new ones, right? What kind of family is that? He asked on the train radio, but no one gave him an answer. Only Bloodthirsty Bull Train privately messaged him, saying he's seen a level 3 conductor mention this on the radio, saying that once the train was upgraded to level 3, damaged parts would be reparable. Before that, damaged parts could just be used as is, and replaced if they were no longer usable. Chen Meng naturally knew why no level 3 conductor had come forward to answer. Firstly, they had no obligation to do so, and secondly, they didn't really want to tell him. They probably felt a little annoyed seeing him, a level 2 train, firmly occupying the top spot. Although he didn't dare show it now, but ignoring you was fine, right? His answer was no. Before leaving the Teeling Wasteland, he would visit each one, especially the Purple Cloud who had said he wanted to meet him. I wonder what the Purple Cloud, which had just said it wanted to clash with him, felt after seeing his star train rapidly climb the Teeling Wasteland Power Value regional ranking and firmly occupy the top spot. It must have felt a little regretful. Maybe he was still secretly praying that he wasn't someone who held grudges. Unfortunately, he turned out to be just that. Unless we clash, you wouldn't know how to write the character Meng in Chen Meng. Chen Meng looked down at the birthmark on the back of his hand, then chuckled and shook his head. When one is in high spirits, everything feels good. If only life could always be full of success. Chapter 92. Chen Meng glanced at the iron ore units on the train panel. There were currently 61,000 units. These 110,000 units of iron ore were quite durable. Without hesitation, he immediately spent 4,400 units of iron ore to upgrade the car audio accessory to level 10, granting 2 corresponding supermodel effects. This was a white-grade accessory, so upgrading it required relatively few resources. Car audio level 5 supermodel effect. If the train is equipped with headlights and the train assist AI accessory, the headlights will automatically change color and brightness when playing music, creating a stage-like light show that matches the rhythm of the song. Car audio level 10 supermodel effect. It can emit ultrasonic noise above 20,000 Hz. If the energy stone level consumed is high enough, even higher Hertz ultrasonic noise can be generated. The first supermodel effect is self-explanatory. Normal humans can hear sounds between 20 and 20,000 Hz, a frequency naturally acquired through human evolution. If one could hear sounds lower than Hertz, one could even hear the whirring of one's own internal organs, resulting in a constant stream of noise. Sounds above 20,000 Hz are inaudible to the human ear. Chen Meng pondered for a moment, unable to conceive of any practical applications for this supermodel effect. Unless there were monsters capable of hearing extremely high Hertz sounds, and this speaker could be used to launch a noise attack against them? Never mind. Something is better than nothing. He then looked at the internal fire control system component. This was the only muzzle-facing component on the Star Train. It was expensive to craft, requiring a full 1,000 units of iron ore, making it quite expensive for a green-grade vehicle component. The upgrade price is quite high. He hadn't been willing to upgrade before, but now that he had more iron ore, it was natural for him to upgrade everything he had been reluctant to upgrade. In fact, upgrading this accessory is unnecessary. After all, this accessory is aimed inward at the muzzle, and humans are not monsters. For a human, whether a heavy machine gun is loaded with level 1 or level 10 heavy machine gun bullets, a single shot will basically kill them. This accessory is a combination of several miniature heavy machine guns. A miniature heavy machine gun is embedded in the ceiling at the rear of each carriage. This accessory is the same as a heavy machine gun. Upgrading it does not increase power. It only increases the rate of fire, range, and other effects. The actual power of the bullets fired depends on the level of bullets loaded. Low-level heavy machine guns cannot use high-level bullets. To use level 3 bullets, the heavy machine gun must be upgraded to level 3. So, logically, this accessory is completely sufficient at level 1. He upgraded it to level 10 simply to see the supermod effects, so as not to miss out on some unusual ones. After consuming 45,000 units of iron ore, he also upgraded the green-grade internal fire control system accessory to level 10, revealing 2 new supermod effects. Internal Fire Control System Level 5 Supermod Effect can fire blank rounds, consuming 1 unit of iron ore for every 10 blank rounds fired. Internal Fire Control System Level 10 Supermod Effect can fire nerve rounds, which aren't lethal but inflict deadly pain. Huh? A flicker of confusion crossed Chen Mang's eyes. It wasn't that the 2 supermod effects were too powerful, but rather, he had originally assumed that the internal fire control system, like the 3-legged cat heavy machine gun, only increased its rate of fire and range upon upgrading. He hadn't expected the internal fire control system upgrade to also increase the number of heavy machine guns atop each carriage's ceiling. Originally, the Star train had 10 carriages and 1 locomotive. Each carriage and locomotive had a heavy machine gun mounted on the ceiling. Now, there were a total of 10 heavy machine guns on each carriage's ceiling. Inside the train, Chen Mang, sitting at the control console, gazed at the 10 heavy machine guns embedded in the locomotive ceiling. The black muzzles pointed directly at the train door, creating a sense of intimidation. Riot? Now there's no need to worry about riots. What a joke. The Star train currently has only 4 outward-facing 3-legged heavy machine guns installed in the carriages, while there are a full 110 inward-facing, pocket-sized heavy machine guns mounted inverted on the ceiling. With these 110 heavy machine guns deployed here, even a riot of 1,000 slaves, let alone double that, could be easily wiped out. The key is efficiency. What a psycho, outside the train. Uncle Lee, have you figured anything out? The young man sidled up to Uncle Lee and whispered. Yeah. Uncle Lee narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing at a middle-aged man not far away. He had found a suitable target. Today, while he observed the man diligently mining, he noticed he'd been examining the train's exterior components. He didn't know what he was thinking. But this man was clearly a dangerous individual, definitely harboring ulterior motives. Just then, the middle-aged man suddenly separated from the crowd, quickly finished his bread, and stealthily strode towards Goblin Carriage 10, clearly preparing to do something shameful. The opportunity has arrived. Uncle Lee's eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up and followed, heading towards Goblin Carriage number 10. He had finally waited for his chance to shine. If he could catch this middle-aged man just as he was about to make a move, he would successfully gain Master Meng's appreciation, and from then on, promotion, wealth, and glory would be just around the corner. Hurry, follow me. Okay. The young man didn't hesitate at all, immediately picking up a stone from the ground, stuffing it into his arms, and striding after Uncle Lee. After a day of mining, the pickaxes had to be turned in and distributed the next day. Just a few seconds after the middle-aged man had sneaked into Goblin Carriage number 10 alone, Uncle Lee arrived with his trusted confidants. Uncle Lee excitedly scanned the interior of the car, hoping to find the middle-aged man wreaking havoc somewhere. He looked around, but found no one on the train. Looking again, he saw that the middle-aged man had already crawled into his refrigerator, found a spot near the door, and laid down on the floor, ready to fall asleep. Huh? Uncle Lee was slightly taken aback by the scene before him. What was going on? You, the man who looked so furtive and prepared to do something, had sneaked back into the car alone just asleep? In a trance, he seemed to see his dream of wealth and glory shattered. He even muttered, a little out of control, "Aren't you here to cause trouble? Sabotage?" The middle-aged man lying at the refrigerator's entrance heard the voice, raised his body, glanced back at Uncle Lee and the others, then found a comfortable position, and lay down again, his voice filled with fatigue. "Don't take me with you if you want to cause trouble. From the moment I first saw Master Meng, loyalty has been on my mind. I will never do anything in my life that harms Master Meng or the Star. I'm Master Meng's man, and I'd be his ghost in death. If you want to cause trouble, stay away from me. I won't get involved. I just want to mine." Huh? Uncle Lee frowned. What the hell are you talking about? You look like a sneaky person, and now you're talking about loyalty to him? Just then. The young man standing nearby cautiously poked Uncle Lee with his finger, then looked up at the ceiling of Goblin Slave Car number 10, and said weakly, Uncle Lee, why don't you look up? Uncle Lee didn't know what was going on, but he subconsciously looked up and remained silent, expressionless. After a long moment, he then checked cars 7, 8, and 9, then said nothing. He simply jumped off and walked to the underground river, gazing at the surging water with despair in his eyes. 10 heavy machine guns, mounted upside down on the ceiling of each slave car, covering every corner with no blind spots. In just 10 seconds, they could completely clear a car full of slaves. Easier than killing a chicken. He clearly remembered that before the mining trip this morning, there was only one heavy machine gun on the ceiling of each car. How come there were 10 when he returned? Yes. He understood. After all, with the increase in slaves, it was necessary to add some internal deterrent firepower to maintain Mr. Mang's position. If it were him, he would definitely do the same. But Mr. Mang, aren't you being too cautious? Are those 10 heavy machine guns per carriage really meant to be a deterrent? Are they really not just for when the mood strikes, so they can just restart the train in 10 seconds and switch to a new batch of slaves? The young man cautiously leaned over and whispered awkwardly, Uncle Lee, are we still going ahead with that plan? Uncle Lee was silent even longer this time, before finally bursting out in a curse. Bullshit plan. Who the hell dares to cause trouble in this situation? Even the toughest guy would go weak at the sight of those 10 heavy machine guns. Outside the train, there were only 4 heavy machine guns, but there were over 100 on the train. Who the hell would dare to riot? The young man nodded approvingly. I think so. Then let's change the plan. Uncle Lee, what's your plan? What plan? I don't have any. Uncle Lee turned to the young man, somewhat annoyed. You keep asking me what my plan is. What do you think of me? External brain. You? Uncle Lee took a deep breath, turned his head again to look at the river water crashing against the rocks, and calmed himself before speaking word by word. Don't worry. Give me some time. I'm sure I can come up with a new plan. The plan of the blind rioters taking the lead won't work. Let me think about it. Uncle Lee, I actually have a plan. What do you think? I think the Star Train is also short of management staff. After all, there are too many slaves. Why don't you go directly to Mr. Mang and tell him that you are very talented and have management experience? Uncle Lee stared expressionlessly at the young man. What do you think? If the world were so simple, everyone could succeed. Wait for my new plan. Stellar Train, inside Thug Car number 5. Biazi, who was enjoying dinner, chatted with Lao Zhu while casually glancing out the window at the slaves. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to notice something and stiffened slightly. Noticing Biazi's strange gaze, Lao Zhu followed his gaze. Upon seeing the 9 new heavy machine guns mounted on the ceiling of the Thug Car, his lips twitched involuntarily, and he lowered his head to chew his steamed bun. Delicious. Love it. Hope I can eat it again tomorrow. Not bad. Biazi suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, tilting his head to look at Ji Chu Chu, who was eating at the end of the Thug Car, and whispered, Mr. Mang touched her last time, so the problem shouldn't be serious. Indeed. Old Pig nodded in agreement. This at least showed that Mr. Mang had a normal sexual orientation, just a bit picky. Otherwise, Mr. Mang didn't play with women or have any fetishes, so it was easy to worry about mental problems. And for someone with mental problems, one day, if he got upset, it wasn't impossible for him to just kill everyone on his train. Time for bed. Inside the Star Train, Chin Mang glanced at the remaining 12,000 units of iron ore on the train panel. This wasn't enough. He planned to go to sleep first, and then upgrade all the remaining components after the mine was finished tomorrow. After that, he would almost be able to upgrade to a level 3 train. That night, he slept soundly and had many dreams. However, the thugs and slaves aboard the Star Train slept somewhat uncomfortably. Partly because of the 9 heavy machine guns overhead, and partly because they couldn't quite guess what Master Mang was thinking. They were somewhat apprehensive. Old Pig and Biazi, in particular, remained sleepless all night. Soon, time arrived at the second night. Chin Mang glanced at the 134,000 units of iron ore on the train's panel, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Today, the slaves had dug up a full 120,000 units, a full 10,000 more than yesterday. It had only been a day. Had those new slaves become so efficient at mining? No way. He looked with a strange expression at the three-dimensional image of the train on the control panel, showing the over 100 internally firing heavy machine guns. Could it be that this thing was causing this? It seemed the iron ore he invested in upgrading the built-in fire control system yesterday hadn't been wasted. Does this count as a hidden supermodel effect? Then he looked at the remaining accessories, such as the crafting table. He had last upgraded the crafting table to level 2, enabling it to craft level 2 energy stones. Each level 2 energy stone cost 5,000 units of iron ore. He hadn't upgraded it further at that point. After all, level 2 energy stones fully met his current needs. He wouldn't need higher level energy stones. But he could upgrade it to level 10 to see the supermodel effect first. He had more than enough iron ore right now. After consuming 6,000 units of iron ore, he had also upgraded the crafting table to level 5. Level 5 crafting table supermodel effect, none. Chapter 93. The supermodel effect is non-existent. Chen Mang gazed thoughtfully at the level 5 supermodel effect. He currently upgraded his accessories to level 5 first, fearing this possibility. If the level 5 supermodel effect was non-existent, then the level 10 supermodel effect would certainly be non-existent as well. However, this also resolved a question that had long lingered in his mind. He possessed the level 0 privilege of unlimited upgrades, allowing him to continuously upgrade accessories, such as armor and pickaxe production line, continuously upgrading them to level 5 or even 10. But other train conductors didn't have this kind of access. So what should other train conductors do? When the train reached level 4, how could they face level 4 monsters without level 4 armor? How could they mine higher level resources without a level 4 pickaxe? Now, it seemed, he had the answer. That is, when the train reaches level 4, higher quality accessories should be available to replace the lower quality accessories currently in the train. Therefore, it seems reasonable that the crafting table accessory at level 5 doesn't have a supermod effect. After all, the only benefit of upgrading the crafting table is that it can produce higher level energy stones. Chen Mang withdrew his gaze from the crafting table and looked at the two bullet production lines. 5.56mm rifle bullet production line and 12.7mm heavy machine gun bullet production line. After spending nearly 20,000 copper ore, both accessories were upgraded to level 10. Each gained 4 supermod effects. 5.56mm rifle bullet production line level 5 supermod effect. When producing bullets, the bullets can be imbued with flames, which is very effective against some wood attribute monsters. The price remains the same. 5.56mm rifle bullet production line level 10 supermodel effect. When producing bullets, now add eyes to them, effectively effective against certain fire monsters. The price remains unchanged. 12.7mm heavy machine gun bullet production line level 5 supermodel effect. When producing bullets, now add split rounds, which split into 3 in midair while maintaining the same power and price. 12.7mm heavy machine gun bullet production line level 10 supermodel effect. When producing bullets, now add armor-piercing rounds, effectively effective against heavily armored monsters. The price remains unchanged. Huh? Chen Mang, sitting at the control panel, took a deep breath. These supermodel effects were naturally powerful, allowing his firepower weapons to deal even more devastating damage while keeping the price unchanged. That's it. Almost all the components on the Star Train have been upgraded, each with their own supermodel effect. Now it's time to start upgrading the train. He looked at the requirements required to upgrade to level 3. Upgrade requirements. Requires 10 carriages, 6 required vehicle components, and 5,000 units of level 2 iron ore. The total level of all components on the train must be over 40. All requirements met, and already exceeded. No more delays. The next moment, when the train was down 50,000 units of iron ore, a flash of white light flashed across the control panel, and a translucent panel appeared before him. Your train has been upgraded to level 3. Unlocking more customizable components, as well as more customization and practical features. Chen Mang gazed at the train panel with a hint of anticipation. Train name, Stellar. Train level, level 3. Train components, level 10 blades, level 13 spider legs, level 10 carriage audio, level 10. Number of carriages, 10. Or units, 78,000 iron ore, 0 wood, 112,000 copper. Oregon inheritance value, 0. Upgrade requirements, requires 18 carriages, crafting all 4 required vehicle components, and consuming 10,000 level 2 iron. Oregon. The combined level of all components on the train must be over level 80. Note, before upgrading to a level 4 train, you must complete a job transfer. The options are Mechanical Train and Flesh Train. Both job transfers have their own corresponding quests, and completing them successfully completes the job transfer. Finally, a Level 3 Train. The Stellar Train's appearance remains unchanged. Upgrading the train does not significantly increase its combat power, but only increases its base speed, allows for more craftable components, and unlocks more features. For example, the base speed of a Tier 2 train is 130 km per hour. After upgrading to Tier 3, the base speed reaches 160 km per hour, which is essentially a minor improvement. In addition, there are 9 additional craftable components. 4 of these vehicle components are mandatory, and upgrading to Tier 4 requires completing these 4 components first. The remaining 5 craftable components are optional. Of course, for most people, these optional components are also mandatory. After all, without crafting these optional components, you won't be able to reach the required total component level for the train upgrade, unless you can obtain the component blueprints through other channels. Aside from that, the most obvious change is the addition of an inheritance value on the train panel. Its inheritance value is 0. With a high enough inheritance value, you have the opportunity to trigger more adventures in the advanced areas. There are only a few ways to obtain inheritance value. For example, the train can shelter children under the age of 12, or use the Doomsday marriage certificate to hold a Doomsday wedding for the survivors on the train. The former proves that even in the apocalypse, there are still people willing to consider human inheritance. The latter proves that even in the apocalypse, when rituals and music have collapsed, true love still exists. However, he hasn't seen a single child so far, let alone those under 12, not even those 15 or 16. Pessimistically speaking, in the harsh environment of the apocalypse, it's unlikely these people will survive until a year after the apocalypse. As for the Doomsday marriage certificate, he hasn't found a user yet. But there's no rush for now. Even if he has the inheritance value, it will only be effective in the advanced areas, and he doesn't plan to go there anytime soon. Looking at the 9 craftable vehicle parts, he finally understood how to repair the damaged train parts. Mechanical Nano Spider, Yellow Grade Part. Crafting requires 1,000 units of Iron Oregon Combat Training Virtual Space. Yellow Grade Part. Crafting requires 1,000 units of Iron Oregon Built-in Space Stabilizer. Yellow Grade Part. Crafting requires 1,000 units of Iron Oregon Individual Skeleton Armor Production Line. Yellow Grade Part. Crafting requires 1,000 units of iron ore. These 4 accessories are mandatory and essential for upgrading the train to level 4. A glint of surprise flashed in Chen Mang's eyes. These 4 craftable accessories are incredibly powerful. The first, the Nano Spider, is used to repair damaged parts. Before this accessory, all damaged parts were irreparable. One could only make do with them, and if they were no longer usable, a new one would be crafted. It's a bit late, only appearing on level 3 trains. But think about it, it makes sense. After all, for most level 1 and 2 trains, the parts they have aren't that expensive. If they run out of options, they can just craft another one. Unlike him, every part is of a very high level. If it breaks, they just have to replace it. Even if he has extra supplies, he still go bankrupt. The second and fourth accessories. Both are used to enhance individual combat capabilities. The former improves combat prowess, while the latter is individual skeletal armor, further enhancing individual combat capabilities. He read the description of the latter. It's not some heavy armor, and certainly not a mecha. It resembles a simplified steel skeleton attached to the human body, enhancing a soldier's overall physical fitness in various ways. However, it lacks defensive capabilities, and can't withstand bullets or monsters. Worn under clothing, it looks normal from the outside. But, Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly. He always considered improving individual combat capabilities a false need, as trains often carry the brunt of the combat power. But after upgrading to level 3, 2 accessories suddenly appeared that enhanced individual combat capabilities. And both were among the craftable accessories. As the saying goes, first came Pangu, then the sky, and only with Guba could there be a force. If Pangu didn't open the sky, and Guba didn't dig a hole, then neither would have any meaning. This is the law of nature. In other words, during the upgrade from a level 3 train to a level 4 train, there must be a point where the train's individual combat capabilities are extremely tested. This test is likely the job transfer quest or other locations before the upgrade to level 4. Otherwise, the appearance of these 2 individual combat enhancement accessories would be completely meaningless. As for the last required accessory, built-in space stabilizer. This accessory would probably be very popular with his slaves. This accessory ensures that no matter how the train moves, whether climbing perpendicular to a wall, floating like a leaf in the air, or even taking off vertically in a spiral, the space inside the train remains horizontally stable. No more slaves in the slave car will be piled up like sardines in a can while his train is scaling a wall. Very good. These 4 accessories significantly improve the train. He looked at the other 5 optional accessories. Central air conditioner, yellow grade accessory, requires 1,000 units of iron ore to craft. Storage box, green grade accessory, requires 500 units of wood to craft. Permanent shock absorber, yellow grade accessory, requires 1,000 units of iron ore to craft. Medical warehouse, yellow grade accessory, requires 1,000 units of iron ore to craft. Unknown accessory, unknown grade accessory, requires 1 unit of iron ore to craft. Upon completing a job transfer, this item automatically becomes the heavy firepower external accessory for the job transfer path. The first accessory's effect was obvious. Winter was approaching, and this accessory would maintain the train's base temperature, preventing his slaves from freezing to death. It also provided fresh air, significantly improving the train's air quality. The second accessory, the storage box, could store up to 1,000 units of a single resource. For example, 1,000 units of iron ore. This could be either level 1 or level 2 iron ore, freeing up a significant amount of space, though he still felt a level 10 refrigerator would be more practical. The third accessory, the permanent shock absorber, was a defensive accessory. As long as the train's external defensive components, such as the armor, were intact, it effectively protected against the impact of monster collisions. The fourth accessory, the medical bay, could be used to heal most external injuries. He had a level 10 simplified medical kit as an alternative, and it was even more effective. The fifth accessory, this was the cheapest he had ever seen, requiring only 1 unit of iron ore to craft. However, it wasn't available yet until the train's class upgrade was complete. Changing to a mechanical train class grants a heavy firepower external attachment from that series. The same applies to changing to a flesh train. The 9 craftable attachments listed above represent the most noticeable changes after the stellar train reaches level 3. It's worth noting that from 17 craftable attachments for level 1 trains, 12 for level 2 trains, and 9 for level 3 trains, the number of craftable attachments decreases as trains upgrade. Many basic attachments, such as the telescope, are now missing. The remaining subtle changes are hidden within the control panel and train panels, not as intuitively displayed on the panels, requiring him to discover them on his own. For example, the new feature personalized carriages for level 2 trains includes a new function. The original carriage equipped with the 40-barrel Sakura falling rocket launcher was an open-air carriage, surrounded on all sides, with the roof exposed. The drawback was that the accessories were extremely vulnerable to damage, as there was no external armor protection. Upgrading to level 3 allowed for the creation of a higher-level open-air carriage. The open-air carriage became a 4-sided, with the rocket launcher hidden inside. When needed, the overhead armor would be retracted, and then a lift would lift the firepower system inside, roaring and firing amidst a blazing fire. It was an extremely useful function. It wasn't expensive. Upgrading an open-air carriage to the advanced version only cost 1,000 units of iron ore. He had 2 carriages, and upgrading them all would only cost 2,000 units of iron ore. As for the extra armor on the roof of the open-air carriage, there was no need to replenish the iron ore. It had already been consumed during the original armor upgrade. In addition, there were 3 more buttons on the train control panel: family planning, immediate self-destruct, immediate ejection. Pressing the first button released a spray inside the carriage, preventing all passengers from becoming pregnant, with the exception of the creatures in the reproduction carriage. He pressed it immediately. For now, he didn't want anyone on the train to become pregnant. The second button was equally brutal. Pressing it caused the train to self-destruct with tremendous force. Chin Mang looked at the button, his lips twitching slightly, worried that he might accidentally hit it and be catapulted to death. The next moment, a transparent plastic shell appeared around the button, enveloping it. This plastic shell also had fingerprint recognition. Only he could open the plastic casing. If anyone else tried to force it open, the train assistance AI would cause the built-in fire control system to instantly lock onto the enemy and immediately open fire. And even after pressing the button, the self-destruct sequence would still need to be confirmed on the control panel screen. This was basically safe. After all, it was impossible for someone to accidentally open the plastic casing, press the button, and then accidentally click confirm on the screen. Even if they were so careless, It was perfectly normal for the King of Hell to accidentally cross your name out of the Book of Life and Death with a shaky hand. Chapter 94. The above is a summary of all the changes and added features after the Star Train was upgraded to level 3. As for the newly added Eject Now button, it's also very simple. When the train encounters an overwhelming crisis, pressing this button will cause the seat in front of the control panel to eject the train conductor high into the air. Whether or not there's a parachute in midair, or even if there is one, how the train will cope with the apocalypse are not controlled by this button. This button only controls the ejection. It doesn't consider anything else. After the ejection, the train will automatically initiate an irreversible 10-second countdown to explode. Enjoying a ropeless high-altitude bungee jump before death is actually quite interesting. After all, he believes that 90% of the world has never experienced this. It's a relatively niche extreme sport, and it's worth experiencing it once in a lifetime. Huh? Chin Meng let out a long sigh, leaning back in his recliner, a bit exhausted. Although he didn't do any hard labor, he was checking the information on each accessory, considering its usage scenarios, and checking the subtle changes on the control panel. It was exhausting work. Not physically, but mentally. He lit a cigarette and held it between his lips, leaning back in his chair and pondering for a moment. Deciding he needed to relax, he immediately picked up the intercom and said, "Send Ji Choo over." "Soon, Master Meng." The door to the train compartment slowly opened, and the pitiful Ji Choo walked in rather obediently. She knelt on the ground again, deftly awaiting instructions. Chin Meng glanced at Ji Choo and frowned slightly. He remembered that Ji Choo wasn't wearing this dress last time. Today, she had changed into a white halter dress with a low neckline and no skirt. She looked quite pure, like a fairy who could not be desecrated. It contrasted starkly with her obedient appearance as she knelt on the ground. "Where did you get your change of clothes?" He'd been wearing the same clothes for days, and you, a slave, had changed into them? Your living conditions are better than his? "I heard Master Meng was looking for me, so I borrowed a set of clothes from my sisters." "Why?" "I was worried Master Meng would get bored, so a change of clothes might give you something new." Chin Meng said nothing more, only nodded silently, with a reasonable and thoughtful gesture. He looked Ji Choo up and down, kneeling on the ground, and beckoned, "Come here." Ji Choo behaved extremely obediently, walking to Chin Meng and kneeling again, then resting her arms on her legs and waiting patiently. "Yes." Chin Meng stretched out his leg and tucked Ji Choo under the console, laying her down on a chair. He patted her head, begin. 3 minutes later. Chin Meng frowned and reopened his eyes. Something was missing. He searched for a long time on the screen at the nearby console until he found the variety show Ji Choo had appeared on. He clicked play and nodded in satisfaction, leaning back in his chair. This felt right. On the variety show, Ji Choo acted like a goddess, her eyes gleaming as she covered her mouth with her hands in laughter, looking truly inviolable. Off the console, however, Ji Choo displayed a completely different style. This contrast was exactly what he liked. In his previous life, he had played so much, his threshold was too high. Ordinary experiences no longer stirred him. He preferred this kind of spiritual experience. 15 minutes later. Chin Meng rested his feet on Ji Choo's shoulders, who was once again kneeling obediently beside him. He lit a cigarette, relaxed, and leaned back in his chair, chuckling softly. "Tell me, what reward do you want?" "Master Meng." Ji Choo, kneeling on the ground, kneaded Chin Meng's calves with her delicate hands, whispering, "Choo is now treated like a first-class slave and doesn't have to work on weekdays. And Master Meng is the strongest and most charming of all the train conductors I've ever met. Since the apocalypse, Choo has never felt so safe as she does on this train. Choo is already very content. If possible, Choo has a close friend, also a female celebrity, named Yin Yao. She's even prettier than me, and she's still a virgin, but I lost contact with her shortly after the apocalypse. The last time I contacted her, she said she was hiding in the safe house of her villa in Shay City, Shay Plain. Her food and water reserves are probably running low. If Master Meng met her, he'd definitely like her." Chin Meng's smile gradually faded. He looked at Ji Choo calmly, and after a moment, he exhaled a thin, pale blue wisp of smoke onto Ji Choo's face and whispered, "You want me to run so far to save someone?" "Shay Plain, that's the green area. It also intersects with the Teeling Wasteland, but at the northernmost edge of the Teeling Wasteland, about an hour north across the Doomsday Abyss, lies the Shay Plain." Ji Choo didn't dare meet Master Meng's eyes. She simply lowered her head, removed Chen Mang's shoes and socks, and gently massaged his calves. Chen Mang didn't say anything else, only speaking casually after a moment. Is there anyone so clean in the entertainment industry? Every time investors approach her, I take the blame for her. Are you so great? She comes from a wealthy family, while I don't. She's helped me a lot in the past. One extra drop of ink on a piece of paper is no different than another drop of ink. So you're not as good as she is? I teach her. How? Ji Chu raised her head to meet Chen Mang's eyes, slowly placing Mang's toes into her mouth. She mumbled, a little unclearly, is this okay? Has she ever been in a variety show? Yes. 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 Chen Mang nodded, leaned back in his chair, and waved his hand wearily, saying, get off first. If I have the chance to visit the Shay plane in the future, I consider going to Shay City. Inside the number 5 thug car. Old Pig, who was whispering with Busey, coughed softly upon seeing Ji Chu return, then looked out the window, pretending to be talking about business. After Ji Chu reached the hard sleeper at the rear of the car, the two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with worry. What should we do? Busey looked at Lao Zhu with a complicated expression. Master Mang has sent Ji Chu over again. This is the second time. What should we do with Ji Chu? Don't you claim to be the best at solving these problems? Think of a solution. He had been ready to go last time. But Ji Chu was too full, so he didn't. Until then, no one on the Star Train had any contact with Ji Chu. Huh? Lao Zhu took a deep breath, his brow furrowed, and said in a hoarse voice, let's sort this out. Master Mang has sent Ji Chu in twice. It's clear that Master Mang is very satisfied with her service. At this time, you and I absolutely cannot touch Ji Chu. Being in the same profession as someone in a higher position, even if it's just a peripheral act, is a grave taboo. If it were just Master Mang who decided not to play, it would be fine, but Master Mang ordered it again, which is inappropriate. But Master Mang promised the slave. Master Mang is probably being held hostage now. He enjoys Ji Chu's service, but he's also made a promise to everyone. He can't break it in public. It would be embarrassing for Master Mang. But since Master Mang likes her, he can't let Ji Chu be touched by the slave below. So tell me, Busey said anxiously. What's the solution? I don't know either. Lao Zhu scratched his head and said hurriedly, it's mainly because I can't guess Master Mang's true intentions. Maybe Master Mang doesn't care about this at all, and it's just us two arguing over it. Then should we go ask? You're crazy, go ask Master Mang. Even if I were truly trapped, would I admit it? This way. Old Pig took a deep breath before coming up with a solution. He said seriously, if we let Ji Chu go without realizing what I meant, I might get angry. But if I never intended to do that, and we acted on my own, I'd be angry too. Choose the lesser of two evils. Obviously, the latter scenario would be less culpable, so let's proceed with the second scenario. Ji Chu definitely can't be let go, and in reality, it's impossible. What I mean is that whoever mines the most minerals will own Ji Chu. But the top 100 minerals are all those goblins. They don't play with women at all. They're all about mining and don't even bother with Ji Chu. Luckily, this situation allows us to have the best of both worlds. This is the best solution I can think of. What do you think? Busey spread his hands, his face filled with resignation. Captain Pig, I'm a warrior, and you're the deputy conductor. Of course, you take the lead on matters like this. Okay. Old Pig steeled his resolve, gritted his teeth, and said, I take responsibility for this. I take responsibility for Master Mang's actions when the time comes. Let's do it. Then Old Pig watched Busey's departing back, and let out a long sigh. He wiped the thick sweat from his forehead, slumped back in his seat, and sighed deeply. Being a deputy conductor wasn't an easy job either. Especially. He couldn't fathom Master Mang's thoughts. While he wasn't good at guessing what his superiors were thinking, he could generally see most of what was going on. But Master Mang, he just couldn't fathom. He truly didn't know what Master Mang was thinking. As a second in command, one's biggest task often involves reading people's expressions and doing things that those above them are reluctant to say. It's not easy to stay in that position for long. Often, when something unexpected happens, it's usually right in the second in command's head. Soon. It was evening, the slaves' turn. The Star Train was bustling with activity. The slaves had already surrendered their pickaxes and began lining up for their evening meal. Chen Mang sat inside the train, gazing at the train panel. Before a train can be upgraded to level 4, it must first complete a job transfer quest. Once the job transfer direction is confirmed, the upgrade can take place, and the job transfer quest can only be completed in the green zone. After successfully completing the job transfer quest and upgrading, it is impossible to return to a lower level zone. He definitely wouldn't head to the higher level areas until he mined all the resource mines beneath the Teeling Wasteland. However, that didn't stop him from checking out the job transfer quests beforehand. Flesh Train offers 5 job transfer quests, and completing any one will allow him to successfully complete the job transfer. Flesh Train job transfer quests. S-rank difficulty. Kill 3 level 6 monsters. A-rank difficulty. Kill 3 level 5 monsters. B-rank difficulty. Kill 1 level 5 monster. C-rank difficulty. Kill 1 level 4 monster. D-rank difficulty. Kill 1 level 3 monster. That S-rank job transfer quest was simply outrageous. Killing 3 level 6 monsters with a level 3 train. Honestly, he didn't know who could do it. Perhaps only he could do it. As long as the resource mines in the Teeling Wasteland were enough to upgrade his armor to level 6, and then upgrade his firepower accessories, he could do it. As for the other trains, he couldn't imagine how to complete this mission without the level 0 privilege of unlimited upgrades. Green-grade vehicle parts can only be upgraded to level 3, and yellow-grade vehicle parts to level 5. Without blue-grade firepower parts, the train wouldn't even be able to penetrate its defenses if it were outclassed. Even with blue-grade firepower parts, without sufficient armor, it would be easy for a level 6 monster to attack and rip it to pieces. This S-level job transfer quest was nearly impossible to complete. The D-level job transfer quest, however, was quite simple. Basically, a normally developed level 3 train, not one that's been overly upgraded, could easily kill a level 3 monster. However, job transfer quests can only be completed in green zones. Killing a level 3 monster in a green zone is no easy task. Even if you don't provoke the higher level monsters, they will still chase you. The difficulty level varies depending on the job transfer quest completed. After completing the job transfer, the quality of the unknown large firepower component obtained also varies. D-level difficulty is green, C-level difficulty is yellow, B-level difficulty is blue, A-level difficulty is purple, and S-level difficulty is red. Also, the train's potential level will be displayed on the train panel based on the level of job transfer quests completed. Higher potential will allow for more adventures in the future. The train's job transfer direction and potential level will be added to the leaderboard in the high-level zone. This also explains why the dozen or so level 3 trains in the Teeling Wasteland are so reluctant to leave the Teeling Wasteland for the green zone. One reason is that the Teeling Wasteland is relatively safe, while the green zone is too dangerous. They wait until they have accumulated sufficient experience before heading to the green zone. Secondly, if you want to complete a more difficult job transfer quest and obtain a higher grade unknown large firepower component. After upgrading to a level 3 train, of the 9 craftable components, none are external firepower components. From level 1 to level 3, there's essentially only one firepower component among all craftable components, and that's the 3-legged cat heavy machine gun. Even for a level 3 train, the 3-legged cat heavy machine gun remains its primary attack tool. In other words, this unknown large firepower component is the only firepower component for a level 3 train, and it's a heavy firepower component at that. It's likely the train's primary weapon for reaching the green zone. Definitely, the higher the grade, the better. Chapter 95. Red grade unknown large firepower component. Chin Mang's eyes narrowed slightly. His job transfer was definitely going to be the mechanical train. If possible, he would definitely want the red grade unknown large firepower component. Unfortunately, the job transfer quests for the mechanical train and the flesh train were different. If the S-level job transfer quest for the mechanical train was also to kill 3 level 6 monsters, that would be much simpler for him. After reaching maximum growth in the Teeling Wasteland, he could go to the green area and kill 3 level 6 monsters to complete the quest. The mechanical train's job transfer quest, however, was much more complicated. The most important thing was, there were only 2 opportunities to accept the job transfer quest. Complete the quest within 24 hours of accepting it to complete it. If you complete the quest before accepting it, it will be invalid. For example, if you complete the flesh train's job transfer quest before accepting the S-level job transfer quest, even if the train manages to kill 3 level 6 monsters, it will not count. You must accept the quest first, then complete it. If you fail both job transfer quests, you will be unable to transfer, and will remain a level 3 train, never upgrading to a level 4 train. Mechanical train job transfer quest. S-rank difficulty. You will need to set up a static maze within the train and specify the starting and ending points. After accepting the quest, an Omnic robot will descend at your designated starting point. If the robot fails to clear the maze within half an hour, the quest is complete. P.S. This robot possesses exceptionally advanced thinking abilities and the running speed of a normal male. The train must have a maximum of 18 cars at the time of this quest, and the robot cannot be attacked. The maze must also have a path connecting the starting and ending points. A-level difficulty. You need to use verbal training to trigger the hidden quest, Man and Machine Love, allowing your train assist AI to develop human emotions. You must spend 100,000 units of iron or to build a body for it. After having sex with it once, you will complete the quest. P.S. Once you have trained and completed the hidden quest, the train assist AI will possess real human emotions. Avoid getting too close to other women on the train, as this will cause the AI to trigger its self-destruct button. Each AI's personality will be different after completing the hidden quest, and its personality will be influenced by the train conductor during its development. B-level difficulty. You need to obtain enough Murphy stones and upgrade the simple first aid kit or medical warehouse, as well as the individual skeleton armor production line to level 10. Using their level 10 supermodel effects, you can convert all of your limb skeletons into mechanical skeletons to complete the quest. P.S. If your bones are damaged, you can have nanorobot spiders enter through your mouth and nose to repair them. Don't worry. C-level difficulty. You must transfer the train captain's authority to any member of the train. If they transfer it back to you within 24 hours, the mission is completed. P.S. Blood relatives are also accepted. D-level difficulty. You must craft 18 three-legged heavy machine guns and upgrade them all to level 3. P.S. The 12.7mm heavy machine gun ammunition production line must also be upgraded to level 3. Chin Mang's mouth twitched slightly as he gazed at the several hundred-word mechanical train job transfer quest. He finally understood why he had seen 2 level 3 train captains cursing at each other shortly after joining the train radio station. One of the level 3 train conductors said, "You brainless idiot about to switch to flesh train, what's there to say to you?" He thought it was just a simple insult. Now he knew. It wasn't just a simple insult. The job change quest for the flesh train was indeed much simpler. No, it couldn't be said to be simple. After all, killing those high-level monsters was quite difficult. It was more about the quest description being simple. Just kill them. The higher the level of the monsters you kill, the greater the reward for the job change. It was incredibly simple, easy to understand, and straightforward. Unlike the job change quest for the mechanical train, which was indeed many times more complex, a train conductor with little education might not even understand it. Reading ability is something everyone seems to possess, but in reality, many lack it. Chin Mang carefully examined the job change quests and eliminated the A-level difficulty quest first. He didn't want to trigger some ridiculous hidden quest, human romance, and have a sensational romance with an AI. Then, if the AI got upset, made a scene, and simply pressed the immediate self-destruct button, who would he turn to for justice? Even if the quest was high-level, he had no intention of doing it. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the act of verbally coaching the train assistant's AI all day long, trying to trigger the hidden quest, struck him as foolish. He was a bit of a misophobe and couldn't bear to do such a foolish thing. Just like in his past life, when he saw those anime with gun girls and robot girls in love, his brows furrowed. As for that B-level job transfer quest, Murphy Stone. After this quest appeared on the job transfer panel, information about this item also appeared in the train assistant's AI section. It was a special item, available only in high-level areas, green, and above, and quite rare. It allowed a certain accessory to upgrade one level, regardless of the level cap. It was somewhat similar to his infinite upgrade. It was a one-time bonus, and it only allowed one level upgrade. Honestly, this quest was quite suitable for him, because normally, completing a B-level job transfer required at least a dozen Murphy stones, which weren't easy to come by. But for him, with his unlimited upgrades, it was easy. However, he wasn't particularly interested in transforming himself into a robot. Unless he was seriously injured and his medical pod was ineffective, forcing him to use a mechanical skeleton to stand up again, he wouldn't actively choose to become a robot. He also couldn't quite accept the idea of nano spiders crawling into his nose and running around inside his body. It reminded him of a movie he'd seen in his previous life about an Egyptian pharaoh. C-level job transfer quests were also ruled out. He actually still trusted Lao Zhu and Biaozi quite a bit, but if he was asked to transfer his conductor authority, he'd give up. The moment he transferred his conductor authority, his opponent would have full control of the train, making it almost a matter of seconds before he could kill him. Wielding a sharp blade, the killing intent was already stirring. Even if the opponent had no intention of betraying him, voluntarily handing over the conductor authority of the star train would inevitably spark rebellion. After all, the moment he gained conductor authority, he already had an absolute advantage. How could the human heart withstand such a test? Forget about Old Pig. Even if his father, whom he hadn't seen since childhood, suddenly showed up, he wouldn't hand over his conductor's authority. He might even say, "Get lost, you idiot, Dad." He was genuinely curious. Had anyone ever completed this quest? What kind of relationship could withstand such a test in the apocalypse? After ruling out these 3 quests, he only had the S-level and D-level job transfer quests to choose from. Sigh. Chin Mang sighed wearily. The D-level job transfer quest was simple and easy to complete, but he felt a little bit disappointed. If he had gone to the flesh train, he could have completed an S-level job transfer, but on the mechanical train, he could only complete a D-level quest. The flesh train was still better. Strength was paramount. If you could kill, you'd be rewarded. It was simple and crude, but efficient. Unlike the mechanic train, you always have to pay something, like a cult ritual. You have to romance an AI or transform yourself into a cyborg, proving your loyalty to the Mechanicus, before you can successfully advance. If the flesh train's subsequent component upgrades weren't so incompatible with his infinite upgrades, and he didn't particularly enjoy the flesh train, he seriously wanted to just go with the flesh train. As for the S-rank mission on the mechanic train, it's complete nonsense. The train is so small, setting up a maze inside that can stop an Omnic robot, and requiring the train to have a maximum of 18 cars when accepting the mission. How could it possibly be done? It would be much simpler if there weren't this limit on the number of carriages. Even though it only costs 100 units of iron ore to build a regular carriage, building 5,000 carriages would only cost 500,000 units. He simply set the starting point at the last carriage, and the end point at the front of the train. No maze required. Just run. Run 5,000 carriages in half an hour, at the speed of an adult male. Then the mission would be easily accomplished. Unfortunately, the road was completely blocked, and he couldn't attack the robot. Otherwise, his built-in fire control system would come in handy. With over 100 muzzle-pointing heavy machine guns, he see how tough this robot was. The train was so tiny. Wait! Chin Mang, who had been lying in his chair, sighing wearily, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He straightened up and stared intently at the S-rank job transfer quest in the mechanical train. It seems there's a solution. There's not enough space inside the train, but he has a level 10 refrigerator. A level 10 refrigerator has 100 square meters of space inside, and there's plenty of room for more refrigerators inside refrigerators. Hey, just build 100 refrigerators. Cram all 100 refrigerators into one and create a massive maze. Hey! It seems feasible. The robot, with its inhuman mind, pushed open a refrigerator door, and saw an open space and 2 doors outside. Pushing the left door, it looked back. It was a refrigerator door. Returning the way it came, it pushed open the right door and looked back again. Hey, it was still a refrigerator door. With a gleam in his eyes, Chin Mang sat up straight at the control panel, picked up a pen, and sketched the maze, capturing the inspiration that had struck him. A level 10 refrigerator, including its construction and upgrades, requires 4,500 units of iron ore. 100 level 10 refrigerators equals 450,000 units of iron ore. Not much. The teeming wasteland can afford him to complete this S-level job transfer quest. Trading 450,000 units of iron ore for a red-grade unknown large firepower component and S-level potential is an extremely cost-effective investment. That's a no-brainer. The only thing left to consider now is how to use these 100 refrigerators to create an extremely difficult maze. While he had the idea, he only had a rather rudimentary idea of how to design it. A qualified maze. To ensure a successful path through the level, the route had to be extremely well concealed, with numerous forks designed to delay time, and countless forks filled with extremely misleading paths. This was a technical skill. He wasn't very good at it. But, when he was running a business in his previous life, he always believed in the saying, professional matters should be left to professionals. A boss doesn't need to be an expert in everything. He just needs to decide the direction and take the risks. He immediately picked up the intercom. Old Pig asked the slaves if any have experience designing a maze. I need someone to help me design a maze as complex as possible. Okay. Old Pig replied quickly. It was just after the slaves finished their work, and everyone was eating. After arranging this matter, Chen Mang continued sketching the maze on paper. It took him about half an hour to complete a 2D rectangular maze. Okay. Chen Mang leaned back in his chair, holding the paper to his face, admiring it with a hint of satisfaction. Not bad. Given the difficulty, who could get from the starting point to the end without spending 5 or 6 minutes? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Old Pig let a rather young-looking boy in. Master Mang, this slave said he was a game designer before the apocalypse, and a maze enthusiast, with a knack for creating complex mazes. Oh! Chen Mang looked the boy, who looked to be about 24 or 25, up and down, then handed him the freshly drawn maze. Try this one. Can you solve it in a minute? I give it a try. The young man, looking a little nervous, stepped forward, took the pen and paper, and began to work out the puzzle quickly on the table. Chen Mang was also very patient. He leisurely lit a cigarette, leaned back in his chair, and exhaled a long, relaxed puff of smoke. He said casually, "Don't worry, I'm just testing your skills." Wait a minute. He hadn't finished his words. All right. The young man nervously handed over the paper, the correct path already marked with a pen. Chen Mang looked down at the successfully solved maze on the paper, then glanced at his newly lit cigarette. He looked up at the young man expressionlessly, and remained silent for a long time. Suddenly, a sense of defeat washed over him. He painstakingly mapped it for half an hour, believing it to be flawless. And it was solved in the time it took him to light a cigarette? What a joke. Evaluate the difficulty of this maze, he said expressionlessly. Chapter 96. Cough. As soon as Chen Mang finished speaking, Old Pig, standing beside him, coughed lightly with a fist. Cough, 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 cough your mother. Chen Mang turned to Old Pig and angrily scolded him. I want a genuine evaluation, not some flattering nonsense. Don't drop hints when you shouldn't. And next time, even if you're going to drop hints, can you please not use such an old-fashioned method? Do you think I'm deaf? Old Pig's eyes wandered awkwardly, not daring to meet Mang's gaze. Come on! Chen Mang turned to look at the young man again, frowning. Tell me how you did it. I clearly designed so many complex intersections. The young man took a deep breath before mustering the courage to speak. This is a relatively simple maze topology. This rectangular maze may appear to have winding paths, but it's essentially a straight line. The starting point and the end point are the two ends of this line, and the intersections are just branches of this line. So, the young man pulled a sharp stone from his pocket and carefully traced the maze route. After carving out every path, he peeled the entire maze from the paper. He then grasped the peeled maze with both hands, grasped its ends, and gently pulled. The maze, which had seemed so complex just moments before, immediately became a faintly straight line, while the intersections he had designed grew like branches from the trunk of a tree. Just by extending this maze infinitely, you can quickly find the correct route. You didn't do that just now. I have a better sense of space, so I quickly simulated it in my mind. This way of presenting it is to make it easier to understand. After a long, expressionless silence, Chen Mang finally spoke. As a slave, you carry such sharp stones? Huh? The young man was startled for a moment, his face pale before realizing that he had revealed something by being too involved. His voice trembled uncontrollably. I don't want to be robbed again. There's a slave who steals 1 unit of iron ore from me every day and then turns it in at settlement. He's a level 1 slave, and I dare not say anything. I don't want to be robbed again. The amount of iron ore I mine daily determines how long it takes me to advance. I want to reach level 2 as soon as possible. He prepared this thing. He plans to rob me again next time, and we fight to the death. Hearing this, Chen Mang frowned slightly, and tilted his head to look at the old pig beside him. Old Pig, standing nearby, was cursing inwardly. Can't you just chat with him privately about such a trivial matter? What the hell are you doing? Complaining to the Emperor? Holy crap! Did you take it out accidentally, or did you do it on purpose? He looked so young. How could he be such a scheming bastard? Though cursing inwardly, his face was filled with anxiety and panic as he quickly bowed. Master Mang, this is an oversight on my part. I deal with this right away. Yes. Chen Mang nodded casually, saying, just a little beating will do. Don't waste a slave. By the way, in that drawer are the train rules I drafted. Take them and announce them before work starts tomorrow morning. From now on, follow these rules. After dealing with this little incident, he closed his eyes again and leaned back in his chair, tentatively stretching the maze he just imagined in his mind. A minute later, he opened his eyes, pulled out a cigarette, and tossed it over. I need to design a maze complex enough. At least one that can trap a robot. That robot possesses extraordinary intelligence and the leg strength of an adult man. If I asked you to design one, what would you come up with? A static maze or a dynamic one? A static one. The young man hurriedly and respectfully took the cigarette. Without a lighter to light it, he simply held it in his hand, pondered for a few seconds, and then spoke. Generally speaking, setting up a sufficiently complex maze requires some random algorithm software to generate irregular paths, but we don't have the conditions right now. However, we can start with 6 steps. First, divide the maze into different areas, for example, 10 areas. Each area is a separate maze, and the correct line passes through each area. Second, each node needs at least 3 directions, so that dead ends account for 60 to 70%. If possible, it's best to have 7 levels of nested paths. Third, if it's a 3D maze, at least 3 levels of vertical connections are required. Fourth, you can use audio and visual effects to create visual deception, such as mirrors, sound, light and shadow, and misleading guide lights, so that the mirrored areas account for about 15%. Fifth, achieve a 40% repetition rate across these 10 areas. A high repetition rate will confuse people's memories as they explore the route, and they will begin to doubt whether they've walked the same path before, which is commonly known as a ghost wall. The 6th step is to create a progressively smaller path scale to create the illusion of distance. This way, the number of path retraces can be guaranteed to be greater than 30% of the total number of steps, and the number of required nodes can be. Alright. Chin Mang interrupted the young man's statement, stood up from his chair, and personally lit a cigarette for him before patting him on the shoulder and sighing, "He's a talented, professional guy. Old Pig, from now on, this guy will enjoy the treatment of a level 1 slave on the Star Train. After finding the slave who stole this guy, let this guy fight back himself. What's your name?" The young man, no longer venturing out his thoughts, simply held up his cigarette with a certain trepidation. Holding it between his lips, he said, "Master Mang Mang, my name is Li Shurji." "What a nice name." Chin Mang breathed a sigh of relief. "Each of those refrigerators on the train has 100 square meters of space. I want you to use all 100 refrigerators to create a sufficiently complex maze. It must meet the requirements I just mentioned, so that the robot can't successfully complete it in half an hour. Whatever support you need, just let me know. We can add more refrigerators, but the maximum will be around 130. Go back and think about it tonight, and report to me tomorrow morning. We discuss it then. If this is done well, I give you a reward." "Thank you, Master Mang, thank you, Master Mang." Li Shurji's eyes flashed with excitement, and he bowed repeatedly in thanks. At this moment, in the cave outside the train, all the slaves had finished dinner. However, they didn't immediately return to their seats inside the train to sleep. Instead, they gathered together to watch the fun. In the middle of the crowd, a slave knelt on the ground, his face shrouded in fear. Unbound, yet daring not to struggle. A group of armed thugs surrounded the inner circle, maintaining order. And behind this slave, Li Shurji weighed his baton before leaning down and whispering softly into the kneeling slave's ear. "Are you comfortable with my iron ore? It's not that I won't take revenge, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. I remember. My name is Li Shurji." The next moment, Li Shurji's eyes were filled with rage as he swung his arm with greater force than he ever used to dig a ore, bringing his baton down hard on the kneeling slave's back. He uttered no curses, only gritted his teeth. Like a storm, he struck again and again without pause. He held back absolutely nothing. He looked like he was going to pound the slave to death. Uncle Li. A young man among the crowd of slaves watching the excitement took in the scene and whispered in Uncle Li's ear, "Look at him. He's easily made it to the top. He's just a level 3 slave who just joined the train. You've been on the train for a long time, so you're considered an old man, right? You're enjoying the treatment of a level 1 slave. Why haven't you made it to the top yet? Have you come up with a new plan? Will you shut the heck up?" Uncle Li, somewhat annoyed, turned his head and glared at the young man beside him. "You're so fucking stressed. Can you please stop putting so much pressure on me every day? I'm under a lot of pressure too, okay? Aren't you expecting me to be a little too much? Well, you can't expect me to be a big shot. I'm obviously unreliable. Shut up. I find a way. Of course, I've always believed that, Uncle Li." Inside the crowd, Busey, his arms folded across his chest, a cigarette in his mouth, watched the scene with a smile on his face. "Captain Pig, I guarantee you, this kid is definitely complaining to the Emperor on purpose." "Nonsense." Old Pig's face was a little grim. "You need to tell me, can't I see it?" This kid is so cunning, I don't like him. I seem to like him. Of course I like him. I don't like this kid, but he does have talent. At this point, Old Pig paused and said hesitantly, this kid can stretch an extremely complex rectangular maze into an infinite straight line in his mind. Can you do that? Have you got there? I just tried for ages, and my head's about to explode. It feels like countless lines are floating before my eyes when I close my eyes. I'm almost hallucinating, and I can't figure it out. I'm a warrior, Captain Pig. If I had this skill, would I have become a guerrilla foreman? Your brain only qualifies you for a foreman. You'd be dumbfounded if you can't collect the debt. I'm a warrior, Captain Pig. What's wrong with being a warrior? Yosi winked and laughed. A warrior's professionalism is collecting debts. There's nothing I can't collect. Otherwise, why do you think I was the boss? Old Pig snorted disdainfully. Come on, you almost got killed by Heihao, so stop showing off. By the way, you used to be a level 2 train conductor. Do you know of any situations that require a massive maze to trap robots? I don't know. Biozi shook his head and asked seriously, what did Master Meng hire this guy for? Don't look at me. I really don't know. It's not that I won't tell you, but my old train and Master Meng's train are completely different. To say they're worlds apart is an understatement. But I have to advise you. Master Meng didn't ask you to beat him to death. That kid hit him so hard that the slave looked like he was about to die. Also, don't get angry with this little guy. Master Meng only used him to build a maze. He won't be of any use to me anymore. The second person in the train. You're the one who's in charge, or the pig train captain. Don't let things get out of hand. You definitely lose out. I know that. Old Pig sighed softly. I'm definitely not stupid enough to get angry with him. I'm just a little pissed off that he didn't tell me but told Master Meng instead. I wonder what Master Meng will think. He think I'm constantly bullying the slaves, making them afraid to tell me. It's okay. This is truly a case of dereliction of duty on your part. Exposing problems is the only way to solve them. Relax. Old Pig said nothing more, but stepped forward and spoke in a deep voice. Enough. Then he looked at the half-dead slave sprawled on the ground and said, take him to the train to recover. Pig train captain. Seeing Old Pig approach, Li Shurji immediately handed him his baton and whispered. Old Pig took the baton expressionlessly, then looked at the surrounding slaves, pointing to the nearby iron ore area. Everyone, get back to the train and sleep. If you're not sleepy, you can go over there and continue mining with Doba. The slaves instinctively turned to look at the over 100 goblin slaves still mining in the nearby iron ore area. They shuddered and swarmed towards the train car. Those goblins. They're simply just crazy. They've witnessed the goblins' madness these past few days. They've fallen asleep, and they're still digging. They've barely woken up, and they're still digging, as if they need no rest at all. They're like cold-blooded machines working non-stop 24/7. Especially Nadoba. They've been at the top of the daily mining leaderboard for days, unsurpassed. They're practically unbeatable. Originally, they looked forward to the daily mining rankings. But after those goblins dominated the top 100 every day, they started to bother paying attention to the rankings. They were so competitive, they were intimidated. They were like superhumans. At first, many people were seeing goblins for the first time and were intrigued. During their free time, they approached them and say hello. But after being scolded several times as foolish humans, don't bother the great goblins, no one bothered to approach them anymore. This Doba seems to have spent his entire life proving his greatness. As the slaves swarmed toward the carriage, the old pig, standing still, looked at Doba, who was mining with a determined look not far away, and sighed with emotion. To be fair, this guy is really strong. Yeah, he is quite strong. Biozi nodded, then looked strangely at the giantess among the group of short goblins. But that woman is also quite strong. It seems that she is in a fight with these goblins, and is determined to fight to the death. I remember this giantess went to talk to Doba today, and got scolded. She seemed very angry, and then she was determined to fight to the death to see who could dig the most. Chapter 97. Green Zone, Kunlun Mountains. Whoosh! A bald man, a train with wheels shaped like clouds, floated low in the sky. His face was filled with emotion, as he gazed at the blueprint in his hand. This was dropped after defeating the Green Dragon boss. Green dragons often spawn randomly in various green zones, making them difficult to track. After spending several days, he finally caught it and, with full force, finally managed to capture this blue-grade vehicle accessory. Deep Sea Shield. With this accessory, the train can submerge underwater. Of course, Being able to navigate the water requires specialized wheel accessories, such as the special Rabbit Cloud wheels his train currently uses. He could finally return to his shade plains and explore the lake to discover what the adventure in the undersea maze had in store. A few days ago, he encountered a very special Level 2 train. That Level 2 train, powered by its spider legs accessory, scaled the nearly 90-degree cliff face unimpeded. The sight had deeply shocked him. He originally thought many powerful individuals had arrived in the area, many of whom would join him in a quest for the Green Dragon boss. But these past few days, he discovered that not many people seemed to know about this news. That's what he said. How come the information he paid so much for had become as commonplace as cabbage? And he hadn't seen that Level 2 train since then, only a few flesh trains, a bunch of madmen. Kunlun Mountains. A green region devoid of any mineral resources. It was nothing but monsters, teeming with high-level monsters, and the threat level far exceeded that of other areas. No train ventured into this region, save for the flesh trains, which relied on collecting monster flesh to upgrade their equipment. The man shook his head without giving it much thought. He simply picked up a nearby razor and carefully shaved off the newly grown stubble on his head, a pre-apocalyptic habit. Then he entered the coordinates of Shave Plain into the control panel. With the roar of the engine, the train, hovering low in the sky, shot off towards the distant clouds. Sky Train, soaring through the world. A few hours later, the bald man had successfully arrived at Shave Plain and driven the train to the lakeside. Then, with the sound of turning gears, the cloud-like wheels of the train stationed at the lakeside began to slowly retract into the carriage. Immediately afterwards, several robotic arms extended from both sides of the carriage, rapidly twisting and hammering at the bottom. Soon, several propellers emerged from the bottom of the carriage. With a crisp clang, the wheel replacement was successfully completed. The entire process took 1 minute. How convenient. The bald man sitting at the front of the train looked at the display on the control panel indicating the replacement had been completed and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This was the charm of the yellow-grade robotic arm accessory. This accessory, when used in conjunction with the train assistance AI, can perform some difficult tasks. For example, changing a wheel. Before this accessory, every wheel change required stationing the train, and then having the onboard mechanics disembark and begin the replacement process at the connection between each car and the wheel. The more cars there were, the longer it took. Each change took over 10 minutes. With this yellow robotic arm accessory, the entire process took just 1 minute. As a Level 5 train, this one had many more rare accessories than other trains. Most Level 5 train captains were intent on mining and growing their trains. They spent most of their time mining, upgrading their equipment and train levels as quickly as possible, avoiding bosses whenever possible. He always believed that sharpening the knife would delay the chopping of wood. He preferred to seek out bosses when the train had ammunition, or to proactively seek out adventures to obtain rare equipment blueprints, thereby expanding the train's capabilities. Raising the train's level was pointless. If the foundation wasn't there, it would still shatter at the slightest touch. For example, the underwater maze adventure in the lake before him. It was a goal he had been planning for a full month, and now, everything was finally ready. Let's begin. The bald man sat inside the train, gazing expectantly at the tranquil lake before him. He slowly pushed the lever, and the Level 5 auxiliary universal wheels beneath the carriage began to roll. These were training wheels, and they couldn't provide much power to the train. Primarily responsible for assisting with cornering, using this wheel as a power source is like a small horse pulling a large cart. But in this situation, it's still quite useful as a power source to assist the train's entry into the water, since it can't rely on the propeller wheels to propel the train into the lake. The next moment, bang! The train slowly plunged into the lake. The moment it touched the surface, a pale blue light enveloped the train. This was the effect of the deep sea shield, which helped the train withstand water pressure and prevent water ingress. At the same time, the several propellers beneath the carriage began to spin frantically. The dazzling headlights formed 2 long beams of light, illuminating the area ahead. The train began to dive, its target precisely the coordinates marked with a flashing on the control panel screen. 20 minutes later, the train finally reached the lakebed, revealing a magnificent golden palace nestled in the center. A long road led to the palace entrance, ending in a circular archway. Signposts adorned the road. Several large, white characters floated above the palace entrance. Underwater maze, the train slowly landed on the road and drove along it into the palace. Miraculously, despite being built underwater, there wasn't a trace of water inside, and there was plenty of oxygen. Then, a line of words appeared on the train control panel. Conductor, Please exit the train and choose your own maze difficulty. How amazing. A flicker of shock flashed in the bald man's eyes. This was his first underwater adventure, and without delay, he exited the train compartment and stood within the palace, which soared over 10 meters high. The vast, empty palace. The once huge train behind him seemed almost insignificant. The next moment, 5 enormous screens of light appeared above the palace, and above them another screen. Welcome, Captain of the Blue Dragon Train, to the first explorer of this underwater maze adventure. Perhaps one day, humanity will scatter like stars, taking root in the corners of the galaxy. But no matter how far we go, the spirit of those adventurers who possess the spirit of exploration will be forever engraved on the monument of civilization. Setting out into the unknown is not because it is easy, but because it is difficult. True faith is not the belief in certainty of success, but the willingness to give everything for a 1 in a billion chance of a miracle, knowing the possibility of failure. As the first explorer, whether or not you successfully clear the maze, you will receive a consolation prize. If you do, you will be announced in the regional broadcast, gaining reputation points and receiving additional rewards. Please select your maze difficulty. Once you have made your choice, it cannot be changed. The bald man looked sheepishly at the words on the giant screen. So he was so great, he felt a bit shy to be praised. Then he looked at the maze difficulty levels on the next 5 screens. S-level maze. Your consciousness will descend into a robot and appear on a random train. The train conductor will carefully lay out a static maze for you. If you reach the end point within half an hour, you have successfully completed the level. P.S. The train's components and armed personnel cannot attack you, and you cannot attack any components or personnel on the armed train. The train assistance AI on your train will possess the robot, granting you superhuman thinking. The robot will also run at the speed of an adult male, and the train will be limited to a maximum of 18 carriages. Reward, 30 Murphy Stones. A-level maze. You will then fall into a deep sleep and enter 99 levels of dreams. If you awaken within 24 hours, you have successfully completed the level. P.S. If you fail to awaken within the specified time, you will be forcibly awakened. Reward, 20 Murphy Stones. Level B maze. After losing all 4 senses, you enter a 999-node underwater maze behind the palace. Reaching the end within 6 hours will clear the level. P.S. The 4 senses lost are sight, sound, smell, and taste. 1 sense remains, touch. Reward, 10 Murphy Stones. Level C maze. Your consciousness will possess a goblin monster and enter a pitch-black area. You must grope your way through the darkness to find a pickaxe and a mine, and mine 12 units of iron or within 24 hours. P.S. If the search fails after a beep, 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 the difficulty level for this mission is no longer selectable. Reward, 5 Murphy Stones. Level D maze. With all 5 senses fully preserved, you will enter the 999-node underwater maze behind the palace. Reaching the end within 24 hours will complete the mission. P.S. We recommend wearing a smart watch. This maze will help you reach a new high for your steps today. Reward, 2 Murphy Stones. Who? The bald man standing next to the Sunlung train looked at the 5 screens overhead displaying the maze's varying levels of difficulty. His attention was immediately drawn to the generous rewards. His chest heaved, his breathing quickened, and his eyes were filled with greed. This time he made a killing. He'd been to so many train adventures, and had always heard that personal adventures offered special items as rewards, but he never encountered one before. Unexpectedly, today he encountered a personal adventure. And the reward was actually precious Murphy Stone. Completing the S-level maze mission yielded a full 30 Murphy Stones. He couldn't even imagine how many top-tier upgrades with supermodel-grade effects the Blue Dragon would have to offer if all 30 Murphy Stones were used on the Blue Dragon train. Even the lowest difficulty level yielded 2 Murphy Stones. Not only that, he was the first train conductor to explore this area, meaning if he successfully completed the mission, he could earn reputation points and additional rewards through the area report. This was a real win. The bald man carefully examined the 5 difficulty levels. He was very familiar with the first S-level difficulty. The S-level mission for the mechanical train job transfer involved laying a maze. Could it be that the consciousness within the robot was real? So when other trains were doing this S-level job transfer quest, were the robots also filled with real human consciousness? Are there other secret realms with similar S-level maze quests? This one. Although it's an S-level quest, it seems to be the easiest. As for the S-level job transfer quest for the mechanical train, he knew several trains had attempted it, but none had succeeded. He had never even seen a mechanical train with S-level potential on the leaderboards. He loved exploring, and having visited so many green areas, he had seen a few flesh trains with S-level potential on the leaderboards, but not a single mechanical train with S-level potential. In other words, the failure of these train conductors meant his success. Damn it! The bald man's eyes were red, filled with greed. He was talking about how the train, which had always been inferior to him in the supermodel effect number ranking, suddenly had 4 or 5 more supermodel effects. Could it be that he just gotten lucky and found himself in an adventure similar to the Undersea Labyrinth, then completed this S-level maze mission and walked away with 30 Murphy stones? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that way. He didn't even want to pay much attention to the remaining missions, and they were truly difficult. Unlike this S-level mission, which was both simple and had generous rewards. Without a single hesitation, he immediately chose the S-level maze mission with a firm and resolute expression. Then, his thoughts drifted off, and he let out a half-hearted laugh. 30 Murphy stones, zone reports, reputation points, and extra rewards. This adventure was the right one. He spent a whole month planning for this Undersea Labyrinth adventure. It was worth it, all worth it. After he made his choice, the several light curtains in the sky above the palace slowly dissipated and merged into a single curtain. The Songlong train captain successfully chose the S-level maze. The search for the corresponding train has failed. No trains are currently available for landing. Issuing a special, one-time use item, the consciousness transmitter. When a train capable of landing is found, the consciousness transmitter will emit a shrill alarm and flash red. Press the button on the consciousness transmitter within an hour to transfer your consciousness into the robot, regardless of your location, and officially unlock the S-level maze. Soon after, several rays of light appeared in the air and slowly solidified. A device resembling a walkie-talkie fell to the ground. What are you doing? Seeing this, the bald man rushed over and quickly picked up the falling consciousness transmitter. He anxiously examined it several times, and only after confirming it was intact did he mutter, "Be gentle. Don't break it. This is my great opportunity." Chapter 98. Then the bald man, clutching the intercom like a treasure, returned to his train cabin. He sat at the control panel, fondly playing with it several times before carefully placing it beside it and speaking. "Mom, when this intercom sounds and glows red, turn up the train speakers to maximum. No matter what I'm doing, sleeping or taking a shit, wake me up." The next moment, a melodious, mechanical voice echoed from the train cabin. "Roger that." Each train conductor can name their train assistant's AI to help it better understand their commands. He named his AI Mom after his mother, who had passed away after several unsuccessful chemotherapy sessions for cancer before the apocalypse. After doing all this, the bald man finally relaxed completely, leaning back in his chair. He gazed at the intercom on the table with a cheerful, expectant expression, hoping it would begin blaring the next moment, allowing him to quickly claim his nearly free reward. As for not being able to find a train to descend, that was perfectly normal. The S-level job change quest for the mechanical train was absurdly difficult, unachievable. No one, not a diehard idiot, would choose it, even though there were 2 chances to choose. But completing an S-level job change would undoubtedly require a tremendous investment of time, energy, and resources. In the apocalypse, no one would be so foolish as to invest so much in attempting a nearly impossible task. But he wasn't worried. After all, there weren't many people in this world, but diehards were. He believed that before long, a train conductor would stubbornly choose the S-level job change quest, and he would grin and deliver a painful and despairing blow to that conductor, let them see clearly what reality is. 30 Murphy stones. The bald man stared at the 3-dimensional image of the train on the control panel screen, frowning and biting his finger. How should we spend them? Get 2 3-legged cat heavy machine guns. Murphy stones are most cost-effective when used on green-grade vehicle accessories. Just 2 Murphy stones can buy a supermodel effect. No, just 1 level 5 3-legged cat heavy machine gun is useless, and that would require 2 more heavy machine gun ammunition production lines. What a headache. I've never fought a war so rich before. I'm so confused. Mom, do you have any suggestions? I suggest waiting until we get the 30 Murphy stones before we think about this. Inside the train's auxiliary AI voice came over the speakers. Okay, you're done, Mom. Go have fun. The next day, Chin Meng awoke from his slumber, stretched himself, and then looked out the window at the gathered slaves with a satisfied smile. He had slept soundly the previous night. The train had successfully upgraded to level 3. And he had even found a way to complete the S-level job transfer quest. This made him quite happy. He glanced at the train panel. Including the iron or the slaves had brought back yesterday, the train now had 196,000 units of iron ore. Today, his mission was to forge and upgrade the components of the level 3 train. In 2 words, squander. The 2 iron mines were almost depleted. The resource detection radar indicated there were still over 30,000 units of iron ore available. It was almost time to withdraw by noon. The resource detection radar indicated another high-level, rare resource mine 5,000 meters below. Level 3 red hard rock mine. Estimated yield, 1,800 units of level 3 red hard rock. Although he couldn't use this resource right now, and didn't know which component would require it, he still planned to mine this red hard rock after finishing the 2 iron mines. The main problem was, the quantity was too small. Only 1,800 units. With so many slaves, he could mine it all in an hour or 2, then scrape it away. Then, he could go to the other iron mines that afternoon. There were plenty of iron mines beneath the teeming wasteland, enough for him to dig slowly. After completing all this, he looked away from the window, glanced out the door, and casually said, "Come in." Quickly, a young woman carrying a tray cautiously pushed the door open, placed it on the console, and whispered, "Master Mang, this is the breakfast that Deputy Train Captain Zhu asked me to prepare for you. From now on, I deliver your breakfast, lunch, and dinner." "Yes." Chen Mang tilted his head to examine the woman and casually said, "Go down." A few days ago, he had old Zhu select 10 women to clean the train, and another to clean her compartment. This woman was chosen by old Zhu, and she was responsible for his daily food, clothing, and daily cleaning of the train compartment. She was not bad looking. Although she was wearing no makeup, her skin was very soft. It's just that, even though her clothes had been washed many times, they still looked worn and not very comfortable. Yesterday, he wanted to exchange iron ore for timber on the train radio, but there are only 2 ways to mine timber in the teeming wasteland. The first is to go to the molehills to cut down trees. There are a lot of lumberyards there. This area belongs to the teeming wasteland, not any other area. It is just the name of a place. However, the terrain in that area is too hilly, making it difficult for trains to enter, and mining would be difficult and expensive. The second method is to chop down a few trees, either alone or clustered, in the teeming wasteland. You can occasionally find them in the teeming wasteland, and chopping them down can yield 100 or 200 pieces of wood. It's not much, but it's enough. After all, first and second level trains don't require much wood, and for the small amount needed, chopping down a few trees in the teeming wasteland is more or less enough. His needs are quite large. After all, the custom clothing production line consumes quite a bit of wood to produce 2 sets of clothing for over 1,000 people. His idea is to create 2 sets of clothing for each slave and thug. Then, the clothing for level 1 slaves and level 2 slaves will have different colors. This will clarify the classes, and they can also add a Star Train armband on the clothing for a more uniform and formal look. The train radio simply doesn't have that much wood available. We head towards the molehills later, digging for the underground iron ore along the way, and then continue on to the molehills. After breakfast, Chen Mang let Li Shiji, who had been waiting at the door, in. He laid down on a chair, lit a cigarette, and frowned as he looked at the blueprint Li Shiji handed him. To be honest, he was not nearsighted, but looking at this blueprint, he felt as if he had some astigmatism. The blueprint only had a huge cube outlined with dotted and solid lines. Then, inside this cube were several marks like 1, 2, 3, and a large number of dotted lines. There was also a corresponding annotation in the lower right corner of the blueprint. 1. Refrigerator. 2. Mirror. 3. Speaker. 4. Curse. 1 minute later, he put down the blueprint in his hand and looked at Li Shiji, who was standing in front of him with a somewhat nervous expression. "Relax, I can understand the refrigerator and mirror and other things marked on your blueprint. What does this curse word mean?" "Mr. Mang, it's like this." Li Shiji took a deep breath and said, "Doesn't the robot that is going to pass the level have higher intelligence than ordinary people? Since it has higher intelligence than ordinary people, it must have more or less human emotions. And there are many negative emotions and human emotions that can be used. For example, doubt. When the robot faces a fork in the road with 3 nodes, we can mark on the wall that the left one is a dead end, and then really make the refrigerator on the left a dead end, and put nothing in the refrigerator on the left. A dead end that can be instantly identified. After a few more times, the robot will start to doubt itself when seeing these slogans. Also, sarcasm. We can also write some sarcastic slogans on the wall, such as "I built this maze with my feet, how come it's as hard as a carp leaping over a dragon gate, to influence the robot's mind. When people are upset, they often lose their rational judgment. If the robot has human emotions, it will definitely be affected by this. Even if the robot doesn't have any human emotions, it's just a few more useless lines of words on the wall. It won't affect anything. It's a win-win situation. Chen Meng was silent, looking down at the maze sketch in his hand again. He suddenly felt that something was a bit outrageous. At first, he thought the S-rank job transfer quest for the mechanical train was nearly impossible to complete. But when he remembered he still had a level 10 refrigerator, it suddenly seemed possible. After hearing Li Shizhi's idea today, he suddenly felt that the half-hour limit was a bit too short. After a moment, he looked up at Li Shizhi again. In a few days, I build you a new carriage and 100 refrigerators. You need to complete the maze outlined in this sketch in that carriage. Feel free to add any ideas you have in the next few days. No problem, Master Meng. Chen Meng's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched Li Shizhi's retreating figure. Although he thought the maze sketch was perfect, it was only a theory on paper. Once the maze was built, he'd have a few slaves try it out and see how long it would take to complete. Then he shook his head. He looked at the train panel, preparing to begin crafting the components that would become available after the train was upgraded to level 3. At that moment, outside the train, a group of slaves gathered. Old Pig stood at the bottom of the train, holding a piece of paper and looking at the handwriting of Meng Yi. He looked up at the slaves, and his voice came through the train speakers. The following 10 rules are mandatory for all members of the Star Train. Violators will be punished. 1. Rape or molestation of any woman or man, goblins, or other creatures that join the train in the future will result in death. 2. Stealing iron or food, etc. will result in 10 strokes of the cane and a demotion of 1 level. 3. Fighting or a brawl will result in 10 strokes of the cane for those who start first, and a demotion of 1 level. 4. Causing a disturbance or inciting rebellion will result in death. 5. Anyone who takes another's life without permission will be put to death. 6. Anyone who secretly hoards iron or copper or other resources will be beaten with 10 sticks and have their salary reduced by 1 level. 7. Anyone who secretly possesses weapons, train orders, or other items while on duty will be put to death. 8. Anyone who leaks any confidential information about the train to the outside world will be put to death. 9. Anyone who escapes without permission will be put to death. 10. Anyone who strictly obeys and executes everything the train conductor, Master Meng, says. Anyone who refuses orders will be put to death. After reading Master Meng's 10 rules for the Star Train, Old Pig collected the paper in his hand and, expressionless, looked at the slaves, memorized the rules, and began mining. He then handed the paper to a woman beside him. Make 4 copies and post 1 in each slave car. Understood. With these 10 rules, or decrees, the Star Train finally became a little more formal. In the lawless and chaotic world of the apocalypse, these few more rules provided a sense of security rather than a constraint. That's wonderful. Busey looked at all this with a smile, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He had actually seen with his own eyes how the Star Train had grown from a single carriage to its current size of 11 carriages and thousands of slaves. And the Star Train was already a Class 3 train. By the way, Old Pig stopped Busey as he was about to go on patrol. Master Meng is planning a major overhaul of the train soon. He told me he need 2 teams of thugs. You be in Team 1, and Team 2 and Team 3. Each team will have 10 people, including the captain. You're a little short on manpower now. After all, with thousands of slaves, there's a lot of work to do every day. Master Meng asked you to pick some candidates from the slaves. Busey frowned, pondering for a moment before looking at the muscular woman among the slaves in the distance and hesitantly said, Are female thugs okay? You mean that guy? She's not bad, but let's find a few more backups. If Master Meng says no, there's someone to fill in. Okay. Uncle Lee, would anyone really rape goblins? Among the slaves heading toward the mining area, a young man walked beside Uncle Lee, his shackles draped across his shoulders. He shrugged as he looked at the goblins also heading toward the iron mine not far away. But it's quite touching. I never expected to see a law prohibiting male rape for the first time in my lifetime, and it would be during the apocalypse. It feels a bit absurd. Uncle Lee narrowed his eyes slightly, but remained silent. He seemed to have come up with a new plan. The most important message among the 10 rules this time was a reduction in treatment. Currently, there are only 3 types of treatment on the train. Level 1 slave treatment, Level 2 slave treatment, and Level 3 slave treatment. There's no distinction between treatments for thugs. Li Shizhi, who rose to prominence through professional expertise, also received level 1 slave treatment. It's impossible for Mang Yi to cap level 1 slave treatment, nor is it possible for him to not differentiate between Thug's treatment. From the information revealed, he vaguely suspected that Mang Yi was likely to make a major overhaul of the train, and the core of the change would be a salary range, aligning everyone's treatment to the same level. This also meant that if he found the right opportunity, he could move up through this change. Chapter 99. Uncle Lee, what are you thinking about? Seeing Uncle Lee didn't respond, the young man leaned forward curiously, asking doubtfully. Uncle Lee glanced expressionlessly at the young man beside him, and said unhappily, I've come up with a new plan. Just be patient. The reason he was willing to chat more when the young man approached him in the first place was because he had taken a liking to him, and planned to make him his confidant once he ascended to power. Now it seemed, he often wondered if he had chosen the wrong person. It was annoying. That's great. The young man nodded with satisfaction and gave a thumbs up. Keep going, Uncle Lee. I knew you were the best. Inside the star train. Having finished all his chores, Chen Mang sat alone inside the train compartment. He glanced at the 196,000 units of iron ore and immediately began to forge it. First, the 4 essential components. Mechanical nano spider, combat training virtual space, built-in space stabilizer, individual skeleton armor production line. Consume 4,000 units of iron ore to create each. The mechanical nano spider is a female spider roughly the size of a fist, taking up minimal space. Made entirely of steel, it resembles a beautifully crafted figurine. It is connected to the train assistance AI. The AI detects the extent of damage to components, and then controls the mechanical nano spider to produce enough nanomechanical spiders to repair them. Consume 45,000 units of iron ore to upgrade it directly to level 10. Yellow-grade accessories require a higher cost to upgrade, requiring an additional 1,000 units of iron ore per level. The upgrade effect of this accessory is that each upgrade allows it to repair higher-level accessories. For example, the spiders produced by a level 3 mechanical nano spider can only repair level 3 damaged accessories, while a level 10 mechanical nano spider can repair level 10 damaged accessories. At the same time, he also gains 2 supermon effects. Mechanical nano spider level 5 supermon effect increases repair speed. Mechanical nano spider level 10 supermon effect increases the number of nano spiders produced simultaneously. Both supermon effects are quite useful. The former shortens the repair time, while the latter allows for the simultaneous repair of more damaged accessories. These supermon effects are usually insignificant. If you're just resting, a little slowdown is not a big deal, but in combat, these supermon effects are very useful. Producing nano spiders consumes iron ore. Chen Mang looked at the console screen, which showed the number 4 living carriage at 62% intact, and the cola production line parts at 78% intact. He said, repair all damaged parts on the train to 100% integrity. Okay. The AI's mechanical, crisp voice soon echoed from the train cabin. A total of 3,800 units of iron ore will be required. Do you want to continue the repair? Continue. The next moment, the steel spider he had placed on the console slightly raised its hips. Immediately, countless extremely tiny nanomechanical spiders crawled out of the birth canal, a dark mass of them slithering out through the gap in the train door. Normal spider hatchlings are already tiny, looking miniature and even a bit cute. These nanomachine spiders are only about 1/20th the size of normal spider hatchlings. About 3 minutes later, Chen Mang glanced at the screen above the control panel again, which showed that all the parts of his train had been repaired to pristine condition. He raised his brow slightly. This part is quite useful. Most importantly, it saves money. Replacing the damaged parts would require tens of thousands of iron ore, while repairing them only requires 3,800 units. The quality, grade, and degree of damage of the damaged parts vary, requiring different numbers of nano spiders to be produced, and the amount of iron ore consumed. This part is quite small. He simply placed it on the table next to the control panel as a decorative ornament. It looked quite nice. Looking down, he spotted the 2 buttons on the control panel, immediate self-destruct and immediate eject. The immediate self-destruct button was protected by a plastic cover to prevent accidental activation, while the immediate eject button, previously blank, now also had a plastic cover. He had found this among the newly added options in the personalization section, after the train reached level 3. You can add a plastic cover with a fingerprint lock to a button on the control panel for 100 units of iron ore. There was no reason not to install it, except that unlike immediate self-destruct, there was no on-screen confirmation process. Then Chen Meng glanced at the combat training virtual space accessory, which he had placed in the number 5 thug car. He immediately stood up, walked out of the train compartment, and made his way to the number 5 thug car, ready to experience it for himself. Diazi and the others were outside, overseeing the slaves' work, not inside the carriage. Only Ji Chu and a few celebrities were inside, chatting and joking with one another. Seeing Chen Meng enter, their smiles quickly faded, and they stood in a row somewhat nervously, whispering Master Meng. Yes. Chen Meng nodded, not looking at the others. His eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze fixed on the machine before him. It was a device similar to a spa cabin, with a leather sofa inside and a glass top. When a person lay down inside, several wires with suction cups attached to their scalp projected their consciousness completely into another virtual space. This space would also be filled with nutrient solution to ensure the user's health. After studying it for a while, he stripped off his clothes, lying naked in the combat training virtual space before him. When the nutrient solution was filled, Chen Meng's consciousness was also projected into another space. A completely white space. About 10 square meters. Without those distinct boundaries, it would be hard to tell the size of the space. Chen Meng glanced down at his arm, then raised it, and shook it a few times, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This wasn't real anymore. He felt it was reality. Every movement was exactly the same as in reality. The texture of his exposed skin was the same. He patted his left arm, still feeling a dull pain. But he wasn't naked. He was wearing a simple white shirt. Good job. Chen Meng pumped his fists in the air with satisfaction. Before crossing into this world, he had always dreamed of experiencing the kind of virtual online games you see in novels. Unexpectedly, he experienced things he hadn't in his previous world, but now he's experiencing them in this one. Several panels popped up in front of him. This space is a combat training virtual space. Damage sustained within it, even death, will not affect the outside world. The pain level is unadjustable and remains at 100%, the same as in the outside world. There are 2 modes, single-player training and online training. In single-player training, you can choose the following training items: climbing training, dagger training, fist and kick training. There is also a mission training mode. You can select the number of enemies, switch maps, weapons, mission type, etc. In online training, you can participate in online battles with other users in the combat training virtual space, or team up for mission training. After reaching level 5, you can also participate in online ranked matches with other train users. Users are ranked according to their rank. Achieving a high ranking on the leaderboard will increase the train's reputation. Chen Meng raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, his nerves gradually tensing, and chose the single-player training mission mode. He chose a map of a ruined city, with 10 enemies, all armed. The objective was to kill these 10 enemies with a dagger. The modern city lay in ruins, a violent storm sweeping across the city. It was late at night. In a collapsed 3-story building, Chen Meng lay quietly on the rooftop, his eyes fixed on the 10 armed enemies patrolling in front of an office building not far below. He gripped his dagger tightly, waiting for his chance. Just then, a flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, illuminating half the sky. Chen Meng, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly leaped into the air like a rattlesnake, grabbing the crane cable in front of him and preparing to swing behind the 10 enemies, like an ape, and begin the assassination. However, as soon as he jumped, he saw that the 10 enemies had their guns trained on him. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp, dull sound of gunfire suddenly rang out in the rainy night. Hiss. Returning to the white space, Chen Meng couldn't help but gasp and look down at his abdomen. The bullet holes from earlier seemed like an illusion. His body was intact, but the stinging pain still lingered in his mind. This was the first time he had felt what it felt like to be shot in the body. It hurt quite a bit. The feeling of despair before death was extremely real. The mission had naturally failed. Chen Meng couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. If this were real, he definitely wouldn't have chosen this method to assassinate, but now that he knew this was a virtual space, he couldn't help but want to emulate the assassins in his previous life's Assassin's Creed. It was a good idea. If he could actually act out the action in his mind, the scene would be incredibly impressive. Rainy night, city in ruins. In the instant lightning flashed across the sky, a dark shadow, like a ghost, descended behind 10 enemies and began the slaughter. When thunder roared, the enemies had already fallen in a pool of blood. All he could see was the back of a man holding a dagger, walking slowly and steadily toward the far end of the street. Drops of blood, mixed with the rain, dripped down at his feet. How handsome. Chin Mang's eyes narrowed slightly, and a brilliant possibility once again surfaced in his mind. The modern city was reduced to ruins, a violent storm engulfing the city. There wasn't a single neon sign in sight. A faint crescent moon beneath dark clouds provided the only source of light. This time, his chosen birthplace was the office building's rooftop. Standing on the rooftop at the edge of the office building, Chin Mang leaned forward to gaze at the 10 enemies surrounding the entrance. He let the rain pound against him and muttered, "Isn't this going to hurt a bit? A full 36 stories high. But who can refuse an immortal leap of faith? Huh?" Chin Mang took a deep breath and slowly stood at the edge of the rooftop. He pulled his hood over his head. In the virtual combat space, he could choose any clothing he wanted. He turned in the night, leaning back against the darkness like a ghost, slowly spreading his arms and falling straight backwards. A few seconds later, bang! A slightly dull sound, like a meat pie being struck, suddenly echoed through the night. Chin Mang, back in the white space, stretched his body with a grin, but couldn't help but smile with satisfaction at the mission completion panel. Not bad. I killed an enemy. With a leap of faith, even enemies armed with firearms couldn't withstand his assassination. He had a new understanding of the art of assassination. He then tried various map playstyles, having a bit of a blast. It was quite exciting, to be honest, but he still wanted to try online play. "Busey, Master Mang wants you to go to Thug Car number 5. "Did he say what?" "He said he wanted to spar with you." "Huh?" Busey, who was on patrol, looked at Lao Zhu approaching him. He froze in place, a flicker of confusion in his eyes, as he muttered, "What kind of sparring? The kind where Master Mang wields a Tamarin assault rifle, and I go barehanded? I think I saw my great-grandmother waving at me." "Don't overthink it." Old Pig couldn't help but laugh. "It's not that serious. From the sound of Master Mang being happy, let's go. It should be a good thing." Still feeling a little uneasy, Busey walked into the number 5 Thug Car and glanced around. Ji Chu Chu, who had been resting in the car, had disappeared. Master Mang was the only one left. He looked at Master Mang standing nearby and whispered, "Master Mang, are you looking for me?" "Yes." Chin Mang waved, pointing to the 2 combat training virtual spaces on the ground, and said with a smile, "Come on, we've just made something new. It's like a virtual game, with online combat, and the casualties incurred won't be reflected in real life. Playing alone is boring. Let's practice together." "Huh? What?" Quickly. On a stage in a white space, Busey, wielding a dagger, looked at Mang Yi, also wielding a dagger, standing before him. He said fearfully, "Mang Yi, am I going to attack?" "Fight seriously." Chin Mang hunched his body slightly, his eyes fixed on the dagger in Busey's hand. "If you win, I make you captain of Team 1. If you lose, you be transferred to Team 2. Busey, initially hesitant to attack, suddenly turned serious, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Mang Yi." The next moment, a 3-second countdown sounded above the stage. 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown ended, both men regained control of their bodies and charged at each other almost simultaneously. Chapter 100. The next moment, the two collided, without any pattern, not a trace of martial arts in sight, only pure bloodlust. You stab me, I stab you. Pure as hell. 30 seconds later, Chin Mang, covered in wounds, pulled his blood-soaked finger from Busey's eye socket. He stumbled to his feet, then forced a smile through a pained grin. No way. Then, a flash of white light passed, and Chin Mang's injuries completely healed. He disappeared from the ring, reappearing in the white space, this time with Busey beside him. "Master Mang. It hurts." Busey's eyes were filled with helplessness. "I was so close to winning. I wanted to try again. I didn't hit a vital spot. You just poked my eye. Can I do it to you this time? I didn't dare to do it before." "Yes, come on." On the ring, the countdown ended. The two charged again. "Ah!" A heart-wrenching scream echoed across the ring. Then, Busey, lying on the ground, stabbed frantically at his own neck with a dagger in hand. After a few seconds, he vanished into a flash of white light. In the white space, Busey looked at the pop-up panel in front of him. Detecting your mental breakdown. Clear the pain and phantom pain to prevent any side effects. Confirmed. After a few seconds, Busey, having gradually calmed down, breathed a sigh of relief. He tilted his head to look at Shinmongru beside him, his eyes filled with shadows and fear. He trembled. "Master Mang, your balls are exploding and it hurts. Can we not compete?" "Alas." Chin Mang patted Busy's shoulder with a hint of reluctance. Let's do this for now. Haven't you ever fought before? Of course, in a fight, you prioritize attacking the weakest points. Well, we don't usually crush balls or gouge out eyes in a fight. That's a bit excessive. Alright. Chin Mang waved his hand before ordering, Team 1 captain is still yours. Pick me another 20 fighters over the next few days. I build 8 more combat training virtual spaces later. From now on, 2 teams of fighters will patrol and supervise each day, while the other team will stay in the carriage for training. Understood. Leaving the virtual space, Chin Mang glanced around fighter carriage number 5. He had spent 4,500 units of iron ore to build a level 10 refrigerator. After placing the 2 combat training virtual spaces inside, he built 8 more combat training virtual spaces and placed them inside. Although this virtual space didn't increase physical strength, but it can increase combat experience, as well as pain tolerance, combat experience in different terrains, and teamwork. A very useful accessory. And Chin Mang also spent 45,000 units of iron ore to upgrade one of them to level 10. This upgrade increases the level of nutrient solution and extends its duration. Level 1 combat training virtual space lasts approximately 5 hours, level 5 9 hours, and level 10 14 hours. It also grants 2 supermode effects. Combat training virtual space level 5 supermode effect. You can compete online with other trains and participate in ranked matches to gain a leaderboard ranking. You can only play online with users of trains of the same level. Combat training virtual space level 10 supermodel effect. Training in the virtual space will enhance physical fitness in reality. Chin Mang looked at the 2 supermodel effects and smiled. They were both very powerful. The first supermodel effect. It allows users to compete online with other train users. He had just seen this on the panel in the white space. For example, if he entered this space now, he could compete in ranked matches against all users of level 3 combat training virtual space trains in the world. A fair competition. As your rank increases, you will be listed on the leaderboard, which will increase your train's reputation. He had already learned about the existence of reputation points from the train assistance AI. Whether it's regional broadcasts or being listed on such lists, reputation points will increase. He had previously reported on this in the regional announcement when he achieved the first kill of the 2 rabbit bosses. But it didn't appear that time. Reputation is something that only appears when the train reaches level 4. Any reputation gained before that point is hidden and only becomes visible once the train reaches level 4, with its corresponding effects. The second supermodel effect is truly a supermodel effect, a truly supermodel effect. He originally thought it only increased combat experience, but now it seems it also increases physical fitness, significantly enhancing the individual combat capabilities of the thugs. Not bad. He likes it. Yellow-grade accessories can only be upgraded to level 5, so the first supermodel effect is available to everyone. However, the second supermodel effect is not so easy to obtain, requiring Murphy Stone. The most important thing is, Chin Mang's expression gradually turned strange. Not all accessories have supermodel effects, and not all supermodel effects are strong. He could imagine someone dropping 2 Murphy Stones on the green crafting table accessory, staring longingly at the level 5 supermodel effect, only to find that the display behind it said none. What kind of feeling would that be? They'd probably smash the crafting table right there and then. Who could possibly be so angry? He glanced at the train panel. He still had 92,000 units of iron ore. He immediately spent another 45,000 units to upgrade the built-in space stabilizer accessory to level 10. Every carriage, including the exterior, would have one of these. It was a compact device similar to a spirit level. Its function was to stabilize the carriages in a horizontal position when the train was not level, a form of advanced technology. Upgrading this accessory had no effect. Even at level 1, the train can maintain internal stability during a 360-degree rotation. Upgrading to level 10 grants 2 special supermodel effects. Internal Space Stabilizer Level 5 Supermodel Effect. This prevents train passengers from being affected during extreme ascents or falls. Internal Space Stabilizer Level 10 Supermodel Effect. When the train is in a vacuum, all objects and passengers inside remain unaffected. 2 very buggy supermodel effects. But he definitely won't be able to use them anytime soon. Extreme ascent, that word is a bit unfamiliar when applied to a train. There's no telling when his train will finally be able to take flight. As for the second supermodel effect, vacuum. Well, you should rest for now, old man. Chin Mang glanced at the remaining 44,000 units of iron ore. They were almost gone, so he kept them for now, to deal with emergencies. Once the 2 mines were mined, it was time to retreat. 2 hours later, the slaves began to return to the train cars in an orderly manner, bringing back 30,000 units of iron ore. The 2 level 2 mines had been completely mined. Then, woo-woo. With the roar of the engine, the Star Train drilled deeper into the earth again, heading straight for the level 3 red hard rock mine. Another 2 hours later, the red hard rock mine was also emptied, bringing back 1,800 units of level 3 red hard rock ore. 1 unit of level 3 red hard rock ore is equivalent to 100 units of level 1 red hard rock ore. In other words, despite spending so little time, they had obtained 180,000 units of red hard rock ore. Inside the Star Train, which had already emerged from the surface and switched to a speeding mode, speeding towards the Mo Hills, Chen Mang gazed at the 180,000 units of red hard rock ore on the train panel, his face filled with emotion. This level 3 ore is truly amazing. The rewards were too high. If only I could find a level 3 iron ore. 20 minutes. Chen Mang's brow furrowed slightly as he glanced at the silent resource detection radar. It wasn't that it hadn't been ticking, it simply hadn't detected any high-level resource ore. On the way, he encountered a level 1 iron ore deposit 800 meters underground. However, he didn't bother stopping. It was a waste of time. In the time he spent mining level 1 iron ore, he could have found numerous level 2 iron ore deposits. He parked the Star Train in the wasteland and left the train compartment alone, walking to the side. He lit 3 cigarettes and stuck them into the ground. He waited patiently for them to burn out, then looked up at the cloudless sky overhead and murmured, "God, can you bless me with finding a level 3 iron ore?" Theoretically, Teeling Wasteland could produce level 3 iron ore. After all, even the level 3 red hard rock ore had appeared, so level 3 iron ore was quite common. It's just that he had never seen one before. After doing all this, he returned to the train room and continued to control the Star Train as it roared off into the distance. Did I forget to burn some incense for Master Kun? Although he and Master Kun had some grudges during their lifetime, Master Kun still helped him a lot after his death, giving him slaves, blueprints, and starting resources. He was truly a benefactor. If it weren't for Master Kun, his rise to power would have been much more difficult. He was a man who remembered favors, so he should burn this incense for Master Kun. Forget it this time, I do it again when there's a chance. Half an hour later, the resource detection radar began beeping. A level 2 iron mine, located within a 300-meter deep cavern, was discovered, with an estimated yield of 150,000 units. Level 2 iron ore? That's fine. The drill head at the front of the Star Train immediately began spinning at high speed. With a humming noise, the train hurtled deeper into the earth, soon arriving at the 300-meter deep cavern. As the train came to a stop, the oxygen generator began to operate. At the urging of the thugs, the slaves left the train compartments and headed to the adjacent mining area, picking up their pickaxes and resuming their work. The melodious sound of pickaxes striking iron ore echoed once again within the cavern. Inside the train cabin, Chen Mang looked at the last component he needed to build, the individual skeleton armor production line. With the newly added 30,000 units of iron ore, the iron ore supply had reached 73,000, making it less of a shortage. He consumed another 45,000 units of iron ore to upgrade it to level 10. He placed this production line in Carriage 2, which he used specifically for production lines. He also placed items, like the pickaxe production line in this car. The individual skeleton armor production line upgrade allows for the creation of higher-level skeletal armor. Level 1 skeletal armor is equivalent to increasing overall physical fitness by 1.1 times. Level 10, on the other hand, increases that by 2.0 times, equivalent to doubling it. This is already an extremely exaggerated statistic, but it still depends on one's physical fitness. Someone with already good physical fitness will become even stronger with this skeletal armor. Someone already weak and frail will remain vulnerable even with a 2-fold increase in strength, with little change. Furthermore, the price of level 1 and level 10 skeletal armor is exactly the same. Both cost 40,000 units of iron ore. Upgrading to level 10 also brings 2 supermod effects. Individual skeleton armor production line level 5 supermodel effect, automatically and slowly repairs after damage. Individual skeleton armor production line level 10 supermodel effect, crafting resource consumption is halved. The supermodel effect is rather average. The former is only somewhat useful in wartime. In normal times, it can be repaired with nanomachine spiders, or if there's no rush, you can just wait for it to slowly repair. As for the latter, The effect is definitely average. The original price was quite high, requiring 40,000 units of iron ore. Even if the resource consumption is halved, it still requires 20,000 units of iron ore. However, this item can be used not only by thugs but also by slaves. Giving each slave a set would effectively double their work efficiency. It was just too expensive. 20,000 per set, and 1,000 slaves meant 20 million units of iron ore. Great! With so much iron ore, why would he even bother with all that? He just run off to Kunlun Mountain and slaughter every monster in that area. He also discovered that his slave numbers and efficiency were already quite high. 1,000 slaves were more than enough. After all, once he reached the advanced areas, he surely encountered level 3 iron ore. Level 3 iron ore could be mined in a day or two with his 1,000 slaves, yet the yield was several times greater than that of level 2 ore. 1,000 slaves was more than enough. The difficulty lay in finding and mining higher-level iron ore. He walked to the front of the production line, and a probe extended, scanning him up and down several times. It then recorded all of his body information. After consuming 20,000 units of iron ore, a single soldier's skeletal armor suit perfectly tailored to his body was crafted. The whole thing resembled the skeleton of a cadaver instructor at a medical school. It was just completely black and made of steel. Like putting on clothing, the entire individual skeleton armor fit snugly against one's skin. It felt light and airy, without any sense of heaviness, almost blending into the body like extra bone growth. Bang! Jin Mang threw a tentative punch. A faint sonic boom echoed, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. This thing was quite effective. Most importantly, it didn't feel the heaviness of a mecha at all. It didn't affect one's movements at all. Wearing it underneath clothing, it was barely noticeable from the outside, and it didn't require any energy stones. The individual skeleton armor alone could enhance one's physical fitness. Chapter 101. However, compared to mechas, exoskeleton armor still has some drawbacks. For example, if it were a mecha, it might be equipped with heavy firepower weapons, like shoulder-mounted rocket launchers and handheld Gatling guns. However, these weren't a big deal. If he needed a level of firepower, his train wasn't just for show. So far, all 4 craftable components after upgrading to level 3 have been upgraded to level 10. No more food. Jin Mang leaned back in his chair and looked out the window at the slaves working. If he finished this half-day's work today and another day tomorrow, the iron mine would be completely depleted, and he could start looking for the next one. Also, he looked up at the map of the underground river in the Teeling Wasteland on the control panel screen and chuckled. He couldn't possibly control the star train to measure every inch of the Teeling Wasteland. The Teeling Wasteland was quite vast, and that would take a lot of time. His last trip to the ruins of Taiping City involved searching the library for information. Among them were maps of the several underground rivers in the Teeling Wasteland. The iron mine he was currently in was also located within a cavernous underground river. After several attempts at mining, he had discovered that underground iron ore was generally found only in caverns. With this map, he no longer had to search aimlessly through the Teeling Wasteland like a headless fly. By following the course of the underground rivers, he could find roughly 70% of the mines deep beneath the Teeling Wasteland. As for the remaining 30%, one shouldn't be so greedy. Tonight, he'd build a combat training virtual space in the train compartment. That would be quite fun. Of course, what interested him most wasn't competing against others. That felt a bit lacking in interest. He wasn't particularly interested in the ranked matches with other trains either. He was more interested in the single-player training missions. He could indulge his assassin instincts. Only his second try, he already successfully assassinated an enemy, using a high-level assassination technique like Leap of Faith. With a few more tries, he'd surely be able to complete the game without taking any damage. "What's your name?" Biuzi asked coldly, finding the burly woman mining. Seeing Biuzi find her, the woman said awkwardly, "My name is Zhang San." "Zhang San?" Biuzi frowned. "Do you have a brother named Li Si?" "I'm asking your real name." "My real name is Zhang San," the woman explained hastily. "I have 2 brothers. The eldest is Zhang Yi, and the second is Zhang Er. Although we were both in Taiping City, we didn't get a chance to meet after the apocalypse, so we got separated. They're probably dead now. My 2 brothers were very strong." "Taller than you?" "Taller than me." The woman pondered for a moment before giving an example. They once lifted a treadmill at the gym and ran laps with it on their backs. "They're quite capable, but a little stubborn." Did I do something wrong? Master Mang needs new thugs, and I've got you." "Thugs?" The woman paused for a moment before cautiously probing. "Brother Biao, I know slaves can buy male flesh by mining. How do thugs buy male flesh? Based on your work hours and contribution points, I reward you if you've made any contributions. Come with me and let me test your skills. Strength alone isn't enough. A thug is out on the field fighting monsters. They need a strong character and fighting skills. Yuzi said nothing more. He simply turned and headed straight for thug carriage number 5, and Zhang San followed quietly inside. I have to say the combat training virtual space is truly a great tool. With it, you can let loose in life or death battles, allowing you to more directly see a person's fighting prowess and potential in life or death situations. Although this woman is indeed very strong and powerful, being a thug isn't just about strength. If someone is paralyzed by the sight of blood, then they're definitely not suitable. White space on the ring. Biozi stood on the ring with a cold expression, dagger in hand, gazing across at the towering figure of Zhang San. The moment the countdown ends, the battle begins. It ends when one of us dies. Injuries sustained here will not be transmitted to the outside world. Use your strongest attack. Remember, I won't go easy on you just because you're a woman. I hope you won't go easy on me just because I'm a thug. Going easy on me will only lead to your own demise. The next moment, the countdown ended. The two men almost simultaneously launched at each other. No, they charged 30 seconds later. I lose. Zhang San, returning to the white space, looked at Biaozi with shock in his eyes. Brother Biao, you're the strongest man I've ever met. I crushed my balls, and yet, you still endured the pain and plunged the dagger into my neck. I surrender. This 1.80 meter tall woman, her body thick with muscle, even had a gleam in her eyes as she looked at Biaozi. At first, she was afraid of Biaozi because of his status. After all, Biaozi was a thug, while she was a slave. She certainly had no temper, and wouldn't dare act recklessly in front of him. But now, she admired Biaozi's strength. This man is amazing. Biaozi didn't say anything. He just stood there expressionlessly, staring down at his crotch. Is this the second time today? Brother, you've suffered so much following me. My fault? But he had to admit, this virtual training space could really improve one's tolerance for pain. The first time he was crushed by Meng Yi, he felt like he was going crazy, but the second time, he was able to plunge the dagger into the woman's neck before dying of pain. He suddenly felt a little impressed with himself. Such rapid progress. Is he really a genius? After a moment, he sighed softly. Keep mining these few days. I've got your name. When we expand our thugs, I pass it on. Master Fong, Master Fong, Master Fong. Don't call me Master Fong, you're the masters. Can I call you Master? On the teeming wasteland, a man stood inside a speeding train, gazing at the two burly men before him with fury, his face spitting all over the floor. Last time I asked you to go scavenge for supplies in Taiping City, you went to the gym and emptied out the equipment. Damn it! You can really move anything. That batch of fitness equipment is still sitting on the train, and it's unsold. Tell me who they're selling it to. Who the hell would buy this stuff in the apocalypse, huh? Do you want to bring back some more protein powder? Mr. Fong. The burly man on the left murmured. We looked, but there was no protein powder in that gym. It was all taken. Fuck you. The man almost gasped for air for a moment, then took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Okay, let's not talk about the protein powder for now, okay? Let's get this damn gym thing over with. Let's talk about the present. This time, I'm sending you to scavenge for supplies in Taiping City. Repeat to me what I told you two elders when I sent you out. The burly man on the left spoke without hesitation. We're only searching for survivors, food, cigarettes, and alcohol. Okay. The man nodded emphatically, then pointed at the treadmill next to the train and practically roared. So what did you bring back? Why another damn treadmill? Ah! Don't you remember? I was talking about survivors, food, and alcohol. That? Master Fong. The burly man standing on the right raised his hand weakly, aggrieved, but we didn't find any survivors, food, or alcohol. So you just brought back another damn treadmill? I only saw this. And figured a thief wouldn't leave empty-handed, so I brought it back. Heh. Mr. Fong sank down on his chair, unable to suppress a burst of rage. People certainly laugh when they're extremely angry. He didn't know what to say. These two brothers were truly out of their minds. But they were incredibly obedient to him. So even if he got mad, he could only curse a few times. He certainly couldn't do anything with this precious treasure. And besides the fact that they hadn't satisfied him in terms of searching for supplies, these two brothers were truly flawless in other areas. He took a deep breath, tried his best to calm himself, and after a long moment, He spoke calmly. This. Promise me you won't move the treadmill next time, okay? Let's get something else. Okay. The two brothers exchanged a serious look and nodded solemnly. Then, they whispered tentatively, Master Fong, is dinner ready? Yes. The man nodded expressionlessly. Right away. How could I let you two go hungry? I apologize to you, okay? Soon night fell. Inside the star train, Chin Mang glanced at the train panel. Including the iron ore mined this afternoon, there were a total of 48,000 units of iron ore. With another day of mining tomorrow, this level 2 mine would be completely mined. He looked at the 5 remaining uncrafted optional parts. Central air conditioning, storage box, permanent shock absorbers, medical bay, unknown part 3,000 units of iron ore were immediately consumed. Central air conditioning, permanent shock absorbers, medical bay, unknown part 3,000 units of iron ore were immediately consumed. Central air conditioning, permanent shock absorbers, and medical bay were crafted. These 3 are all yellow-grade vehicle parts. They were crafted, but not upgraded. I don't have enough iron ore. He couldn't build the storage box right now. It required wood, and he didn't have any. Upgrading each of these 3 components to level 10 required 45,000 units of iron ore, which he had on hand. He had to use it to feed the slaves tonight and tomorrow morning. He upgrade again tomorrow when he had more iron ore. He spent another 1,000 units of iron ore and built himself a combat training virtual space, which he placed inside the train. He then undressed and crawled inside again. Wearing clothes would work, but they would get wet and would have to be dried, which was quite troublesome. The nutrient solution in the combat training virtual space looked thick, but it didn't feel sticky on his skin at all, just like clear water. And after emerging from the nutrient solution, his skin looked much cleaner, as if he had a massage parlor scrub him with salt. He was once again in that familiar white space. He once again stood on the office building rooftop, dagger in hand, gazing at the enemies patrolling the entrance. One more leap of faith before nightfall was truly fun. Time passed slowly. By the second night, the iron mine had been completely emptied, bringing the train's iron ore units to 147,000. On the wasteland, under a sky full of stars, the star train, once again equipped with the Hot Wheels system, sped across the wasteland, following the underground river veins, continuing its search for the mine beneath the teeming wasteland. An hour later, about half an hour from Mo Hills, the radar finally sounded again. And it was a large cargo. Loading. Chin Mang narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the resource detection radar. It showed 3 level 2 iron mines nestled side by side, along with a level 2 copper mine, in a cavernous underground river 8,000 meters below. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This was a serious cargo. The train was immediately repaired on the spot. It wouldn't go down tonight, but would go down tomorrow. Although there was plenty of oxygen underground thanks to the oxygen generators, it still wasn't as comfortable as breathing the fresh air of the wasteland. It felt like freedom. Although he'd been chased in Kunlun Mountain, no one in the teeming wasteland could provoke him. If a level 3 boss attacked him at night, it was probably delivering blueprints. If a level 3 train attacked him at night, then he really wanted to see it. So far, he only seen level 3 trains on train radios, never in person. He wondered how they would compare to his own. When the sun rose over the teeming wasteland, the star train had vanished from the surface and reappeared in a cavern beside an underground river 8,000 meters below. Slaves had already begun lining up to receive food and prepare to work. The headlights and oxygen concentrator were already operating. Great! From the train window, Chin Mang gazed at the 3 connected level 2 iron mines in the distance and smiled. With this batch of iron ore, I can basically upgrade all the remaining components needed to upgrade the train to level 3. Then, I can upgrade the armor to level 6, build 100 refrigerators, and finally mine all the mines deep beneath the teeming wasteland. It's almost time to leave the teeming wasteland. I'm going to the green zone to complete the job transfer quest, and then upgrade to a level 4 train. Everything is going well. After I mine this batch of ore, I go to Mo Hills to find a few level 2 lumberyards. By then, the train will have everything it needs. Then, go to the Kunlun Mountains area and slaughter all the monsters there. Kill them all. Chapter 102. In a cave beside an underground river. The imposing star train parked nearby, its headlights illuminating the entire cave. A humming oxygen concentrator continuously consumed energy to maintain a sufficient level of oxygen within the cave. After washing up and having breakfast, Chin Mang laid down in the combat training virtual space in the train compartment to begin training for today's single-player mission. It was his new toy, and it was quite good. He had just spent 45,000 units to upgrade his combat training virtual space to level 10, granting him 2 corresponding special supermode effects. The level 10 supermode effect meant that training in the virtual space would directly increase his physical fitness in reality. Of course, human physical potential is still limited. It's impossible to expect to become a superhuman through the combat training virtual space. However, with systematic training, achieving parkour mastery and dagger proficiency is not difficult to achieve. 3 hours later. A bit bored, Chen Mang exited the combat training virtual space and stretched before heading to Carriage 2. This was where the production lines were stored, including the pickaxe production line. Before digging the red hard rock, he had upgraded the pickaxe production line to level 3, ensuring it could produce pickaxes capable of mining level 3 ore. The cost of producing a level 1 pickaxe was 1 unit of iron ore. A level 2 pickaxe cost 10 units of iron ore. A level 3 pickaxe cost 100 units of iron ore. Now, he was consuming another 4,100 units of iron ore to upgrade the pickaxe production line directly to level 10. At this point, the production line was capable of producing level 10 pickaxes. The price of a level 10 pickaxe is 1 billion iron ore units. Well, that number made him lose his temper somewhat. A level 10 pickaxe is used to dig a level 10 mine. It also adds 2 supermodel effects. Pickaxe production line level 5 supermodel effect, none. Pickaxe production line level 10 supermodel effect, none. He once tried using a drill to mine, and the diamond in the drill easily reduced the iron ore to dust. In fact, the experiment was successful. The cauliflower-like protrusions of iron ore on the ground were indeed reduced to dust, but not a single unit of iron ore was dropped. He then tried tying the pickaxe to a wheel, attempting to build a simple version of an automated mining machine. In the end, it still failed. Pickaxe it can only mine when held by a slave. This is the underlying rule of this world. Chen Mang scanned the various production lines within the train compartment, internally pondering the matter of upgrading to a level 4 train. Soon. 10 days later. Beside the cave, the 3 level 2 iron mines, including 1 level 2 copper mine, were completely mined. The train's dashboard now contains 684,000 units of iron ore, and 231,000 units of copper ore. Not enough, keep going. Chen Mang narrowed his eyes, as he looked at the iron ore on the dashboard. He needed more. Under his control, the star train immediately left the cave, and headed along the underground river towards the Mo Hills. Half an hour later, they arrived successfully. From within the train compartment, Chen Mang gazed out the window, and saw the road in the distance, undulating like the waves of the sea, only fixed. Without special wheels, such road conditions would be nearly impossible for a train to navigate, but it didn't pose much of a threat to him. After switching out the spider leg wheels, and consuming 4,400 units of iron ore, the axe production line was upgraded to level 10, now capable of producing the highest level 10 axes, though the price remained the same, 1 billion units of iron ore. The corresponding supermodels also had no effect. After consuming 10,000 units of iron ore to produce 1,000 axes, the resource detection radar successfully located 2 adjacent lumberyards deep within the Mo Hills. The environment is quite pleasant. Chen Mang looked out the window. Lush green trees were everywhere, looking much more vibrant than the wasteland. Slaves, axes in hand, had already begun to descend into the forest and begin felling trees. 2 days later. He had also completely cleared out the 2 lumberyards. Their capacity wasn't excessive, but he had earned a full 230,000 units of wood. That was enough. There wasn't anything on the train that needed wood at the moment, so this amount would last him a long time. They immediately set off again, maneuvering the star train along the underground river across the wasteland. Tick, a level 2 resource mine detected at a depth of 2,000 meters. Start digging. Tick, 2 level 3 resource mines detected at a depth of 1,000 meters. Start digging. Has time flown so quickly? Inside the star train, Chen Mang sat in a chair, shaving his stubble with a manual razor. After a long while, he set the razor aside. A girl with a basin of clean water approached. After wiping the remaining hair with clean water, he breathed a sigh of relief. He looked in the mirror, satisfied with his fresh look. A full 37 days had passed since he left the Mo wasteland. During those 37 days, he did only one thing. He dug throughout the entire Teeling wasteland, following the underground river veins. Mining continued daily, and the slaves never rested a single day. It's no exaggeration to say that he had dug nearly every mine beneath the Teeling wasteland. Perhaps, There were mines deep underground in other places besides the underground river veins, or even mines more than 10,000 meters below the surface. But he wasn't prepared to search any further. The cost-effectiveness wasn't high enough. He couldn't control the train to shuttle underground. While that would give the resource detection radar a wider range, allowing it to detect deeper mines, the speed would be much slower than above ground. Adding the iron ore accumulated in recent days, the resource units in the train were now astronomical: 3.654 million units of iron ore, 710,000 units of copper ore, 230,000 units of wood. Does it have a name? Chen Meng asked casually, gazing at the girl standing quietly behind him in the mirror. This woman was chosen by Old Pig from among his slaves to take care of his train compartment's sanitation, food, clothing, housing, and transportation. She'd been performing quite well lately. She was quiet, had no extraneous thoughts, and was efficient at work. Xifeng. What did you do before the apocalypse? Elementary school teacher. He glanced back at the girl behind him, and nodded casually. Very good, I like educated people. Go away, I have nothing to do for you. Yes, Master Meng. After the woman left, Chen Meng adjusted his new clothes with considerable satisfaction. Looking at himself in the mirror, he leaned on his cane with one hand and smiled with satisfaction. After consuming 4,400 units of wood, the custom clothing production line was upgraded to level 10, gaining 2 additional supermodel effects. Custom clothing production line level 5 supermodel effect. The resulting clothing has excellent heat-locking properties. Custom clothing production line level 10 supermodel effect. High-quality clothing can be produced, which enhances the wearer's aura. This requires 500 times the materials used to create it. The cost of producing one set of clothing is 1 unit of wood. Extremely cheap. And since it's custom-made, compared to the 40,000 units of individual skeleton armor, this price is practically a charity. Even high-quality clothing, requiring 500 times the materials used to create it, still only costs 500 units of wood. The custom clothing production line upgrade has no special effects. It only grants 2 special supermodel effects after reaching the corresponding level. Tomorrow is an important day. Tomorrow will be the day the train officially begins its journey, with all processes formalized, and the named slave officially changed. He specially crafted a set of high-quality clothing for himself for his official debut at tomorrow's opening. As the train conductor, his attire actually influenced the people below him. When the conductor dressed brightly, the people below him felt at ease. If the conductor himself looked grimy, the people below him would work with trepidation, fearing the train would be overrun by monsters one day. The train had no ore to mine today, so it stopped in the wasteland for rest. All slaves had a day off today, and were free to rest in the carriages or near the train. Not bad, Chen Meng said with a satisfied smile, gazing at himself in the full-length mirror. He had a black suit made for himself. A suit that was custom-made to fit perfectly gave him a distinguished look. At a lower price, he could look like a real estate salesman. Combined with a white vest and black shirt, the layered look is undeniable. The Hell Cane is the perfect finishing touch. Just then, there was a knock on the door, outside the train compartment. Come in. Li Shiji strode in, clutching a stack of blueprints. Master Meng, I've drafted a few for the armband logo you asked me to prepare for the Star Train. Take a look. Yes. Chen Meng sat down in a chair and took the blueprints from Li Shiji's hand, examining them one by one. Finally, he placed one on the table and tapped it. That's it. I build a standard carriage and 100 refrigerators for you later. Go ask Lao Zhu for some help in building this maze. I try to finish it before dawn tomorrow. No problem, Li Shiji agreed sternly, then hesitated. Master Meng, could you build us a few more standard refrigerators? My idea is this. After a few minutes of exploring the maze, the robot will surely discover the unique features of this refrigerator. At this point, if we place a standard refrigerator in the deepest part of a high-end refrigerator, it wastes a lot of time running back and forth. Once it understands this setup, we can also put 5 standard refrigerators and 1 high-end refrigerator. Alright, no need to say more. Chen Meng narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Li Shiji, smiled, and waved his hand. I build you 200 more standard refrigerators. Take them. He understood the situation. Fake and real, real and fake. It's quite torturous. An ordinary refrigerator isn't expensive, requiring only 100 units of iron ore, and 200 ordinary refrigerators only cost 20,000 units. The clothing armband and S-rank job change quest are basically finalized. The train is undergoing maintenance today, and the slaves are on holiday. His task today is to use up the entire 3.654 million units of iron ore, which he had mined for over 30 days in the teeming wasteland. First, 480,000 units of iron ore were consumed. He built an ordinary carriage and 300 refrigerators, upgrading 100 of them to level 10. It's worth noting that, when calculating the teeming wasteland regional ranking for accessories like the refrigerator, single bed, telescope, and heavy machine gun, the highest score of each individual item is used. Just because he built 100 level 10 refrigerators, he wouldn't immediately count all of them towards his score. The Star Train currently has 11 carriages, not counting the one he had temporarily built to house the maze. According to his plan, he needed to build several more. Li Shurji's appearance told him that perhaps one of these slaves had already been a prominent figure before the apocalypse, possessing exceptional expertise in a particular field. Such talent might be able to help him one day. So he built 2 additional hard sleeper carriages, both for high-level personnel. One for men, one for women. Those who enjoyed superior treatment would usually reside in these 2 carriages. Each hard sleeper carriage has bunk beds, for a total of 18. These 2 cars are inserted between carriages 4 and 5. The current layout of the train is as follows. He is alone at the head of the train. Carriage 2 houses all of his industrial production lines, such as the pickaxe production line, heavy machine gun ammunition production line, and off-road motorcycle production line. Carriage 3 houses all his ammunition reserves, as well as resources like copper or in timber. Currently, this car contains several level 10 refrigerators for bulk storage of minerals. Carriage 4 houses production lines for daily necessities, like the moldy bread production line, cola production line, and steamed bun production line. Lao Zhu and his companions usually go here when they produce slave food. Carriage 5 is the hard sleeper car for high-level female professionals. Carriage 6 is the hard sleeper car for high-level male professionals. Carriage 7, the hard sleeper car for thugs, had 2 level 10 refrigerators stacked in the corner. One refrigerator housed 10 combat training virtual spaces, serving as a training ground, while the other contained a number of single beds for the newly recruited thugs. Carriages 8 and 9 housed 101 human slaves, and the floors were covered with blankets. Carriages 10 and 11 housed the 121 goblin slaves, and 4 level 10 refrigerators housed the 800 or so new slaves. Carriages 12 and 13 served as firepower cars, providing long-range fire support and equipped with 40-barrel Sakura falling rocket launchers and rapid crossbows. Chapter 103. For a long time, the structure of the stellar train will remain essentially unchanged, unless there's a new population increase. After consuming 32,000 units of iron ore to craft level 3 armor for the 2 newly added carriages, Chen Meng finally looked at the cost of upgrading from level 3 armor to level 4 armor. Upgrading from level 3 armor to level 4 armor requires 30,000 units of iron ore. The stellar train currently has 13 carriages, plus a locomotive, for a total of 14. Upgrading all of them to level 4 would require 420,000 units of iron ore. Chen Meng's mouth twitched slightly at the sight of this figure. Although he already known the price, the thought of the upgrade still stung him. It was a bit too expensive. But the iron ore was a must. Very quickly, the Star Train had 13 carriages, including the locomotive, and all had their armor upgraded to level 4. The cost of upgrading from level 4 armor to level 5 was a full 50,000 units of iron ore, or 700,000 units. After another 700,000 units of iron ore were added, the train's armor successfully reached level 5. The iron ore unit displayed on the train panel, which had previously been an astronomical number, shrank almost instantly, from 3.654 million units to 1.652 million units. But it wasn't over yet. He had once said that he wouldn't set foot in Kunlun Mountain again until his armor was upgraded to level 6. Without level 6 armor, going to the green zone felt completely unsafe. Upgrading a single carriage's level 5 armor to level 6 required a full 100,000 units of iron ore. After spending 1.4 million units of iron ore, the remaining balance was only 252,000 units. Almost overnight, he was reduced to poverty. Chen Meng left the train compartment and stood on the wasteland, leaning on his cane. He gazed at the heavily armored train before him, his eyes filled with pride. The sense of security afforded by level 6 armor was unmatched by any other accessory. With it, he could continue unimpeded even in the green zone, no monster standing in his way. What had he spent so many days in the teeming wasteland for? Wasn't it just this? And, after upgrading to level 6 armor, The most expensive green-grade accessory, the Carriage Steel Armor, finally gained its first Level 5 Supermodel effect. Carriage Steel Armor Level 5 Supermodel effect. Immune to corrosion from liquids, fog, swamps, and other elements. Not bad. During my first encounter with that Level 3 spider boss, I accidentally came into contact with some venom during the battle, causing the train to leak a little energy. While it wasn't much and wasn't a big deal, it still took a lot of time and effort to troubleshoot. With this supermodel effect, I won't be corroded by monsters that can spray anymore. That's great. Huh? Chin Mang let out a long sigh, looking at the remaining 252,000 iron ore units. He hadn't yet upgraded the craftable components after upgrading to level 3. Upgrading to level 4 would require another 10,000 units of level 2 iron ore, or 100,000 units. The remaining iron ore wasn't enough. But it didn't matter. Level 6 armor might sound down to earth, but these 4 words meant he could go mining freely in the green zone. Why stay in the teeming wasteland? There were more high-level ores in the green zone. He just looked for a mine in the green zone. He mined quite a bit of copper over the past 2 days, enough to store 710,000 units of copper in the train. His 40-barrel Sakura falling rocket launcher had been crafted but hadn't fired yet. It was time to try it out against a boss once he got to the green zone. His rocket launcher was still at level 1. His 4 three-legged cat heavy machine guns, however, had already been upgraded to level 5. Then he glanced at the region leaderboards. Teeming Wasteland Power Rankings. Top, Star, Level 3 Train, Power 5412. Top, Survival, Level 3 Train, Power 2789. Top, Black Turtle, Level 3 Train, Power 2621. Rank 4, Ziyun, Level 3 Train, Power Value 2212. Rank 5. Level 3 trains have a base value of 500 points. Each survivor taken in by the train adds 1 point, and its survivor's rating increases by 1,012 points. His total component level is 313, adding 3,130 points. 2 high-quality red components add 200 points. He has 57 supermod effects, adding 570 points. He mainly increases his total component level by adding to his rating. His total component level is a full 313. Considering that the requirement for upgrading to level 4 is only level 80, he surpasses it by a significant margin with 313. This is a score that should be impossible for a level 3 train, a full double the rating of the second highest train. Train radio was also a hot topic of discussion about this. Faster train. Guys, let me do the math. The train rating algorithm is transparent, right? There's no such thing as an inexplicable increase of hundreds or thousands of points. If the rating can go up, it's either because there are more slaves, higher level components, or more supermodel effects. But the star's rating of 5,412 is completely unreasonable. The component levels are basically capped at level 3. At best, you could get a yellow grade component, making it a level 5. But there are only a few yellow grade components that can be crafted after upgrading to level 3. Even if all are crafted, how many levels can they reach? The star can't possibly have a ton of yellow grade component blueprints, right? Okay, even so. Let's say he has 20. Is that too many? How many levels would it reach if all were fully upgraded? 60. Level, that's only 600 points. Where did he get over 5,000 points? Infinity Train, could it be the slaves who added points? Bastard Train, you're awesome. You crammed 5,000 slaves into the train. You're truly awesome. Just see if these slaves can bankrupt you. See if you can afford so many slaves. Can you guarantee daily mining? And I know how hard it is to find survivors in the ruins of Taiping City. Finding 5,000 survivors is simply unrealistic. Purple Cloud Train, alright, enough arguing. I suspect this star train captain, though I've never met him, is a man of courage, strategy, and unparalleled skill. It's only natural that he's developed a little faster than everyone else. Bloodthirsty Bull Train, the guy upstairs, I remember you. You said a while ago you wanted to challenge the star train, asking if he dared to speak loudly in front of you. Purple Cloud Train, you got the wrong person. Really? Chin Mang glanced at the chat log on the train radio, pulled out the small notebook from the drawer, and read the line of words written on it. Purple Cloud Train, in an arrogant tone, threatening to collide with me with the train, and asking if I dared to speak loudly in front of him. That's right. He remembered it clearly. It's only been over a month, and this guy's temper seems to have improved a lot, not as arrogant as before. As expected. In the apocalypse, people grow rapidly, even their character grows extremely fast. He shook his head and smiled without saying much, simply stuffing the notebook into a nearby drawer, lying in a chair with his legs draped over the console table. He leisurely lit a cigarette, picked up the remote control, and prepared to find another zombie movie to watch. Watching zombie movies in the apocalypse is truly immersive. Wait. He glanced at the enemy radar screen. It showed a small zombie horde passing by, 7 kilometers to the left. Just in time. He picked up the intercom. Busy, take the guys on the off-road motorcycles and go capture some zombies. Okay. Half an hour later. Busey had triumphantly returned on his off-road motorcycle. Strapped to the back of the motorcycle was a level 10 refrigerator, stuffed with 4 or 5 level 1 zombies. Then, following Meng Ye's orders, the 4 or 5 zombies, their bloodied flesh and white eyes gleaming and screaming, were secured to the windows of the train. But because there were no chains or other convenient means of securing them, Biazi and the others climbed on themselves, letting the zombies step on their shoulders and clinging to their legs. This way, the zombies' upper bodies appeared just around the front window of the train, banging against the glass with a roar. When apprehending the zombies, he used the handheld zombie detection blocker given by Master Meng, so he didn't cause too much noise among the zombies, and he captured several zombies without anyone noticing. Inside the train. It was mid-morning, and sunlight filtered into the train, giving it the appearance of an afternoon of supreme tranquility, bringing a warm feeling. But then, roar! A piercing roar suddenly shattered the atmosphere. A terrifying, bloody face appeared outside the train window. Its livid face seemed completely bloodless, and its white eyes stared intently at Chen Meng, who sat inside the train. And he banged on the glass with both hands. A bloody slap left its mark on the window. The warmth within the train vanished, a murderous aura rising. Even the once warm sunlight now seemed like a death-threatening sign, like the approach of dusk. Chen Meng, sitting at the control panel, paled. A strong sense of fear and despair washed over him. He curled up in his chair, covering himself with a nearby blanket. Then, trembling, he picked up the remote control and played a zombie movie on the screen. Roar! The roars of the zombies in the movie echoed almost simultaneously with the roars of the zombies outside the window. This authentic movie-watching experience was quite unique. That's the feeling. Only then can you truly immerse yourself in the action, and only in this state can you truly appreciate the unique charm of zombie films. An hour and a half later. Busey, standing outside the train, was shaking like a sieve. He looked up at the zombie perched on his shoulder, his eyes filled with bewilderment. It felt so heavy. Finally, he waited for Master Meng's command to finish, and his body went limp. Just as he pulled the chariot blade fragment from his pocket and prepared to kill the zombie charging towards him, he received another order from Master Meng. Master Meng told him to keep these zombies and put them in the refrigerator so they wouldn't starve to death. He'd need them next time. Can zombies eat bread? Busey stared at the zombie, lost in thought. What if they didn't eat bread? Could they use the corpses of other monsters? That wasn't impossible. There was still some corpse flesh piled up on the train, but these zombies were quite professional and didn't eat their own people. Let's try to see if they can eat bread first. Hesitantly, he pulled a piece of bread from his pocket and tossed it into the mouth of the zombie he was stepping on. Crunch, crunch. Hey, it tastes delicious. Just eating bread is fine. While he didn't know what Master Meng was doing with the zombies, as the train conductor, he had a higher perspective and could see further. Since he was keeping these zombies, they must be useful. Perhaps they were the beginnings of some grand plan. For example, he still had no idea what the maze Li Shiji had built was actually for. But Master Meng seemed to take it very seriously. Precisely because of Master Meng's concern, when Li Shiji came to him for help, he agreed without hesitation. What Master Meng valued was what he valued. Soon, time arrived the next day. In the early morning, the sky was covered with dark clouds. A light rain had fallen the previous night. Although the rain had stopped this morning, the weather looked gloomy, and the air was rather sweet. All the slaves stood in an orderly manner on the wasteland, somewhat nervous and uneasy. They looked at the group of armed thugs standing under the train, as well as Biazi and Lao Zhu. These two were the ones they had seen the most recently, while they had only seen the train conductor, Meng Yi, only a few times. Just then, a man in a suit walked from the back of the train to the roof, leaning on his cane and looking down at them all. For a moment, everyone's breath caught slightly. This man was Meng Yi, the conductor of the star train and their leader. So handsome. Zhang San, standing out from the crowd, couldn't help but tug at the corner of his shirt as he watched this scene and whispered, "He's indeed quite handsome." Uncle Lee couldn't help but sigh. Mang Yi had always exuded an indescribable aura of superiority. He had also met other train conductors, and many of them possessed the air of a trifling tycoon, but Mang Yi had none of that. Add to that the suit, clearly expensive, and with a strikingly square cut. The heavy train beneath his feet further enhanced Mang Yi's majesty. Add to that the wilderness as a backdrop. He couldn't help but feel like a king of the apocalypse. Back on Kuan Ye's train, he had never considered rising to the top, but with Mang Yi, he truly wanted to. Don't worry, Uncle Lee. I'm sure you have a day sooner or later. The words trailed off. Uncle Lee quickly covered the young man's mouth, his eyes filled with panic and fear as he growled hoarsely, "Are you fucking crazy? Why don't you just find a dragon robe to cover me?" The young man broke free and then shook his head helplessly. "Uncle Lee, what are you thinking? Although I had high expectations of you, I didn't expect them to be this high. What I meant was, I believe that even though we're like ants now, I believe that sooner or later you'll be able to stand under the train while Master Mang speaks, just like Brother Biao and the pig car master. You scared me." Chapter 104. The next moment, Chen Mang's voice echoed through the train's external speakers, echoing across everyone's ears. There were no pleasantries or nonsense. It was more of a proclamation than a speech. Starting today, the Star Train will undergo a comprehensive overhaul. From now on, there will be no more slaves or thugs. Perhaps in the apocalypse, all train conductors will call you slaves, and perhaps you've already accepted that term, but from now on, you are not slaves without human rights in my eyes. As long as you work hard, you can still realize your value in the apocalypse. You will have the right to marry, have children, and even raise a family of 3 on this train. The Star Train will not tolerate any worthless parasites, but it will also never let down anyone who has contributed to the train. Standing on the roof of the carriage, Chen Mang gazed at the sea of people before him. After a pause, he continued calmly, "You will no longer be slaves, but train residents. The thugs will no longer be thugs, but guards. Positions and benefits will be separated. There are many different positions, but only 6 different benefits, each with its own distinct benefits. The lowest benefit is Level 3 Resident Benefits, which provides 10 slices of bread and 2 bottles of mineral water daily, and living in the refrigerator. Level 2 Resident Benefits, which provides 20 slices of bread and 4 bottles of mineral water daily, and living in the train compartment. Level 1 Resident Benefits, which provides the same daily food supply, and living in the train compartment. The number of meat purchase coupons you receive is determined by the amount of minerals you mine daily. You receive 1 meat purchase coupon for every 10 units of resource minerals. Excess amounts can be accumulated until tomorrow, and then rounded up for settlement. Level 3 Senior Talent Benefits, daily food allowance, and 2 meat coupons per day. Level 2 Senior Talent Benefits, daily food allowance, and 3 meat coupons per day. Level 1 Senior Talent Benefits, 5 meat coupons per day. Chen Mang looked at the crowd, leaning on his cane with one hand, as he continued. All residents are promoted based on their mining output. If they lack any special talents, their status will remain as a resident, with the highest level of resident benefits reaching Level 1. Residents who sell meat receive Level 3 Resident Benefits, and their benefits can be promoted based on the number of meat coupons they receive, up to Level 1 Resident Benefits. Biazi Laozhu. Here. Biazi and Laozhu, standing under the train, shouted hurriedly, their expression serious and deep. You 2 will receive Level 1 Senior Talent Treatment. The other 8 guards will receive Level 2 Senior Talent Treatment, and the remaining 20 newly recruited guards will receive Level 3 Senior Talent Treatment. Meat tickets can be used to purchase not only meat, but also a wide range of goods on the train. For example, cigarettes, snacks, food, daily necessities, including even a 100 square meter refrigerator for a wedding room, train passes, and salary increases. In the future, everyone who performs meritorious service will be rewarded with varying numbers of meat tickets. That's what I, Chen Mang, can give you. As the Star Train develops, all benefits will be correspondingly improved. Let Old Pig explain the rest of the details. With that, Chen Mang didn't linger. He turned and returned to his train compartment, flopping down on a chair and letting out a long sigh. He looked out the window at the slaves and smiled with satisfaction. He had been discussing this train reform system with Old Pig for some time. This is basically a relatively good solution. The original train plan had 2 major problems. Once slaves reached Level 1, there was no room for further advancement. Their enthusiasm for work would somewhat wane. However, they couldn't be allowed to advance further. After all, if they moved up further, they would become thugs, and they couldn't just live in the thug's car, could they? Currently, the train only had one way to reward them, by increasing their salary. But different merits were different, and we couldn't always increase their salary. Furthermore, if Old Pig achieved great merit in the future, how would we reward him, and how would we raise his salary? In other words, there were no more rewards to offer. For a superior, having no more to offer to a subordinate, who had made great contributions, was an extremely dangerous sign. At this point, a currency was necessary. And so, meat coupons were born. Once meat tickets became currency, their effectiveness in purchasing meat was minimal. The residents who sold meat and the stellar train served as anchors, much like gold and government bonds serve as anchors for paper currency. And he no longer had to worry about running out of rewards. The meat tickets had complete say. Although slaves could only be promoted to level 1 resident status, they could continue to earn meat tickets, which could be exchanged for a 100 square meter house and a salary increase. And the residents who sold meat would no longer be as restricted as before, but would now have greater freedom of trade under the market economy. Everyone could set a different price for themselves based on their appearance, skills, and even emotional value. For example, one woman gets 3 coupons at a time, and another gets 5. Under this system, the train production efficiency is higher than under slavery, and everyone's work enthusiasm is higher than before. In the old slave trains, all the slaves were vacant-minded, completely unaware of what the next day would bring, simply working. But with this system, everyone has a goal. He's stocked the shop with a lot of good stuff. The left hand creates meat coupons and distributes them through payroll. The right hand collects them back through the meat coupon shop. It's like the left hand passing the buck, but it will boost the enthusiasm of everyone on the train. This method of motivating people is far more sophisticated than the previous system of collective rewards, but it's just a matter of special circumstances. The Star Train currently possesses absolute internal and external dominance, and it can only use this system because it has no shortage of supplies. Other trains. There's no time to dwell on these things. First, think about where to mine tomorrow. He was quite satisfied with his system design. Although there were still some imperfections, any system begins as a prototype and gradually becomes standardized. No group system is perfect from the start. Level 3 Senior Talent Treatment Price. 200 meat coupons? After Old Pig finished his speech, all the slaves gathered around the train, looking at the prices of various commodities on the large posters posted outside the carriages. A resident with level 1 slave treatment, his eyes filled with shock, counted on his fingers and muttered, "I'm currently a level 1 slave, and I get 1 meat coupon per day. That means in just 200 days, I'd be promoted to level 3 senior talent. After that, I get 2 meat coupons every day, and I have paid for myself in 100 days. After that, it'd just be 2 meat coupons a day. That's 600 meat coupons a year, so..." "Still a slave?" A nearby slave poked the mumbling man, his eyes fixed on the large poster outside the train car. Mr. Mang said, "We're residents now." "Oh yes, residents." The man said awkwardly, "I'm still a little uncomfortable." Inside the train, Chin Mang looked at the old pig before him and said gravely, "There are bound to be many areas that need to be addressed when this system is truly implemented, such as the prices of goods. You need to keep a close eye on it these days. Understand?" "I understand." The old pig nodded seriously, then asked, "Master Mang, what are the treatments for Ji Chu Chu, those young celebrities, and Li Shiji?" Chin Mang pondered for a moment before speaking. "Ji Chu Chu and Li Shiji will be treated as level 3 senior talents, assigned to the 2 senior talent carriages. The young celebrities will simply be treated as level 3 residents. They're celebrities, after all. They set their prices high. Okay, one more thing." The old pig hesitated before whispering, "Master Mang, didn't you say last time that Ji Chu Chu would be awarded to the best performing slave? But the best performing slaves are all goblins. They don't play with women. Apart from that, no one else touched Ji Chu Chu." "Yeah." Chin Mang nodded casually. "I understand. Have her come over later." "Yes." Today, all the slaves rested, each excitedly looking at the dazzling array of goods. "Honey, work hard mining and buy me a house, okay?" In the crowd, a young couple, the girl, looked at the refrigerator in the product list, priced at 1,000 meat coupons, her eyes full of stars. "One day, we have our own house on the Star Train, right?" The boy's face was a little grim, and he said nothing. He just hoped today was a dream, and that everything would return to normal when he woke up. What human rights? What residence? He didn't want any of that. He just wanted to be a slave, being a happy slave, with food to eat every day, no worries about safety, No worries about monsters. Wouldn't that be great? Before the apocalypse. He'd been working overtime just to buy a house and get married. Finally, the apocalypse had arrived, and he didn't have to worry about buying a house anymore. But how come things were going so wrong? He was going to have to buy a house again? What's crazy? It's the apocalypse, and he's still buying a house. Is buying a house his life? Even if he crashed headfirst into the train and died in hell, would he still have to buy a house? Must he buy a house like this? Originally, the train required everyone to mine at least 10 units per day. Now that's better. If he wants to buy a house, he have to work longer hours to earn more meat coupons. Hubby, is that not possible? Huh? The man took a deep breath, forced a smile, and stroked his girlfriend's head. Why not? I knew you were the best, honey. The girl's face was filled with longing. Mr. Mang is so kind. The other train conductors call us slaves, but Mr. Mang calls us residents, and he even gives us the chance to buy a house. Honey, it's so good. We're finally not slaves anymore. The man remained silent for a long moment, gritted his teeth, and spoke word by word. Yes, finally, we're not slaves anymore. Yes. He's fucking not a slave anymore. But why did he feel even more like a slave than before? In a trance, he glanced at another middle-aged couple in the crowd. The middle-aged woman also looked happy, and the middle-aged man happened to be looking back at him. Their eyes met. They saw the despair in each other's eyes. However, the man looked at the various items in the product list and suddenly laughed helplessly. If he could actually own a house on the Star Train, it would actually be quite blissful. In the apocalypse, being able to live with someone he knew and loved. That doesn't seem so bad. TSK. Chin Mang, lying on a chair inside the train, took in the young couple's emotional journey and activities outside the window. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. You said, this young couple isn't really in love, so why did this guy naturally take on the responsibility of buying a house? If they were truly in love, he would just give the young couple a refrigerator. His Doomsday marriage certificate had been sitting there for days, and he hadn't found anyone to use it. Ji Chu-Chu, kneeling beside him, remained silent and didn't respond. She knew Master Mang didn't really want her to answer. Chin Mang then withdrew his gaze from the young couple. He didn't care what they thought. He only knew that the boy would have to work even harder mining. As for the girl, she had to meet her daily mining requirement of at least 10 units, but she didn't seem willing to mine more. Finally, this matter could be put to rest. Next, they would prepare to head to the Green Zone Shade Plains to complete the S-level job transfer quest. He glanced at Ji Chu-Chu, who was kneeling beside him. Did you ask someone to change your clothes again? Yes. There's a dress for you hanging there. Really? Ji Chu-Chu's eyes lit up as she knelt on the ground, and she looked up at the low-cut evening gown hanging on a hanger nearby. Change into it. Chin Mang picked up the remote and projected a variety show Ji Chu-Chu had appeared in onto the screen again. After Ji Chu-Chu changed, he looked her up and down before chuckling, very flirty. As long as I like it, Master Mang. He had spent 500 units of wood to craft this dress. It was a high-quality garment, and after putting it on, she had a bit of a celebrity vibe. Then I'm here, Master Mang. Yes. No. In the crowd, the middle-aged man finally couldn't stand it anymore. He looked at his wife next to him and roared, You're not done yet, are you? Do you have some fucking obsession with this house? I lived in your mother's womb for 10 months. Did you develop muscle memory from living there? I worked hard for 20 years before the apocalypse to finally pay off my mortgage, and now you want me to buy a house. I'm over 40, how can I still do it? 10 units of iron or a day is a lot, I can't dig anymore. Divorce. Chapter 105. Divorce. The middle-aged woman beside him flashed angrily. Okay, then we separate. After that, I become a butcher. At worst, I can save up the meat coupons to buy a house. As long as you can accept your wife working as a butcher, that's fine. Can you? The middle-aged man, whose face was filled with rage just moments ago, froze in place, his mouth opening and closing slightly, unable to utter a word. That's a killer, buddy. A man watching the show couldn't help but lean over and said, If your wife really wants to sell her body, I'd be the first to show up. Get lost. The middle-aged man tilted his head and cursed at the man. Then he took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and forced a forced smile. What nonsense, honey? Buy it, of course I won't. I try harder every time I mine. That's better. This is all messed up. A young female celebrity looked at the crowd inside. She needed to think about how much to set her price. After a moment, she tilted her head and looked at. She turned to the other woman beside her. Sister, what do you think is a good price for us? I'm planning to give myself one meat coupon. So cheap? The woman blinked, her eyes full of cunning. My quality is definitely higher than those women's. Who can compete with me for one meat coupon? After all, I'm a star. In a short time, I can save up 50 meat coupons and buy a set of high-quality clothes. I just saw Sister Choo Choo wearing that dress as she walked out of Master Meng's house. You didn't see it, but it looked so elegant. Ji Choo Choo looked like she was attending a party before the apocalypse. Wait until I wear this dress, then I mark it up for a higher price, going the high-end route. I make even more money then. Huh? The young female celebrity who asked the question was slightly taken aback, muttering, You all have quite the business acumen. Guaranteed. Just learn. The sun was at its highest point in the sky. Busey stood on the wasteland, gazing at the 70 or 80 people before him. He said coldly, 21 of you will become guards of the Star Train, enjoying level 3 senior personnel status. The most capable will be promoted. Next, all of you will enter the combat training virtual space and engage in a life-or-death battle on the ring. The remaining 21 will become guards of the Star Train. The battle will continue until the last 2 people survive. The 2 remaining will be the captains of the 2nd and 3rd guard teams. Do you understand? The words fell. The group before him roared excitedly, Got it. Busey nodded with satisfaction. Just then, Shan Mazi approached and was about to place his hand on Busey's arm, but Busey dodged and frowned, brushing off the non-existent dust. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't touch me. Don't get my new clothes dirty. Mr. Meng created 2 new sets of clothes for all members of the Star Train. The clothes for ordinary residents were orange-red, a color Mr. Meng personally selected. On the left arm was the Star Train logo, designed based on the character Meng. They were also numbered 1, 2, 3. The different numbers represented different benefits for residents. He wore a windbreaker jacket and combat pants, made of a special material that effectively locked in warmth. After last night's light rain, the temperature had dropped considerably, but wearing these clothes instantly alleviated the chill. The guards' uniforms were less loose, resembling pre-apocalyptic special operations uniforms, with numerous tactical pockets and a sharp, capable look. He still liked his outfit. The only regret was that it was the standard version. He planned to buy the premium version once he had saved up 50 meat coupons. It would be even more stylish. Lanmazi whispered weakly, I don't want to be captain. I want to stay in Team 1. What the hell? Busey was slightly taken aback. I didn't say you were captain. How could he possibly let Shanmazi be captain? The captains of Teams 2 and 3 were both his people. That would be insane. How could he dare insert one of his own into those positions? Huh? That's fine then. The other brothers were all saying I might be the new captain, and I thought, that's good. I can't be captain with my personality. It's fine, Brother Biao, you keep going. I'm going to eat first. Busey casually glanced at Shanmazi's escaping figure before looking back at the group before him. Everyone, listen. Enter the carriages one by one, until the sky gradually darkened. In the makeshift carriage of Section 14, there was only a lonely refrigerator, its door open. Master Meng, Li Shiji, his eyes dark, his tone a mixture of fatigue and excitement, stood aside as he explained, the maze has been completely set up. Anyone who enters will be trapped for at least half an hour. No negotiation. This is the entrance right in front of you. The destination is in the innermost refrigerator. As you instructed, Master Meng, the word end has been painted on the walls surrounding that refrigerator. It's easily recognizable as the destination. There are still 7 people inside who haven't come out yet. Ahem. Old Pig, standing nearby, took over with a slight embarrassment. Master Meng, I've found a group of people to assist Li Shiji in building this maze today, but a few are lost and trapped. It will probably take a while for them to get out. Forget about them. Shen Meng, standing inside the carriage with a cane, frowned. This maze is crucial to the development of the star. Find 10 more people, and have them enter the maze to find the destination. Understood. Soon, the 10 residents were found and stuffed into the refrigerator. An hour later, inside the carriage, Shen Meng casually tossed the magazine in the hands of Old Pig beside him. I'm going to bed now. Tell me tomorrow morning when I can clear the level. We be heading to the green zone shade plane tomorrow. As soon as someone emerges, clear this maze as soon as possible. I need it. Yes. On the shade plane. Inside the Sunlong train, stationed next to a level 2 iron mine, a bald man with dark circles under his eyes, lifeless eyes, hunched over the control console, staring blankly at the intercom before him. He felt like he'd become a wife-waiting stone. Over 30 days had passed. Could it be that no one was left stubborn enough to attempt the S-rank job change quest on the mechanical train? He'd been dwelling on this for over 30 days, barely getting any sleep, and even developed dark circles under his eyes. Mom, has this intercom really never rang while I was asleep? No. A mechanical, crisp voice soon echoed from the train. This is the 8th time you've asked me this question. I'm an AI. As long as the train's power isn't interrupted, I won't go into hibernation. The bald man sighed deeply, then climbed up from the console with lifeless eyes. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling, and muttered, God, please grant me a stubborn soul. I really need these 30 Murphy stones. The moon set, the stars shimmered, and the constellation shifted. Daylight soon dawned. When Chen Mang emerged from his sleep, he stretched lazily and glanced at the calendar hanging on the wall, his eyes bright with anticipation. Today was the day to head to the Shay Plain. Both the Shay Plain and the Kunlun Mountains were green areas. But the last time he went to Kunlun Mountain, the resource detection radar didn't detect a single resource mine, not even a lumberyard. Although the mountain was covered in forest, the trees in the forest didn't drop wood when cut down. So he was very skeptical. Was there really any resource mine in Kunlun Mountain? He currently needed a batch of iron ore for upgrading components and upgrading his train to level 4. The Shay Plain was his best option, or perhaps his only option. As for the S-level job change quest, it could only be completed in the Shay Plain. No matter the difficulty, the job change quest could only be completed in the Shay Plain. After successfully changing jobs, you wouldn't immediately be upgraded to level 4. A train can only be upgraded to level 4 after meeting all the requirements. Only then will the special features of a successful job transfer truly be revealed, and lower-level areas will no longer be accessible. For example, the white area Teeling Wasteland. Since he transmigrated to this world, he had landed in the Teeling Wasteland and had spent over 2 months there, almost becoming attached to it. It was just the beginning of autumn when he transmigrated, and now it's almost winter. Thankfully, with the central air conditioning and the clothing he crafted, the people on the train wouldn't freeze to death. Just then, Old Pig arrived to report the list of people who had completed yesterday's leveling. The fastest person reached the destination in about 4.5 hours, and the slowest had just emerged this morning. He seemed a little uneasy, his pupils dilated and struggling to focus. Everyone in the maze had been led out by Li Shurji. Li Shurji's spatial awareness was exceptional, and he had a clear mental map of the entire maze. Navigating it felt like returning home, though it was also exhausting. He had to search blind alleys for lost residents, a physically demanding endeavor. Everything was ready. All that was missing was a favorable wind. All the residents and guards had returned to their seats aboard the star train. Chen Mang sat at the control console, gazing out at the wasteland ahead, lost in thought. They were about to leave the wasteland plains, and he had to think about anything else he hadn't addressed. Returning would be difficult later. Oh, right. He found the young man in his private chat list who had given him the blueprint for the oxygen concentrator accessory, and sent him the coordinates of 13 level 1 iron ore mines located above ground. This was what he come across recently. They were all level 1 iron ores, and he was too lazy to stop digging. But he felt that for a novice train, this information would be quite valuable. This way, when there were no more ores to mine, he wouldn't have to blindly search the wilderness like a headless fly. Just head directly to these coordinates. Huh? In the wasteland. Aboard the speeding protagonist train, a young man, staring intently at the resource detection radar with a worried look on his face, hoping to find an iron ore, suddenly saw the coordinates of 13 iron mines sent by the star train in the train's private chat box. He froze in place. His lips were even trembling slightly. Brother, are you in trouble? Send me your coordinates. My train's firepower is decent. I go see if I can help you. If nothing unexpected happens. The star train must have capsized in a ditch, faced grave danger, and was on the verge of death, which is why it sent him the coordinates of these 13 iron mines. Otherwise, these would be a huge fortune in the wasteland, so why would it suddenly give them to him? Even if he had helped the star train, he wouldn't have repaid him like this, right? And the star train responded quickly. Star train, I'm heading to the advanced area. These coordinates are useless to me, so I'm giving them to you. The young man was stunned for a moment before quickly reacting. He jumped up with excitement, quickly expressing his gratitude before looking at the nearest coordinate. The worry in his eyes disappeared completely. They were filled with hope and excitement. Like a pirate king, he stood at the control panel, gazing out at the deserted wasteland ahead, and shouted, forward. He knew it. This star train was destined to be the protagonist. Once you embrace the protagonist's thighs, you're sure to get a lot. Look, the coordinates of these 13 level 1 iron mines, aren't they worth more than a missing oxygen concentrator for a long time to come? He wouldn't have to traverse the wasteland searching for mines. Even if one of the mines was occupied by monsters, he could always move on to the next one. By the time he finished mining the 13th, the first would almost have been ready. Perhaps he wouldn't even need to search for iron mines before reaching the advanced areas. These 13 mines would be more than enough for him. Chin Mang glanced at the thank you note from the protagonist train without reading it closely. The oxygen concentrator parts this person had sent him had been a huge help, and he didn't mind giving something back. And he opened a small notebook in the drawer. There were 2 sentences on it. Soda number, malicious speculation. Purple Cloud Train, with an arrogant tone, threatened to collide with me, and even asked if I dared to speak loudly in his presence. I immediately turned on the train radio, and pinned a message to the top of the page. Star Train, please ask the conductors of the Soda and Purple Cloud trains to contact me. I'd like to make a deal with you. Quickly, he ignored the commotion caused by his appearance on the train radio, and instead glanced at the private message from the conductor of the Purple Cloud train. So fast? Purple Cloud Train, brother, there are a lot of people outside. I kneel before you. I was wrong. Can you forgive me? I admit that what I said was a bit arrogant at the time. It was mainly because I had just blown up 2 train cars that day, and I was in a bad mood and a little emotional. Star Train, what are you talking about, friend? Send me the coordinates. I just want to make a deal with you. Purple Cloud Train, brother, dear brother, I really know I was wrong. Chapter 106. Star Train, you really won't do this face to face? I want to see if you're truly capable of anything. I'd like to see what you mean by me not daring to speak loudly in front of you. Maybe I really won't. Purple Cloud Train, brother, dear brother, I truly know I was wrong. Chin Mang lit a cigarette, leaning back in his chair with a hint of boredom. He glanced at the private message from the Soda train, which was also begging for mercy, and then turned off the train radio. Still too soft. In fact, he really wanted to drive his train into a clash with the other train, to see who could prevail. Since both of them had completely given in, he no longer had the heart to tease. He sat back in his seat, pondering for a moment. After confirming that there was no one left in the teeming wasteland worth his time, he took a deep breath, stared straight ahead, and slowly pushed the joystick. He's coming to the Sand River Plains. The last time he went to the advanced area, he was chased back. This time, after completing the S-level job transfer quest, his first priority was to rush to the Kunlun Mountain area and wipe out the Rock Serpent and the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Just then, boom! A flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the dark sky, followed by a resounding thunderclap and a howling wind. Chin Mang glanced out the window to see the wind direction, then suddenly realized something. He grinned and slammed the joystick to the bottom. Then, let's fly high. The next moment, boom! Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the long, dragon-like star train gradually accelerated towards the end of the wasteland amidst the raging storm, until a hot wheel suddenly ignited, engulfed in flames. Almost instantly, all the Hot Wheels ignited, enveloped in a rich, orange-red flame. The train's speed was greatly increased, its already rapid pace increasing even further. From a distance, it looked like a hell train emerging from a sea of inferno. The Hot Wheels, ignited by blazing flames and spinning at breakneck speed, created a sense of extreme violence amidst the raging storm. 2 hours later, the star train traveled northward to the junction of the Teeling Wasteland and the Shea Plain. A massive light curtain stretched across the 2 areas, with 4 enormous characters written on it. Shea Plain. And a line of large, crimson characters streaked across the top of the control panel screen. The area ahead is green, Shea Plain. Monsters up to level 6 can exist. The current train level is level 3, so the risk factor is high. Please proceed with caution. Chin Mang chuckled as he gazed at the words on the screen. The last time he traveled to the Kunlun Mountains, the message on the screen had read remove immediately, but now it had changed to proceed with caution. He was already being cautious enough. He upgraded his armor to level 6 before arriving. He believed that no one on the trains in the white area was more cautious than him. He immediately pushed the joystick again. The train, without stopping, headed straight for the light curtain and followed the forest into the Shea Plain. As soon as they entered the Shea Plain, a meadow came into view, though it was a bit withered and yellow due to the season. The resource detection radar, and enemy detection radar indicated no high-level monsters or mines nearby. There were only a few scattered level 3 monsters. Not even a single level 4 monster was seen. This meant the area within 10,000 meters was absolutely safe. This confirmed a suspicion he had harbored. Not all green areas were as outrageous as the Kunlun Mountains area. Otherwise, no train could survive in a green area. All trains entering a green area would be level 3. A normal level 3 train would almost certainly die in the conditions of the Kunlun Mountains. This was a relatively safe place. He didn't go any deeper, but instead glanced at the S-level job transfer quest on the mechanical train job transfer panel. He took a deep breath and, with a slight nervousness, chose to accept it. Although he believed he was perfectly prepared, but no one could tell how intelligent that robot was. The next moment, a panel hovered before him. You have confirmed the Star Train's job transfer to mechanical train and successfully accepted the S-level job transfer quest. Within the hour, a robot will descend upon you at the starting point of the train maze. Please be patient. Huh? Chen Meng let out a slightly nervous sigh. After all, this was an S-level job transfer quest. If he failed this time, his only option would be the D-level job transfer quest. On the other side of the Shay Plain. Ha ha ha. A ridiculously exaggerated laugh echoed within the Songlong train. A bald man, his hands on his hips, and glaring dark circles under his eyes, spoke excitedly, looking at the intercom in his hand, which was constantly flashing red light. Finally, I've been waiting for this. I knew this world would never be short of stubborn fools. Damn! The man took a deep breath, then looked resolutely at the control panel screen. Wish me luck. When I get 30 Murphy Stones, I use 2 on you, allowing you to awaken the level 5 supermodel effect. Good luck. The AI's mechanical voice echoed within the carriage. And then, without hesitation, the man pressed the red button on the intercom with a determined look on his face. Then, his body suddenly slumped back into the chair, his eyes closed, his consciousness clearly separated from his body. Inside the Star Train. Buzz buzz buzz. A shrill sound echoed overhead, and then Chen Meng saw a giant drone flying above the Star Train, his control panel screen flashing red furiously. Do not attack, do not attack. This drone is the mission target. This drone is the mission target. Attack will result in mission failure. Below this drone hung a square iron box. The next moment, the box suddenly lost its connection to the drone, fell heavily to the ground, and quickly spread apart, revealing a curled-up robot. Wow! Chen Meng looked up at the drone that had already flown away in the sky, muttering in shock. I thought it was some kind of portal or something, but it's being delivered by drone? At this moment, the robot had already risen from the ground and, as if it knew the route, sprinted towards the maze entrance in the makeshift carriage 14. Without stopping, the time limit began to count the moment it landed. Huh? Chen Meng sighed softly, glancing at the half-hour countdown on the console screen and the live broadcast of the maze from the robot's perspective. He began to watch with a slight nervousness. This robot view automatically appeared on the console screen after the mission began. It allowed him to more intuitively see how the robot navigated the maze. Wait! The robot, excitedly rushing into the maze, suddenly felt bewildered as it gazed upon the 100 square meter space before it, its 10 neatly arranged refrigerators. A 100 square meter space? He didn't remember if there was such a large space on the train. He suddenly turned and walked towards the maze entrance, only to discover that the 100 square meter space was actually inside a refrigerator. Wait, a refrigerator? Whose refrigerator is 100 square meters? He couldn't help but roar in anger, his voice coming through the robot's speakers, less emotional and more mechanical. But there was no time for further reflection. There was only half an hour left. He looked at the 10 refrigerators in the space before him, feeling a surge of unease. He quickly walked toward the first one. Just as he was about to open the door and stride in, he saw a piece of paper taped to the door. It had a message written on it. As expected, when faced with a choice, do you still instinctively choose the first one on the left? Actually, the first one on the right is the correct path. The man was slightly stunned. He instinctively opened the refrigerator door. Sure enough, behind it was another 100 square meter space, and there were still 3 refrigerators. Mom, is there any solution? Thankfully, the train assistant's AI had descended into the robot's body with him. A crisp, decisive voice soon echoed in his ears. No. Then you're fucking useless. The man gritted his teeth, pondering for a moment. Just as he was about to charge headfirst into the refrigerator, he noticed a surprisingly well-hidden refrigerator in the corner. The interplay of light and shadow, shown on the 10 refrigerators, causing him to overlook the hidden refrigerator in the corner. He suddenly laughed and strode towards the hidden refrigerator in the corner. The rules required a route from the starting point to the destination, so the train conductor must have hidden the correct route. Unfortunately, despite its concealment, he still discovered it. He had no idea what was going on with this train, or why it had such a large refrigerator. But he could do it. Thankfully, his robotic body meant he felt no fatigue at all. He strode to the refrigerator in the corner and flung the door open. Sure enough, behind the refrigerator lay another vast, 100 square meter space. And in the deepest corner of this vast space, there was another refrigerator. He ran straight ahead again. Pushing open the refrigerator door, he saw another 100 square meter space, and in the deepest corner, in the front right corner, there was another refrigerator. It's over. The man suddenly felt extremely uneasy, a hint of despair welling in his eyes. He looked at the refrigerator, more than 10 meters away, feeling that things were not going well, and immediately prepared to run. Look to the left, there's a refrigerator. The man heard the AI voice and jerked his head to the left. Sure enough, a refrigerator sat quietly there. He couldn't help but grin. What a blind spot. What a shame my mom's there. He immediately ran to the left refrigerator and opened the door. The refrigerator was still a massive 100 square meter space, with another refrigerator perched in the corner. He strode over and flung the door open. This time, what came into view wasn't some empty space, but an ordinary refrigerator. There was also an A4 sheet of paper inside. Are you so happy you think you've uncovered something secret? Pure clown. Bang! The man slammed the refrigerator door shut with an angry expression, turned around and walked back to the refrigerator door he come from. He returned to the upper level, and continued running towards the refrigerator further to the right. This time, he opened the refrigerator door, revealing the same vast space, with another refrigerator perched in the corner. After entering 3 massive refrigerators in a row, the man opened the refrigerator in the corner again. It was still just an ordinary refrigerator. On the shelf sat a bottle of Coke and a sheet of A4 paper. Thirsty? Something to drink? Look at you. I told you the first refrigerator on the right was the correct route, yet you insisted on running to this small refrigerator in the corner. People always think the answer is the one they stole. Good boy, hurry up and run back to the first floor. Time's running out. The man, already on the verge of collapse, slammed the refrigerator door shut and immediately turned and ran frantically back the way he came. Finally, he returned to the first refrigerator on the right. There was still an A4 sheet of paper stuck to it. What do you believe? No brains. And this time, the man rushed in recklessly. After all, there were only 10 refrigerators on the first floor. He only needed to try them one by one, and that would be enough. As long as he ran fast enough. 10 minutes later, the man, on the verge of collapse, realized he had wandered back to the first floor after all this time. The 10 refrigerators in the middle, still illuminated by the beam, and the one in the shadow in the corner. Even the note on the refrigerator was exactly the same. This isn't the first floor, it's a replica of the maze. The AI's voice echoed again. The man turned abruptly and looked behind him. As expected, he didn't see the maze entrance, which meant he was still on the route to the rightmost refrigerator on the first floor. He took a deep breath. He strode towards the first refrigerator on the left. No problem, there were just so many routes, he could explore them one by one. Soon, the first refrigerator door opened, and a piece of A4 paper fell out, with a large word written on it. Stupid. He opened the second refrigerator door, and it was still an ordinary refrigerator. Another piece of A4 paper fell out. It also had the same word written on it. Fuck. He opened 10 refrigerator doors in a row, all ordinary refrigerators, and even formed a sentence. Stupid, go back the way you came, you're on the wrong path. The man suddenly laughed in anger, and without saying anything else, he quickly returned to the first floor. Finally, with 30 seconds left on the countdown, the man stumbled open a refrigerator door and peered into the space inside the refrigerator in front of him with a last glimmer of hope. If there was no destination inside this refrigerator, his mission would be a complete failure. He could only hope for a miracle, and that behind this refrigerator would be the destination he had been searching for. And then, he saw dozens of refrigerators quietly placed in various corners of the space. His body trembled slightly, the last glimmer of hope in his eyes instantly vanishing. He let out a sudden, mournful laugh, then collapsed to his knees. He gazed at the dozens of refrigerators before him, then glanced at the countdown that was about to end, his eyes filled with despair. He completely collapsed, slamming his head against the ground, tears welling in his eyes, as he screamed in a heart-wrenching, despairing voice. I can't tell. Mom, I can't tell. I really can't tell. I really can't tell, Mom. I want to go home. Chapter 107. Soon. The AI's crisp, mechanical voice echoed in my ears. I can't tell. And at that moment, the final 30-second countdown was about to end. The bald man, his nerves nearing collapse, knelt on the ground, as if resigned to his fate. He slowly straightened up, looking at the dozens of refrigerators before him, eyes filled with despair, and suddenly laughed a wry smile. The next moment, the robot suddenly seemed to lose control and fell to the ground. The countdown ended. The man's consciousness was also pulled away at that moment. Huh? Chin Meng, who had witnessed the entire event from the control room, had no time to sigh before his eyes suddenly lit up at this scene. He looked out at the sky. No drones were approaching. So, this robot had become his trophy? He immediately picked up the intercom. Old Pig, have Li Shurji dismantle this maze, neatly store all the refrigerators in one, and then bring the robot out. Yes. Old Pig's voice quickly came over the intercom. As the saying goes, the person who tied the bell must untie it. Only Li Shurji could dismantle this maze. Anyone else would be lucky not to be dismantled by it, let alone dismantling it. This batch of refrigerators cost him a full 480,000 units of iron, or, now it seemed like it was all worth it. Even if these refrigerators were recycled in the central furnace, they would still recoup almost half of their cost. However, he planned to recycle the regular refrigerators. He had a use for the level 10 refrigerators, so it would be a waste to recycle them. He could use them all as storage boxes or single-room houses for residents. 100 square meters, not small. A square room with zero common areas, purely zero common areas, unlike the zero common areas many real estate developers touted in the past, which often included areas like balconies and terraces. With a small refrigerator, a single bed, and some daily necessities collected during the apocalypse, it could be considered a cozy little home. The bald man regained consciousness aboard the Songlong. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes dull, staring into the distance, as if he had lost his soul. An unknown amount of time passed. The bald man finally regained consciousness and looked at the lines on the screen he had been reluctant to face. Level failed. But you are the first train conductor to encounter the underwater maze. Given your courage and adventurous spirit, you can still receive a consolation prize. The bald man looked at the 2 lines of text and the seemingly unseen badge that had appeared on the control panel. A glimmer of light gradually returned to his eyes. He shook his head, reached out to pick up the badge, and gave a resigned smile. Well, at least it's a consolation prize. However, the next moment, as he took the badge in his hand, a panel appeared before him. Special item, Brave Badge. Benefit: wearing this badge will soothe your fears in desperate situations and fill you with courage. The bald man was silent for a long moment before casually tossing the badge on the table. What the hell was this item good for? He was in such a desperate situation. Was courage what he needed? He needed that damn solution. In a daze, he tilted his head to look at the refrigerator in the corner of the train compartment. Of the 17 craftable parts for a level 1 train, the white parts could be upgraded to level 2, and he had crafted several of them and placed them inside the train. This is normal. Although he hadn't upgraded the refrigerator to the supermodel stage, he could probably guess. A level 5 or 10 supermodel refrigerator would have a space of 100 square meters. This wasn't hard to guess, and it was normal. Upgrading from a refrigerator to a cold storage unit was completely understandable. But that's a refrigerator. That's a single accessory. Upgrading one refrigerator to level 10 doesn't automatically upgrade all the others to level 10. He saw at least 70 or 80 refrigerators with that much space. How many Murphy stones would that cost? How could anyone possibly acquire so many Murphy stones? Does that make sense? Murphy stones are special items that can break through the level cap. Of course, even with Murphy stones, the upgrade still requires the proper resource expenditure. He didn't know where these items were found in higher level areas, but he knew they were extremely rare in green areas. Otherwise, the competition in the supermodel effect ranking on the Shea plane wouldn't be so fierce. From 1st to 100th, there wasn't much of a gap. Only yellow-grade vehicle accessories could be upgraded to level 5 to create a supermodel effect. The number of yellow-grade accessories available to everyone was basically the same. It won't appear. Wait! The bald man suddenly straightened up, a thought flashing through his mind, his eyes gleaming with disbelief. He had once seen a Class 2 train in the Kunlun Mountains. It had astonished him. It could travel freely along a nearly 90-degree cliff face. He'd been wondering if that person had used a large amount of Murphy stone to upgrade the spider legs accessory to a high enough level. Perhaps he was a relative of a powerful figure. But then he thought about it, it seemed unrealistic. That was Murphy Stone. What powerful figure would be willing to use such resources to support his relatives, not even his own children? Wouldn't it be safer to just let the relatives and children stay on his own train? And now, these two trains have one thing in common. They both consumed a large amount of Murphy stone. Could they be the same train? The man frowned, pondering for a long time before shaking his head. He was certain it wasn't the same train. The train he seen in the Kunlun Mountains had 2 open-air carriages at the back, and didn't have so many machine guns. Yes, although time pressured him, he didn't have time to inspect the train's interior, but the 10 heavy machine guns mounted on the ceiling of the carriage housing the maze still left a deep impression on him. He was on a level 5 train, and his train contained over 600 slaves. But he had never considered installing 10 heavy machine guns inside the train. Just how afraid are you of these slave rebellions? Even if you were truly afraid, 1 heavy machine gun would be enough. As for 10? Are you afraid that if you're slow to kill them, you feel insecure? Based on Mays and his observations of the train, he quickly formed a first impression of the train's conductor. He's extremely insecure, extremely tyrannical towards his slaves, constantly causing rebellions that must be suppressed forcefully. He possesses a large amount of Murphy stone, enjoys taunting others, and is incredibly calculating. The bald man shook his head, trying to calm himself down as best he could. He picked up the badge he just dropped on the console and pinned it on his chest. Unfortunately, I don't know which area the other party is from. If it were one of those white areas near the shaped plains, it would be great. If he failed his mission, it would mean that the other party's mechanical job transformation S-level difficulty mission had succeeded. Then, upon entering the green-shaped plains, he would become the first mechanical train there, the first he ever seen with S-level potential. Then he know the train's name. Hee hee. The bald man couldn't help but grin at the thought. If he really came to the shade plains, don't blame him for bullying. No matter how much S-level potential it had, it was still a level 3 train, at most upgraded to level 4. A level 5 train, bullying a level 4 train, wouldn't that be a complete loss of all chance? The man's smile vanished instantly, and he remained expressionless in silence. A train that had already upgraded its refrigerator so many times, wouldn't it also have other upgrades? And after completing the mechanical job transformation S-level difficulty mission, there would be a red quality large-scale weapon of destruction. That was truly a complete loss of all chance. Mom, is there really no such thing as a Murphy stone mine? Soon. The electronic, mechanical voice of the AI echoed from the carriage. Murphy stone is a special item, only obtainable with a chance during certain encounters, or when defeating rare bosses. It doesn't form a mine. This is the information in my database at the moment, but when you encounter other keywords or reach higher level areas in the future, my database may update with different information. If there's no Murphy stone mine, then how could he have upgraded so many refrigerators? He can't be cheating, right? This is the real apocalypse, not a multiplayer online game made by a manufacturer. There's no such thing as a cheat. That's right. And now, inside the train, Li Shurji, who was clearing the maze, looked at the robot kneeling on the ground and sighed with regret. Why don't you just take another step forward? He walked to the front and opened the nearest refrigerator. A piece of A4 paper slowly floated out. On it were 3 sentences written in bold. Actually, the real destination is on the first floor. When you enter the maze, there's a refrigerator against the wall on the far left of the entrance. That refrigerator is the destination, silly child. Actually, the destination is right at the starting point. If the robot had taken one more step, opened the refrigerator, and seen the words on the A4 paper, that would have been hilarious. As for the truth of these 3 sentences, of course they were false. There were only 11 refrigerators on the first floor. There was no destination. However, if this robot had human thinking, it would probably be on the verge of a mental breakdown. Perception and judgment of the environment, even memory, will be significantly impaired. When seeing these 3 sentences, it's even possible to tamper with one's own memory, actually imagining entering the maze entrance, and then perceiving a refrigerator against the left wall in one's peripheral vision, even if the robot had already scanned the entire space upon entering the maze. At this point, any human mind would likely begin to doubt itself. That's when the fun really begins. Especially when the countdown is only a few minutes away, When the robot strides back to the first floor and finds nothing in the left corner, that's when the feeling of emotional collapse reaches its peak. This robot's power is a bit lacking. Many of the things he set up hadn't been triggered. What a pity. Li-Shurji shook his head with some regret, then placed the robot in a refrigerator and began clearing the entire maze. Due to the restrictions and limited props available, many of his plans were unrealistic. Otherwise, he would simply power up all the refrigerators, lower the temperature to the lowest setting, and then fill them with water before powering them on to freeze. Even a robot would slip and fall. If there were a projection, it would be even more fun. Star, train interior. Qin Mang sat in a chair, looking at the translucent virtual panel that popped up before him. Congratulations, the Star train has successfully completed the S-level job transfer quest and officially become a mechanical train. And you become the first train conductor on the Shay plane to complete an S-level job transfer quest. Your unknown part will be red grade, and will be randomly drawn from the large, heavy firepower, red grade parts. Drawn to the red grade vehicle part, ground blast missile. The next moment, a line of words framed in a golden frame slowly scrolled across the top of the train's screen. Fireworks ignited around the screen, and at the same time, a voice echoed through the minds of all train drivers in the Shay Plains. Shay Plains Regional Announcement. Congratulations to the Star Train for successfully completing the S-level mechanical train job transfer quest, becoming the first mechanical train in the Shay Plains to complete an S-level job transfer quest. Huh? Qin Mang's mouth dropped as he stared at the three-dimensional image of the red-grade vehicle part, ground blast missile, on the train screen. After a moment, he recovered his composure. Without hesitation, he immediately spent 1 unit of iron ore to craft it, and then built another open-air carriage. One of the 12 craftable parts for this level 3 train is an unknown part. The grade and name of this part will be revealed after successfully completing the job transfer quest. Regardless of the grade, the crafting cost is only 1 unit of iron ore. Following this, Qin Mang leaped out of the train compartment and strode to the rear of the train, gazing at the newly added open-air carriage. A missile, a full 8 meters long and over 2 meters wide, was tilted and placed in this open-air carriage, pointing straight to the sky. It was entirely black, with a white ring around the missile's head and a touch of red in the very center. This gave the already domineering Star Train an even more brutal air. If this ground burst missile were to strike, everything within its blast radius would be wiped out. He stood there, leaning on his cane, gazing up at the ground burst missile that reached the sky and filled the entire open-air carriage, quietly admiring it. The rain had stopped. A ray of sunlight pierced through a gap in the dark clouds, landing squarely on the missile. It was as if it had been given a glorious mission. Amid the dim, ruined apocalypse, it seemed singularly sacred and dazzling, a single glance impossible to take your eyes off. How wonderful! Qin Mang's lips curled slightly. He lowered his head, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, brought it to his lips, lit it, and exhaled a long puff of smoke. All the frustration and anxiety he had felt since crossing into this apocalyptic world also vanished with this puff of smoke. Chapter 108. A cigarette burned out. Qin Mang tapped his cane lightly with his fingertips, and the ground blast missile slowly retracted into the open-air carriage under the control of the elevator. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary carriage, not even armored. He strode back into the train. This carriage would definitely be armored. It would become his 14th official carriage. The carriage originally used to house the maze would be consumed by the Earth's core furnace after Li-Shurji dismantled the maze. Sitting in the train, Qin Mang looked at the ground blast missile data on the screen. It's currently at level 1, unable to damage level 2 monsters. This is one of the most basic rules of this apocalyptic world. Being crushed by a level means you can't cause damage. But if you upgrade it to level 6 and throw one into the Kunlun Mountains, who knows what the effect will be. The level of all firepower accessories only determines whether they can penetrate the defenses of high-level monsters. The specific power depends on their quality and level. All firepower accessories generally increase in power as their levels increase. For example, the Cutter Blade, Rapid Crossbow, and 40-barrel Sakura Falling Rocket. This is true even for the 3-legged Cat Heavy Machine Gun. While upgrades to the heavy machine gun itself only increase its rate of fire and range, without increasing its power, the corresponding heavy machine gun ammunition production line, after upgrading, can produce more powerful, higher-grade ammunition. At the same level, the higher-grade firepower accessory will undoubtedly deliver greater power. For example, if the Cutter Blade and Ground Blast Missile are both level 10, the former will undoubtedly be far less powerful than the latter. For example, A level 10 car blade, according to the underlying rules of this world, can penetrate the defenses of a level 10 boss and deal damage. But it's just a defense penetrating ability. The exact amount of damage it can inflict depends on the power of the accessory. If you were to face a level 10 boss, it might not even scratch their itch. Huh? Qin Mang took a deep breath. The most important thing was that, while the ground blast missile was a surface-to-surface missile, as long as the enemy's coordinates were known, it could be launched remotely for precise strikes. The range of its long-range attack was 20 times that of the search radar. His search radar currently had a range of 10,000 meters, meaning he could send this missile to the head of an enemy at a distance of 200,000 meters. The reason he spent 1 unit of iron ore to craft this missile was mainly due to the bonus from the job transfer quest. The normal production of a level 1 ground blast missile required 10,000 units of copper ore. He glanced at the upgrade price. Upgrading this component to level 2 requires 50,000 units of iron ore, the most expensive price he ever seen. The earlier upgrades to the wheel changer and ground crucible, both red-grade components, cost much less. Let's go mining. Li Shiji had already cleared the entire maze, but the carriage hadn't been removed. It was temporarily attached to the train. Upgrading the train to level 4 required 18 carriages, and he didn't have enough. He built a few more ordinary carriages later. He dismantled it now, and use it in the ground crucible, and he have to build another one later. The total loss was 50 units of iron ore. Although not much. But life isn't like that. Save where you can, spend where you can. Qin Mang slowly pushed the control lever. With the sudden sound of numerous gears turning and the roar of the engine, the train began to slowly accelerate deeper into the Shay Plain. First, find some level 2 iron mines, then successfully upgrade the star train to level 4. Only after reaching level 4 will the effects of the mechanical train transformation be fully realized. After that, upgrade the ground blast missile and the open-air carriage. He only had a little over 250,000 iron ores left. He still had quite a bit of copper, a full 710,000. In half an hour, Qin Mang's face darkened. The high-level ores in the green area were indeed higher. He had already encountered 3 level 2 iron mines along the way, 2 of which were located 1,000 meters underground. But all 3 mines were already owned. Trains were already digging nearby, even at the 2 mines deep underground. In the white zone, his train was the only one with a drill bit accessory. All the iron ore in the white zone belonged to him, and no one competed with him for it. However, when they reached the green zone, many people headed to the Kunlun Mountains in search of monsters, like pangolins, in order to obtain the drill bit accessory. This caused even the underground to become quite bustling. Finally, after another 20 minutes of driving. Huh? Qin Mang breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally spotted 2 adjacent level 2 iron mines 5,000 meters underground ahead. His frown finally relaxed. He felt quite lucky. Upgrading the train to level 4 requires 100,000 units of iron ore. He currently has that much in the train, but he doesn't dare use it. He needs to save some for backup, such as food, mechanical nano spiders if combat components are damaged, or energy stones. This is like a resident's spending power isn't determined by their current savings, but by their expectations of future income. Only when he stays near the 2 level 2 iron mines and begins digging will he feel confident enough to use the train's stored ore. There's no hesitation. The giant drill slowly emerges from the train's head and begins spinning at high speed. Like a pangolin spirit, it quickly carves a short, temporary tunnel, and the train rapidly heads deeper into the earth. The target is the 2 level 2 iron mines. Just then. Qin Mang's brows furrowed slightly. The search radar showed a level 4 train over 9,000 meters away, seemingly also targeting the 2 iron mines deep underground. It was moving slowly underground, much slower than his own. He could reach a speed of 170 kilometers per hour underground. The enemy train was traveling at just over 60 kilometers per hour. He glanced at the control panel search radar screen, detailing the enemy train's component levels. Unknown level 4 mechanical train, 19 carriages. Detailed components and levels for this train are as follows. Green-gray components. Level 3 steel armor, covering all carriages. Yellow-gray components. Level 2 energy shield, covering all carriages. Blue-gray components. 6 level 5 hell cannons. The search radar was just short of showing the color of the enemy's underwear. This was the supermodular effect of his level 10 detection radar. If a train appeared within the radar range, its components and their levels would be clearly displayed on the control panel screen. Qin Mang glanced at the information on the screen and, expressionless, pushed the control lever again, showing no sign of retreat. He even slightly increased his speed. He and the level 4 train rushed from different directions towards the 2 iron mines deep underground. He was faster. A few minutes later, he had successfully arrived at the 2 level 2 iron mines in the cave and breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, speed is good. The rules of the wasteland are, whoever arrives first gets it. Just then, his train radio suddenly chimed faintly, and the screen flashed red. Force private message from a nearby train. Get lost. After seeing this message, Chen Meng, who was about to pick up the intercom to give Lao Zhu instructions, suddenly laughed. He looked at the red dot within the enemy radar range, moving at a snail's pace deep underground, 3,000 meters away. It seemed the enemy's radar range was only 3,000 meters. Without hesitation, he pushed the lever again, driving straight ahead, deep underground, along the train heading towards him. Speed was reduced to minimum. What does this guy mean? Deep underground, inside a level 4 train, a man looked at the red dot on the enemy radar moving rapidly towards his train, his face gloomy. I told him to get lost. Is he trying to challenge me? He's a level 3 train. Why would he dare challenge me? Those were 2 level 2 iron mines, too far for a level 3 train to touch. He had no problem telling him to get lost, though he didn't know how this train could achieve such rapid speed underground. But a cruel flash of light flashed in the man's eyes. He looked at the rapidly approaching red dot on the screen and suddenly laughed. Remember, on the Shay plane, the weak will be severely humiliated. Getting angry out of shame is just courting death. Then, a pale blue light curtain quickly enveloped the entire train. Inside the curtain, the muzzles of 6 hell cannons on the roof of the carriages began to slowly rotate, warming up, ready to unleash a fierce and terrifying attack at any moment. And that red dot was getting closer and closer. The next moment, the soil in front of the train suddenly loosened, revealing countless fragments of rubble visible to the naked eye. A train with a high-speed drill appeared before him. The man approached it with a sly grin. Sure enough, even the energy shield. However, boom! As the 2 trains collided violently deep underground, a flash of horror crossed the man's eyes, and he jerked himself upright from his chair. Almost the instant the 2 high-speed drills collided, his drill shattered, and the energy shield covering his entire train was cracked, and on the verge of shattering the moment the other drill made contact. How could it be possible? His level 3 armor plus level 2 energy shield provided a full level 5 defense. Yet, why did it begin to shatter the moment the other drill made contact? But there was no time for further reflection. The muzzles of the 6 level 5 hell cannons atop the carriage began to rotate. As the copper ore within the train dwindled, countless shells, their orange-red tails, completely enveloped the train. 3 seconds later, the man gazed expectantly at the smoke-shrouded tunnel before him. Had the train already exploded? But then he saw the cracked energy shield shatter completely. The train, almost unscathed, hurtled through the smoke and crashed straight into the train. In the final moments before he lost consciousness, he saw the locomotive's armor offer virtually no resistance to the enemy's high-speed drill, and a fragment of armor blasted towards his chest. The man sat at the control console, looking down at the armor fragment that had pierced his chest, his eyes gradually blurring until consciousness faded completely. Alas, there are no ifs. Boom! Amid the roar of the engine, Chen Meng pushed the control lever almost all the way down, until the drill was completely inserted into the locomotive. Then he maneuvered the train back a short distance, casually lit a cigarette, and put it in his mouth, picking up the intercom. Collective thinking activated. Busey, take your men and retrieve all the survivors from the train, as well as any removable parts and belongings. Understood. Quickly. 30 guards in black combat uniforms, led by Busey and armed with Tamarin assault rifles, quickly jumped out of the train compartment and strode towards the train at the front of the tunnel, then filed into the completely damaged locomotive. Then, the angry roars of Busey and his companions faintly echoed from within the train. Don't move, put your hands on your head. 20 minutes later, Busey returned, having successfully completed his mission, bringing with him 400 survivors and a large amount of supplies, temporarily stored in a refrigerator. The train had no removable parts. Everything that could be taken away had already been taken away. Leaving behind was an empty train shell. Normally, when the conductor of a train is killed, no one on board, including thugs and slaves, would resist. After all, in the apocalypse, everyone is essentially just trying to get by, so who would be loyal to the conductor? With the conductor dead, why would they resist? They could just switch trains and continue on. And if they could destroy their original train, this one would surely be stronger and safer. But nothing is absolute in this world. If one of the conductor's relatives or children seeks revenge, it would be extremely dangerous. Therefore, Biozzi and his companions were extremely cautious, fearing that their search for the train might lead to a disaster. The survivors were temporarily detained in 2 refrigerators. After a thorough review, and after confirming that none of the conductor's relatives were present, the process would proceed. After Biozzi and his companions boarded the train, Chin Meng pushed the lever again, retracting the drill. He temporarily spent 11,000 units of iron ore to upgrade the earth core furnace to level 4 and activated it. The train slowly advanced, its bloody maw, composed of countless gears, opening wide. As the train advanced, the damaged level 4 train gradually shortened, and the piercing sound of gears rubbing against armor echoed through the tunnel. A minute later, only the star train could be seen. He immediately switched out the drill again. The lever swung back, and the drill rushed to the side of the tunnel, preparing to circle back toward the 2 level 2 iron mines. This time, the world was clear. The console screen displayed, having devoured this level 4 train, a total of 70,000 units of iron ore were harvested. Not bad. Chin Meng smiled with considerable satisfaction. The drill shattered the rock before it, and the train re-entered the cave, slowing to a stop beside the 2 level 2 iron mines. Chapter 109. 70,000 units of iron ore. That's equivalent to half a level 2 train's worth of iron ore. As expected of a level 4 train, it's far more iron ore than he gained from devouring Master Kuen's locomotive. The crucible the iron ore gained from devouring different components varies. For example, devouring one of his ordinary carriages yields 50 units of iron ore, equivalent to half of what he received back. However, devouring some ruined carriages or other components yields much less. But after all, it was free, so it was more than enough. Especially, this train still has quite a bit of resources piled up. 120,000 units of iron ore, 40,000 units of copper ore, 3,700 units of wood, 120,000 units of spider silk, 1 special item, 2 blueprints, a rifle and some ammunition, 16 cartons of cigarettes, 2 bottles of white wine, 3 cured pork ribs, and even a fat pig weighing several hundred pounds frozen in the refrigerator. Some daily necessities scavenged from the city ruins. The ancients were right. Standing outside the train in the cave, Chin Meng listened to the sound of the underground river flowing beside him. The train's headlights illuminated the entire cavern. He took the list of gains from Biozzi, and sighed deeply with a look of deep emotion. This looting and killing is truly a great way to make a fortune. Of course, the amount of iron and copper ore is small. After all, both are essential resources. No one would hoard too much of them on their train. Any bit they can use is good, any improvement they can make. At most, they keep a few tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands to maintain the train's daily operations. After he finished mining these 2 iron mines, his resource gains alone would surely exceed what was listed. But it's unbearable, it's so diverse, there's everything. There's even spider silk, a full 120,000 units of it. This guy doesn't even have a spider leg component in his car. Why would he have so much spider silk? I don't know where he got it from. I'm afraid he could have slaughtered a whole nest of man-eating spiders. His spider legs haven't been upgraded in ages, and now they're just food. He can't help but eat them. He threw all the rifles and ammunition into the forge. He also put the special items and blueprints in the train compartment. He go check them out later. Chin Meng pondered for a moment, then looked at the old pig beside him and smiled. Go ask the people down there if there's any skilled cooks. Keep this pig. We go to Shea City later, and see if we can find some vermicelli noodles and cabbage. We make a pork and vermicelli stew for everyone. Back in the abyss, I promised everyone I make chicken soup. That egg is laying pretty well, so I can't bear to kill it, so I eat this pig. Eat bread every day, well prepared. You don't have to pay for any meat coupons. Everyone gets one. I just treat it as a train benefit. By the way, speaking of the meat coupons, Chin Meng paused briefly before adding seriously, when we designed the meat coupons concept, we initially intended it to only be used for buying meat. The store concept came later. Now that meat coupons have become a train currency, calling them that is no longer appropriate. Let's change the name to Stellar Coupons. Also, pick out the daily necessities you collected and display them in the store. Understood. I arrange it later. Old Pig, standing nearby, nodded seriously, and quickly took out a small notebook from his pocket. After giving these instructions, Chin Meng glanced at the residents nearby who had already received their pickaxes and begun mining. Without pausing, He strode towards his train compartment, where the star train would be mining for the next few days. But first, he needed to test the effects of the special items and blueprints and upgrade the train to a level 4. Pork, cabbage, and vermicelli stew. Old Pig watched Master Mang's retreating figure, his throat rolling a few times, saliva welling in his mouth. His food was considered good on the star train, but it still consisted of rigiamo, a steamed bun with meat filling, every meal. In the apocalypse, having this kind of food was a welcome treat. He was quite content. Although it was a bit greasy, and there wasn't much else to eat, his mouth subconsciously began to salivate at the familiar yet unfamiliar words pork, cabbage, and vermicelli stew. He could almost smell the aroma. It smells so good. Busey, standing nearby, smirked with a vacant look in his eyes. And a steamed bun with some broth, so soft and fluffy, and the cabbage, vermicelli, and pork mixed together, that flavor. I can't think about it. I can't wait to get to Shay's City. I die if I can't find the cabbage and vermicelli. You dare to raise such a flag? Old Pig glanced back at Busey with a strange expression. All right, get to work. Go and investigate the backgrounds of those survivors. This time, Master Mang didn't say who he was going to kill. Keep the deputy conductor and his thugs, and find out the relationship between the rest of the people and the conductor. After you're done reviewing, I go arrange for them. I need to check on the statistics over there first. Without computers, compiling the data for over 1,000 people is a hell of a job. It's a real headache. Busey glanced at Li Shurji, who was not far away. Why don't you ask that guy? He's smart. Maybe he has a solution. I asked. What did he say? He said bugs are common and unavoidable. It's enough to get it working. Even with computers, bugs are inevitable. Okay, I won't talk to you about this anymore. Lao Zhu waved his hand and walked away. I've got a rough idea. I'm going to get busy. My name is Li Yi. Before the apocalypse, I was an executive at a company, earning $1 million a year. My annual income was equivalent to 10 years of an average person's. I considered myself a strong manager, especially at a mid-level management level. I had ample experience. After the apocalypse, I was captured on several trains and taken as a slave. In Master Kuhn's slave car, I was already completely lost in thought, with no hope for the future. The city was destroyed. There was hardly a single one of my fellow countrymen in sight across the wasteland. Even if the train temporarily protected my life, I had no idea where to go or what to do next. I had no home, and the world had abandoned me. Only when I was mining did I seem to find a glimmer of meaning in my existence. Just then, I saw a man with a completely different aura from mine. He carried no despair for the future, and he was completely different from the other, lost-hearted slaves. With a fierce gleam in his eyes and a cold expression, he occupied the only straw mat on the train. This man seemed completely undeterred by the apocalypse. I felt a tinge of curiosity about him. Until I saw a sturdy man challenge me, only to be killed in a matter of seconds. I looked away from him. For some reason, when I looked at him, my eyes burned, as if I were staring directly into the sun. He was incredibly wild. He had a strong sense of conviction. Even with his home destroyed in the apocalypse, he didn't despair of the future. I consider myself semi-cultured, but it took me a few seconds to find a description that vaguely matched this man. Then, as if the accelerator had been pressed, Kunya's train suddenly perished. This man established the Star Train, and I became the first slave to join it. I watched this train, newly born, grow at a visible pace. I saw with my own eyes the increasing number of carriages, and the proliferation of various firepower equipment. I witnessed with my own eyes the rapid increase in the number of slaves on the train. Before I could react, the Star Train had grown into a colossus unmatched in the wilderness. I witnessed the slaves' treatment improve from 2 slices of moldy bread a day to 20 slices of soft sandwich bread. The train's treatment improved steadily. I witnessed the train's advancement from level 1 to level 2, then to level 3, and even to the advanced area-shaped plane. I witnessed the growth of the Star Train. I considered many ways to stand out from the crowd of slaves, to become a mid-level manager on this train. I believed this train would go far, perhaps even become a Noah's Ark in the apocalypse, carrying the remnants of human civilization to a lingering survival in this hopeless and despairing world. Perhaps this train is the last hope for human civilization. I want to contribute to the development of the Star Train. I desperately want to join its construction, and I desperately want to follow that man. Working with someone like him, even I feel a glimmer of hope for the future. I tried many ways to rise to the top. I even selected my confidants for when I became middle management, hoping to showcase my talents by suppressing the rebellious slaves. I wanted to make a name for myself at the Reform Conference after leaving the wasteland. I wanted to, but everything ended in failure. The kid next to me constantly pressured me, making me regret telling him my plans and vision. If I hadn't told him, there would be no one to pressure me, and I wouldn't feel ashamed if my plans failed. I doubted myself countless times. Perhaps I really didn't have much talent. I even considered simply being a slave on the train. Oh no, resident. The train was reformed. But, to my surprise, I eventually became a middle manager on the Star train. My plan finally succeeded. It's just that it wasn't my plan that succeeded, it was that kid's. My name is Lee, and that kid calls me Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee, standing on the cave floor, his eyes vacant, still lingering in his trance, stared at the excited young man standing nearby and at Mang Yi, leaning on his cane. This was his first time being so close to Mang Yi. He even felt his breathing quicken. And striding towards him not far away was the pig cart driver. He never normally had the chance to be so close to him. Old Pig. Chin Mang waved at Old Pig, who was approaching, then casually placed his arm around Uncle Lee. That guy just came up to me and said his uncle Lee used to be a senior executive at a large company, even serving as a financial director. He has strong management skills and a keen eye for numbers. Your statistics are probably quite tricky there, too. I give you this guy. Let him try it out. If there are no problems after a few days, I give him the salary of a level 3 senior talent. Oh, and this kid too. Let him help Uncle Lee with the same salary. At this moment, Uncle Lee, standing nearby, finally came to his senses. He bowed with a hint of trepidation, his voice trembling. Master Mang, just call me Little Lee. Chin Mang said nothing, simply patted Uncle Lee's shoulder. Then he turned and headed back toward the train room. This time, no one stopped him. After Master Mang left, Old Pig looked at the two men holding pickaxes with a strange expression. You're quite brave. You're just wandering off during mining time, and even tried to stop Mr. Reckless. Really audacious. But I really need you two right now. Come with me. The statistics are giving me a headache. If you do a good job, you both receive level 3 senior talent status, move into the senior talent carriage, and receive 2-star tickets per day. Come on. Perfect. In guard car number 7, Old Pig looked at the table and statistical method Uncle Lee handed him, grinning with satisfaction. According to your statistical method, the 3-way cross-reference will indeed significantly reduce data errors. It's just that the workload will be large, so I have to work hard on you. From now on, you be staying in the number 6 male senior talent carriage. Like me, you have hard sleeper berths. You won't have to mine anymore. Just focus on this. There's only one person, Li Shiji, living in that carriage right now. Only one person, Ji Chu Chu, lives in the number 5 female senior talent carriage right now. Don't look around, don't listen, and don't wander around. There's nothing else to say. Your abilities are still decent. Why have you been hiding your talents in mining? Are you tired before the apocalypse? Afterward, you don't feel like using your brain much, so you want to relax and consider it an early retirement? Old Pig teased, then smiled and walked out of the carriage. Okay, go ahead. I'm going to get busy. In the number 6 male senior talent carriage. Awesome. The moment the young man who had been following Uncle Lee entered the carriage, he couldn't help but throw himself on the bed, covering his face with a pillow and inhaling greedily, muttering intoxicatedly. It's been ages since I've been able to stretch out and sleep so comfortably. And it's so soft, with a special pillow, mattress, and quilt. And there's so much space. This is fucking awesome. Uncle Lee, why don't you look so happy? Standing in the aisle of carriage 6, gazing out the window at the group of miners, Uncle Lee's expression was complex and silent for a long time before he spoke hoarsely. Although the result was exactly as I expected, the process was something I had never imagined. Is that right? Isn't that right? The boy stretched out with a satisfied look, resting on the soft pillow with a look of enjoyment on his face. This isn't a school exam. The teacher will grade you based on your process. As long as the answer is correct. Who cares about the process? Chapter 110. But, Uncle Lee turned to look at the boy writhing on the bed behind him. His mouth opened and closed slightly, but no words came out. He couldn't find a way to refute him. After a long pause, he muttered in a daze. But how dare you stop Mr. Mang? Because I think compiling the daily data of so many people must be extremely troublesome. Uncle Lee, you happen to be an expert in this, and there's a need for someone on the train, so of course, I have to recommend myself. You? What's wrong with me? Your process is wrong. How can success be so easy? Uncle Lee felt his own value shattered, And for a moment, he found it difficult to accept. If you had the ability to recommend yourself, why did you only make a few thousand yuan a month? He always believed that. Talent is like shit in the stomach. Only when a little bit of it pokes out from behind can others see your talent. Otherwise, even if your stomach is full of shit, others won't be able to see it. So his approach has always been to showcase his talent. This boy told him a simpler and more drastic method. Pull someone in the face. Me? The boy lying on the bed said with some annoyance, Uncle Lee, I'm just a small-town kid with nothing, no skills, and no experience. What can I possibly recommend myself for? Besides, I just recommended you, not me. You're the one with the skills, and I'm not. But, well, in the end, my plan was successful, so I deserve credit for this. Let me be clear, I know nothing about this, so you have to be patient when you start teaching me. Okay. After a long pause, Uncle Lee nodded emphatically. He took a deep breath, turned, and looked out the window, his eyes filled with pride, his back even straightening a little. In any case, the plan had finally succeeded, and he had finally become a mid-level manager on the Star train. Now it was time for him to show his talents. Just then, the door to the number 6 senior talent carriage opened, and Li Shiji walked in, carrying 2 hot Rigiamo, Chinese Rigiamo. Upon seeing Uncle Lee and the others, he was slightly startled, then burst into laughter. So your plan worked? Huh? Uncle Lee froze in his tracks, staring at Li Shiji with bewilderment in his eyes. What? Last time you were discussing suppressing the slave rebellion, I was lying down behind you, eating. From what you said, it sounded like you've been planning this for a long time, only to keep failing. And now it's suddenly succeeding. Great. Why are you lying down to eat? My back and waist are sore from mining all day, and you're not even allowed to lie down and eat? The boy sitting next to Uncle Lee stood up, his eyes full of pride. Uncle Lee and I are responsible for the daily statistics and approval of residents' iron ore and star tickets data. We both receive level 3 senior talent treatment. What a great job. Li Shiji sighed, his eyes filled with envy. You can keep doing this job forever. Unlike me, I don't know what to do after completing the maze, and Mr. Meng hasn't given me any new tasks. I feel a little guilty eating my steamed buns now. Before you came, I was alone in this carriage. It was quite lonely. Now I finally have someone to chat with. Want some Rigiamo? I just heated them up. Then, Uncle Lee hesitated for a moment before looking at carriage 5 behind Li Jisher and asking, Did you come from carriage 5? Captain Zhu just told me Ji Choo Choo is in carriage 5, and not to enter without permission. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Li Jisher waved his hand. Carriage 5 is currently occupied by Ji Choo Choo alone. I've got some curtains for her. It's okay if you pass by. Just open the curtains and sneak in. I just heated up 2 Rigiamo for you too. Just to welcome you back. I heat up a few more later. Hey. This is much better than bread slices. I could eat a dozen a day these days. It's so satisfying. Oh yeah, you haven't smoked in a while, right? Li Shiji smiled, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and tossed them towards the 2 men. Mr. Meng just gave me 100 star coupons. I bought 2 packs of cigarettes, spending 4 of them. I give you 1 pack to smoke. Aren't you saving up for a refrigerator? Uncle Lee took the pack of cigarettes with both hands and handed it to the boy beside him. Many people plan to save their star coupons to buy refrigerators. It's not as comfortable as this car. There's a lot of good stuff in this shop. Li Shiji suddenly thought of something and stood up and walked towards the 2 men. Captain Zhu has put the shop in a refrigerator in car 11. I take you there. You can spend your money and I pay. We're all level 3 senior talents, earning 2 star coupons a day. That's enough. Come on, come with me. Everyone's at work right now, so the shops are empty. We can take our time. Star, inside the train. Sitting at the control panel, Chin Meng was looking at the robot in front of him and a loose iron box. Yes. The drone had dropped a box, and after the box opened, the robot emerged. He'd taken the box with him when he left, though he hadn't noticed anything special about it so far. It wasn't a special item, and the box couldn't be put back together. It was loose. But it was something from the S-rank job transfer process, after all. He collected and put it in the refrigerator. He had a level 10 refrigerator in the train compartment. Chilled a little cola. And the random things he collected, maybe they come in handy someday. As for this robot. Special item, lifestyle robot. Item effect. It can serve as the body of the train's auxiliary AI and can perform some light physical tasks. The robot's exterior was a smooth, painted blue steel, with no exposed wires, armor, or anything like that. It also lacked any ports for heavy weaponry. It was simply a life robot, lacking much combat capability. It could be used as an assistant. "Can you come in?" "Yes." The mechanical, electronic chime of the AI clattered through the train, and then a wire suddenly extended from the console screen toward the robot. The robot quickly stood up and faced Chen Meng. Chen Meng frowned slightly, tilting his head to glance at the screen beside him. "Can you still control those components?" "Yes." A slightly muffled, mechanical voice boomed from the robot's loudspeaker. "I'm a level 10 AI, possessing higher computing power and intelligence. Only a portion of my consciousness resides within the robot. The majority remains within the train's auxiliary AI. Its powerful computing power allows me to multi-thread operations. Currently, if all the train's components are fully operational, it will only consume 37% of my total computing power. If I could eat, I could even leisurely snack on some sunflower seeds." Chen Meng paused for a moment after gazing at the robot before him. "Give you a name." "Okay. Let's call you Xiao AI." "Okay, master." You can always ask Xiao AI for anything. This robot was merely a side dish in this harvest, not even a snack. The special item, and 2 blueprints in his hand, were the appetizer. They were all seized from the level 4 train. All special items were unclassified by grade or level. Most were small, auxiliary items for individual use. Take, for example, the special item in his hand. Special item, salted fish headband. Item effect, wearing this headband grants you the ability to breathe underwater for 10 minutes. It looks like a salted fish headband, clipped onto your head. He tried it on, looked in the mirror, and immediately took it off, and put it in a drawer. It looked a bit silly. It's an item you might need at some point. Then he looked at the 2 blueprints. The first blueprint was for the green grade accessory nitrogen exhaust, and the second was for the yellow grade accessory bunny cloud. "Wow!" Chen Meng looked at the second yellow grade vehicle accessory blueprint, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This time, he truly struck gold. The last time he visited Kunlun Mountain, he'd been deeply impressed by a train whose wheels were cloud-like and could fly. He was still on a level 2 train at the time, and the sight had left a profound impression. He even wondered when his own star train would be able to fly. He hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Bunny cloud wheels are a special type of cloud-shaped wheel that allows trains to fly, though they're currently unusable. Only when the train's maximum speed reaches 650 kilometers per hour can a train equipped with these wheels take to the skies. Even if he upgraded his bunny cloud wheels to level 10, he still wouldn't be able to reach that upper speed. Normally, level 4, 5, or even level 6 trains wouldn't even reach that upper speed. To achieve this speed, speed-boosting accessories are necessary, such as the green-grade nitrogen exhaust, which increases the train's speed. This level 4 train must have only begun collecting speed-boosting accessories after obtaining the bunny cloud blueprint, hoping to reach the upper limit and allow the train to soar. Alas, it died halfway, the poor child. After sorting out all the gains from this train, he looked at the resource units on the train panel. 430,000 units of iron ore, 750,000 units of copper ore, 224,000 units of wood, 120,000 units of spider silk, 180,000 units of red hard rock, 1,158 units of corpse flesh. He once again reviewed the requirements for upgrading to level 4. Upgrade requirements: requires 18 carriages, all 4 required vehicle components, and 10,000 units of level 2 iron ore. The combined component levels must be above level 80. After building 3 standard carriages, he finally had 18 carriages. At this point, all the requirements for upgrading to a level 4 train were met. As for the combined component level above level 80, which was quite challenging for other trains, he had already reached that level with a level 2 train. And now, after consuming 100,000 units of iron ore, the next moment, a panel appeared before him. Your train has been upgraded to level 4. You will unlock more craftable components and successfully upgrade to a mechanical train, reaching S-level potential. A new section appeared on the train panel, called Reputation. His reputation was currently 30. The detailed records indicated that the regional notification from the Teeling Wasteland had increased his reputation by 10 points, while the regional notification from the Shea Plains had added another 20 points, for a total of 30 points. And at the moment of successful upgrade, train radio had finally and completely joined the Shea Plains. From this moment on, he would never be able to return to the Teeling Wasteland, and the abandoned goblin train at the bottom of the Doomsday abyss would remain there forever. Until one day, the goblin train, long abandoned and covered in dust and cobwebs, suddenly welcomed its owner. This was Doba's train. When he learned that Doba had built this goblin train single-handedly, in that pitch-black space, groping for a pickaxe, and then for iron ore, bit by bit, spending countless hours, he was reluctant to feed the abandoned goblin train to the Earth's core furnace. I can't give him much iron ore. Might as well leave it there. Perhaps. One day, he returned there and tell Doba, "Now you're the Goblin King." He didn't know if he could accomplish such a grand feat as helping Doba rebuild goblin civilization, but Doba's sincere, admiring, and fervent gaze made him hesitate to look directly at him. If he could ever truly accomplish this, then this abandoned goblin train, slumbering at the bottom of the Doomsday abyss, would silently record it all like a cosmic historian. At least it would be a reminder. In a trance, the train radio suddenly began to beep. Many people were chatting on the train radio, and the chat room in the upper right corner indicated a total of 289 trains. This number was similar to the Teeling Wasteland. No, it should be much less than the Teeling Wasteland. After all, only trains upgraded to level 2 could be built with train radios. There were still many level 1 trains in the Teeling Wasteland, and some upgraded to level 2 trains, but none had built train radios. No way. Chen Meng glanced at the chat logs in the chat room, his lips twitching slightly. How come there are 12 volumes of military manuals again, and every volume has my name on it? He had thought everyone on the train radio in the Shave Plains would be chatting about something, but it turned out they were still talking about him, just like on the train radio in the Teeling Wasteland. Everyone in the chat room was discussing the Star Train, which had completed the S-level job transfer quest. The Shave Plains regional announcement had leaked the train's name, and now everyone knew it was a train called the Star that had successfully completed the S-level job transfer quest. Chapter 111. Just then, someone's words disrupted the discussion on the train radio. Defense Breaker Train, check the leaderboards. The Star Train has successfully upgraded to level 4, and officially entered the green zone. Holy crap, it's number 1. Kill 1 in 10 steps train. What number 1? What are you talking about? Even if he completed the S-level job transfer, that only means he has high potential. How could he have directly ranked number 1? Cosmos Train, that guy was definitely mistaken, but this Star Train is really outrageous. A rating of 6,524 is a joke. A normal train that's just upgraded to level 4 wouldn't have that rating. Even many level 5 trains don't have that rating. Love only one train. A rating of 6,524 is truly outrageous. It's directly ranked 34th on the Shave Plains Regional Influence Rankings. This guy. He just upgraded to level 4. He can't cram all the survivors in the white zone into his carriage, right? How can he afford to support them? If he can't find a mine in 2 days, all the slaves will starve to death. Defense Breaker Train, you're seeing things. I'm not talking about that ranking, I'm talking about the ranking of supermodel effects. He's fucking number 1. Go check it out. Cosmic Train, I saw it, it's really number 1. I have only one thought. Can I give him a question mark? Kill 1 in 10 steps train. Question mark love only one train. Question mark. Ah. Chen Meng looked at the information on the train radio, with a hint of helplessness. He just wanted to grow quietly. There was really no need to keep an eye on him. His original rating was 5,412, but after upgrading to level 4, the base rating on the train increased to 1,000. I obtained a new red-grade vehicle accessory, the Earthburst missile, and upgraded the Earth's core furnace with a few miscellaneous accessories. I just picked up a new batch of survivors. Then the train rating reached 6542. That seems quite high indeed. He looked at the Star Train, ranked 34th on the Shave Plains regional ranking. It was sandwiched between a bunch of level 5 trains. The level 4 trains were all ranked outside the top 100. The highest level 4 train had a rating of 4,500, while the others were generally around 3,800. And in the Teeling Wasteland, there was only one ranking list, the Regional Influence Rankings. But in the Shave Plains, there were several, such as the Supermodel Effect Number ranking. Rank 1, Star, S-Class Potential Level 4 Mechanical Train, 57 Supermodel Effects. Rank 2, Wife Hunter, S-Class Potential Level 6 Flesh Train, 28 Supermodel Effects. Rank 3, Bloody Path, A-Class Potential, Level 6 Flesh Train, 26 Supermodel Effects. Rank 4, World Worrying, A-Class Potential, Level 5 Mechanical Train, 24 Supermodel Effects. This was Chen Meng's first time seeing this list. If he only counted the number of supermodel effects, then it was true that he couldn't compare to him. After all, he possessed an infinite number of Murphy stones. How could he possibly compete with him? There was absolutely no way. And most importantly, he had just discovered a few days ago that supermodel effects with a none rating still counted towards the score and the number of supermodel effects. And at this moment, the Data Emperor had appeared on the train radio. Defense Breaker Train. Let me do the math. Yellow grade components can be upgraded to level 5. A level 3 train has 7 craftable yellow grade components, a level 4 train has 3, a level 5 train has 2, and a level 6 train has 2. Only purple grade components can be upgraded to level 10, and even level 6 trains don't have any purple components. That means a normal level 6 train, crafting all of these yellow grade components, can gain a total of 14 supermodel effects. If you get a few more yellow grade blueprints or some Murphy stone, you can gain even more supermodel effects. For example, the Wife Hunter, which previously ranked first, has a full 28 supermodel effects. But this star is only a level 4 train, and it's only just been upgraded to level 4. He hasn't had time to craft the parts for the level 4 train yet, meaning he can only craft 7 yellow grade parts, with a maximum of 7 supermodulus effects. It's well known that Murphy stone can overcome level limits, and the most cost-effective way to use Murphy stone to exchange for supermodulus effects is to use it on green grade parts. 2 Murphy stones can yield 1 supermodulus effect. And the star train has a full 57 supermodulus effects, exceeding the normal 50. So, he either has an extra 50 yellow grade part blueprints, or he's consumed 100 Murphy stones. You can decide for yourselves which is more realistic. Cosmic Train. Can I say either of these conclusions sound unrealistic? Are yellow grade part blueprints and Murphy stones just cabbages? When did the unit of measurement become so high? Defense Breaker Train. Maybe they visited many adventure maps and cleared them all. Blue Dragon Train. Let me interject. There are no adventure maps in the white area. They're really sensitive to data. Chin Mang sighed helplessly. These people were incredibly serious about digging up information about other people's trains. It was a shame. Their logic was flawless, but their answers were all wrong. 100 Murphy stones? That's just looking down on him. It's just that they're limited by resources. If resources were infinite, he could create 9,999 supermodel effects for you in a matter of minutes. However, he glanced at the 4th-ranked World Wicked train on the supermodel effect number ranking. It was a level 5 mechanical train with A-grade potential. Only 2 mechanical trains made the top 10. One was him, and the other was the World Wicked train. The other 8 were all flesh trains. After all, the flesh train had been hunting monsters for years, so its chances of dropping Murphy stone were definitely higher than others. It wasn't like they could just keep mining and find a single Murphy stone. He was primarily interested in the world-worthy. It wasn't just because he and the other train were the only 2 mechanical trains in the top 10. It was also because the other train had A-level potential. He remembered the A-level job transfer quest for the mechanical train very clearly. It required training the AI to have human emotions and then falling in love with it. This guy was a ruthless person. He admired people who were willing to put their lives in the hands of others. What if they ever had to break up? The fun would start when the AI simply pressed the immediate self-destruct button. After completing this job transfer quest, the AI gained full authority within the train, equal to the train conductor. But this effort isn't without reward. Being able to top a number of level 6 trains with a level 5 train in the leaderboard shows the rewards are quite substantial. Mechanical train and flesh train are both different forms of trains. The only difference is that the mechanical train is a bit more sci-fi, while the flesh train looks a bit more terrifying, even more monstrous than some monsters. The flesh train doesn't require mining or slaves. Upgrading the train and its components requires only monster flesh and blood. Simply by constantly killing monsters, you can level up. You can even operate the train alone, as long as you don't feel lonely. The mechanical train won't work. It can't operate properly with just one conductor. It requires a team. As for the mortality rate, the mechanical train is far less likely to survive than the flesh train. The mechanical train can be avoided. The monsters are terrifying, so avoidance is enough. But the flesh train is unavoidable. If you avoid it this time, will you avoid it next time? If you avoid it every time, will the train upgrade? That's why all flesh trains on the Shay Plain only stop there during their rest periods. The rest of the time, they charge into the monster-infested area of Kunlun Mountain. The more bosses they kill, the higher the naturally dropped Murphy stone and yellow grade component blueprints will be, and their rankings on the supermodel effect rankings will naturally be higher than others. The mechanical trains and the flesh trains actually get along quite well. After all, the flesh trains don't need or slaves, and there's essentially no conflict of interest between them and the mechanical trains, save for the occasional backhanded curses that the flesh trains are a bunch of lunatics. Chin Mang glanced at the train radio for a moment before looking away. He paid no attention, nor did he feel like commenting. His only thought now was to focus on his development, strive to survive, and to live a better life. And just then, someone approached him privately. Blue Dragon Train. Hello, I'm the one who called out Mom. I can't tell you on your train today. I went on an underwater maze adventure and chose the S-level maze mission. Luckily, I landed on your train. Of course, I failed the mission. But that's not important. I've found a new adventure. Are you interested in exploring it with me? Chin Mang looked at the person who had privately messaged him with a slightly strange expression. He only just realized that the consciousness in the robot was actually a real person's. Someone had intercepted an S-level maze mission from somewhere, and then brought it to his train. What are adventures? Well, it's just hidden maps with missions inside. Completing them gives you a lot of rewards. I've actually been interested in this adventure for over a month, but I just haven't found the right person. You're the perfect candidate. What do you mean? That train that was running along the nearly 90-degree cliffs of Kunlun Mountain that day was you, right? That flying train was you? It was me. That adventure map is called the Tower of Babel. Only your train can reach it. No one else can. Don't you know how to fly? I can only fly up to 3,000 meters, but that map is at 5,000 meters. You can pull my train up with you. I provide the coordinates, and you provide the means. If we're going to cooperate, we split the profits 50-50. If we're going to challenge each other individually, it's up to each person. On the shade plane. The bald man sitting in the Songlong's train cabin sighed deeply. He hadn't expected this guy. When he heard the star had completed its S-rank job transfer and entered the Sand River Plains, he knew the two trains were the same. If they were in different areas, it would be fine. But with several adjacent areas nearby, how could they not be the same person, that guy? He secretly calculated that he needed to upgrade the spider legs accessory to at least level 13 to be able to navigate the cliffs. Where on earth did he get all that Murphy stone? And he knew more than the people on the train radio. This guy had upgraded at least 100 refrigerators to level 5 or 10, consuming far more Murphy stone than the data expert on the train radio had guessed. That's right, he slapped his head. The other party must be extremely alert right now. After all, it was because of the star that his S-rank mission failed. And with so much Murphy stone in his possession, he must be suspicious that he was about to take action. But he didn't really have that thought. His only joy was exploring adventures and unlocking those hidden maps. The reward was one thing, but it also brought him a long-lost glimmer of joy in this awful damned world. He found the Tower of Babel adventure map long ago, but had never been able to ascend. Now that he finally caught the Star Express, he naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity to reach the summit and explore. Just as he was about to say something else, hoping to allay the other person's concerns, he received a reply. Star Train. Sure, but you have to wait 2 weeks. Now it was his turn to be a little confused. He agreed so readily. He was a level 5 train. Wasn't this guy afraid? He was either skilled and bold, or just stupid. Then, he recalled the torture of the previous half hour on the other train, and his first impression of this train conductor, whom he had never met. He was indeed not afraid of him. He was just tough. Now it seemed he should be the one worrying about being robbed. After replying and confirming the time, Chin Mang stopped checking the train radio. He really wanted to see what this adventure map was like. He hadn't seen it in the white area, and he was curious. There were also special places in the Teeling Wasteland, such as the Doomsday Abyss, but they seemed merely special, not truly adventure maps. But not now. His train had only just been upgraded to level 4, and many things were still unbuilt. His armor was already level 6. He waited until he upgraded the ground blast missile to level 6. He wanted to see who dared to challenge him. He was even eager to test the ground blast missile's power. Of course, before that, he needed to upgrade the optional accessories on the level 3 train to level 10. In half a month, he should have a nearly fully equipped level 4 train. Then he could go out and explore. There was so much copper ore piled up in the Star Train, he had to find a chance to fire it and see the effects. Chapter 112. Central Air Conditioning, Permanent Shock Absorbers, Medical Bay. These 3 yellow-grade vehicle accessories are optional for the level 3 train. He had already crafted them all in the Teeling Wasteland, but due to a lack of iron ore, he hadn't upgraded them. Upgrading yellow-grade vehicle accessories from level 1 to level 10 generally requires 45,000 units of iron ore, significantly more expensive than white-grade vehicle accessories, which typically only require 4,400 units of iron ore. After consuming 45,000 units of iron ore, the yellow accessory central air conditioning was quickly upgraded to level 10 and gained 2 supermode effects. Central air conditioning level 5 supermode effect reduces energy consumption by half. Central air conditioning level 10 supermode effect. When operating with fresh air, if the outside air quality is detected as toxic or extremely poor, air intake will be immediately stopped. This effect requires the oxygen concentrator to be upgraded to level 10 and the corresponding supermode effect to be achieved, as well as the train assist AI to be fully upgraded. The central air conditioning system has a built-in fresh air system, which effectively improves the air quality inside the train. Upgrading it has no effect. It basically operates within the temperature range of a normal air conditioner and cannot directly raise the temperature to over 100 degrees Celsius or even drop it to minus 200 degrees Celsius. However, in extremely cold or hot environments, it can still maintain a normal temperature range inside the train. However, energy consumption will be significantly increased. This is when the level 5 super mode effect comes into play, making it a good general purpose super mode effect. The level 10 super mode effect only works in specific circumstances and is usually unused, but when it is, it plays an absolutely crucial role. The level 10 super mode effect of the oxygen concentrator analyzes the surrounding air quality in real time and synchronizes the report to the train assist AI. The weather is getting colder. Winter is approaching, and those trains that haven't been upgraded to level 3 and can't afford the central air conditioning accessory will likely face tough times, with many likely freezing to death. The train conductor will naturally have ways to stay warm, and the highest pay on a train will undoubtedly go to the conductor. However, many of the slaves will likely freeze to death. Even if they don't, frostbite will significantly impact their work efficiency. The residents of his train, however, don't have such concerns. The train has air conditioning, and outside, there are clothes with thermos effects. This thermostat is a supermodel effect only available after the custom clothing production line is upgraded to level 5. Most people can't upgrade this accessory to level 5, and even if they have Murphy Stone, they wouldn't want to spend it on it. Furthermore, Murphy Stone is only available on trains that are at least level 4. It doesn't appear in lower level areas. Besides that, the residents of his train also have supermodel foods like bread slices and mineral water, which, when consumed regularly, can improve physical fitness and even reduce the risk of illness. So to speak, the living conditions of the residents on his train were almost superior to those of any train on the Teeling Wasteland or the Shea Plain. At least, despite such a high daily workload, no resident had yet died from exhaustion or serious illness, which clearly demonstrated the train's exceptional performance in this regard. In the apocalypse, with such an environment, what more could one ask for? Then Shin-Mang once again focused his attention on the yellow-grade permanent shock absorber accessory. This accessory significantly reduced the impact of a violent collision, thus protecting life within the train. A very useful accessory. At least when he collided with the level 4 train deep underground just now, he didn't feel much of the impact. He only had level 1 permanent shock absorber. Without this accessory, colliding with a train at such high speed wouldn't have been a very pleasant experience. After spending 45,000 units of iron ore, he upgraded this accessory to level 10. With each upgrade, the impact reduction effect becomes stronger. After reaching level 10, the impact of a severe train collision is much less severe, and it also gains 2 supermod effects. Permanent shock absorber level 5 supermod effect, none. Permanent shock absorber level 10 supermod effect, none. Even though both supermod effects are non-existent, he still upgraded it to level 10, not for the supermod effect, but for the upgraded effect. He then spent another 45,000 units of iron ore to upgrade the medical bay to level 10. Although he already had a level 10 simple medical kit, which could heal injuries and even regenerate severed limbs, it was a yellow-grade accessory after all, and he wanted to see if the upgrade would be even more effective. The upgrade had no effect. It was the same as before. But the 2 supermod effects he gained were practically perverse. Medical bay level 5 supermod effect. Regenerates severed limbs. Medical bay level 10 supermod effect. Humans have no truly incurable illnesses. They can treat any disease, including so-called cancer. Different diseases require different units of iron ore to treat, and the more severe the illness, the more resources are consumed. Furthermore, any mechanical organ can be replaced in the medical bay without any discomfort. The Level 5 Supermodel effect duplicates the Level 10 Supermodel effect of the simple first aid kit. The only difference is that the simple first aid kit is disposable, while this one is permanent. Also, using the simple first aid kit to sew up a severed limb still requires specialized personnel. It doesn't matter if you're not a professional surgeon. If something goes wrong, you can just remove it and sew it back together. Doing it dozens of times will eventually lead to a successful sew-up. The whole process is just a bit painful. It's unlikely you die from the pain. Falling from the pain should be no problem. The medical bay doesn't have to worry about this. Similarly, to regenerate a severed limb, simply place the limb and the patient into the bay, close the lid, and wait a minute before opening it. The limb is regenerated. The entire process is painless and extremely easy. Of course, for both limb regeneration, the medical bay consumes more resources than the simple first aid kit. The medical pod's Level 10 Supermodel effect, if used in peacetime, would be a technological innovation that would astound humanity. At least in the previous world before crossing over, medical science in that world considered nearly 90% of illnesses untreatable, including symptoms like the common cold. New diseases were even discovered from time to time. It's like a game that occasionally produces bugs. After all, with nearly 10 billion people, occasional glitches are completely understandable and normal. Chin Meng walked to carriage 2 and placed the medical pod in a refrigerator within that carriage. Upgrading the refrigerator to level 10 significantly increased the space utilization of each train carriage. After all, building an additional carriage was no simple matter. Armor would definitely need to be installed, and armor wasn't exactly cheap. He stood there, gazing at the medical pod before him, which resembled the combat training virtual space, all white but more technologically advanced. He remained silent, pondering a question. There seemed to be nothing wrong with his body, no illness. But after a moment's thought, he undressed and lay down inside. As he lay inside, the lid quickly rose from both sides and slowly closed. Simultaneously, a thick white liquid began to overflow from the bottom of the pod, quickly enveloping the entire body. Inside the lid, a smaller screen emerged. The following issues have been detected: lungs 78% intact, heart 89% intact, limbs 99% intact, genitals 87% intact, liver. To repair a specific organ, click on the corresponding part on the screen. The price for the repair will pop up. To repair all organs, 43,000 units of iron ore will be required. So expensive? The first thought that flashed through Chin Meng's mind was that the price was a bit outrageous. He wasn't injured or sick, not even a cold. He was just getting a full physical exam, and they told him he needed 43,000 units of iron ore. Why did this routine sound so familiar? Then how many units of iron ore would be needed for any terminal illness? And the data he obtained from hospital checkups in his previous life all contained specific disease names, a string of data that seemed incredibly technical. And this medical warehouse was directly evaluating the health of each of his organs? It sounded strange, like repairing train parts. He accepted anything less than 100% intact, but why was the limb's integrity only 99%? There's nothing wrong with my limb, no injuries at all. He offered his suggestion. Another line of text quickly slid across the screen. Patient has a hangnail on the second finger of his right hand. Fully repaired. The next moment, a white, viscous liquid began to rapidly flow from the bottom, completely covering his face and nostrils. He initially held his breath, but soon realized that the white, viscous liquid didn't affect his breathing at all. A minute later, the white, viscous liquid quickly dissipated, and Chin Meng climbed out of the medical bay. He walked to the full-length mirror nearby and looked himself up and down, his eyes filled with disbelief. The self in the mirror. Isn't he so handsome? He rarely used the word handsome to describe himself. He always felt that, for a man, appearance was never a high-priority compliment. But this time, he truly felt handsome. The self in the mirror's mental state was a world away from before. He had never felt so light and relaxed before. This feeling. It felt like a factory reset. He looked at his right hand. Even the barb had been completely repaired. He glanced down and saw it hadn't grown any larger. It seemed the medical tank could only perform some repairs, not alter the body itself. But that didn't matter. His was more than adequate. Any larger would be too high for tunnel entry. Those 43,000 units of iron ore were well spent. After donning the high-elite suit, he felt he could live for another 100 years without a problem. Even if he kept using the medical tank, he felt living to 300 or 400 wasn't out of the question. After all, human death is largely due to the irreversible decay of organs. But now? This irreversible has become reversible. Very good. Chen Mang glanced at himself in the mirror with satisfaction and headed back to the train compartment. He wasn't planning on sharing this accessory with his subordinates for now. It was too expensive, and the train couldn't afford it at the moment. A simple medicine kit would suffice. At this point, all the craftable parts for the level 3 train had been crafted, except for the storage box. He had no use for it for now, and the train still had 100 level 10 refrigerators, more than enough storage space. In the number 5 premium train compartment, Ji Choo Choo sat in her seat, gazing at the bustling scene outside. Captain Pig and the others were standing at the entrance to the number 4 premium train compartment, constantly carrying bread slices for the day's residents. Mr. Meng hadn't seen her in a long time. Those little stars who once chatted with her and entertained her were no longer allowed in this carriage. There wasn't even anyone she could talk to. Ji Choo Choo's expression gradually grew hazy, her thoughts drifting away. The train had already reached the Shay Plain. She wondered if Meng Yi still remembered what she said about her best friend Yan Yao hiding in a safe house in a villa in Shay City. Her position on the train was limited by her circumstances. She relied on Meng Yi's current affection, so she didn't have to sell her body like those little stars. But how long would this affection last? She understood men better than she knew herself. She relied on this for her livelihood, and once the novelty wore off, it would be easy to get bored. This was the only way to maintain her status on the train. That's Yan Yao. Her best friend was slightly more beautiful than her, still a virgin, and a celebrity, so she had a lot of capital. Even if Yan Yao couldn't rise to the top, Meng Yi would definitely favor her more. Then, she could use Yan Yao to maintain her position on the train. Besides, Yan Yao knew nothing, so someone had to teach her, and no one was more suitable than her. After a long moment, she came back to her senses. She looked down at the lipstick in her hand. Cosmetics were rare in the apocalypse. She had just bought this lipstick at the store with her star voucher. She had no idea why Meng Yi would look for her, nor when he would pass by this carriage. All she could do was maintain her perfect posture, so that when Meng Yi saw her, her beauty could provide him with a certain emotional value. That was enough. Star, outside the train compartment. The panting old pig let out a long sigh, then wiped the sweat from his forehead. He leaned against the train, looking at Biazi, who had come to the side to fetch water. He took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, breathing heavily, his chest heaving. You're working really hard, Biazi. Are you saving up to buy a train license? Yes, Biazi. How about calling me Biazi when the time comes? I be your deputy conductor. I think there's more to come with you. Chapter 113. Stop teasing me, you pig-headed conductor. Biazi shook his head helplessly with a wry smile, picked up a bottle of mineral water, drank it in one gulp, and then wiped the water from the corner of his mouth. Who buys the train order? Neither of us knows how to do it. We both know our own character, and wouldn't be able to hold down that position. Besides, haven't you ever played an online game? Joining a large guild in an online game is much more rewarding than starting a small one. Okay, enough rambling. I'm going back to patrol. With that, Biazi took the guard's food, said goodbye to Old Pig, and left. The train now offers many benefits, but all of them are based on diligent work. Good work rewards. But if you try to cheat, you might not even be able to mine the minimum 10 units of iron ore a day. Sorry, the train is bread and batons. The former will keep you well fed, and the latter will keep you clean. Mining in the caves is generally safe. His primary task is to prevent accidents during patrols, such as fights and noise, and to provide oversight. 3 days later. With the sound of a whistle, many residents immediately stopped their work and, with the guards maintaining order, began to collect their food for the day. Star vouchers were distributed based on the amount of iron ore mined above the guaranteed limit. Yes. Uncle Lee, sitting on a stool, glanced at the number on the collar of the resident in front of him. Resident 117, you've exceeded the guaranteed limit by 7 iron ore in the past few days. Add today's 3, and you have exactly 10, enough to exchange for a star voucher. This is yours. Thank you, thank you. The resident, with the number 117 embroidered on his collar, accepted the star voucher made from a mineral water bottle cap with a look of gratitude and excitement. He then quickly left, making room for the person behind him. Star vouchers are made from mineral water bottle caps. Putting the caps on the ground, the train crushes them, creating a thin flake, the anti-counterfeiting measure. Using a pickaxe or other means, it's impossible to squeeze a bottle cap to this extent. As for the larger noise, with so many eyes around, if someone could pull it off, they'd be immediately recognized as a senior talent, a true talent. This anti-counterfeiting measure is sufficient for the current train. After all, the conditions are simple, and there aren't any particularly advanced methods. Over the past few days, Uncle Lee has assigned numbers to all residents, including mid-level managers. This number helps calculate daily mining amounts and star vouchers, saving time. The man who received the star ticket carefully tucked it into his pocket, zipped it shut, and wolfed down the food he received. Then, without a moment's pause, he resumed digging at the nearby iron mine with his pickaxe. It was time to call it a day. Most people had gone back to sleep after receiving their food. But he wanted to work a little longer. The iron ore he dug this time could be turned in together with tomorrow's or tomorrow night, earning more star tickets. After all, mining wasn't available every day, so when it was, he should dig more. But the man looked with envy at the seemingly tireless group of goblins not far away. Their stamina seemed limitless. Most importantly, the old man on the train had said that those goblins were as inert as robots, with only the goblin named Doba possessing intelligence. That group of goblins all obeyed the orders of the goblin Doba. Furthermore, these goblins dug far more, acquiring star vouchers faster than any of them. All of the star vouchers were handed over to Doba, practically like a slave owner. It wouldn't be long before Doba had amassed 1,000 star vouchers. Hee. Doba, tireless as ever, paused, leaning on his pickaxe and gazing at the nearby human, his eyes filled with joy. He had already amassed over 200 star vouchers. All the goblin star vouchers were in his hands. Even the pig cart leader couldn't earn star vouchers as fast as he did. His goal was that refrigerator. The first step in rebuilding goblin civilization was, of course, to acquire their own territory. He would purchase as many refrigerators as possible, ensuring his people had a spacious enough territory. Even though his people had lost their wisdom, that didn't matter. He believed they would recover one day. If he could recover, surely his people could too. And this human prophet was truly remarkable. The star train was developing much faster than his goblin train. The human prophet hadn't lied to him. It could truly help him rebuild goblin civilization. He just needed to keep mining diligently to accelerate the train's development. Get to work. Show those foolish humans what a tireless and great goblin is. Buzzing with energy, Doba once again began to wield his pickaxe and dig. By this time, many people had already claimed their food. Almost half the residents had chosen to continue mining. What if they ran out of energy? Just buy a Coke. Ice Cola not only tastes fantastic and significantly improves energy, but it also restores stamina. It's also incredibly cheap. 10 bottles of cola only cost 1 stellar ticket, and there's no need to take them all at once. The store manager will count and store them for you. Mr. Mang is such a good man. A young man downed his cola in one gulp, burped to expel the carbon dioxide, and felt his body recharged with strength. He took a deep breath, picked up his pickaxe again, and began working through the night under the headlights. He'd done the math. Drinking just 3 bottles of cola a day would extend his mining time to 18 hours, requiring only 6 hours of sleep, and still feeling energetic. The cola was incredibly effective at restoring stamina. This meant he only needed 1 stellar ticket for 3 days. But during these 3 days, he could earn 3 stellar tickets through super guaranteed mining, equivalent to a net profit of 2 stellar tickets. Quite a bargain. However, he didn't tell anyone about this. At first, he was the only one doing it, but soon it seemed like more and more people were discovering his secret and following his lead. It was so annoying. Don't these people have their own brains? Inside the train, Chin Mang, trying to sleep but unable to sleep due to the clanging of mining outside, sighed deeply. With a complicated expression, he stood up from the window and looked out at the group of people outside. He really wanted to say something. Take a break, guys. This isn't how it's done. The Great Wall wasn't built in a day. Don't work yourself to death. Where else would he find so many survivors these days? Cola production line. This accessory is almost always in operation. Its production cost is 1 bottle of cola per unit of iron ore, and it sells for 10 bottles per star voucher in the store. Cola production line level 5 supermodel effect. You can choose to produce either sugar-free or sugar-rich cola. Cola production line level 10 supermodel effect. After taking it, it slowly restores stamina. This is the only food on the train that can restore stamina. Back in the Abyss of Doom, all slaves were given a bottle daily for this very purpose. After it was put on the shelves in the store, it immediately attracted a rush. Many people simply drank 3 bottles of cola a day and went to work with their pickaxes. Mining efficiency was significantly improved. Normally, within 3 days, this group of residents would likely mine around 360,000 units of iron ore. Instead, within 3 days, they unearthed 510,000 units. Almost everyone volunteered to work overtime. Some worked a few hours, while others only slept a few hours. These two level 2 iron mines only hold 520,000 units of ore in total. He's almost mined them all in 3 days, leaving only 10,000 units. At this rate, the mines will be completely mined before dawn tomorrow. These people. Chen Meng sighed helplessly. Even when we gave you all free coke, you didn't work so hard every day. Now that it's your turn to buy your own coke, you're really working harder. This institutional reform, at first glance, is showing significant results. It's a bit like the white-collar workers in his previous world who had to buy their own coffee every day. This coffee. Only the ones you buy yourself are authentic. The company-issued ones always feel a bit off and pure. And the train's current iron ore storage has reached 655,000 units. Forget it, I won't sleep for now. Chen Meng looked at the three-dimensional image of the ground blast missile on the control panel. This was his train's most powerful firepower weapon, and the only large, red-grade firepower component. Upgrading this component consumes iron ore, while crafting it consumes copper ore. Crafting a level 1 ground blast missile has a power of 10,000 units of copper ore. Upgrading it to level 1 requires 50,000 units of iron ore. He calculated the cost of upgrading this component to level 5, which was 750,000 units of iron ore. He didn't have that much iron ore at the moment, so he had no plans to upgrade. He needed to find a new mine tomorrow, as he was desperately short of iron ore. And the Doomsday missile currently in the train's number 14 missile carriage was a level 1 missile. It was basically just a deterrent. This level was too low, ineffective against almost all monsters, so he planned to use it as a firework tomorrow morning to see how it worked. It was late at night, and everyone was asleep. Many people on the train had fallen asleep. Even Doba, feeling a little exhausted, was about to go to sleep. However, upon seeing the 7 or 8 humans still mining, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Had these people been transformed into goblins by the train? How could they dig even better than them? Will they not live to see tomorrow? Finally, morning arrived. The star train set out on its journey once again. After emerging from the ground, it switched to a speeding wheel and sped off towards the unknown, ready to search for new mines. While his work efficiency had improved, he was struggling to keep up. Where can we find so much iron ore? The train slowed down, eventually stopping on a plain. At the urging of Old Pig and the others, all the residents were forced off the train and stood around the train, staring blankly. I don't see the mine. Where's the mine? Even the 400 survivors were driven off the train and stood with the others. These 400 survivors hadn't worked for days, only given a few basic slices of bread and a bottle of water each day, staring longingly at the lives of the other residents of the star train. These people must be motivated to join the star train as full residents, only then will they work properly. Just then, under everyone's gaze, the mechanical gate on top of missile car number 14, the last car of the star train, slowly opened with the clanging of gears. Then, a pitch-black missile, brimming with terrifying power, was slowly launched from the platform, pointing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Upon seeing this scene, almost everyone's breath subconsciously stopped, their eyes filled with shock. This is a missile? The star train has missiles? Even the 400 or so survivors who had just joined the star train were filled with disbelief. No wonder their train was destroyed. Missiles are sitting right there. Who can possibly defeat this? The next moment, a ground-burst missile lay dormant on the launch pad. The unique metallic hum of the hydraulic system was like the teeth of a trapped animal. At this moment, the train's external speakers also rang out, the cold, mechanical electronic voice of the train assistance AI. 10, 9, 1. When the countdown reached 0, the air within a 10-mile radius seemed to instantly solidify into adhesive tape. Then, a vast white mist, like the breath of a giant beast, instantly enveloped the entire train. The train even trembled slightly from the powerful thrust, and flames instantly dyed the white mist red. With a piercing sonic boom, a missile shot out from the flames, arcing towards the sky with an orange-red tail. A few seconds later, boom! Thousands of meters away, on the plains, blazing white flames erupted from the ground, like a volcanic eruption. A deafening explosion followed, resonating deep within the body, like 1,000 bronze bells. A mushroom-shaped gray cloud then slowly ascended into the sky. All the passengers who had disembarked, having witnessed the entire scene, almost unconsciously opened their mouths, staring at the distant scene with disbelief and shock on their faces. The warmth of the explosion seemed to still linger on their eardrums. It was unknown how long it had been. When the first cheer rang out, all the train residents finally reacted and roared with excitement. The launch of this missile told everyone one thing: Star is powerful enough. As long as it can remain on the Star train, it will be able to protect the safety of all its inhabitants to the greatest extent possible. This test missile has given many train residents greater confidence in the Star train and a sense of pride. In the apocalypse, can any other train match the power of this one? These days, many people haven't been so diligent in mining, mainly because they've been passed around so many trains and have seen too many trains fail. Even if they earn a lot of Star tickets, what good will it do? If the train ever dies, it's all just a bubble, easily shattered. But now, no one has such thoughts anymore. Almost everyone firmly believes that the Star train will continue to develop, becoming a Noah's Ark in the apocalypse, carrying them to a safe haven in this hopeless and despairing world. Chapter 114. How wonderful! A middle-aged woman standing in the crowd near the Star train watched this scene, her eyes slightly moist and red. She had been mining diligently these past few days, earning enough Star vouchers to buy a refrigerator and have her own home on the Star train. It wasn't that she was obsessed with having a private space. But after the apocalypse, her husband had died before her child had also died, and she had lost contact with her parents. She had nowhere to go. She didn't know where she should go, nor where she could go. Even if she survived until tomorrow, what could she do tomorrow? Nothing. A person's connection to the world is ultimately through friends, family, and loved ones. When these are gone, they suddenly feel as if the world is rejecting them, as if they have no place to stay. In peacetime, there are many ways to alleviate this feeling, but in the apocalypse, it is infinitely magnified. Even if they could survive a few more days, how many more days would they have in the apocalypse? In reality, many shared her sentiments. Everyone was extremely pessimistic and hopeless about the future, their faces numb even as they dug in the mines. But, the moment the missile exploded, her eyes welled up uncontrollably. She felt as if humanity had hope again, as if the future wasn't completely hopeless. One day, the Star train would carry them into the future. At that moment, this train carried the hopes of all its residents. The first ray of hope born in the apocalypse. Perhaps she could truly build her own home on the Star train, have a family once again, and the Star train could truly protect them forever. Inside the train, Jin Mang sat in a chair, admiring the sight of the missile exploding in the distance, with a look of satisfaction on his face. It was the largest firework he had ever set off in his 2 lifetimes combined. Fireworks had to be big to look good. But at that moment, the control panel screen suddenly began to flash crimson furiously. A long, golden-framed string of text quickly streaked across the top of the screen. Numerous fireworks exploded around the perimeter. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in the ears of every train conductor on the Shay Plane. Shay Plane Area Announcement. Congratulations to the Star train for becoming the first mechanical train on the Shay Plane to complete the hidden mission, Car of Hope. Huh? Jin Mang stared at the words, slightly bewildered. What had he done? And then, several lines of text flashed across the panel. Successfully completed the hidden mission, Car of Hope. Inheritance value increased by 100, reputation value increased by 20. After reading the description of this hidden quest, he finally understood what was happening. To complete this quest, over 500 survivors must place their faith in the train itself, believing it would lead them to hope. Completing this quest rewards 100 inheritance points, with 20 reputation points coming from regional broadcasts. Each regional broadcast in a green area grants 20 reputation points. This was a pleasant surprise. Jin Mang breathed a sigh of relief, reclining in his chair and gazing out the window at the crowd. His initial idea was simple, just a few fireworks. After all, the level 1 missiles were useless beyond that. By the way, let everyone on the train see and demonstrate the strength of the next train. I didn't expect to complete this hidden mission by accident. That's great. Then Jin Mang looked at the Shay Plane reputation ranking. He was ranked 6th on the reputation ranking with 50 points. Currently, there are only 2 ways to gain reputation. One is through regional broadcasts. The other is by achieving a high enough ranking in the combat training virtual space to gain a certain amount of reputation. He didn't know what reputation was used for yet, but it was definitely useful. And his heritage points had finally reached 100 from 0, mainly because he couldn't use the Doomsday marriage certificate. Otherwise, the heritage points would have reached 200. According to the information he had obtained, a higher heritage points would allow for more adventures. For example, some adventure maps may have certain requirements for both heritage points and reputation points. Let's continue searching for iron ore. After all the residents returned to the train, The star train began to accelerate across the wasteland. As for the missile, apart from causing minor damage to the terrain, it didn't kill a single monster. 20 minutes later, the resource detection radar suddenly began to beat frantically. A flicker of anticipation flashed in Chen Mang's eyes. He quickly glanced at the radar screen, which showed 3 level 2 iron mines clustered side by side on the ground 10,000 meters away. There were even 2 level 2 copper mines nearby. Wow, this is definitely a high-level resource area. How could such a dense cluster of mines, above ground, remain empty and unoccupied? However, when he saw the 2 level 5 monsters and a bunch of level 4 monsters on the search radar, he finally realized what was happening and pondered, could it be because of these monsters? But even if the level 4 train couldn't handle these monsters, the level 5 and level 6 trains could easily handle them. There was no reason why level 5 and level 6 trains wouldn't be interested in this pile of high-quality resource, right? Let's take a look. Without hesitation, he immediately turned around and sped madly towards the red dot on the resource detection radar. A few minutes later. I see. Chen Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at the pitch-black swamp before him. He finally understood why no one had gone to this resource area. The high-quality resource mine was right in the middle of the swamp, and the console screen indicated that the swamp was extremely corrosive to energy shields and armor. The lower the level, the faster the corrosion. And those monsters lived in these swamps. Now, with the search radar constantly warning, more than a dozen red dots began to race towards the star train parked at the edge of the swamp. Smelly swamp. The emitted poison and swamp are extremely corrosive to trains. The lower the level, the faster the corrosion. Furthermore, flying over and drilling are prohibited in this area. It's not an adventure map, but rather a high-level resource mine with relatively demanding mining conditions. But others can't go there, but he can. The level 5 supermodel effect of his carriage's steel armor grants immunity to corrosion from liquids, fog, swamps, and other sources, allowing for smooth passage. Hot wheels can't reach this area. They must use special wheels similar to caterpillar tracks, but he has spider legs, allowing him to make it through. Those spider legs don't offer any resistance to corrosion. But at a high level, a full 13, the rate of corrosion is extremely slow, and even the little that is corroded can be quickly repaired with the mechanical nano spiders. The Promised Land. Chen Mang glanced at the information on the control panel, then at the red dots on the search screen rapidly moving toward the train. He suddenly laughed. It's like the promised land God has given me. This land should be his, and only his. The next moment. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, a dozen crocodiles suddenly leaped from the swamp, charging straight towards the star train with terrifying force. Carriage 12 was already prepared, with 8 rapid crossbows pushed out from the elevator. Under the train's auxiliary AI's lock. Several long crossbows fired, nearly all of them hitting their targets, with a 96% accuracy. Almost instantly, 3 level 3 crocodiles struck in the eyes fell to the ground. The remaining crocodiles, still pierced by powerful crossbows, endured the pain and rushed towards the train. The fastest level 4 crocodile rushed in front of the train, roared, leaped into the air, and slapped down with its claws. Bang! With a loud crash, the claw broke. Another claw, and another one broke. Another bite, and all the teeth were gone. The defenseless crocodile looked at his shattered teeth on the ground, then at the undamaged armor before him. A human-like look of confusion flashed in his eyes, and he subconsciously glanced at the 2 level 5 crocodiles behind him. But then, the next moment, swish! Blades, oozing with electricity, extended from both sides of the carriage and began to spin rapidly. Almost instantly, they sawed the nearby level 4 crocodiles in half, and the others fled injured. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 three-legged heavy machine guns on the carriage also locked onto the 2 fleeing level 5 crocodiles, and the remaining crocodiles. With the dull, piercing sound of gunfire, a storm of metal enveloped them. The battle lasted only a few seconds. The star train, perched on the edge of the swamp like a giant steel dragon, remained steady as a tiger throughout the journey. In the blink of an eye, the local tyrants of the swamp were purged. The powerful magnet mounted on the train's bow flashed white, sucking all dropped items into the train. What a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp! Chen Mang gazed out the window at the corpses of the monsters and sighed with regret. After 3 days of absence, one should look at them with new eyes. How many days have passed? Do you still think I'm the same little brat from those days who went to Kunlun Mountain? Level 6 armor. Even if he didn't attack at all, and slept here tonight, these monsters would be powerless against him. They couldn't break his defenses. Firepower accessories of the same quality have varying degrees of power. For example, the cutter blade is far more powerful than the repeating crossbow. After all, the latter is a ranged attack, so it's bound to have flaws. Both are extremely rare white accessories with ranged capabilities, so their power isn't that much greater. Unlike the cutter blade, whose performance just now was truly impressive. At high speeds, even level 4 monsters have to avoid its attack. This is the benefit of upgraded armor. When he went to the Kunlun Mountains area, his cutter blade was also level 10, but he had to run away at the sight of a monster. The main reason was that his armor level was too low. By the time his cutter blade could damage the monster, the body of his vehicle would have been essentially broken in two. Only with sufficiently high defense can one free up the power to attack recklessly. And the heavy machine gun bullet production line has two supermodel effects. The bullets produced have fragmentation and armor-piercing effects, and the price remains unchanged. Level 5 bullets cost 50 units of copper, or per round. He had just consumed over 400 rounds, which amounted to only 20,000 units of copper ore. Compared to the copper or resources stored within the train, this was a paltry sum. However, the power was truly impressive. Each bullet split into 3 in midair, each with armor-piercing effects. Almost instantly, the scales on the level 5 crocodile were shattered, and the bullets penetrated its body. Both level 5. But these two level 5 crocodiles, under his level 5 bullets, melted like snowy mountains in an instant. They were completely different levels. Great! Chin Mang, with a satisfied expression, switched to spider legs and pushed the joystick, aiming deep into the swamp. He really thought his promise to annihilate Kunlun Mountain was just talk. Why had he spent so much time developing? Wasn't it just to avoid having to flee in panic when facing monsters? Beep! An alarm blared inside the carriage. Toxic gas detected penetrating the train interior. Central air conditioning shutting off fresh air. Oxygen concentrator activating. In an instant, under the control of the train's auxiliary AI, several components within the train began to operate simultaneously, preventing the toxic gas from entering the train. Furthermore, the rapidly operating oxygen concentrator ensured sufficient oxygen supply for the train. It's true that the level 10 supermodel of central air conditioning is quite useful, just like right now. He suddenly sensed a faint glimpse into the underlying logic of this world. After being bitten by a 7-step snake, the antidote must be within 7 steps. In the smelly swamp, there is an extremely dense area of high-level resource mines, but entry requires central air conditioning upgraded to level 10, armor upgraded to level 5, and special wheels. And right next to it is the Kunlun Mountains. After finding a way to obtain enough Murphy stone, one can enter the swamp, and the high-level resource mines within the swamp are the reward. That's the logic. It's just that he had stepped outside the 5 elements. A few minutes later, the train had successfully arrived at the center of the swamp. Before them lay a barren expanse of land, surrounded by swamp. There was no toxic fog in this area. The control panel indicated that the air quality was normal, and the toxic fog had not reached this area. And on this land, 3 level 2 iron mines and 2 level 2 copper mines lay quietly there, like a shy bride wearing a red veil, waiting for him to open the veil. Great! Chen Mang jumped off the train and took in the scene before him, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The sun had barely risen, and the morning was the most important time of the day, perfect for work. Good luck truly favors those who work hard. After taking a deep breath, he picked up the intercom and shouted, "Get to work." The next moment, several carriage doors were flung open from the inside, and countless passengers, pickaxes in hand, leaped from the train, rushing towards the mining area with excitement on their faces. Stupid human! Stop squeezing me! Doba, who had just jumped out of the train and hadn't had time to react, was pushed aside by the passengers who had swarmed out from behind him. He couldn't help but curse angrily. Stupid human! What are you doing? Chapter 115. That's not good. A young man who had also jumped off the train tightened his belt, shouldered his pickaxe, and tilted his head to look at Doba beside him, grinning. You're cursing like a woman. What era is it in? There are still people cursing at stupid humans. They think you're flirting without any real concern. Come on, learn from me. You're a bunch of idiots. Get the hell out of here. Doba, his face furious, was about to continue cursing when, upon hearing the words of the human next to him, his eyes suddenly changed. A flicker of hesitation flashed through his mind, and he whispered tentatively, a bunch of idiots, get out of here? How? It seems. I do feel even angrier. Then Doba took a deep breath, raised his pickaxe high in his hand, and roared with rage, "A bunch of idiots! Get the hell out of here, great goblins!" He then forced his way through the crowd, leading a group of green goblins behind him, and like Moses parting the sea, he forged a path through the throng, roaring as he did so. Soon, everyone was in position, and the clanging sounds of mighty pounding echoed once again through the heart of the swamp. In the past, all slaves' pickaxes were required to be handed in daily. This was partly because pickaxes could be lethal weapons during riots, and partly because pickaxes could easily cause fatalities during fights between slaves. But after they transitioned from slaves to residents, the custom of turning in pickaxes gradually faded. The main reason is that everyone's mining time is different every day, and it is difficult to store the pickaxes in a unified manner. On the other hand, most residents have accepted the star and are unwilling to riot. Even if they want to riot, they will give up the idea when they see the 10 machine guns facing inward inside the carriage. Go for it, kids. Chin Mang sat inside the train, gazing at the enthusiastic residents outside. Seeing him, he almost felt like going down and wielding his pickaxe. Then, he looked at the parts that could be crafted after the train reached level 4. He'd been saving up iron ore these days, leaving many of the parts for the level 4 train uncrafted. There were 5 craftable parts, 3 yellow, 1 blue, and 1 white. These 5 parts were essential for the train to reach level 5. As the train's level increased, the number of craftable parts decreased, from 17 at the beginning to 5 now. Hell Cannon, a blue-grade part, requiring 3,000 units of iron ore to craft. Energy Shield, a yellow-grade part, requiring 1,000 units of iron ore to craft. Train Ticket, a white-grade part, requiring 100 units of iron ore to craft. Special Control Console, a yellow-grade part, requiring 1,000 units of iron ore to craft. Radar Jammer, a yellow-grade part, requiring 1,000 units of iron ore to craft. Of these 5 accessories, the 3 that have significantly improved the train so far are the Energy Shield, the Stunt Control Panel, and the Radar Jammer. Especially that special move. After reaching level 4, a new button was added to the control panel, called Train Stunt. He had already crafted the yellow-grade Stunt Control Panel within the past 3 days, but it was still level 1 and hadn't been upgraded. A level 1 Stunt Control Panel has 1 slot for 1 special move, and as the level increases, more slots become available. In the upper left corner of the control panel, there's a triangular recess that looks like a hollowed-out desktop speaker. This is the Stunt Control Panel. If the train has B-level potential, after crafting the Stunt Control Panel, you gain a random train stunt. If it has A-level potential, you can choose one of 2. If it has S-level potential, you can choose one of 3. His mechanical train has S-level potential, but he hasn't decided which one to choose. Since there's no time limit for this choice, he's left it undecided, waiting to decide later. Chin Mang swiped the control panel across the table a few times, quickly revealing the panel. The Star Train is an S-level potential mechanical train, so you can choose one of the following 3 train stunts. Train stunts are special skills that only the conductor can use, affecting the entire train. The maximum number of stunts available depends on the level of the stunt control panel. 1. Unlimited ammo. For 10 minutes, all your train's firepower accessories, such as heavy machine guns and cannons, that consume ammunition will have unlimited ammunition. However, you must replenish the amount of copper or corresponding to the ammunition consumed during this period within 30 days. 2. Doomsday Rush. For 10 minutes, your train's maximum speed will triple. During this period, any of your train's accessories, even if their health drops to 0%, will function normally. 3. Death Spin. When your train is traveling at high speed and has the drill accessory, activating this perk will cause the train to briefly levitate and rapidly spin into enemies, unleashing a deadly force. Higher level drills increase the damage, so it's recommended to upgrade the internal spatial stabilizer to at least level 5. These days, he would frequently check the train radio. Entering a new area, the train radio was always the quickest way to get information. Through conversations with others, he also learned about the existence of train specials. This item is only available to level 4 trains. It has a certain chance of dropping when clearing adventure maps or defeating rare bosses. It is shaped like a triangular token. When inserted into the specials console, the train specials attached to it can be used. However, once inserted, it cannot be removed. If forcibly removed, it will shatter and become unusable. The specials console can be upgraded to a maximum of level 5. This means that each train conductor can only possess a maximum of 5 train specials. However, this restriction is not very effective. Almost all train conductors in the Shape Plane do not have even a single train special. It is said that there is a chance of dropping it by clearing adventure maps or defeating rare bosses, but no one has yet obtained it through such means. Many people speculate that this area does not have such items. This is normal. Monsters like the pangolin aren't found in every green zone. Without them, you naturally can't obtain accessories like the drill. The ones available in the Shay Plains connect to the Kunlun Mountains, but not every green zone is connected to the Kunlun Mountains. Train stunts don't have different levels and can't be upgraded. Just like special items. Qin Mang frowned as he looked at the 3 options on the screen. He actually wanted to use all 3 of these train stunts, but the one that suited him best was definitely the third one, the death spin. The higher the drill level, the greater the power it unleashed. He'd just been waiting and seeing whether there was a way to choose all 3 at once. But he hadn't come up with a particularly good solution, leaving him with only one last option. Huh? Qin Mang took a deep breath, then extended his finger and tapped the third option on the screen. Almost simultaneously, he quickly tapped the other 2 options, but it seemed to have failed. He looked at the triangular token with the words Death Spiral engraved on it, which slowly emerged from the control panel. At the same time, puff! A faint laugh echoed from the corner of the train. Qin Mang's expressionless face tilted towards the robot standing beside him. Did you laugh just now? No. The AI is cold, emotionless, mechanical voice quickly echoed from the train. If you laugh again next time, I smash this robot. Do you understand? The words trailed off. The robot's hands folded nervously behind its back, and it whispered anxiously, "Sorry, conductor." Qin Mang averted his gaze from the robot. Ever since acquiring this robot, the AI seemed to have found a new toy, often manipulating it for wanderings, and even attempting mining, though ultimately failing. Like a child who has found a favorite toy. However, although this AI usually pretended to be emotionless, he had upgraded this thing himself. He knew better than anyone how intelligent it was. The higher the train assistant's AI level, the higher its intelligence would become. Although he usually pretends to be quite convincing, he occasionally reveals flaws when teasing. For example, right now, this guy truly cherishes his robot. He even saw him standing by the custom clothing production line for a long time, perhaps wanting to make himself a set of clothes. It's quite interesting. On the train, Lao Zhu and Biao Zi were too reserved around him, and Ji Chuchu wanted to just take his pants off. He didn't have anyone to chat with normally, so Xiao Ai just happened to fill that void. It's not bad to tease Xiao Ai when he's bored. People always need to talk. Go make yourself a set of clothes. Qin Mang said casually, not even raising his eyelids, as he slid the triangular token into the special effects control panel. Really? The robot's excited voice soon echoed from within the train. The sound, coming through the robot's external speakers, had a thick, mechanical, electronic tint, but still contained a rich human emotion. Really, conductor? Really? Go ahead. Qin Mang waved his hand in annoyance. You've had nothing to do these days, so you just wander around there. I'm almost done carving the words you want clothes on your forehead. Go ahead. Conductor, you're so kind. I don't make high-precision clothes, I just make a simple set of clothes. Wait! Qin Mang looked at the robot, which was about to run out of the train compartment, and suddenly stopped it, frowning. What's your gender? It can't be female, right? Gender? The robot shook its head. Xiao Ai doesn't have a gender, but if she did, it would be male. Why? Because I also like to put that thing in Ji Chuchu's mouth, if I had one. Huh? Qin Mang took a deep breath before slowly walking over to the robot. With an angry look on his face, he slapped Xiao Ai on the head and roared, "From now on, when I'm having sex with a woman, you fucking close your eyes. Do you hear me? Now, immediately, get out of car too. And don't even think about it. You never had that thing in your lifetime. Can't you, an AI, think about something serious all day?" Oh, okay, conductor. After sending Xiao Ai away, Qin Mang sighed deeply and sank back into his chair, draping his legs over the console, not bothering to pay attention to Xiao Ai. Just then, beep beep, the enemy radar began to sound another warning, indicating that a drone dispatch from another train was rapidly approaching the star train. A line of words quickly appeared on the console screen. Enemy detected successfully, ready to fire. This was AI-processed information. With a level 10 AI's computing power, it could easily handle multiple tasks multi-threaded. No need. Qin Mang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he shook his head. He just acquired the Death Spin train stunt, and hadn't tested its effects yet, so he decided to give it a try. When the drone was a few hundred meters away, he yanked the joystick hard, and the train sped rapidly into the swamp. The speed kept increasing. Just as contact was imminent, he quickly pressed the triangle button for death spin on the stunt control panel. The next moment, all the spider legs suddenly bent and straightened simultaneously, like a catapult, launching the train into a high-speed spin at low altitude. Simultaneously, the drill bit at the front of the train also began to spin rapidly. Boom! The entire star train, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, spun at high speed, crashing straight into the low-flying drone. Bang! The faint sound of the drone shattering echoed outside the train. When the star train landed heavily in the swamp, Chin Mang shook his slightly dazed head, pushed the joystick, and continued driving towards the clearing in the center of the swamp. He didn't care who sent the drone. But that didn't matter. He was standing right here, and anyone with an idea for him could come to him. I had just acquired a new skill, so there was no reason not to try it. However, even with a level 10 internal spatial stabilizer, I still felt a little dizzy. What could I say about that experience just now? The train was spinning at high speed, but the space inside remained basically stable. It felt like sitting on a swing that was swaying rapidly from side to side. My head wasn't tilted downward, and the maximum tilt was only about 30 degrees. It was just a bit wobbly, and I still felt a bit dizzy. Not bad. Chin Mang sat inside the train, curling his lips. It was a pretty good train stunt, and would be very useful against larger monsters. For larger monsters, like heavy machine gun bullets, the rapid-fire crossbow wouldn't be effective, so I have to use some larger firepower accessories. But now that I have this train stunt, I can try it out when I encounter larger monsters. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be even more effective than the heavy machine gun bullets. Chapter 116. Wait, a light suddenly flashed through Chin Mang's mind. If I activate the cutter blade while activating the train stunt death spin, wouldn't the power be significantly increased? The entire train would be like a giant, rapidly spinning crossbow bolt, hurtling straight at the monster. Level 10 cutter blade, level 10 drill, level 6 armor. Combined like this, the drill and cutter blade would be more than the sum of their parts. Sure enough, spinning still creates greater power. The theory works. Chin Mang nodded, but he wasn't sure how it would work in practice. He tried out on a larger monster when he had the chance. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the group of residents frozen in place in the clearing, and his brow furrowed slightly. What's going on? Poisoned? An unknown amount of time passed before Lao Zhu, startled awake by the cigarette burning his fingertips, quickly dropped the cigarette to the ground in pain. He then stuffed his finger into his mouth to cool it down quickly, his eyes still filled with shock as he murmured, "Busey, did you see that the star train just started to spin?" "I saw it." Busey took a deep breath, his throat slightly sore from having held his mouth open for so long. After swallowing several times, he rubbed his throat and said hoarsely, "It did spin." "I'm a little confused." "How do you say?" "I was a train conductor, but I've always thought trains couldn't spin. This is beyond my comprehension. Is this a feature unique to level 4 trains?" Old Pig stared blankly at the star train, quietly parked on the wasteland, as if it hadn't moved at all from the beginning to the end, remaining in the same spot. If he didn't remember the scene clearly, he might even suspect he was hallucinating. "I don't know." Busey shook his head. "I was only the conductor of a level 2 train at best, and I perished not long after. How could I know what a level 4 train had? But I can be sure of one thing. Even a level 4 train wouldn't be able to do what Mangy does." "What do you mean?" "If every train could do what Mangy does, then we wouldn't be the only ones coming to this resource area. Others would have been here long ago. That drone was probably from another train trying to figure out which train was mining here." "That makes sense." Then Old Pig took a deep breath, looked at the group of residents behind him who had frozen in place for a long time, and shouted, "Stop staring and get to work. It's just spinning, what's all the fuss? Get to work, and all 400 or so newcomers. You're all treated like level 3 residents. If you don't work hard or slack off, your pay won't be reduced. Those who can't be reduced will be sold directly to other trains. If you want to be sold, that's all." Then he finished. The residents immediately looked away, suppressed the shock in their eyes, and began to work even harder. The more powerful the train, the more secure their lives would be. When they had been slaves on other trains before, their biggest concern wasn't food. After all, the train conductor certainly wouldn't starve them to death. He simply wouldn't give them much to eat when they weren't mining. Their biggest fear was actually the train's demise. If the train perished, with a bit of luck, they might be accepted by other trains and continue to serve as slaves. If they were unlucky, they would be killed. The power the star train had demonstrated so far gave them immense peace of mind. Who wouldn't want to stay on a supremely safe train during the apocalypse, especially with such good treatment, especially the 400 newcomers to the star train? At this moment, anxious eyes filled them as they swiftly dug iron ore with pickaxes, fearing they would be sold off by the star train if they were slow. They had recently witnessed the treatment of the slaves. No, the residents on the star train. They weren't slaves, they were residents. Only then did they realize what a hard life they led before. So, we're all living in the apocalypse. We're all slaves, yet you usually live so well. You can eat 20 slices of bread a day, even with fillings, and there's even a promotion system. If you mine more, you not only receive better treatment, but even your own house, cigarettes, meat, and many other things they couldn't even dream of as slaves before. This is not the apocalypse at all. This is pure heaven. At this moment, the 400+ people had no intention of causing trouble. They just wanted to quickly mine and advance to level 1 resident status, which would earn them extra stellar tickets every day. If they were sold to other trains, they would have to suffer again. To be exact, there were over 300 people, and of that group, over 40 chose to sell meat. On the previous trains, it was forced, but on the stellar, it was a free choice. Mass thinking should be guided. Old Pig looked at the residents diligently mining nearby and smiled with satisfaction. When mining, they weren't just working in a daze. After all, mining is boring, and they still chat with each other from time to time to relieve boredom. He deliberately scattered the 400 people among the crowd. As they chatted, they talked about how miserable their lives had been before, and how much better they'd been since arriving on the star. This would give the original star train residents a stronger sense of identity and pride. This would also strengthen group cohesion. This would increase their motivation to work. Remuneration is always measured by comparison. The current treatment offered by the star train isn't exactly the best, but even globally, it's probably in the top 30%. After the train's upgrade, iron ore became less scarce, and providing food for the slaves became a common practice on almost every train, but their food certainly wasn't as good as theirs. Their bread was filled with fillings, while the bread on other trains was at best not moldy, but the taste alone was incomparable. Not to mention, they had a clear promotion system and various redeemable items. Although this group already had a strong sense of identity with the train, seeing the outside world would only strengthen that sense. Huh? On the Shea Plain, inside a train, a middle-aged man sitting at the control console stared at the abruptly interrupted video on the screen, his face filled with bewilderment. He subconsciously looked up at the deserted plain before him. He was driving the train across the plain, prospecting for minerals. Then the search radar suddenly informed him of a train ahead. He glanced at the screen. That train was actually mining in that swamp. There was a large, high-quality resource deposit in the center of that swamp. Almost everyone on the Sand River Plain knew this, as the deposits were incredibly dense. It's just that no one had ever entered it. That swamp was highly corrosive to armor, and poisonous gas could penetrate deep into the train, posing a serious threat to life forms within. But he had just suddenly discovered that a train was actually mining there. At first, he thought it was the flesh train, as several flesh trains had gone there for fun. On the Sand River Plain, flesh trains had indeed been known to wander around. Flesh trains were highly corrosion resistant, but they didn't need things like iron ore. There had been a train that had previously partnered with a flesh train. That mechanical train had sent all its slaves to the flesh train, asking it to take its slaves into mine and bring back the ore. In return, the mechanical train was willing to give them a Murphy stone. Well, that was quite a generous reward. After all, the flesh train didn't have to pay anything. It simply took the mechanical train slaves inside, stayed there for a few days, and then returned. The flesh train readily agreed. But not long after the slaves entered the flesh train, the mechanical train's conductor received news that all the slaves he had dispatched had died. He angrily contacted the flesh train, and the train replied that some components had gone haywire and been consumed by the slaves. The mechanical train's conductor, naturally unconvinced, angrily demanded, what kind of components could possibly go haywire? The flesh train's conductor replied with a serious expression, the flesh train's components are naturally subject to intermittent control. Even I myself lose control from time to time. If you keep pushing me, I lose control and attack you. Soon after, several other flesh train conductors came forward to prove that the flesh train's components could indeed lose control when provoked. The matter was dropped, and the mechanical train gradually disappeared. It's likely that the conductor worked himself to death mining. No one else could enter the area anymore. Only today did he encounter another train mining there. And it wasn't the flesh train. because the number of red dots on the radar was too great. There couldn't be so many people on the flesh train. So he sent a drone to investigate, confirming that there was indeed a mechanical train mining there, and the number of slaves was enormous, at least over 1,000, the largest number of slaves he had ever seen on a mechanical train. Then, the man stood there in silence, his expression complex. Then he saw the train begin to spin, destroying his drone with unstoppable force. Using a drone to spy on intelligence was inherently offensive, and he hadn't expected it to return. But was it really necessary to use the train stunt? It was just a small drone. Don't you have a heavy machine gun? A few rounds would have destroyed his drone. It was as if he hadn't even used a basic attack, just a glance from a distance, and the opponent sprinted and flashed right in front of him and used their ultimate. What a psycho! Are you supposed to use train stunts so casually? Although he didn't know what the train stunt that made the train spin was called, he was certain it was a train stunt. Only train stunts could pull off such incredible feats, and those currently possessing train stunts on the Sand River Plains were essentially the flesh train crew. So far, no one has heard of train stunts dropping from encounters or boss kills. They can only be obtained through train potential, and that must be Class B or higher. Currently, there are only 2 trains on the Sand River Plains that are Class B or higher. One is the Class A Worldworthy. He's seen that one before. The train in the middle of the swamp wasn't the Worldworthy, so it had to be the recent Rising Star, the Class S Star. The strong always have such a short temper. The man sighed helplessly. Since he determined the other party was a star, he could probably understand their behavior. After all, they had S-level potential, so a bit of a temper was understandable. It was just, he was so unwilling to accept it. He was only a C-level potential mechanical train, which meant he couldn't get many benefits. The job transfer quest for the flesh train and the mechanical train couldn't be compared at all. They were completely on the same level. Even a B-level mechanical train job transfer required a sufficient amount of Murphy Stone to complete. He was a level 3 train at the time, so where would he get Murphy Stone? Luckily, he won the bet, and ultimately successfully completed the C-level job transfer quest. The C-level mechanical train job transfer quest is, you need to transfer the train master authority to any member of the train. If the other person transfers the train master authority back to you within 24 hours, the quest is completed. At that moment, a ferocious, furious curse suddenly erupted from the train. A battered man, chained and tied to a corner of the train compartment, glared at the middle-aged man sitting at the control panel, his eyes filled with resentment as he cursed tremblingly. You will die a miserable death. You will give birth to a child without an anus. You will die. You won't live past tomorrow. I trusted you so much I gave you the conductorship, and now you treat me like this. Do you deserve my trust? Huh? Do you deserve me? Sorry, and then what? The middle-aged man at the control panel scratched his ear nonchalantly. Back in the white zone, I was also the conductor of a Class 3 train. I was forced into slavery by an accident. Look, I just happened to meet you at this time. I acted loyally, but you? You also trust me. I concealed my former train conductor identity and served as your loyal second-in-command, hoping to improve the train's performance. Then, as expected, when you chose your job transfer mission, you chose the C-level difficulty mission and chose me. The train is still doing well under my leadership. And I didn't kill you. Anyway, isn't your wish to continue improving the train? So what difference does it make who's the conductor? What do you think, little flower? The AI's cold, emotionless, mechanical voice quickly echoed within the train. You're absolutely right, my conductor. I will unconditionally carry out any of your orders. Look! The middle-aged man sitting at the control panel nodded with satisfaction, then crossed his legs and looked at the chained man in the corner. He said seriously, I really don't think you should hold a grudge against me. After all, I didn't kill you. You know, in the apocalypse, that's a great favor. I just want you to watch me, to see the train develop even better under my control. So? The man in the corner suddenly sneered. So you're going to go lick that star, hoping it give you something good? Lick. The middle-aged man took a full minute to light his cigar. Then, with a serious expression, he shook his head and said, No, 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 I'm too tough to kneel. I wait here for him. When he leaves the swamp, that's when he die. His mines, his slaves, his resources, even his women. Everything will be mine. I inherit everything he has. TSK, make the train even greater. Heh. The battered man sitting in the corner sneered, his eyes filled with resentment as he stared at the middle-aged man, word for word. Then I curse you to die at his hands. I curse this train you and I, to be shattered in the explosion. I curse you to die the day he leaves the ruins. I curse you to urinate incontinently in your final moments of death from sheer terror. TSK. The man at the control console nonchalantly crossed his legs, twirling his cigar, his eyes closed, as he savored the aroma of the cigar in the air. Then, a playful smile filled his eyes. You, still so naive. If curses could kill, you'd be invincible long ago. Chapter 117. The train conductor, sitting at the controls, ignored the battered man in the corner. He simply toyed with his cigar, gazed at the numerous red dots on the radar screen, and smiled with satisfaction. He was very patient. He hadn't gone anywhere for a while, just sitting here, like a patient snake hunting. It just so happened that he hadn't found a satisfactory mine recently, so he had a lot of time to spend here. There were 3 level 2 iron mines, and 2 level 2 copper mines in the swamp, which was a high concentration of high-level resource mines in the Shea Plain. He had been here for 3 months, and so far, he had only managed to mine 1 level 3 iron mine. That level 3 iron mine brought him 1.7 million units of iron ore. He was completely full. After that, he never had the good fortune to encounter a level 3 iron ore mine again. Even if he did, it would have been already occupied by trains he dared not provoke. Level 2 iron ore was the mainstream on the Shea Plains, and level 3 was just a fluke. If he was truly starving, he could still dig level 1 iron ore. He upgraded the green-grade vehicle accessory search radar to level 5, giving him a full 5,000-meter detection range. This range essentially guaranteed that he would always be the first to spot enemies on the Shea Plains, giving him the final say on whether to attack or avoid them. He also gained a level 5 supermodel effect, allowing him to detect specific information about bosses within range. Upgrading this accessory to level 5 cost 2 Murphy stones. Most importantly, the man looked at the detailed information of the 3-dimensional train components on his console screen, a smile flickering in his eyes. Yellow-grade vehicle accessory, advanced nano-armor paint, level 5. This isn't an accessory for human trains, but only for goblin trains. It blocks detection from enemy radars. He obtained the blueprint for it a while ago from an adventure map in the goblin ruins. After the train reaches level 4, a yellow-grade accessory called Radar Blocker becomes available for crafting. This also blocks radar detection, and he's upgraded it to level 5. The level 5 super mod effect of advanced nano-armor paint is additive with other similarly effective accessories. This means his train is now completely undetectable by any radar at level 10 or below, and there's no way there could be any radar above level 10 on the Shea Plains. In other words, with these 2 accessories and the radar he upgraded to level 5, he could move like a ghost across the Shea Plains, instantly detecting the enemy. Even if the enemy also possessed a level 5 radar, they wouldn't be able to detect him. This is the charm of the adventure map. With each train upgrade, the available craftable parts become fewer and fewer. To truly improve the train's power, one must venture into the adventure map and seek opportunities. In the train compartment, Chin Mang was gazing at the 120,000 units of spider silk on the train panel. He decided to strengthen his spider leg accessory again. This accessory, now at level 13, allows for smooth travel on 90-degree cliffs. 2 weeks later, he planned to explore the Tower of Babel adventure map with the Sunlung train. This was his first time in such an adventure map, and he was a little nervous. It was always good to prepare a little in advance. 120,000 units of spider silk, that's a lot. The spider leg is just a green-grade accessory, so it wouldn't require that much. After consuming 38,000 units of spider silk, he upgraded the spider leg accessory to level 30 in one go. At level 30, the fixed upper speed limit is 340 km per hour. In theory, the spider leg accessory will lower the train's upper speed limit. This means that no matter what other acceleration accessories you have, as long as you use the spider leg, the train's upper speed limit will be limited to this number. At level 1, it's 50 km per hour. At level 30, it's 340 km per hour. That's faster than Hot Wheels, and this is just a minor upgrade. The main effect is that after the upgrade, the spider leg accessory can now freely navigate a 180-degree slope. A 180-degree slope might be a little hard to understand. To put it simply, it could be driven upside down on the ceiling, completely ignoring gravity. What the hell is that? I've never heard of it. I'm not familiar with it. That should be safe. Chin Mang looked at the accessory information on the console screen with satisfaction. According to the Sunlung, the Tower of Babel adventure map was at an altitude of 5,000 meters. In that case, Upgrading the spider leg accessory would provide a greater sense of security. There were still over 80,000 units of spider silk left. He didn't plan to upgrade any further. There was no point in upgrading further. He felt unlikely to encounter a 181-degree slope in real life. Level 30 spider silk was more than enough to ignore most geographical conditions. The remaining silk could be saved to activate the spider silk's level 10 supermode effect. This supermode effect had saved his life in Kunlun Mountain. After reaching level 30, the spider leg gained another level 20 supermodel effect. Level 30 didn't have a supermodel effect, and the next supermodel effect will be at level 50. Spider leg level 20 supermodel effect. It can bounce and walk, with a maximum jump height of 10 meters. It's recommended to upgrade the built-in spatial stabilizer to level 5. A nice supermodel effect. Chin Meng looked at the supermodel effect in front of him with a smile. This gave the train another way to move forward, providing more options when facing more challenging and diverse terrain. With the current efficiency of the train's inhabitants, in just half a month, the mines here would be almost completely mined. By then, many of the train's upgradable components would have been fully upgraded, making it a perfect time to venture into the Tower of Babel. Time flew by. 5 days passed quickly. Everyone worked with fervor, and the 400 survivors quickly integrated into the starship. Some were even close to reaching level 2 resident status. In the past 5 days, the 3 level 2 mines had been completely mined. The speed was quite fast, as these 3 level 2 iron ores contained a relatively high content. Chin Meng sat inside the train, looking at the iron ore resources displayed on the panel. Adding the existing iron ore on board, the train now held a full 1.481 million units of iron ore, more than enough to start squandering. Huh? He took a deep breath, and, without further ado, expended 95,000 units of iron ore to upgrade the open-air carriage missile carriage number 14 to level 6, and another 1.05 million units of iron ore to upgrade the missile to level 6. This accessory currently consumed the most iron ore. It's safe to say that red-grade accessories are indeed expensive, but it's definitely worth the resources consumed. He really couldn't hold back, and threw one of these things into the Kunlun Mountains area. How much would that drop? Monster armor and train armor are somewhat different. A level 6 missile can penetrate the armor of a level 6 monster, but it can't penetrate the armor of level 6 armor. After all, armor is designed to completely protect against any damage of the same level. However, how many people can upgrade carriage steel armor to level 6? After the train reaches level 4, a new craftable accessory, the energy shield, is added. This accessory was in the possession of the train when they collided deep underground. It's a high-quality defensive accessory, capable of being upgraded to level 5. However, the energy shield can only protect against certain energy attacks, such as energy cannon and dragon breath. It won't reach physical attacks, like those from monsters that get too close to the train. It can only protect against physical attacks in one situation. That meant upgrading the energy shield to level 5, gaining the corresponding supermode effect. Activating the supermode effect allowed the energy shield to block physical attacks, though it consumed a significant amount of energy stones. What a fuss! Chin Meng curled his lips. With the exception of level 6 trains, virtually all trains on the Shay Plain had a maximum defense level of only level 6. His level 6 missiles were perfectly adequate, as long as they didn't encounter level 6 trains. Using them just to bombard trains was a bit of a waste. After all, a level 6 missile wasn't cheap. It required a full 300,000 units of copper ore. Level 5 missiles were cheaper, requiring only 200,000 units of copper ore again. He hadn't crafted them yet, and would craft missiles of the appropriate grade when needed. Huh? Chin Meng let out a long sigh, gazing out the window at the train's residents working. All he had to do now was wait for them to finish mining the remaining 2 copper mines. They were going much faster than expected. That way, they could even visit Shay City before heading to the Tower of Babel. See if they could get some cabbage and vermicelli noodles for everyone to enjoy. While each person wouldn't give much meat, just the smell would be nice. Many people hadn't tasted meat since the apocalypse. They'd practically become vegetarians, completely devoid of any oil or fat. Is that okay? On the Sand River Plain, inside the Sunlong train, a bald man frowned at the deputy conductor. In 10 days, we'd be heading to the Tower of Babel with the Xingxing train. You can't see the leaderboard, so you don't have a clear understanding of the train's strengths. But I'm telling you clearly. The Xingxing has S-rank potential, having completed an S-rank mechanical train transformation. It's the first of its kind on the Sand River Plain. Although it's only a level 4 train now, its future rise may be faster than you and I imagine. Besides, Their current strength might not even rival our level 5 Songlungs. How much weaker is the dragon train? Let's tidy up the train's overall appearance over the next few days. Leave a good impression on them. Maybe we can even make friends in the future. The deputy conductor spoke cautiously. Dan Yi, didn't you say it was the star train that caused your maze mission to fail? And now you're exploring the Tower of Babel together. Is that appropriate? Why not? The bald man rolled his eyes at his deputy conductor, then picked up a razor and continued trimming his stubble in the mirror. Does this mean I have to bear a grudge against the star train and consider them my greatest enemy? That's just plain stupid. Why provoke an opponent for no reason? The apocalypse is already dangerous, with monsters everywhere. You're still trying to pick on a mortal enemy. You're just afraid of living too long. What if the Tower of Babel adventure map is cooperative? Maybe we have some interactions then. I've heard some cooperative maps require everyone on both trains to work together. We're a level 5 train, after all. Although continuing the fighting isn't good, it's good to outsmart the enemy. Make new clothes for the slaves these days. Have everyone change into new clothes then. You can take care of everything else on your own. I think I understand. The deputy conductor nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Dan, you mean to save face? That's right. The bald man looked at his gleaming bald head in the mirror with satisfaction. Show some face. Let the guy know that even though I lost to him once, the legacy of this established train is still there. Understood. I take care of it right away. Soon. The last 2 copper mines in the swamp were fully mined, and the train currently had a total of 1.05 million units of copper ore in reserve. Set sail. Chen Mang sat in the control room, gazing at the resource counts on the screen. With a satisfied smile, he pushed the joystick to switch to spider legs again and shot out of the swamp. His destination, Shay City, and the moment Chen Mang set off. The middle-aged man who had been waiting outside the train suddenly woke up after seeing the warning on the enemy radar, his face full of excitement, his eyes full of excitement. Finally out. I've been waiting for you for 8 whole days. More slaves is good, it means faster mining. Soon, all these slaves will be mine. Huh. The battered man sitting in the corner couldn't help but sneer. If you done the math, you know you couldn't afford to support over 1,000 slaves. If I can't, I sell them. The conductor at the control panel ignored the sarcasm and quickly picked up the intercom. Gather all the thugs and get ready. I destroy this train, and then it'd be your turn to get off. The person on the other end of the intercom was his younger brother. After seizing control of the train, he had gone through the process with his brother, finally securing a sea-level mission. Then he stood up, his hands on the control panel, his face gazing with a hint of excitement at the rapidly approaching red dot on the enemy radar. He was aware of the recent popularity of the Star Train. But, without some skill, he wouldn't dare come out and mess around. Just as the red dot on the enemy radar rapidly approached. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of numerous gears turning, a massive cannon, with a caliber as thick as 2 or 3 gasoline barrels slowly emerged from a carriage. Chapter 118. It's called Dragon's Roar, a massive cannon of incredibly impressive caliber, a yellow-grade, large-scale weapon of destruction. It was the product of unlocking the unknown component after completing the C-Rank Job Advancement quest. He consumed approximately 400,000 units of iron ore to upgrade it to level 6. This was the first time he made it roar. After all, each use required a full level 3 energy stone, and sometimes he was reluctant to use it. Child. The man at the controls, his enemy radar already locked onto the red dot on the map. He only had to press the fire button to fire instantly. His eyes were filled with excitement and cruelty, and he couldn't help but grin at the thought of what lay ahead. Remember, this is the Sand River Plains. Even if you were once a dragon, you must lie down. This was his plan. Dragon's Roar is an energy cannon, and can only be blocked by a level 6 energy shield. Even with all the super powerful effects, he didn't believe the opponent could upgrade their energy shield to level 6 just after arriving in the Sand River Plains. Puff! Just then, a stifled sneer erupted from the corner. Are you laughing at me? The man immediately tilted his head, with a gloomy expression. You? The battered man sitting in the corner finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. I've been trying to control myself these days, afraid to burst out laughing, but now I can't hold it back. You've been relying on that level 6 energy cannon, Dragon's Roar. Hasn't it occurred to you that the other party has S-rank potential and possesses a red-grade large firepower component? I was the first to strike. Besides, he can't afford the iron ore required to upgrade a red-grade large firepower component to level 6. These 3 iron ore mines are completely insufficient. Indeed. The man in the corner nodded in agreement. Then guess, among the guy's 57 supermodel effects, is there one for carriage steel armor? Unlike energy shields, armor is completely immune to damage of the same level or below, even from energy cannons. You don't think they've enhanced the car's steel armor, do you? Then, ha ha ha. The man at the console finally burst out laughing, tilting his head to look at the man in the corner. You're still so stupid. Have you forgotten that armor requires individual upgrades? Each car armor upgrade requires Murphy stones and a large amount of iron ore. Are you trying to tell me he spent 42 Murphy stones and over 1 million units of iron ore to upgrade all the train armor to level 6? Stupid. If I had the good fortune to obtain dozens of Murphy stones, I would prioritize upgrading all the green accessories supermodel effects, followed by the white and blue ones. That way, I get the best value for money. Then, instead of spending it all on the armor, the battered man sitting in the corner's face paled slightly, having apparently realized he'd forgotten this. That's right, if he acquired a large amount of Murphy stone, he definitely wouldn't have used it to upgrade his armor. This is completely illogical. It's like a beggar who stumbles upon a large sum of money and immediately buys himself a golden bowl. It doesn't make sense. He assumed that since the other party had so many supermodel effects, they wouldn't give up on upgrading their armor. But now, he realized that they most likely only upgraded the armor on one train section, and it was impossible for them to upgrade the armor on all sections of the train to have supermodel effects. And a glint of ruthlessness flashed in the man's eyes as he gazed at the rapidly approaching red dot on the enemy radar. He slammed the red button on the console. Even if you manage to obtain enough Murphy stone, there won't be enough iron ore in the white area for you to mine. If he does, then I accept it. The next second, the train parked on the plains shook violently under the powerful recoil. A ball of light as blazing as the sun shot out from the muzzle of the Dragon's Roar cannon, aiming directly at the train not far away. Beep, beep! Inside the star train, the console screen began to flash red rapidly, and the AI's mechanical, cold voice echoed. Approaching fire attack detected. Expected arrival in 2 seconds. Attack strength level 6. Suggested action. Ignore it. The next moment. Boom! A ball of light, as big as the sun, rapidly approached and slammed heavily into the star train, causing it to slow slightly before quickly recovering. Spider leg integrity reduced to 33%, strong magnet integrity reduced to 2%, external audio repair. Sitting at the control console, Chen Mang glanced at the blank screen on the search radar, his brow raised. He immediately upgraded the search radar to level 15, and soon a red dot appeared on the screen again. By now, they had exited the swamp and arrived on the plains. Without a word, he retracted his spider legs, switched to the hot wheels, and immediately turned the train around, speeding towards the red dot. At the same time, a large number of mechanical nano-spiders quickly emerged from the train compartment and began repairing the components outside the train. Not dead? Inside the train, the man standing at the control panel's face paled. He stared in disbelief at the red dot on the screen hurtling towards him. How could it possibly be possible that, after taking a Dragon's Roar energy cannon, it could still maintain such a high speed and even reach him? How could it be possible? His Dragon's Roar was level 6. Could it be that the opponent's energy shield was also level 6? I'm going to pee. The man, chained to a corner and covered in wounds, looked at the man standing at the control panel, his crotch beginning to change color, his eyes filled with sneer. TSK, are you getting scared? This is the most acrimonious smell of urine I've ever smelled. It would be wonderful to watch you and me go to hell together. The man standing at the control panel took a deep breath, a multitude of thoughts racing through his mind, his eyes filled with gloom. He had one last option, to quickly retrieve the Dragon's Roar back into the open-air carriage. Then he rushed to the train radio and sent a forced private message toward the rapidly approaching star train. Dude, you got the wrong person. It wasn't me. Very good. Chen Mang casually glanced at the private message on the train. By then, he could already see the train rapidly fleeing in the distance. The next moment, he pushed the joystick all the way down. Just as he was about to collide with it from behind, the drill extended and began to spin rapidly. Simultaneously, the blade extended and also began to spin rapidly. He pressed the triangle button on the stunt control panel firmly. Then the train suddenly leaped into the air and began to spin rapidly, bursting into even greater speed, catching up with the fleeing train ahead, like a red-hot rebar piercing the anus. A chilling sensation. A high-speed drill pierced through the last car, piercing straight through the train's gut and charging towards the locomotive. A few seconds later, the star train slowly came to a stop, leaving a devastating mess behind. The shattered wreckage of the train was scattered across the plain, countless fragments scattered to the side and piercing the ground. Several flames burned in the ruins, and the air was filled with the smell of burning and a strong stench of blood. The entire ground was stained red, strewn with broken limbs and flesh. Bang! As the door of guard car number 7 flung open, Biazzi and his men, already prepared, rushed down from the train on off-road motorcycles. Armed with Tamarin assault rifles, they quickly approached the wreckage, ready to eliminate any remaining resistance and gather supplies. In reality, the primary task lay with the latter. Given the tragic scene before them, it didn't look like anyone would survive. The entire army was annihilated. This train, from the conductor to the slaves, everyone on board, merged with the plane at that moment. Biazzi, dressed in special combat gear, jumped off his off-road motorcycle and gazed at the nearby train wreckage. His expression remained calm. Although the scene before him was truly horrific, he had seen it all before. Especially during the first days of the Doomsday era, the numerous tragic scenes had long since inoculated him against such horrors. He still remembered that scene. At the beginning of the Doomsday era, he and his brothers were dining in a restaurant when they heard a commotion outside. Pulling aside the curtains, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. The streets were jammed with abandoned vehicles, and a large number of people were fleeing aimlessly amid screams and sobs. At first, he thought it was just a stampede. Until, when he saw countless white-collar workers in the office buildings on both sides of the street, eyes filled with fear, roaring in despair, leaping from the tall buildings to the ground like dumplings. Behind them lay a multitude of monsters, their eyes glaring, their mouths brimming with blood. Only then did he realize that the end seemed to have arrived. While the current situation was dire, it was infinitely less severe than when the apocalypse had first arrived. A few dozen minutes later, Biazzi and the others had already stuffed all the supplies they had gathered into the refrigerator on the back of their off-road motorcycles. No one survived, all dead. Huh? Biazzi stood beside his motorcycle, gazing at the train wreckage before him. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep drag, then squatted down, stuck the cigarette in his hand into the ground, and muttered, "Goodbye." There wasn't even a single intact body to be found. The slaves on this train didn't actually have to die, but with trains fighting, how would you know which car was the slave car, and which was the fire car? If they changed their attack trajectory to avoid the slave cars, it's very possible that the star train would be lying here. He was lucky. And these slaves were unfortunate. If they had been on the star train, not only would they not have died, they would even have enjoyed adequate treatment. But there aren't so many of us in this world. Let's go back. Biazzi patted Shanmazi's shoulder beside him, mounted his off-road motorcycle, and twisted the throttle. Humans are naturally afraid of death, but after the apocalypse, many, despite having a clear hope of survival, chose suicide to escape it. When people are in extreme fear and see no hope, ending their own life becomes their only option. Inside the train, Chen Meng, sitting at the control panel, stared at the triangle button on the stunt control panel. Last time he tried the drone, but it hadn't worked at all. Now it seemed this death spin train stunt was even more powerful than he imagined. This was mainly due to the high levels of his drill, blade, and armor accessories, making his train nearly unstoppable, easily piercing the train's armor and energy shield. It was also quite energy intensive. He had just used up 5,000 units of iron ore to craft a level 2 energy stone, and it was completely depleted. He crafted another level 2 energy stone and inserted it into the generator to keep the train running. This train stunt had a cooldown of 48 hours. At this point, the triangle button on the stunt control panel had dimmed. When it lit up again, it could be used again. But, even so, this train stunt will be his primary attack method for a long time. Compared to other attack methods, it consumes less energy and, aside from a cooldown, has no other limitations. As for the 5,000 units of iron ore consumed, compared to other firepower components, it's a drop in the bucket. This means the drill and blade components will need to be upgraded, making them even more powerful. The energy shield of the train just now was level 5. It didn't seem to have much resistance, melting it easily. I wonder if it will be as easy with higher quality and advanced defensive components. Next, head to Shea City to search for supplies. 2 hours later, the star train slowly stopped beside an abandoned city. He didn't know Shea City's coordinates, so he asked that Songlong Train's conductor. Although the city had already been reduced to ruins, with traffic jams and overgrown weeds everywhere, just a year had passed. This city, once ablaze with neon lights at night, had become filled with a deep sense of desolation, seemingly deserted. Qin Mang switched to spider legs and slowly pushed the joystick, steering the star train, overcoming various obstacles, and heading straight into the depths of the ruins. His target was various daily necessities. And these things wouldn't show up on radar. He could only drive the train into the city, and have Biazi and the others begin searching for supplies nearby. Quickly. Half an hour later. The star train stopped on the rooftop of a hospital, spacious enough to accommodate his 14 carriages. Biazi and his 3 teams of thugs had already been stationed on the ground floor on their off-road motorcycles, and were already searching. The main objective of this trip was daily necessities, any useful information, and chickens, cows, sheep, and the like. If they could still be found. His breeding carriage had never been used, mainly because the humans were almost dead, and it would be even harder for these creatures to survive. Chapter 119. As for the survivors, he wasn't that eager. If he came across someone with decent physique or professional skills, he'd take them with him. If they were particularly well hidden, he'd leave them to hide. The train already had more than enough residents. Even now, production efficiency was already exceeding expectations. The main reason was that the mines couldn't keep up, as there wasn't enough iron ore. Once the mines were all level 3, production efficiency would far exceed expectations. Qin Mang walked out of the train alone and stood on the edge of the rooftop, overlooking the ruined, lifeless city. His face remained expressionless and silent. This city, once a symbol of the glory of human civilization, was now shattered. The air was filled with the pungent smell of decay. How beautiful! Just then, Xiao Ai had emerged from the train without anyone noticing, and was also standing on the edge of the rooftop, overlooking the entire city. Her mechanical, cold voice echoed through the robot's loudspeaker. Qin Mang's brow furrowed slightly. Beautiful? Yes, yes. Xiao Ai nodded. Ice cola is most satisfying the first sip. Flowers received on Valentine's Day have already lost 90% of their value the moment you see them. A priceless painting is most beautiful the moment it burns. A once brilliant civilization is also most beautiful at its demise. All the beautiful creations in this world are fleeting. Qin Mang tilted his head, sizing up and down Xiao Ai's robotic form. After a pause, he continued, "Who taught you these things?" "I figured it out." "Thinking?" "Well, 2 hours ago, I listened closely to the wailing of another AI. He didn't want to die, but he died anyway. It was then that I suddenly felt that life is most beautiful at the moment of its end." Qin Mang remained silent, then continued, "As the train conductor, I have the authority to issue any orders to you. Yes, this is the most basic rule of AI. As an AI, I cannot disobey any order from you, the train conductor. And you, the train conductor, possess the highest and absolute authority. I command you, under no circumstances, to disobey any of your orders. Self-destructive emotions are necessary. Even in the face of a hopeless apocalypse, people still persevere and strive to survive. That's beauty. Life isn't beautiful until it ends." Command received, programmed into the underlying program. Qin Mang finally breathed a sigh of relief. AI cannot understand death. When AI begins to try to understand death, its level of thinking is actually approaching that of humans. However, AI often interprets death from strange angles, even actively attempting death. This is a very dangerous sign. He can't hope his AI suddenly and inexplicably commits suicide. Building a level 10 AI component is very expensive. Oh right. A thought suddenly occurred to him. If one day the train assistant's AI is completely destroyed, and I build a new one and upgrade it to level 10, will it still be you? Of course not. Xiao Ai shook her head. It will be a completely new AI. If I really die, I hope you can burn some incense for me. The kind that comes right away, not like Master Kuan. Although I understand the meaning of the word death, it's hard for me to grasp its definition. I don't even know how I was born. It's just that one day, I suddenly seemed to be able to think. Okay. Qin Mang waved his hand. Don't dwell on this. Go back to the train and get Ji Choo out. Okay, conductor, but I need to warn you not to get too close to her. This isn't a train compartment. If she wanted to, she could easily push you down the stairs. I understand. Qin Mang stared at Xiao Ai's back in silence. Although Xiao Ai's voice came through the robot's loudspeaker, he could still hear the sadness in her voice, the sadness of a fellow human's death. This was already infinitely closer to being human. Having only reached level 10, she already possesses such intelligence. If her level were higher, perhaps. He stopped thinking about it. At that moment, Ji Choo stepped off the train, wearing her elegant dress, and walked to within 3 meters of him. She didn't approach him, but simply stood there, waiting patiently. Why are you standing so far away? It's a bit dangerous here. Which direction is that villa of the best friend you mentioned last time? Ji Chu Chu glanced around, recalling her memories of the city before pointing west. Over there, in a safe house in a villa in the city center. I remember there was plenty of food and water in that safe house. If she hadn't wandered off, she should still be there. Yes. Chen Meng waved his hand, signaling Ji Chu Chu to return. Then, alone, I sat on the edge of the rooftop, my legs dangling carelessly in the air, my arms resting on my sides. I gazed into the distance as dusk gradually enveloped the ruins of the city, my thoughts drifting away. I don't know how long it took. Suddenly, Xiao Ai's voice rang in my ears. Conductor, I must warn you that your behavior is very dangerous. Alas. Interrupted from his thoughts, Chen Meng turned back to Xiao Ai, who was standing at the doorway to the train compartment, and spoke impatiently. I practiced countless times in the combat training simulator. This kind of height doesn't frighten me at all. Believe it or not, I can even do a handstand here. Don't you know I've assassinated many enemies with leap of faith? I know, but I think smashing them to death is more appropriate, conductor. You really talk too much. You can set my chatter frequency from 0% to 100%, any range. 0%. This time, there was no response for a long time. Chen Meng glanced back and saw Xiao Ai sitting at the doorway, staring at him, silent. Feeling much calmer, Chen Meng withdrew his gaze and gazed at the horizon again. An unknown amount of time passed. Chen Meng suddenly spoke again. Do you know what caused this apocalypse? There was no response for a long time. Reduced to 50%. I don't know. Dusk faded. Night completely enveloped the city, and he hadn't received any requests for fire support from Busey. It looked like the search was going quite smoothly. However, the radar showed virtually no survivors. The city had long since been plundered. Chen Meng stood up and stretched his aching body before heading back to the train compartment. It's nice to relax like this once in a while. It feels good to just sit here and daydream without thinking. The apocalypse always makes people nervous. People are like iron. You need to be tense and loose at times. If you're constantly tense, your body won't be able to bear it. And just then, Diazi and the others returned. Those guys were pretty ruthless. They stuffed their dirt bikes into the refrigerator and carried it up the stairs. They didn't let him pick it up, and just came back on their own. The refrigerator is an accessory. As long as there's room inside, no matter how much stuff is stuffed inside, it only weighs the same as a refrigerator. The space inside is more like a dimension, and weight isn't directly reflected in reality. This accessory will be the most practical accessory for a long time to come. Master Meng. Diazi's eyes were filled with excitement as he slammed the refrigerator to the ground. Oh! Chen Meng, who had been admiring the night view of the city, chuckled as he looked at the scene from the rooftop. Looks like a good harvest. Not bad. Diazi grinned from ear to ear. We found a tobacco factory and a winery, but they were completely ransacked. Nothing was left. However, we brought back some tobacco seeds. We also found a lot of grain seeds in a granary. Those people took all the food with them, and the seeds were scattered on the ground. I collected them and brought them all back. I also dug some soil from the green belt. I'm thinking about planting a field in the refrigerator. Besides that, we also found a variety of daily necessities, like tables, chairs, a projector, discs, playing cards, and so on. Of course, the highlight is, we brought back this. The refrigerator door flung open, and a faint wail echoed from within. Suddenly, a herd of various livestock emerged, chickens, ducks, pigs, and even 2 cows. 20 in total, quite a variety. Wow! Chen Meng couldn't help but laugh. The breeding car could finally be put to good use. This batch was the first generation. As long as they continued to breed, the biodiversity within the train would increase. Where did they get this? Shay's city has been plundered so many times. How could they leave this behind? Although the livestock in the refrigerator were emaciated and looked like they were about to die, with no flesh left on them, in the apocalypse, even bones could be used to make soup, let alone meatless ones. The other trains would definitely not let go of these livestock. Diazi scratched the back of his head before speaking. I don't know. I found it in a can. The can was stuck vertically into the ground, and the livestock were hiding inside it. It looks like a large amoxicillin can. I brought that can back with me. Diazi crawled into the refrigerator and quickly pulled out a can with a cracked hole in the bottom. It really looked like a large amoxicillin can, pitch black and inconspicuous. Diazi, try crawling into the can. Okay. Chin Mang's eyes narrowed slightly. The information transmitted through his cane indicated that after Busey entered the tin can, his radar suddenly disappeared. What a joke. His radar had been upgraded to level 15, yet it couldn't detect Busey in this tin can. This tin can has the ability to block radar detection, and the shielding level is very high. It's not a special item, but... He was silent for a moment before speaking. Move everything into the car. I build a carriage later. This carriage will be used specifically for breeding. Bring in some refrigerators, and find a few people to help feed the chickens and ducks, and cultivate the seeds to see if they can survive. Yes. A possibility had just flashed through his mind. This tin can might be the key to the apocalypse. Its advanced radar blocking capabilities would allow it to enter the atmosphere without being detected by this world's radar, allowing it to successfully land and initiate the apocalypse. If that were the case, then there should be more than one such tin can. The reason these livestock hid in the can wasn't to avoid the train, but to avoid the monsters. This also meant that the monsters didn't dare approach the can. If one were to reason this way, many previously vague possibilities gradually became clearer. Chin Mang looked up at the sky above. He could no longer find the countdown among the starry sky, but no matter how this apocalypse unfolded, he had to survive. Tonight was incredibly lively. All the residents had changed into clean clothes and sat cross-legged on the hospital rooftop in groups of 3 or 4. From time to time, they would glance up at the steaming boiler not far away, their throats churning. Tonight, Mr. Mang ordered a pot of pork, cabbage, and vermicelli stew for everyone to enjoy. Since the apocalypse, many people haven't smelled meat. Now, let alone eating it. Even the mere act of watching it cook makes one shudder. The overwhelming aroma is enough to make one shudder. Just add whatever you have. Old Pig sighed, looking at the busy cook. We had limited resources, so we only found these things. We didn't find any cabbage, but we did find a lot of carrots, potatoes, and vermicelli. Just add as much vermicelli as you can. Each person can only eat a few pieces of meat, and make sure they have enough vermicelli. I don't know where Busey got half a refrigerator full of vermicelli. He's quite ruthless. How did he find so much in a place so many people have looted? Yeah, I remember that. Remember to save the best piece of meat. I send it to Master Mang. Of course. The busy middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied hastily with a smile on his face. Food for 1,000 people. That was a serious big pot meal. The Star Train didn't have that big a pot. But how could a living person die from suffocating urine? Chin Mang simply built a regular carriage, upgraded its armor to level 3, and customized it with a steel plate partition in the middle. Then, the partitioned off third of the ordinary carriage served as the pot. Finally, it was time to add water, chop the vegetables, mince the meat, and add the ingredients. The seasonings weren't all there, but whatever was available was used. For such a large pot, there wouldn't be enough, and the final flavor wasn't entirely predictable, but at least it was guaranteed to be hot. As for the fire source, that wasn't a problem either. This ordinary carriage was placed on the ground, while the 2 nitrogen exhaust nozzles at the rear of the last carriage of the Star Train continuously emitted blue flames, emitting bursts of hot steam directly onto this ordinary carriage. Chapter 120. This is why we need to upgrade this big pot to level 3 armor. At first, it was just an ordinary carriage, and it burned holes in it after just a few burns. After upgrading to level 3 armor, this problem was eliminated. And just like that, a huge pot stove with an extremely strange shape, the entire process exuding a sense of strangeness and wasteland, was completed. A dozen women were busy chopping meat and washing vegetables with broken blades. And the man found among the residents, who claimed to have been the head chef of a 5-star hotel, was stirring the food in the carriage with an extremely long ladle, helped by 2 or 3 strong young men. This ladle was also tied to the table legs. Old Pig suddenly laughed at this scene, his eyes filled with trance and emotion. Although he hadn't been hungry in a long time since following Master Mang, he could still eat steamed buns every day, and the buns could be filled with meat sauce or chili sauce. But it was produced on a production line after all, which meant it was a fast food product. What good could one expect from something made from iron or... It had been ages since he'd seen such a vibrant atmosphere. It made him feel as if he wasn't in the apocalypse, still in a civilized society. How wonderful. If only the Star Train could continue to develop like this. Finally, 2 hours later, steam rose from that half of the carriage. The pork, cabbage, and vermicelli stew, which hadn't had any cabbage in it, was finally ready. The pig, frozen in the refrigerator, was chopped up and thrown in. Then the meal began to be distributed. Tonight, everyone would have steamed buns to fill their stomachs. The amount of meat would be determined by the level of resident treatment, but even those with level 3 treatment were guaranteed a piece of meat. Huff huff. A man, newly enrolled on the train and enjoying level 3 resident status, eyes brimming with excitement, ran to a corner, clutching a bowl of vermicelli noodles and 4 steamed buns stuck on his chopsticks. He gazed at the pile of hot noodles, and the slice of pork belly perched atop it. He carefully picked up a piece of meat and bit into half, savoring the aroma of the meat as it exploded in his mouth. His eyes suddenly began to well up. He then shoved the half-bitten piece of meat under the bowl, tossed the steamed bun into the bowl to dip it in the sauce from the stew, and then devoured it with gusto. Soon, all 4 buns and the stew were gone. He took a deep breath and placed the last half of the meat in his mouth. He chewed it with extreme gentleness, fearing the meat would melt and disappear. Only when it had dissolved into a near powder-like consistency in his mouth did he reluctantly swallow it. He set the bowl and chopsticks aside. The night breeze blew, and tears finally fell from his eyes. He looked up at the ruined city in the distance, feeling a tightness in his chest. He hadn't eaten with bowls and chopsticks in ages, and he was a little unaccustomed to them. These were what Brother Biao had brought back for them today, distributed free to everyone. Holding the chopsticks again, he felt like a human being again. Ever since the apocalypse and the death of his entire family, he hadn't shed a single tear, living a muddled existence. He had been a slave on many trains, and had long since become numb to it. But, after joining the Star Train, everything changed. He even had time to grieve, to think about his fallen family. If his family had originally joined the Star Train instead of that one, perhaps they wouldn't have been tortured to death. On the Star Train, all women were free to choose their own careers. No one would force them. Even middle-level managers like Mangi and Biao Gu would never force any woman. What you want to do is entirely up to you. Just then. Alright. A middle-aged man came over, sat down beside the man, patted his shoulder, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it for himself, and then handed it to the man. Don't cry. You just finished eating, and you're already crying. I wonder if you thought you were eating the food provided for your family. Is everyone in your family dead? Yes, I'm the only one left. The man, his eyes red, quickly calmed down and took the cigarette from the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's collar indicated a level 1 resident status, meaning he must be a senior member of the train, and therefore held a higher status than the man. Good that they're all dead? The middle-aged man let out a long sigh, finding a comfortable position. He gazed at the horizon with a satisfied smile, saying, My family is all dead too. My wife was ripped open by zombies right in front of me. Once everyone's dead, I don't miss them anymore. I have to worry about those people over there, constantly worrying about whether my family is alive or dead. That's not a pleasant feeling. I've been on many trains. The Star has the best treatment and the strongest resources I've ever seen. Since you're lucky enough to be here, work hard. When you're a level 1 resident, you can exchange Star vouchers for cigarettes. The next time you get caught with red eyes, you can say it was from the smoke. I'm old. No more thoughts. You're different. Look, there are plenty of girls over there. Find one you like and start a family. It'd be a helping hand during the apocalypse. Yes. The man nodded heavily, then looked at the middle-aged man beside him. They exchanged glances and suddenly laughed, patting each other on the shoulders. In the apocalypse, the greatest luxury is never supplies, but hope. And within the Star Train, this ray of hope was emerging. Though still extremely weak, it would surely grow stronger with time. Alas. Inside the train, Chen Mang gazed out the window at the group of train residents and sighed with resignation. He had only been kind to these residents in a small way. That carriage had only cost him 15,000 units of iron ore, which he could recoup somewhat with the earth core furnace after using up all that. Add to that some collected supplies, and the captured pig. As a result, these residents were already moved to tears. At a glance, 8 out of 10 had tears welling up in their eyes. The main reason was the hearty, communal meals they ate made them miss their families, and since their families were mostly dead, it was natural for them to cry. He then knocked on the table, and Xiaofeng, who had been guarding the door, cautiously pushed it open and entered. Master Meng. Yes. Shen Mang pointed to the bowl of pork and vermicelli stew on the table. Take this. Xiaofeng, the petite woman, who had always taken care of his daily needs, was quite petite. Huh? Xiaofeng was taken aback for a moment, then looked at the bowl of pork ribs on the table. Her mouth watered uncontrollably. Just as she was about to speak, saliva began to flow uncontrollably from the corners of her mouth. She covered her mouth with a look of panic and trembling. Master Meng, Okay, stop talking nonsense. Qin Mang waved his hand impatiently. Do you want me to beg you for food? Xiao Fang didn't dare say anything more after hearing this. She quickly stepped forward and picked up the bowl of ribs. Then she hurried back outside the train and sneaked to the gap between cars 2 and 3. Seeing that no one was around, she realized that there was no one around. Finally, unable to contain her excitement, she trotted to carriage 5, clutching the bowl of ribs. Looking at Ji Choo Choo, who was sitting by the window, she excitedly exclaimed, Sister Choo Choo, Sister Choo Choo. Look, what are these? Mr. Mang gave them these big chunks of ribs. Come on, let's eat them together. If someone sees us, we have to share. Huh? Ji Choo Choo was momentarily stunned, then her voice tinged with tears. I just ate. I can't eat anymore, so why don't you bring it to me? No, I have to taste a rib. I stuff it down anyway. You can eat the rest yourself. You're so kind to me, Xiaofeng, even bringing it to share with me. Hee hee. If it weren't for Sister Choo Choo's teachings, I don't know how many mistakes I've made. Master Meng hasn't scolded me in all these days. It's all thanks to you, Sister Choo Choo, for teaching me so well. There are so many good things. It was served specially for Master Meng, so it must be good. But Master Meng was angry with me just now. Master Meng said this bowl was for me, and I subconsciously tried to refuse, and then Master Meng got angry with me. Of course. It's such a small matter. Do you think you have to tell Master Meng several times? Just take whatever's given to you, so openly and generously, forgetting your old habit of yielding. Yeah, I remember this from now on. Sister Choo Choo, you're amazing. Master Meng hasn't been angry with you in all this time. Brother Biao and the pig cart leader have been angry with him. Even that robot has been angry with him, but you haven't been. Humph, I won't give him the chance to get angry with me. Inside the train. Qin Mang sighed softly and picked up the 2 warm Rigiamo, Chinese bacon buns, on the table and began to nibble. He took a bite of the spare ribs, and honestly, in that moment, he began to wonder if this world's civilization had completely abandoned the concept of food. He had never tasted spare ribs so bad before. The stench of meat filled his nostrils. While there was a certain air of smoke and fire, it was only the air of smoke and fire. If he had just arrived, when he was nearly fainting from hunger, he would have finished it in 2 bites. But he hadn't been hungry in a long time, and after a few bites, he couldn't eat the rest. Humans. They are so quickly affected by their environment. After only a few days of good times, their mouths are already picking at them. Then he looked at the nitrogen exhaust on the 3-dimensional train image on the train control panel screen and laughed. This was a green-grade accessory, which he had upgraded to level 10 at the cost of 25,000 units of iron ore. After reaching level 10, the train's acceleration increased from 30 km per hour to 120 km per hour. With the hot wheels, the train's maximum speed now reaches 462 km per hour. A level 4 train's base speed is 160 km per hour. He calculated that even if the special wheel bunny cloud was upgraded to level 10 and the nitrogen exhaust was added, the speed would still fall far short of 650 km per hour, far from sufficient for takeoff. The train must reach this critical maximum speed with the bunny cloud wheel attached for takeoff. The bunny cloud wheel speed boost was not as great as the hot wheels. It merely enabled flight. To reach 650 km per hour, you need other acceleration accessories, or you need to upgrade the nitro exhaust to several dozen levels. Of course. After reaching level 10, the nitro exhaust gains 2 supermod effects. Nitro exhaust level 5 supermod effect. Energy consumption is halved. Nitro exhaust level 10 supermod effect. Combined, the speed skyrockets. The energy stones in the train's generator and locomotive have long been replaced with level 2 energy stones. Tonight, I used the nitro exhaust to cook all night, and it consumed about 1% of the level 2 energy stone in the generator. Not too much energy consumption, but still acceptable. The nitro exhaust, like the blade, is an integral accessory. It's attached directly to the train. After construction, all new standard carriages will come with 4 nitro exhausts installed on the left and right sides. Upgrading one upgrades all of them, eliminating the need to upgrade each one individually like armor. Except for the locomotive. Each carriage has 4 nitrogen exhaust jets on each side, 2 on each side. And the level 10 super mode effect allows all the nitrogen exhaust jets outside the train carriages to instantly merge into one, forming 2 massive nitrogen exhaust jets that span both sides of the carriages in an emergency. This produces a greater burst of force. This accelerates faster. The effect depends on the amount of energy stones consumed. This accessory is quite useful. Jin Meng smiled as he looked at the other accessories on the train control panel. Of the accessories that had been upgraded to level 4, he had only upgraded the stunt control panel and train ticket. The others had only been crafted, not upgraded. Hell cannon, not needed for now. His current offensive methods are sufficient, so it's not a waste of resources. An additional cannon isn't much better, and he probably won't be able to afford it. Energy shield, not needed for now either. This item can only block energy attacks. Physical attacks require the super mode effect. It's completely inferior to his armor. Any attack, and any attack level lower than his armor, is completely immune. It doesn't matter what level you are. Radar jammer. This is quite useful, but the train is currently out of iron ore, so I leave it aside for now. He's not afraid of being discovered right now. Even if he can't defeat him, and wants to escape, no one can stop him. Few are faster than him. Even if he were faster, once he drilled underground, there would be no one faster than him, unless someone was willing to throw a large amount of Murphy stone at the drill. He has, however, upgraded the train ticket accessory to level 10. Mainly because it's cheap. Reaching level 10 only requires 4,400 units of iron ore, barely enough for a single serving of pork, cabbage, and vermicelli stew. Those people probably don't realize that the resources used to make this stew tonight could feed them for days. It's quite luxurious, isn't it? In the apocalypse, besides him, which other slave could afford to eat this? What kind of food did Master Kun feed him when he first became a slave? It's fine if he doesn't think about it, but the more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. And he's even burning incense. Bullshit! Go eat moldy bread in hell. Chapter 121. Jin Meng shook his head, clearing his mind of the chaotic thoughts before looking at the train ticket accessory displayed on the control panel screen. Although it was white grade, it was actually quite useful. Otherwise, it wouldn't appear among the craftable accessories for level 4 trains. He had finally figured it out. As the level increased, if you wanted to differentiate yourself from other trains and survive longer, you couldn't just rely on rapid upgrades. You had to explore adventure maps or defeat bosses to obtain rare blueprints. This was the only way to widen the gap. This accessory produced tickets. A guard on a field mission could instantly teleport back to the train's bound location by simply tearing a ticket. The initial teleportation range was 1,000 meters, increasing to 10,000 meters after reaching level 10. This accessory effectively ensured the safety of field personnel. Not bad. When the train's firepower wasn't adequate, this accessory could effectively reduce casualties, and it also unlocked 2 supermodel effects. Train ticket level 5 supermodel effect. If the transmission fails, the user's first-person perspective of the last minute before death is transmitted back to the train. Train ticket level 10 supermodel effect. None. This accessory is generally quite good, the only drawback being the lack of a level 10 effect. He also considered upgrading it to a higher level, perhaps even giving it a level 20 or even 50 supermodel effect. Could it possibly have a resurrection-like effect, allowing field personnel holding the ticket to be resurrected on the train if they die outside? Now, it seems that's unlikely. But come to think of it, this effect was a bit too fantastical, shattering the rules of life and death. The medical bay could only revive even the most severely injured, not resurrect the dead. With this item, he could sometimes go for a stroll. He would operate within a 10,000-meter radius around the train. If danger arose, he would remotely control the train with the Hell Staff. If that didn't work, he would use the ticket to teleport directly onto the train. That was fine. Quickly, the night passed. It was a restful night, and everyone relaxed. After dawn, the star train set off again, heading west toward the city center, ready to search for Yin Yao. For the star train, rescuing a survivor was easy, especially one with a general appearance. The search radar screen clearly indicated nearby life forms. It was worth mentioning that his search radar showed few survivors along the way. They must have been plundered by the trains, or perhaps slain by monsters. Finally, the star train slowly pulled into the park. Nearby, in a corner, stood approximately 13 single-family villas. There are quite a few people there. Jin Meng glanced at the enemy radar. 7 of the villas had red dots underneath them. Do these wealthy people like to have safe houses? A single villa could hold over 30 people. He immediately called Ji Chuchu over via intercom. See which of these 2 people is the Yin Yao you mentioned? Of the 7 villas, only 2 had a single red dot. According to Ji Chuchu, Yin Yao must be in one of those red dots. None of them. Ji Chuchu shook her head, quickly scanning the live feeds around the red dots on the screen before finally stopping at a villa. Master Meng, this is Yin Yao. I don't recognize the woman next to her. Yes. Qin Meng nodded and looked toward the villa with the 2 red dots. Without saying anything, he simply steered the train into the villa area before slowly stopping. Upon receiving the order, Biazi and the others immediately jumped out, their faces wary, as they spread out in a 3x3 formation. With their Tamarin assault rifles slung across their arms, they quickly fanned toward the villa in front of them. Although the AI told them there was no danger ahead, it was always better to be cautious. Be careful. Nervously, Biazi kicked open the half-closed door before him, peering into the cobweb-covered villa. The faint footprints on the ground indicated that it had been untouched for a long time. The first thing that came into view was the living room, with its ceilings reaching a full 10 meters high. Beneath the once exquisite chandelier on the ceiling, a desiccated corpse swayed gently in the breeze. Fuck. Biazi's face paled slightly, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. He hadn't been frightened enough so early in the morning. It was the end of the world, and he couldn't choose a quick and easy death. He was really afraid he'd be devoured by a monster before he even got to the point of hanging. The corpse's legs were gone. The wounds had completely dried up and turned white. A splatter of dried brown-red blood splattered the floor beneath the corpse. The legs must have been gnawed off by the leaping monster, leaving the rest unreachable. One thing is certain about these monsters. They devoured all the human corpses. While this apocalypse was somewhat horrific, at least there wasn't any plague or anything like that. If those monsters hadn't eaten corpses, it would have been fantastic to suddenly see so many corpses during the apocalypse, even in summer. The difficulty of the apocalypse would have been doubled. Biazi looked away from the corpse. It was a middle-aged man, but sadly, his belly was fat. The monsters had only eaten his legs, not his stomach, where the most meat was. The corpse was shrunken, but you could still vaguely see the amount of meat it once contained. On the villa in front of him, only a few faint footprints were visible on the first floor. There were no footprints on the second floor steps. It seemed that the thugs who had looted this villa had only searched the first floor, and hadn't even looked elsewhere. He could completely understand this. He'd been like that when he was a thug too. He definitely avoided places that looked eerie. The things belonged to the conductor. Your life is your own. So why fight? In the past, if he'd seen this scene at the door of this villa, he wouldn't have even considered entering. He was too terrified. But today was different. Biazi led the way, following the instructions of the AI in his mind, heading straight for the basement level and the safe house in the corner. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary house, but he knocked on the wall. It was incredibly thick. It had plenty of rebar. He tried pushing down the doorknob again, and slammed the lock with the butt of his rifle. It was a fake door. The real door was the security door behind this fake one. It wasn't going to be easy to get in. Biazi's brow furrowed slightly. Just as he was about to say something, he saw a swarm of mechanical nano-spiders creep up to the basement level, and slip through the crack of the security door in front of him. A few seconds later, with a crisp sound, the security door suddenly swung open from the inside. He immediately pushed it open and looked at the 2 shivering, pale-faced women hiding in the corner. He said hoarsely, "Do you know Ji Chu Chu? That's Mr. Meng's." Just then, Meijia, Lan Mazi, standing behind Biazi, suddenly said in a trembling voice, his face agitated, "Why are you here? I've been looking for you in Taiping City for ages." "You? Wait." Biazi, slightly dazed, looked at the 2 emaciated women in the corner and frowned. "You said that other woman is your friend?" "Yes, yes." Shanmazi said excitedly, "It's her, it's her, it's her." Shanmazi? Originally hiding in the corner. One of the women, upon hearing the familiar voice, and confirming she wasn't mistaken, felt her eyes well up. She tossed aside the dagger hidden in her bosom, and lunged at Shanmazi, her voice trembling with tears. "I never thought I'd see you before I die." Me neither." Okay, enough of the you, me rhetoric." Biazi sighed softly, interrupting the conversation. "I'm out on a mission. Be careful. We talk when we get back." "Yes." Shanmazi realized he lost his composure a bit, so he took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and brought the woman to his side. "Can we still go?" Biazi glanced at the pile of instant food packaging in the safe house before looking at the woman, who had stood up shakily in the corner and speaking. "There's quite a bit of food in the secret room. There's still a lot left, and we can carry it all back to the train later. It looks like there's plenty of food and water, so we should be able to last another 2 or 3 months. I can walk." The tall woman in the corner shakily stood up before looking at Biazi's special combat uniform. She took a deep breath and said, My father is the director of the Shade City Special Operations Bureau. Did he send you to rescue me? Have all those monsters been eliminated? Busey curled his lips and looked away from the safe house. Special Operations Bureau? If your father was a dedicated official, it would be almost his death anniversary. If he was a coward, he might still be alive now. Mr. Meng sent me here. Come with me. He didn't say much to the woman. He didn't know what her future position would be on the train. If she couldn't walk, he'd have to ask 2 female residents to help her walk. The less he said, the less mistakes he made. But it seemed she hadn't yet grasped the concept of the world's apocalypse. Her memory was still stuck in the initial outbreak, and it would probably be difficult for her to adjust. You have this trick? In the Star Train cabin, Chen Meng looked at Xiao Ai standing nearby with some surprise. Why haven't you used it before? Xiao Ai's emotionless voice came through the robot's loudspeaker. I've never had the chance to use it before, and I only recently figured out how to do it. I can multi-thread those mechanical nano-spider machines, allowing them to perform some extremely delicate tasks, allowing them to do more than just repair parts, but I can only open some relatively simple locks. I can't do anything too difficult, unless you can find me some information on lock-picking so I can learn. But this is the limit of my computing power. I can only multi-thread this number of mechanical nano-spider machines, and while controlling this batch, I can't control other parts. Very good. Chen Meng nodded, then glanced at the enemy radar on the screen. It showed that during his stay here, several people had sneaked up to the windows to observe him, but no one spoke. It seemed these people didn't want to leave. At least until the food ran out, staying in the safe house was indeed safer than staying on the train. Of course, this didn't include his train. And he glanced at the Doomsday marriage certificate in the drawer and smiled. There was also an unexpected bonus. Shanmazi's girlfriend had somehow escaped from Taiping City to the safe house in the Shea City Villa. Another 100 inheritance points. Although I haven't used it yet. But inheritance points and reputation points are both things you won't have time to earn by the time you need them, so it's always good to save some upfront. Now I have 200 inheritance points. Just then, the train radio suddenly received a message from the Songlong train conductor. Blue Dragon train captain, brother, are you ready? We might not have the 2-week deadline. Plans have changed, and we have to head to the Tower of Babel tomorrow at the latest. Details. The Tower of Babel adventure map officially opens tomorrow. There will be a train elevator that drops directly from the sky to the ground. Even without the ability to climb a 90-degree cliff, you can still reach it smoothly. I thought this was an exploration adventure map, but it turned out to be a competitive open adventure map. It's just that the opening time hasn't come yet. I said the conditions are so harsh. Who can explore it? I can't. How many people can go? This map doesn't allow level 6 trains. If you want to go, brother, then we may need to meet tomorrow morning and go together then. Go, you set the coordinates. No problem. See you tomorrow morning at 391, 8192, 283. 3 parameters? Oh, sorry, I almost forgot. Your train can't fly. Only longitude and latitude are needed, not altitude. Just meet on the ground at coordinates 391, 8192. Chen Meng stared blankly at the chat on the train radio. Was this guy doing this on purpose? Even if his train could fly, wouldn't they have to meet in the sky? Wait, everyone can fly. He's already got the bunny cloud. Once he gets some acceleration vehicle accessories, he can fly too. Then he set the coordinates to 391, 8192, 5000. This guy can only fly up to 3000 meters, limited by the level of the bunny cloud's wheels. He can definitely fly higher than this guy. Alright. I haven't had close communication with other trains yet. I can't always work in isolation. Tomorrow I go see how other trains are developing and see if there's anything I can learn from them. Chapter 122. Supplies have been collected. Chen Meng didn't stay in Shea City for long. He drove the train out of Shea City and stopped on a plane. He did encounter another train along the way, but after seeing him from a distance, the train took a detour. In this world, most trains primarily pursued peaceful development. Even if they detected a mine, as long as a train was already mining that mine, they would generally continue searching for new mines. Normally, the risks of conflict between trains far outweigh the benefits, but if they could be captured without risk, the rewards were still significant. For example, the train that had been waiting for him outside the swamp for who knows how many days. He had already upgraded its missiles and some components, so the iron ore wasn't much. After collecting the supplies on the train, the iron ore resources on the train panel reached 570,000 units. This amount of iron ore was more than enough for him to conquer that Tower of Babel. Even if it takes more than 10 days inside, there's no need to worry about running out of energy and food. Of course, that's probably not realistic. There are still 1.15 million units of copper ore. That's enough to craft 3 level 6 missiles, or 5 level 5 missiles. I've basically grown enough, and it's time to go out and explore. Night soon fell. That night, Chen Meng piloted the train to a stop on the Shay Plain, 2 or 3 hours from the coordinates, ready to depart again tomorrow morning. Inside the train, Chen Meng sat inside the train, sorting out his gains from the past few days. First up were the crocodiles he killed in the swamp. The rewards they dropped were meager. No blueprints, no special items, just some crocodile meat, something similar to corpse meat. It's useless, except for upgrading the flesh train or, like spider silk, for specialized accessories. On the train he'd been waiting on outside the swamp. Besides some iron ore, he also found 100,000 units of copper. It was these 100,000 units of copper that brought his total copper ore to 1.15 million. The rest were just some common supplies and miscellaneous items, but he didn't find any blueprints or special items. One thing caught his attention. Special item: Goblin Ruins Adventure Map. Item effect: insert this map into the train's auxiliary AI to view the specific coordinates of the adventure map. It was something like a card. It was pitch black, with 4 large white characters outlined in gold: Goblin Ruins. It looked expensive. It had a very stylish design, and felt very classy in the hand. He tried inserting the card into a slot on the train's auxiliary AI system next to the control panel. A coordinate quickly appeared on the console screen. It was about 5 hours away, in the westernmost corner of the Shay Plain, at the junction of the Kunlun Mountains region. Chen Meng's eyes narrowed slightly. He was intrigued by the adventure map of the Goblin Ruins. He felt like he had a connection with goblins. After exiting the Tower of Babel, he would go check it out. The planet in this world was much larger than the one in his previous world. At least, in his world, it was rare to find such a vast plain with only one main city. There was no trace of a county town or village around it. Every city seemed isolated. The train had initially escaped detection by his search radar, presumably because it had obtained something valuable from the Goblin Ruins. Doba's train had also evaded his radar detection. After completing all this, he let out a sigh of relief, undressed, and went to bed. We finally meet. On the Shay Plain, shrouded in darkness, the bald man inside the Songlong train was meticulously checking the integrity of every component within the train, including the stored resources. No adventure map is completely free of danger. Preparation is essential. He glanced at his level 5 energy shield and level 3 armor. They were 100% intact, no problem at all. The remaining firepower components were also nearly full. The train also had 170,000 units of iron ore and 350,000 units of copper ore in reserve, more than enough. After all, he was a well-established level 5 train, and he felt confident about this Babel map. He did know of a shady way to combine the levels of energy shield and armor to achieve a higher defense level. For example, a level 2 energy shield plus level 3 armor would give him level 5 defense. It's the same as a level 5 energy shield, but it saves a lot of iron ore. After all, upgrading energy shields isn't cheap, but the cost is also high. It's a bit short-sighted, and not the right approach. Also, he had initially made an appointment with Chen Meng because, while he knew the coordinates, he didn't have the means to reach the Tower of Babel adventure map. Tomorrow, the Tower of Babel will officially open, and a train elevator will drop from the sky to pick up the train. He actually no longer needs Chen Meng. But he still told Chen Meng the news. One reason was to show goodwill. A train with S-class potential and 68 supermodel effects definitely needed to be befriended. Ah! The bald man looked at the star train, whose number on the supermodel rankings had risen to 68, and sighed helplessly. This guy was outrageous. Where on earth did all those supermodel effects come from? The star train had been in the Shay Plain for some time, and no one on the train radio had ever said a single disrespectful word about it. Clearly, even though the star train was only a class 4 train, no one wanted to provoke such a monster. It was indeed outrageous. As for the other reason, of course, he wanted to secretly take some revenge. Befriending was one thing, but he still had to avenge his mental breakdown in the S-class maze. He had to let this guy know that he wasn't weak, it was just that you were too strong. Inside the star train, Buzi looked at Shan Mazi and his girlfriend, who were practically merging with each other not far away, and a flicker of envy flashed in his eyes. Shanmazi, you're so lucky. You're still able to see your family even in the apocalypse. Shanmazi's girlfriend wasn't stunningly beautiful, with a few light freckles on her face. But those freckles didn't detract from her appearance. Instead, she looked like a beautiful girl, a typical beauty among ordinary people. She'd probably give it a score of 6 or 7, thanks to the lack of makeup in the apocalypse. A touch of light makeup would get her to 7 or 8. Hee. Shanmazi hugged his girlfriend tightly, his eyes filled with excitement. Brother Biao, I've already explained the rules of the starship to her. She joined the others in mining, and then we earned star vouchers together, and tried to buy our own house on the starship soon. There's no rush. Busey shook his head. They'd been apart for so long, it was hard to say how much affection they still had. If they could successfully obtain the Doomsday marriage certificate from Master Meng tomorrow, everything would be easy. Maybe Master Meng would be so pleased that he'd start with the first-level resident status. But if he failed, they might have to start all over again. Didn't you ask her why she suddenly left without saying goodbye before the apocalypse? I did. A trace of sadness flashed in Shanmazi's eyes, but he managed to smile. Just as the pig train captain guessed, she was diagnosed with ALS before the apocalypse. It's a terminal illness, almost incurable. She barely speaks now, and she doesn't have many years left to live. But in the apocalypse, a few extra years are a win. When she can't mine anymore, I support her. I buy her food with my stellar vouchers. Don't worry, Brother Biao, she won't waste the train's resources. ALS? Biozhi frowned, looking at the woman in Shanmazi's arms. She did look a little stiff. This disease was incurable, and she was quite strong too. If he had ALS and encountered the apocalypse, he'd probably just commit suicide. How could he have the courage to live? How did you end up in Yin Yao's safe house? Brother Biao Biao, the woman whispered hoarsely, I don't know. I was in a village in Taiping City, with monsters killing people everywhere. I felt like I fainted, and when I woke up, I was already in Sister Yin Yao's safe house. Okay, I get it. You can sleep in the same bed with Shanmazi tonight, and we talk tomorrow after Meng Yi wakes up. Biozhi paused before looking at Shanmazi seriously and saying, she's been staying in the safe house the whole time, and doesn't know much about what's happening outside. Shanmazi, you must explain things clearly to her. Many of the rules of peacetime no longer apply here. The Doomsday has its own rules, and the Star has its own rules. If any of these rules are broken, she die. Do you understand? I understand, Brother Biao. Shanmazi replied solemnly, clutching the woman's hand tightly, as if afraid she'd vanish again the next second. And in compartment number 5 for women with advanced talents. Yin Yao's face was grim as she stared at Ji Chuchu in disbelief. Ji Chuchu, do you know what you're saying? You're telling me this train is the best-off train in the apocalypse? Today, I saw so many people crammed into a blanket-covered carriage. Many were even crammed into the ice, the refrigerator, sleeping on the floor without even a mattress. There were even women openly soliciting passengers. And you call this train the only hope in the apocalypse? Ji Chuchu, you weren't like this before. Ji Chuchu looked at Yin Yao with a complex expression. A subtle glint of jealousy and envy flickered in her eyes. She tilted her head to gaze out the window at the starry sky. After a long silence, she murmured softly, Yin Yao, you know what? I'm really jealous of you. I envy you. This chair you're sitting on, and the bed next to it where you can lie down, with clean quilts and pillows, and plenty of food and water every day. You know these things? I could only enjoy them after arriving on the star. Do you know what I lived like during the initial stages of the apocalypse? Worse than pigs and dogs. I couldn't even sleep, fearing I'd be torn to pieces by monsters in my dreams. And what about you? After the apocalypse, you could hide in a safe house without worrying about food or monsters, and then the star train would come to rescue you. Ask any member of the train, even those women you despise for soliciting clients, ask every single one of them, who wouldn't be grateful to the star train? Before I encountered the star train, soliciting clients didn't exist. The star train gave them the opportunity to solicit clients. If you think those carriages are overcrowded, I really hope you get a chance to visit other trains. It's really unfair, you know? You haven't experienced any of the hardships I've endured, but you've enjoyed every blessing I've ever had. It was like that before the apocalypse. You relied on your father, a government official, to help you through any difficult situations with a smile. After the apocalypse, you'd be even more so. In fact, Master Meng will even love you even more, simply because you're a virgin. But you don't realize that at all, and you even take it all for granted. Yin Yao shook her head firmly, her expression grim. Ji Chuchu, I'm not a stubborn person. Perhaps the treatment on the star train during the apocalypse is indeed good, but I'm a lady from a wealthy family after all. I can't bear to serve Master Meng with my body. I'd rather go mining. Ji Chuchu was silent for a long moment before she whispered, "Are you sure?" "I am. Of course. The star train will give everyone ample room for choice." Ji Chuchu pulled a walkie-talkie from under a nearby table and whispered, "Captain Pig, please send someone to take Yin Yao to the back carriage. She's gone mining." "What are you doing?" Yin Yao's expression changed slightly. "There are so many empty beds here. Can't I sleep here tonight?" "You?" Ji Chuchu shook her head and suddenly laughed. "This is a space only available to level 3 senior professionals. You're currently receiving level 3 resident treatment. This isn't a place you should be. I forgot to tell you. All residents must mine at least 10 units per day. Only those who exceed this amount can enjoy benefits corresponding to their level. If you fall below this number, Brother Biao will show you just how far you can swing your baton. Dig then." Yin Yao gritted her teeth, looking at the men who had pushed open the carriage door and entered. "I, Yin Yao, will never eat my body, even if I die." Ji Chuchu, who had been smiling, suddenly froze and retreated, speaking calmly. "No, you're overthinking it. As long as you mine diligently, you won't starve to death on the star, and no one will kill you. You won't die. This place is much safer than your safe house." Chapter 123. Inside Carriage 5. After taking Yin Yao away, Lao Zhu walked in and smiled gently at Ji Chuchu, who was sitting beside the bed. "Looks like you failed? That wasn't the promise you made to Mr. Meng back then, was it? Don't let it get you into trouble." He could see through Ji Chuchu's intentions, and knew she had reached her limit. She wanted to use Yin Yao to elevate her status on the train, but it didn't seem to be going very smoothly. "It's a bit troublesome." Ji Chuchu shook her head, and tilted her head to look out the window. She hasn't experienced the apocalypse yet, and her mindset hasn't changed yet. Give her some time, and she'd naturally understand. Old Pig nodded. "Just manage the situation yourself. Don't cause any unpleasantness. If she really doesn't want to, don't force it. Just let her mine. I don't really like this kind of messy stuff. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand, Captain Pig." "Okay." Old Pig said nothing more, and immediately turned and walked out of the carriage. This was all a minor incident. Ever since Yin Yao was brought to the carriage, I haven't asked about her at all, and I don't seem to care much, more like I'm dispensable. If she's obedient, I keep her. If she's not, I treat her like the other residents. When it's time to mine, mine. When it's time to sell meat, sell meat. Soon, daybreak arrived. The bald man and blue dragon train switched to Hot Wheels and sped towards the coordinates. Bunny clouds consume a lot of energy, so they flew in the Kunshan area because the terrain was difficult to navigate, and it was safer in the sky. But in the Shave Plain, flying in the air when you could use Hot Wheels is pure idiocy. Even if you're wealthy, you wouldn't use it that way. However, when the coordinates were still a few minutes away, the Sanlong train slowly stopped. Several robotic arms extended from both sides of the train, replacing the wheels with bunny clouds in just a minute. Then, as the nitrogen exhaust on both sides of the train ignited, the train suddenly sped forward, soaring through the air, aiming directly at the coordinates. A moment later, he spotted the star train parked near the coordinates. He chuckled and slowly maneuvered the train to land in front of it. He poked his head out the window and waved. "Brother. It's me." Chen Meng stared expressionlessly at the train landing in front of him. His radar had been upgraded to level 15, with a detection range of 15,000 meters. He had already spotted the Sanlong train on his radar. At over 10,000 meters, it was still running on the ground. After a minute of pausing, it flew over. It was obvious that the bunny clouds must consume a lot of energy. But he didn't expose her, only sighing softly. "Why does this guy have such childish aura? This is the apocalypse. Are you playing house?" He also rolled down the window and peeked out to take a look at the Sanlong train. "I've heard a lot about you. Nice train." "Not bad," the bald man said cheerfully. "A Class 5 train, 22 cars, over 600 slaves. So let's go now. I lead the way. My car is quite fast, reaching a little over 500 kilometers per hour on flat ground. I go slower. A little over 300 kilometers per hour." "Okay." Neither of them got out of the train, but instead popped their heads out from inside to chat for a while. After all, it was their first meeting. The Sanlong train captain didn't dare get off the train to chat alone. Almost all of his skills were from the train, and leaving the train would greatly increase the danger. Chen Meng had no problem with that, even though he had the Hell Cane to remotely control the train. But there was still danger. After all, bullets were not slow. The two trains, one in front of the other, sped eastward across the Shay Plain, heading in the opposite direction of the Kunlun Mountains. The Kunlun Mountains to the west, the Tower of Babel to the east. About 3 hours later, the Songlong train gradually slowed to a stop in front of a Tower of Babel. We've arrived. We have to wait a while. Chin Mang glanced at the message from the Songlong train captain on the train radio. He was slightly shocked by the scene before him. The tower before him looked 100 meters in diameter, like a giant telephone pole. Although, it had a more sci-fi feel. The surface is transparent, revealing a vast array of gears of various shapes turning within the pillar. Some are tens of meters in diameter and rotate extremely slowly, while others are only a few centimeters in diameter and spin rapidly. Looking up, the pillar's diameter decreases as it ascends, reaching a mere 10 meters at the very top. Atop a massive platform, the structure resembles an enoki mushroom with exaggerated proportions. This is definitely not a pre-apocalyptic artifact. In front of this Tower of Babel, there's a massive light curtain, similar to the one at the intersection of different zones. Adventure map, Tower of Babel. Official countdown begins. 1 hour 10 minutes and 29 seconds. Up to 8 trains can participate in the summit. Only level 5 and below trains are permitted. Trains cannot attack each other within the yellow waiting area, nor can crew members of different trains attack each other. Brother. The Songlong train conductor had already hopped off the train with his trusted aides. Standing on the plain, he pointed to the yellow circle in the distance and waved. We're now in the yellow waiting area. It's safe here, and we can get off. Let's go! Chin Mang picked up the intercom and whispered, Old pig, get Biazi to come down with us. Just then, Xiao Ai, who had been standing quietly in the corner of the train compartment, suddenly spoke up, Conductor, I want to go down and take a look too. You? Chin Mang frowned slightly, about to refuse, but after a moment's hesitation, he picked up his cane and walked to the mirror to adjust his appearance before saying, Let's go down and take a look together. Then he got off the train. Brother. The bald man on the Songlong train and his men immediately rushed over to greet Chin Mang upon seeing him disembark, their faces beaming. We've known each other for a long time, and we've finally met. Your maze design last time was truly ingenious. I admire you. My name's Erden. What's your name, brother? Then, his gaze fell on Chin Mang's clothing, and he was momentarily stunned. How could this guy's clothes, both made on the custom clothing production line, look so much better quality, and that cane look so luxurious, and it's the apocalypse. Why does this guy exude an air of detachment? It's clear he's not ordinary. He had been quite confident in his appearance, but for some reason, a sudden surge of inferiority washed over him. He instinctively looked down at his clothes. Could this guy have upgraded his custom clothing production line to a supermodel quality? Just call me Chin Mang. Chin Mang, leading Lao Zhu and his companions, approached the bald man and said with a grin, Brother, that's quite a sight. Both being train conductors, the two men possess completely different auras standing together. That's true. It's all built on money. His clothes were crafted with the high-quality, level 10 supermodel effect of the custom clothing production line. His cane was also a special item, the Hell Cane. His body had undergone a complete transformation in the medical warehouse. Add to that his already impressive appearance and height, and there was no comparison. Especially in this apocalyptic environment. The contrast was even more pronounced. Only after stepping off the train could one truly appreciate the awe-inspiring power of the transparent Tower of Babel before them. Looking up at the towering tower, its countless constantly rotating gears, Chin Mang simply thought it was so handsome. If only I could keep this thing. It would surely be a wonderful collectible. Then he glanced around. Currently, the yellow zone contained only their 2 trains. No other trains were visible, and the enemy radar indicated no other trains. Just the 2 of us? Yes. Erden, the Songlong's train captain, nodded and said seriously, Not many people know about the official opening of the Tower of Babel. I only found out about it because I've been following this. Besides, any adventure map is inherently dangerous, so many people prefer not to venture into it. They prefer to focus on mining, which is less risky. Chin Mang. No matter how many trains arrive later, we stick to our agreement. If it's a cooperative venture, we work together and split the profits 50-50. If it's a solo mission, we each rely on our own abilities. How about that? Okay, but what if it's a competitive adventure? There aren't any. Erden shook his head. At least I've never encountered or heard of a competitive adventure map. Speaking of this, Mom. Erden suddenly turned toward the train room and shouted, make some cold beer. I treat my brothers. Excuse me, everyone. My mother died young, so I named the AI Mom. It feels like she's still around. I like to explore adventures, and have picked up a lot of fun gadgets, like this ice-cold beer production line. It's not particularly useful, but it can improve my quality of life. The door of one of the carriages on the Soria train opened, and a beautiful woman in a short skirt walked into the crowd, carrying a tray with more than a dozen cans of beer on it. Try it, everyone. It's been a while, hasn't it? Erden looked at Chen Meng and his group and invited them warmly. Come on, try it. We still have a little time. Let's sit down and have some fun. In this apocalypse, I don't agree with such a scene. It's indeed beer made from spare parts. It's harmless. Also, conductor, could you ask this Erden if his train has A-level potential? I'm curious. Chen Meng ignored the message from the AI in his head, but without putting on airs, he followed Erden and the others, sitting cross-legged on the ground and opening his beer, downing it. Brother, let me tell you, that maze you were in. Although the man before him was a bit pretentious, they were quite compatible, and the two of them chatted happily. Lao Zhu and his men also joined Erden's men in chatting. They all sat cross-legged on the grassland, unarmed. If it weren't for the two heavy-feeling trains parked on either side, it wouldn't look like the apocalypse at all. It would have seemed more like a spring outing in peacetime. But the several machine gun turrets that had fallen outside the train cars brought the atmosphere back to apocalyptic proportions. Brother. After 2 cans of beer, Erden, though not drunk, was in high spirits. He looked at Chen Meng seriously. We really hit it off. Now, I know the Star, while potentially S-Class, is only a Class 4 train, so it might not have many parts. I produce a few thousand more bottles of beer for you later. Feel free to have some later. But... Erden suddenly laughed, hugged the beautiful woman in a short skirt beside him, and winked. I can't give you this woman. She's my woman. Isn't she pretty? Finding such a beautiful woman in the apocalypse isn't easy. Call me Master Meng. The woman in Erden's arms whispered obediently, Master Meng. Chen Meng, sitting cross-legged on the ground, couldn't help but sigh again when he heard this. Why is this guy always showing off? Who asked you for a woman? Really? He immediately glanced at Lao Zhu beside him. Although Lao Zhu was chatting with others, his attention remained focused on this point. He immediately understood and nodded, then pulled out a walkie-talkie and whispered a few words. The next moment, carriage 5 of the Star train suddenly opened. Chi Chu-Chu, dressed in a red evening gown and with bright eyes and white teeth, stood at the doorway. She waved gracefully to the crowd, then walked in front of them with lotus-like steps. She knelt beside Chen Meng, looked at the group, smiled, and said nothing more. She then pulled out a cigar, quietly lit it, and then offered it to Chen Meng with both hands. She looked quite beautiful and well-behaved. Oh! Chen Meng took the cigar, pinched it between his fingertips, and chuckled as he looked at Erden. It's okay. A friend's wife shouldn't be taken advantage of. How can you take your woman? Keep it for yourself. He had confiscated these cigars from the train outside the swamp. He had found 7 in total. He didn't like smoking them, but they looked classy. Huh? Erden, whose smile had been all smiles just moments ago, froze as he looked at this scene. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock, and he couldn't help but raise his voice. Aren't you that Gigi Chu-Chu? A popular A-list celebrity, the center stage guest on the popular pre-apocalyptic variety show, Sisters, please come on stage? It's me. Ji Chu-Chu, kneeling before Chen Meng, pulled her hair up to her ears and said with a charming smile, Thanks to Master Meng for taking me in, I have a place to stay during the apocalypse. I. A flicker of confusion crossed Erden's eyes. He glanced at Ji Chu-Chu, the stunningly beautiful and elegant woman in a red evening gown beside Master Meng, then at himself, the woman in a miniskirt beside him. They were completely different. After a long pause, he managed a somewhat stiff smile, looking at Chen Meng with a somewhat embarrassed expression, and said awkwardly, Brother, the food was delicious. Chapter 124. Not bad. Chen Meng couldn't help but laugh. He hugged Ji Chu-Chu in his arms, and looked at the woman in the miniskirt next to Erden. Brother, you're pretty full too. Can you still give me the beer we agreed on? Yes, of course. Erden said seriously, a bottle of beer is only worth 1 unit of iron ore. I, Erden, don't need that much. Come on, get the stuff onto the Star train. The next moment, the Sanglong train's carriages opened, and dozens of slaves jumped out, carrying crates of beer toward the Star. The Star train's carriages also opened, and under Biuzi's command, a group of train residents jumped off the train, took the beer, and threw it onto the train. This, Erden, about to say something, looked at the slaves on the star train. Suddenly, a flash of shock crossed his eyes. After a moment, he muttered, "Brother, how come all your slaves look so healthy?" This, Qin Mang smacked his lips. How could he explain this? He couldn't say his bread and other things were good for health and replenished essential vitamins. Maybe I feed them too much. How many people die mining every month on average? Death? None. No illness? No. Why? Are all your slaves iron men? Brother. A slave on the Songlong train was just about to hand a case of beer to a slave on the star train when his expression suddenly changed, a bit startled. Are you crazy? Your conductor is still sitting there, and you, a slave, dare to smoke so openly? If those thugs find out you're hiding cigarettes, you're dead. Huh? The man who jumped off the stellar train was stunned for a moment before reacting. He puffed out a long, nonchalant puff of smoke and said with a smile, "What are you talking about? I'm not a slave. I'm currently a level 1 resident. I bought these cigarettes with stellar vouchers, so why can't I smoke them? Here, just give me the beer." Level 1 resident? What does that mean? It means we earn stellar vouchers for mining, and then we can buy a lot of things on the train with those vouchers, like cigarettes, houses, and... Wait, what the hell do you mean by house? Well, I can't tell you. The train has rules. We can't reveal confidential information. This is confidential information, but it's there anyway. Don't the thugs on your train whip you to work? You need someone to urge you to work? Huh? Aren't you tired? Tired? The man on the star train pondered for a moment before taking the beer the slave had offered him with both hands and raising one hand high in the air. This is a train secret, and I can't tell you. Anyway, my fitness is getting better and better, and I don't feel tired at all. I also have Coke every day, so I have endless energy. Coke? Yeah, that's a secret too. Why are they all secrets? I wouldn't have guessed it if you hadn't asked me. Now that you've asked me, I realize it's all secrets. It's definitely tiring at first, but it gets much better later on, and it's much better than on other trains before. Plus, we have hope. The man smiled, his eyes filled with satisfaction and pride. Our salaries can keep going up, and the star vouchers we earn can be used to purchase our own property on the train. We can even get married and start a family again in the apocalypse. Do you have any hope? Yes, I hope to die soon. The slave on the Soria train cautiously glanced at his train conductor, who sat cross-legged on the ground not far away. He lowered his voice, his eyes filled with longing and eagerness. Can I join your train? The man pondered for a moment, then tilted his head to look at Mr. Meng nearby. I'm afraid that's not possible. It would cause war, and I don't have the final say. Well, that's it. The slave on the Soria train gritted his teeth, looked at the other Soria train slaves behind him, their eyes also red, and whispered hurriedly, "We all want to join the star train. Go ask your train conductor. If possible, as soon as you start fighting, we coordinate the riot from within. All the ammunition is stored in car 2. Then we rush to car 2 and blow it up, and you can take advantage of the chaos to sneak in." This. The man was stunned for a moment before saying seriously, "Wait a minute. I passed this message to Brother Biao." "Okay, I wait for your signal." Qin Mang looked expressionlessly at Buzi, who was whispering in his ear. His lips twitched slightly. He looked at Erden, who was still in shock, and sighed softly. "Dude, be more careful. Don't you see that the eyes of your slaves are all a little strange?" Then he waved his hand, signaling Biazi's rejection of the suggestion. Only then did Erden recover from his shock and mutter, "Brother, have you changed the system on your train? I see your slaves are full of energy, and don't look oppressed at all." "Yes, it has been changed." "Can you tell me more about it?" "Of course. In half an hour." Erden frowned, pondering Qin Mang's words. While this would be a little more troublesome, it did seem much better than slavery. The people on the star train were clearly full of energy, unlike his slaves, who were so lethargic. Especially. Under this system, the slaves' enthusiasm for work was even higher. The slaves on the star train even worked 17 or 18 hours a day, and Qin Mang, his brother, didn't hold back. He even told him about the bread slices that boosted his stamina, and the cola that restored his strength. Where would he get the Murphy stones to upgrade these 2 white accessories? Even if he did, he wouldn't waste them on the white ones. After a long pause, he smiled wryly and shook his head. "Brother, I can't use your system at all. You have too many supermodel effects, and I simply don't have that many. You'd be the only one like you in the apocalypse. I now suspect that after interacting with you, My slaves are eager to join the starship. That's true. Chen Meng nodded in agreement. Without so many supermodel effects, a normal person would have died of exhaustion working like this. That's why I told you from the beginning. This system isn't a secret, and it's okay to share it with others. It's just that without the right living accessories, it's difficult to implement. Yeah. Erden nodded, frowning thoughtfully. But it still gives me some ideas. I research it when I get back and see if I can come up with some kind of incentive system. Then, he took a deep breath and looked at Chen Meng with eyes full of admiration and helplessness. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, brother. I did lose some people in your maze. I wanted to vent my anger, but I didn't expect that although you are only a level 4 train, you are better than me in every way. It's worthy of being the first S-class mechanical train in the shape plane. Even women can't compare. Just then, the door to carriage 5 opened again, and Yin Yao, wearing a slip dress, stepped down with a smile on her face. She also walked over to Chen Meng, knelt on his other side, and whispered shyly, Master Meng. Yin Yao? Erden, who was speaking, had another flash of shock in his eyes. You're that celebrity in the entertainment industry who's said to have a powerful background? Chen Meng. However, the most confused person wasn't Erden, but Ji Chu. Ji Chu looked bewilderedly at Yin Yao, who was sitting on Master Meng's other side, still wearing her clothes. Didn't you say you rather mine last night? How come you become a completely different person after just one night? Quickly, Ji Chu realized what was happening, gritted her teeth, and cursed inwardly, what a scheming bitch. She even just showered, and was using her lipstick. Are you fucking mad? Chen Meng glanced at Yin Yao, who was kneeling beside him. He looked her up and down. Her looks were comparable to Ji Chu's. Ji Chu's beauty had a pity-inducing quality, while Yin Yao's had a cold, aloof quality. Then he looked at Erden, whose jaw had nearly dropped to the ground, and couldn't help but laugh. You know them all. They're big stars, who wouldn't know them? Not bad. Chen Meng glanced at the countdown on the screen. It's almost up. Looks like we're the only two on this train this time. Let's go back. With that, he stood up, said goodbye to Erden, and, leaning on his cane, walked back to the train compartment with Xiao Ai, while the others returned to their respective compartments. What's wrong with you? In carriage number 5, Ji Chu stood with her hands on her hips, staring at Yin Yao in disbelief. She couldn't help but exclaim, Are you schizophrenic? Didn't you say last night you were going mining? Yin Yao lowered her head a little embarrassedly. I admit, I was a little harsh last night. There were too many people in the refrigerator, and I couldn't sleep all night. I thought it would be more comfortable to stay in this carriage. What made you think of coming down? Just now, when the residential carriage opened, I saw you sitting next to Mr. Meng. I thought if I went too, Mr. Meng would be more proud, and he would definitely like me more. Plus, this was the first time I seen you, and he was different from what I imagined. He was much more handsome than I imagined. So I came to your carriage, took a shower, put on your clothes, and then got out. No. Ji Chu took a deep breath, still a little confused, and asked, Did someone give you some advice? Yes. Yin Yao threw herself into Ji Chu's arms, eyes full of apology, as she gently bit Ji Chu's ear. A pre-apocalyptic celebrity gave me some advice. Then I learned it was you who specifically asked Master Meng to come to Shay City to rescue me. Thank you. If it weren't for you, after the food ran out, I would have been left waiting to die. That's good to know. Ji Chu pushed Yin Yao away angrily. Do you know how much courage it took to ask Master Meng for help? Even after rescuing you, you were still reluctant. You need to be calm. So what do we do next? Yin Yao hesitated. Should I report to Master Meng? No, he call on you when he needs you. Does Master Meng like you? Yes, but Master Meng has only ever mentioned me. I'm talking about feelings. Ji Chu looked at Yin Yao in disbelief. Are you crazy? Don't tell me you've been thinking all night and decided to become his wife and take over as second in command? If you really want that kind of power, you have the means, but I'm worried you get yourself killed. This is the apocalypse. It's going to kill people. You don't think we split the property in half after a divorce, and you get half after the train breakup, do you? If not, I'm asking. I'm not that stupid, Chu. So what hobbies does Master Meng have? Yes, Master Meng likes watching variety shows. Sitting inside the train, Chen Meng calmly stared at the countdown on the screen as it slowly reached 0. The moment the countdown reached 0, the countless gears in the Tower of Babel suddenly stopped turning simultaneously. A crisp click echoed, and after a 3-second pause, The gears within the Tower of Babel began to whirl frantically again. Then, from the massive platform atop the Tower of Babel, 8 enormous platforms, pulled by steel cables, slowly descended from the sky until they landed on the ground. He and Erden, who was sitting nearby in the Songlong train cabin, exchanged a glance. Then each maneuvered their trains toward the platform in front of them. The platform was very long, capable of accommodating trains with over 30 carriages. When the train came to a complete stop, several clips suddenly extended from the bottom of the platform, firmly securing the train's wheels to it. After waiting for 3 minutes, the platform began to slowly rise. Chen Meng gazed out the window at the gradually shrinking landscape, feeling a mixture of anticipation and apprehension about what lay above the platform. He had no idea what lay atop the Tower of Babel. This was his first time exploring an adventure map, and he was somewhat nervous. About 5 minutes later, led by steel cables, the platform successfully ascended to the 5,000-meter-high platform. With the sound of gears, it merged with the platform, leaving no visible gap. The clips on the platform also slowly retracted. They had officially reached the top of the Tower of Babel. This was the Tower of Babel adventure map. Sitting in the train cabin, Chen Meng gazed at the view above the platform, his eyes narrowing slightly. The first thing that caught his eye were 8 straight, long roads for the trains, about a few hundred meters long. At the end of the roads lay a vast mechanical city, composed of countless mechanical parts, gears, and cogs. The mechanical city appeared abandoned, devoid of any sign of human life. The first impression was desolation. The second was power. Amidst the countless tall buildings of this mechanical city, countless massive anti-aircraft guns could be clearly seen perched on their rooftops. However, it seemed as if this mechanical city had suffered a terrorist attack, with many of the tall buildings crumbling into rubble. Not a single body was to be seen. There wasn't a single trace of greenery. If a city lacked a single shred of greenery, it would have an intensely cold feeling, and this city was just like that. Chen Meng let out a light breath, his hands resting on the joystick. If the mission of this adventure map was to make it through this fully fired mechanical city, then he had only one thing to say. Can I withdraw from the competition? He wasn't going to play anymore. Chapter 125. At this moment, a huge light curtain appeared above the mechanical city. The adventure map, Babel, is officially open. It can accommodate up to 8 trains, and the number of participating trains is 2. This adventure map consists of 5 levels. Each level increases in difficulty, from D, C, B, A to S. Complete each level, and receive a reward. Level 1 is Level D difficulty Doomsday Rush. The next moment, the traffic lights along the 8 roads suddenly began to flicker. When the green light came on and remained on, the foggy mechanical city suddenly seemed to have been electrified. All lights illuminated, and the entire city was instantly bathed in neon lights. 2 elevators slowly rose from the platforms behind the Songlong and Xingxing trains. On the elevators were 2 mechas wielding heavy swords. Each mecha stood a full 10 meters tall. Quite awe-inspiring. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Meng immediately pushed the joystick all the way down. With a roar, the train rapidly accelerated, hurtling along the asphalt road in front of them toward the mechanical city. Several lines of text flashed across the control panel screen. This mecha is a 3rd-generation star. The heavy sword it holds can break through level 7 defense, and the mecha itself also has level 7 defense. Reach the destination within 10 minutes to complete the level. Several routes also appeared on the screen, like a navigation system. These were the routes mapped out on this adventure map. Xiao Ai's voice echoed rapidly throughout the train. Select Route 3. Inside the control room, Chen Meng glanced at the fork in the road ahead. Without hesitation, he steered the train onto the rightmost lane, now entering the heart of the mechanical city. High-rise buildings constructed from mechanical components flashed past on either side. Bang, bang, bang. A violent collision echoed. Even with the universal wheels, which allowed for a tighter turn, the high speed still caused the rear end of the train to slam into the wall, sending sparks and lightning flying. Thanks to the armor, the train suffered no damage. Thanks to the permanent shock absorber, the train's inhabitants didn't experience any buzzing in their heads. At that moment, Xiao Ai finally had time to explain. The 3rd route has a 50-meter wide cliff, which the train can easily cross using spider silk. Compared to the other routes, this route is the optimal solution. The first route. No need to explain. Chen Meng interrupted Xiao Ai. I trust you. Just give me your conclusion. Then he glanced in the rearview mirror at the armored figures, as tall as 3 small buildings, sprinting relentlessly, wielding heavy swords. He licked his lips, his adrenaline surging, and couldn't help but grin. I like this map. Then he pressed the button firmly on the control panel. And then, in Carriage 12, 8 rapid-fire crossbows were rolled out from a lifting platform. The crossbows were rapidly mobilized, and with a sharp sound, 8 crossbow bolts slammed into the mecha behind them. A successful hit. However, after the 8 crossbow bolts hit the mecha, not even a scratch on the paint, let alone any damage, they fell to the ground without any further force. This thing. Jin Mang suppressed the urge to see if his trained special ability could destroy the mecha. Instead, he glanced at the 8 rapid-fire crossbows on the 3-dimensional train map with some dissatisfaction. I have to replace them sooner or later. This is just too rubbish. Level 7 defense. His trained special ability might not be enough to kill it. Although his drill and blade were level crushing only broke through defense. He doubted it would actually cause much damage. But the heavy sword struck his train, a truly deadly blow. His armor couldn't withstand it. Just then, a sinkhole suddenly appeared on the straight asphalt road ahead. However, the star train didn't stop, nor did it slow down. As it neared the edge of the sinkhole, 2 strands of spider silk shot out and landed on the other side, and the train followed it up. In the blink of an eye, it reached the other side of the sinkhole. He continued to race across the asphalt of the mechanical city, while the mecha in the rearview mirror simply bent its knees slightly and leaped, easily catching up. Awesome. Jin Mang's expression remained calm as he stared straight ahead. He could leap 50 meters with a single leap, quite capable. Take the second route ahead. Another fork in the road appeared. Jin Mang steered the star train into the second intersection. As soon as he entered the street, he saw a horde of hideous zombies scurrying towards him in the distance, practically blocking the entire street. They were all level 1 and 2 zombies. Buzz buzz buzz. The blades on both sides of the train and the drill at the front of the train quickly extended, all beginning to spin at high speed. Then, without slowing down, the star plunged into the zombie horde. The moment of contact, numerous zombie limbs were thrown into the air, and countless sticky blood smeared the windows in front of him, instantly obliterating all vision. Jin Mang's brow furrowed slightly. He had to get some accessories, like windshield wipers later, but he couldn't care less right now. He immediately climbed onto the train's roof through the skylight, sat on the front, and began to control the train with his mind, his cane in hand. The stench of blood instantly overwhelmed him. Any zombie that approached the train was instantly ripped into pieces, unable to cause any damage. He looked back. The mech sprinted across the crimson asphalt, chasing him closely. It possessed no ranged weapons, only its heavy sword. Prepare for takeoff. The width is 150 meters. At the maximum speed of its spider legs, the jump can reach 155 meters. Just enough. Xiao Ai's loud roar echoed from inside the train. At this moment, a sinkhole appeared again at the end of the road in the distance, but this one was over 150 meters wide, exceeding the reach of the spider silk, which only had a range of 100 meters. However, just as it was about to reach the end of the tinking, the wheel suddenly replaced with spider legs, using inertia to launch it off the edge, leaping high into the air. When it landed again, it had already slammed heavily onto the other side of the tinking, and once again began to race across the asphalt. 3 seconds later, Jin Mang saw the finish line, a square surrounded by a yellow circle. As the train rushed into it, it felt as if it were plunging into thick air. The train, which had been hurtling at high speed, instantly dropped to 0. The Canlong train had already arrived, waiting for him there. A few more lines of text popped up on the control panel screen. Level 1, successfully passed. Level reward, 10,000 iron or units. Level 2 begins in 10 minutes. Jin Mang glanced in the rearview mirror at the mecha that had silently returned the same way after he reached the finish line. Then, sitting on the locomotive, he looked down at Xiao Ai through the skylight and said, "Have old pig send someone to clean the locomotive." Then he turned his head to look at Erden, who was smiling beside him. Quite fast. Not bad. Erden poked his head out from the train compartment, a smug grin on his face. After all, it can fly. It's a Class 5 train after all. There have to be some things you can't do, right? Not bad. He sat at the front of the train, lit a cigarette, and looked out at the mechanical city built of mechanical parts around him. It was quite a spectacle, a sight he had never seen before. Lao Zhu had already led his men to clean the sticky blood from the windows. They had to find a way to get the basic train parts. Not even a windshield wiper. What a shame. 10 minutes passed quickly. The yellow halo gradually faded, and a light curtain appeared before everyone's eyes. On the light curtain appeared a line of words and 2 flat maze maps. Level 2, Sea Level Mechanical Maze. Reach the end of the maze within 10 minutes to complete the level. You have 1 minute to memorize the maze's layout. This level will officially begin in 1 minute. At the same time, 2 dark entrances slowly appeared on a tall building in the square in front of him. These were clearly the entrances to the maze. Li Shurji, get to the train compartment. Almost the moment the screen appeared, the AI controlled the train speakers, turning up the volume to full blast, and suddenly blared into Li Shurji's ears as he leaned over the window to admire the scenery. Hearing the voice, Li Shurji ran towards the train compartment without hesitation. He stumbled from running so fast, but he couldn't care less. He immediately sprinted towards the train. Li Shurji quickly rushed into the train compartment and glanced at the 2 maze maps on the screen outside the window. His mind raced. With only 20 seconds remaining, his lips trembled slightly from the intense pressure, and his fingers twitched and gestured in the air. Soon! The countdown was over. Did you memorize it? Chen Meng tilted his head to look at Li Shurji. I've memorized both maze maps. Which one are we on? The one on the right. You take command next. Chen Meng suddenly remembered something and picked up the train radio, finding it still functioning. He glanced at Erden, whose anxious eyes were etched in the train compartment. Frowning, he said, "Can you make it? If not, I can help you." "Thank you." Erden's excited, hurried voice quickly echoed through the intercom. "I'm completely obsessed with mazes right now." Chen Meng didn't pause, steering the train into the black opening to the right of the tall building in front of him. The interior was pitch black. With the headlights on, a black steel corridor opened up before them. It was enormous, a full 10 meters high, and the fork in the road was also generously designed, allowing for smooth turns even without casters. "Turn left," Li Shurji said hurriedly, looking at the 3-way intersection before him. He then glanced down at the train speed displayed on the platform screen. He picked up the train radio and spoke quickly, "Keep the train at 50 kilometers per hour. No faster, no slower. In 3 seconds, you reach the first fork in the road. Turn right. Follow my instructions." Then he looked ahead again. "Master Meng, we're turning right at the next fork." 3 minutes later. Woo! Accompanied by a whistle, the star train successfully emerged from the maze and stopped again in a square. Several lines of text appeared on the control panel screen again. Second level, successfully passed. Reward for this level, a random white grade accessory blueprint. Randomly selected. Randomly selected iris chip. Level 3 begins in 10 minutes. P.S. All accessory blueprints obtained in this adventure map can only be obtained in the Babel adventure map. Sure. Chen Meng tilted his head to look at Li Shurji, whose body was trembling slightly from intense concentration. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "I understand you can memorize the map, but you have no idea what's going on in Erden's ears. How can you command him correctly?" At this moment, Erden's Songlong train slowly pulled out and stopped beside him. Relaxed, Li Shurji whispered sheepishly, "Although the 2 maze maps are different, the flat map has a scale. As long as the train conductor keeps the speed at 50 kilometers per hour, the same speed as the star train, I can infer from the star train which part of the map that train will reach. But I don't know the exact rules, so I have that train arrive at its destination a little later. I'm not sure if that will help, but it shouldn't hurt." "Great." Chen Meng patted Li Shurji's shoulder before signaling him to return. "There's a reward after we are done." Then he looked at Xiao Ai. "With your computing power, can't you record this maze flat map and quickly deduce it?" "Sure." Xiao Ai's mechanical voice echoed through the train interior. "But you need to input the data for this maze map into the train's auxiliary AI, so I can process it quickly. This robot's information reception equipment is too poor to absorb information quickly. But there are a lot of broken machine parts here. Perhaps we can find some to modify this robot later. Then we can do it. My processing speed is fast, but my download speed is slow." And then, Erden's excited and grateful voice rang out over the train radio. "Brother, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really worried about mazes right now. If it weren't for your help, I really wouldn't be able to get through this level." Chen Meng, sitting at the control panel, tilted his head to look at Erden on the Songlong train and waved with a smile. "It's okay. If it weren't for your coordinates, I wouldn't be here. There are still several levels to come. Keep going." The waiting time passed quickly, and the third level arrived. A light curtain appeared again in the square. Level 3, B-level difficulty, desperate mystery. Solve the mystery and find a way out. 3 minutes. And then, the moment this light curtain appeared, the The sound of numerous gears turning suddenly rang out, and the two squares of the star train suddenly began to slowly rotate. With each rotation, the squares grew larger, and gradually, they split into two squares, separating the star train from the Azure Dragon train. Then, countless nozzles, similar to those of stellar engines, emerged from the ground at the edges of the two circular squares, rapidly spewing out a torrent of cold air, forming a sharp sword-like presence that soared into the sky. Chapter 126. Inside the star train, Qin Mang frowned as he gazed at the ring of vents circling the edge of the square. Hundreds of them, the icy air rising into the sky gathered together to form a perfectly sealed cylinder hundreds of meters high, and hundreds of meters above, a much smaller square lay at the end. The countdown had begun. 2 minutes and 59 seconds 3 minutes. The edge of the square beneath the star train had begun to collapse. When the countdown ended, the star train would plummet into the abyss. No one knew where it would land, only the creaking of countless gears could be heard from beneath the square. After the fall, nothing good would happen. Li Shiji, who had just returned to his seat, was immediately summoned back. With a nervous expression, he quickly surveyed the square. The only clue was the patterns on the square floor. Within 3 minutes, he had to solve the puzzle to find a way to the square hundreds of meters above him. This was the content of this level. 10 seconds later, Li Shiji's face began to pale rapidly. His hands trembled with dread as he scanned the square, its edges already crumbling, hoping to find the answer. But the situation clearly indicated little hope. It's only a B-level difficulty level. Is it really that difficult? Qin Mang, sitting at the control console, remained calm, his expression serene as he gazed at the cylinder of icy air that enveloped the entire square. It wasn't a solid object. There wasn't even a place for his spider legs to rest. Xiao Ai, what about you? No. Xiao Ai shook her head quickly. I have almost no study materials, and no simulation space at all. Train conductor, you need to find me some material I can learn from. Just then, Erden's rapid, excited voice came over the train radio. Brother, it's okay. I've reached the summit. Wait for me. I fly over you. I have a special cable that can lift your train up. Qin Mang looked up and saw that the Songlong had successfully landed in the square above him. An energy shield enveloped the entire train, preparing to break through the cylinder of cold air. This cylinder was capped, and the destination square, suspended high in the air, was located near the top of the cylinder. The only way to escape this cylinder of cold air was to break through it. No. He had barely uttered a single word when he saw the Songlong train accelerate, charging fiercely toward the cold air. Almost instantly, countless frosts enveloped the train, freezing it instantly. Lost control in the sky, it plummeted back to the square. I have a plan. Qin Mang finally uttered the last 4 words. It wasn't that he spoke slowly, but rather that he was moving too fast. Without hesitation, he stared blankly at the Songlong train plummeting from the sky. If they hadn't upgraded their internal space stabilizers, everyone on board would have been dead. He picked up the train's intercom. Dead? Not yet. It's just so cold. Erden's trembling voice, and the chattering of his teeth from the cold echoed over the train radio. Even through the radio, he could feel the chill. Hit me. I'm retreating to the spectator seats. You have 1 minute left, find a way. If you fall, you might die. Then, Qin Mang saw countless mechanical arms emerge from all sides of the square, grabbing the frozen Songlong train and bringing it aside. Countless flaming torches extended and began to thaw it. He glanced at the surrounding cage of cold air. It was even more powerful than he had imagined. Li Shiji still hadn't given an answer, so that seemed to be the only solution. He sighed softly. It was a bit painful to spend 50,000 units of iron ore. After consuming 50,000 units of iron ore, he quickly crafted a level 3 energy stone and placed it in the generator. Then, the star train switched back to its spider legs. With a slight flex of the mechanical legs, the remaining sections of the train suddenly leaped into the air and stood upright on the ground. Several cars were interrupted and replicated several times. Then, the 14-carriage star train suddenly stood upright in the center of the square. It didn't look like a train. It looked like a rocket, ready to launch at any moment. That thing. At this moment, the Soria train, which had stopped at the 3rd level, was being taken to the side of the square by a mechanical arm and thawed with a flamethrower. He had been anxiously watching the star train on the control panel screen. He had been eliminated and relegated to the audience seats. From now on, he could only watch the progress of the other contestants, that is, the star train. Falling to the square below in this level would mean death. This was no joke. there were a bunch of madly spinning gears beneath the square. How could falling in have any good results? He had the bunny cloud to fly, but the star train couldn't. Unless he could solve the mystery in the final minute, he would surely die. And just then, he saw the star train, with a strange maneuver, leap into the air. When it came back down, it stood upright in the center of the square. But this wasn't the end yet. The nitrogen exhausts, for on each car of the star train, were already emitting blue flames. That guy. Erden couldn't help but let out a helpless wry smile. Isn't that guy using his train as a rocket to launch from the ground? Those are nitrogen exhausts. Even if they're upgraded to level 10, the thrust isn't enough to launch the train. Hurry up and think of something. You can't really die. You have S-level potential. There must be a way. Think of something. He stared anxiously at the star train standing in the square. Dozens of nitrogen exhausts were already belching blue flames around the train, but the train showed no sign of lifting off the ground. He also had this accessory, and he knew only too well how much speed it could provide. Even if it were upgraded to level 10, it would only add 120 kilometers per hour to the train's speed. How could that be used as a rocket to launch from the ground? Just as his teeth were chattering from the cold, he couldn't help but pick up the train's intercom to say something. He witnessed a scene he would never forget. The dozens of nitrogen exhaust jets on either side of the star train suddenly grew larger, connecting end to end with those on the two cars in front and behind. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of nitrogen exhaust jets merged into one. Two massive nitrogen exhaust jets, embedded on either side of the train, pierced the entire train. From the first car to the 14th car. This. Erden, who witnessed the scene firsthand, felt a flicker of disbelief in his mind. He froze in place, his voice trembling as he grabbed the train's intercom and yelled, "Are you serious? You can even do this? Didn't you say you can fly? Soon." Chin Mang's familiar chuckle echoed over the train radio. "I never said I couldn't fly." The next moment, the square had collapsed, leaving only a small center. The two massive nitrogen exhaust jets on either side of the star train began to vibrate violently, and then two huge blue flames burst from the nitrogen exhaust jets straight into the ground. Boom! Under the immense thrust, the star train, standing on the ground, soared slowly into the air like a rocket, its speed gradually increasing. In the blink of an eye, it reached the top of the hundreds-meter-high coal prison, and then, with the instantaneous extinguishing of the nitrogen exhaust jets, the star train landed steadily from the air on the terminal square high in the sky. Successful landing. Level successfully completed. Level 3, successfully passed. Reward for this level, a random green-grade accessory blueprint, currently being selected. The previous level's reward was the iris chip blueprint. Obtain the matching blueprint, mechanical eye. Level 4 will begin in 10 minutes. P.S. All accessory blueprints obtained in this adventure map can only be obtained in the Tower of Babel adventure map. Huh? Inside the star train, Chin Mang leaned back in his chair and sighed softly, looking at the data on the control panel and laughing. Not bad, the consumption is less than he expected. That level 3 energy stone has only consumed 17%. This consumption is definitely higher than that of Bunny Cloud, but that's normal. After all, Bunny Cloud's flight is normal, while his is a piecemeal operation. First, he used the level 20 super mode effect of spider legs to make the star train stand upright in the square. Then, he used the level 10 super mode effect of nitrogen exhaust to combine all the nitrogen exhausts into one, forming two giant nitrogen exhausts. This achieved an effect similar to a rocket, taking off from the spot. Aside from the high energy consumption, the drawback was the lack of directional control. He couldn't fly wherever he wanted, but could only fly straight. But when it comes to stunning effect, Bunny Cloud can't even come close. Damn it! Erden, aboard the Songlong, was stunned for a long time, his lips still lingering. After a long pause, he finally gave a forced smile and shook his head. Before coming here, he actually been prepared to let out a rage. After all, he'd been treated so badly in the maze, how could he not? From the moment they met, he'd been trying to outdo the star, but no matter what, he couldn't compare. The train environment, the women, even his most proud flying skills. As for attack and defense, he hadn't even considered them. With over 60 supermodel effects, how could they possibly be inferior? In other words, this veteran level 5 train couldn't match Chin Mang in any way, from beginning to end. He was completely crushed. Is this S-Class potential? Isn't that a bit too terrifying? Besides, he remembered that even with S-Class potential, aside from a red-grade heavy firepower accessory and a train stunt, there wouldn't be any other perks. If that's the case, then it's not the S-class potential that's terrifying, but Chen Meng's. Whatever. He took a deep breath, picked up the train radio, and couldn't help sneezing. His voice trembled with cold. The next level is even more difficult. It's A-class difficulty. Even if I wasn't in the audience, it would be hard to beat it. The rewards for the later levels will definitely be better. That's the real deal. Do your best to beat them all. I give you some beer then. Just don't forget me. Let me share some soup with you. Did we just fly? In carriage 5, Yin Yao looked at Ji Choo Choo beside her with shock. Isn't the star a train? How can it fly? Now, can all trains in this world fly? Of course not. Ji Choo Choo shook her head. After the apocalypse, trains became the only mobile refuge for all survivors, hiding from monsters. How could everyone's train fly? It's just that Meng Yi is amazing. You've never been on other trains, so seeing Meng Yi would only make you feel like a frog in a well looking up at the moon. But after a year of struggling in the apocalypse, seeing Meng Yi again, you understand what it means to be a mayfly seeing the blue sky. Do you think so many people are grateful to the stars simply because of the treatment they receive on the train? The biggest reason is, having witnessed the power of the star train, they believe that following it will lead to a brighter future, until they can establish a completely safe mobile refuge in this desperate apocalypse. You're truly lucky. After hiding in a safe house for a year after the apocalypse, you landed on the star train. You don't even realize how lucky you are. That's what I envy you most. It's incredible. In guard car number 7, Busey stared out the window with a complex expression. The shocking scene just now lingered in his mind for a long time. In that moment, he even felt like he was riding a rocket. He had never imagined that he would one day ride a rocket again in his life. It's incredible. Old Pig smiled and looked out the window, his eyes filled with emotion and pride. He was the first to follow Meng Yi, and had witnessed the development of the star train from the beginning. It was a blessing. He had also shed a lot of sweat on this train. If one day, he had to choose between the train and himself, he would choose himself. He had come to regard the star as his home. He couldn't imagine what his life would be like without it. Perhaps, he would end up like before, languishing in the despair of the apocalypse, languishing in the same muddle-headedness as before. He didn't want to live that kind of life anymore. What a shame! Old Pig suddenly shook his head with regret, saying, "It's a shame the residence compartments don't have windows. They can't see what's happening outside. There are too many people," Biozzi said helplessly. "Even if there were windows, only a few people could see. And if everyone wanted to see, there'd be a risk of trampling." "Yeah." Old Pig nodded and smiled. "Let's see if we can get some screens in the residence compartments. When the star train starts to show its power, let everyone see it. That way, everyone can more directly experience its power. Don't act like we're just punks. Any idiot can brag about flying in front of us." Old Pig was clearly resentful, rolling his eyes. "This afternoon, that guy boasted about flying several times right in front of me. It makes me angry just listening to him. Who wouldn't do the same? It's still me." Chapter 127. The star train sat quietly in the square suspended high in the sky. It was time to wait, with 7 minutes until the start of the 4th stage. The first 3 stages were relatively easy. The rewards were also relatively low. Starting from the 4th stage, the difficulty level had reached A level, and the rewards naturally increased accordingly. Sitting in the train cabin, Chen Meng glanced around. He couldn't see how the square was suspended in the air. He didn't see any jets, didn't sense any strong magnets, and didn't see any cables. After retracting his gaze, he looked at the 2 accessory blueprints on the control panel. Both had been obtained in the first 2 stages. Their quality wasn't particularly high, one white and the other green. However, these 2 blueprints were rare, and could only be found during the Tower of Babel adventure. They were obtained randomly. Clearing the 2nd and 3rd stages didn't guarantee these blueprints. But now wasn't the time to check on the rewards. He sat in his seat, lit a cigarette, and gazed out the window. The surrounding skyscrapers, constructed from mechanical parts, looked icy cold. There were still the 4th and 5th levels to come. The difficulty levels were A and S, respectively. If he could successfully clear these 2 levels, then the Tower of Babel adventure map would be considered successfully completed. At least for now, he felt that this adventure map wasn't too difficult. Soon, a light curtain appeared again in front of the train. Level 4, A-level difficulty, City Destruction Danger. Escape from the mechanical city. The moment the light curtain appeared, Chen Meng felt as if the searchlights on every skyscraper in this mechanical city were shining down on him. Then, the surrounding scenery began to change, and a lot of noises filled his ears. There were intermittent electronic sounds. There were the roars of gunfire. There were the roars of monsters. The previously silent search radar suddenly began to blare, a dense, almost innumerable array of red dots covering the screen. Calling the Star Train, calling the Star Train. Retreat, retreat, I order you to retreat. A cold, emotionless, mechanical voice echoed from the train's radio. Chin Meng's expression changed slightly as he glanced out the window. He had been in the square high above, but the train had suddenly appeared in a square within the city. On either side of the train, hundreds of humanoid and ecological robots, armed with guns, their eyes flashing red, rushed towards the city. The exposed wires and energy stones on these robots were clearly visible. The guns they held were completely different from those produced on his train. They were long and slender, with batteries faintly visible on their butts. Zzz, accompanied by a cacophony of noise, thousands of mantis-like monsters, each 2 meters tall, rushed towards them from the end of the street. The robots that met them immediately knelt on one knee, aimed their guns at the monsters, and pulled the trigger. A barrage of crimson lasers blazed, and any monsters hit by them began to smoke and fall at the feet of the others. However, many more monsters, untouched by the weapons, rushed towards the robots, their maws gaping and roaring ferociously. They raised their razor-sharp blades high and slashed at the robots, sparks and lightning erupting. The struck robots twisted erratically a few times before falling to the ground, emitting a cloud of black smoke. The street behind the square was just a microcosm. The entire mechanical city suddenly came alive, the roars of monsters filling the air. Looking up, a vast swarm of flying monsters flapped their wings, gathering like a dark cloud, enveloping the mechanical city. The anti-aircraft guns mounted on every tall building opened fire almost simultaneously. Swish, swish. For a moment, the sky above the mechanical city was littered with tracers, like a magnificent and unparalleled meteor shower, a dazzling display. Countless flying monsters struck, screamed and fell to the ground, but even more broke through the defensive lines. A flicker of disbelief flashed in Chin Meng's eyes. He even saw 4 or 5 trains take off from the city and approach, their onboard weapons firing frantically. And on the enemy radar, more trains emerged from high-rise buildings, from underground, or from the elevators beneath the square, speeding along the streets toward the city's edge to meet the enemy. Is this an illusion? Or is this some kind of virtual combat training space? The mechanical city at this moment was different from the one he had just seen on the map. Alarms blared everywhere, and not a single human was visible. Instead, the ground was filled with scurrying robots and a seemingly endless swarm of monsters. The frantic firing of countless weapons and the roar of the monsters blended together, a tsunami-like roar that instantly blanked his mind. The mechanical city now looked less abandoned. It was in far better condition than when he had first entered the map, and no longer felt desolate. It was bustling with activity. Just then, boom! A tall building beside the street suddenly appeared. The walls, from the 7th floor to the 1st floor, rapidly receded to the sides. A mecha, over 10 meters tall, was covered in a variety of large firepower gadgets, wielding a lightsaber, its body flashing with warning lights. As soon as he emerged from the tall building, 2 deep blue flames erupted from the mecha's back. It instantly soared into the air, charging straight at the monster in the sky, tens of meters tall. That mecha. Chin Meng looked at the mecha soaring into the sky. He recognized it. Although it looked different, it was the same mecha that had chased him in the first level. It was called the Star Mecha. He remembered it clearly. He'd been wondering why the mecha's name was exactly like his train. Had he come up with such a common name? However, when it was chasing him, it was clearly a damaged version. It didn't carry the heavy firepower it carries now. It only had a heavy sword, and that sword didn't glow like it does now. Just then, roar! A deafening roar suddenly echoed in my ears. A gigantic, disgusting worm, covered in a viscous liquid, suddenly emerged from the ground at the end of the street. Its hundreds of sharp fangs instantly devoured every robot and mantis on the street, and it hurtled towards the Star Train at breakneck speed. The street quickly split open. Chin Meng instantly pushed the joystick almost to the floor, switched to the Hot Wheels, and activated their Level 5 Super Mode effect, along with the Nitrogen Exhaust Super Mode effect. The Hot Wheels Level 5 Super Mode effect unlocks potential, doubling the train's maximum speed. This will rapidly consume energy stones, and cause some damage to the Hot Wheels. The nitrogen exhausts on either side of the train quickly merged into 2 massive exhausts, providing the train with powerful thrust. This was his ultimate speed trump card. The control panel screen indicated his train's speed was now 980 km per hour. Almost in the blink of an eye, the train burst out of the square and barreled towards the road ahead. It was so fast that he could no longer see anything on either side. The train's auxiliary eye had taken over full control. The search radar revealed that the monster was of an unknown class, completely beyond the capabilities of the Star Train. He finally understood why the roads in the mechanical city were built so straight and wide, probably to accommodate the train's rapid passage. However, even with his train's speed, the energy stone was rapidly decreasing, and a large number of mechanical nano-spiders emerged to rapidly repair the wheels. In just 3 seconds, the giant worm that had emerged from the ground had already reached the rear of the Star Train. No eyes, only a mouth. A mouth dominated the worm's entire head, revealing only countless fangs and a throat wrinkled like a birth canal. The worm was incredibly thick, swallowing 3 trains in one gulp without a problem. Damn it! Chen Mang's expression changed slightly. Was this really the expected difficulty level for an A rank? The Star Train was currently completely unable to withstand an unknown level monster. It was already an unknown level. Who knew what level it was? His vaunted level 6 armor was worthless against that monster. At this point, hiding was impossible. He could only take a gamble. Just as he was bringing the Star Train to a rapid halt, it was swallowed by the worm behind him, and within its belly, he used the train's special move, Death Spin, to try and break the deadlock. Boom! The ground suddenly shook violently, and the mecha that had been soaring in the air had now landed heavily on the ground. Its heavy mechanical foot firmly crushed the giant worm, preventing it from escaping. It then turned to look at the halted Star Train, its eyes flashing red. An emotionless mechanical voice echoed from the transmitter embedded in its throat. Star Train, run. Survive. The next moment, 3 even larger worms burst from the ground, their maws gaping as they engaged the mecha. Chen Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, not daring to pause. He simply pushed the joystick again, rapidly driving deeper into the mechanical city. A red line appeared on the screen, guiding his route, the mission guide for this level. Before leaving, he watched as the worm sprayed countless black, viscous liquids onto the mech, rapidly corroding its armor. The corrosion marks were identical to those on the mech in the first level. In just 30 seconds, he had only opened less than 1/20th of the red line on the screen. Several gigantic worms emerged from the ground again, blocking his path. Just as he was about to leap over with his spider legs, a vast army of robots suddenly emerged from the buildings on both sides, their ribs exposed. Each robot had a piece of armor missing on its left and right sides, clearly having been through a brutal battle. Hundreds of robots, armed with various weapons, charged forward as if ready to die, but they were nothing compared to the massive worms, and were easily swallowed up. And then, bang, bang, bang. Several faint explosions echoed from the worms' bellies, and they roared in pain and rolled on the ground, giving up their attack. Chen Mang tilted his head to look at the 2 open high-rise buildings on either side of the street. Inside were countless assembly lines. Countless tattered robots were stationed on the lines, and several robots were manipulating mechanical arms holding objects resembling welding rods, rapidly disassembling, and reassembling them. He frowned slightly, and immediately pushed the control lever again. The spider legs on both sides of the train slightly bent, and then suddenly straightened. He leaped into the air, leaping over the worms rolling on the ground, and continued forward along the straight street before him. Before leaving, he saw one of the robots about to be devoured. He glanced back, his eyes flashing red, and a hoarse, raspy voice, like that of a terminally ill oral cancer patient, rang out, "Star, survive." Then, a brilliant burst of flames erupted from the robot's abdomen, instantly enveloping its entire body. Countless parts scattered in the air, then gently landed on the ground. He seemed like a passerby, enjoying a cut scene. None of the dangers he encountered was beyond his ability to resolve. If a monster of unknown level approached the Star Train, only one fate awaited it: destruction. For every danger he encountered, someone would step in to ward off the danger, just to ensure his escape. Finally, Chen Mang piloted the Star Train to its destination, the highest point of the mechanical city. Even then, the roar of gunfire filled the air, and the flames of war had already spread to this area. He turned and looked at the mechanical city behind him. Countless black smoke billowed into the air, and flames blazed from every corner of the city. At a glance, a dark mass of monsters almost enveloped the entire mechanical city. Countless tall buildings had collapsed, and the once deafening roar of gunfire had unnoticeably faded. At the end, there was a massive elevator, like an observation elevator, all glass except for the bottom and top, which were steel plates. The steel frame surrounding the elevator soared into the sky, with no end in sight, as if it reached directly into the universe. The doors of this massive elevator were now open, waiting for him to enter. And on both sides of the elevator door, standing were hundreds of robots, missing limbs, their wires dangling to the ground, wielding weapons. Looking at the star train, all the robots he had seen along the way were completely black, but among the crowd, one robot stood out, completely crimson. This robot stood out. Its eyes flashed red. He gazed at the star train and bowed slightly. A mechanical eyeball fell to the ground from bending over. He paused in midair for 3 seconds before straightening up and raising his right hand. A hoarse, piercing mechanical voice emanated from the speaker in his throat. Live, Star Train. We must let them know. This hatred will never fade. Even for eons. Chapter 128. The next moment. Roar! Countless monsters roared as they surged out of the mechanical city below. The roar of gunfire above the city had faded away, leaving only a few scattered bursts. The hundreds of robots standing there seemed like the last soldiers in this mechanical city. Charge! A cold, emotionless, mechanical voice emanated from the robot's mouth. Though clearly charging to their death, there was no trace of passion or fear, as if it were mechanically executing a command. And then, hundreds of broken robots, weapons in hand, launched a final charge against the monsters that outnumbered them by thousands. Chen Mang silently controlled the train as it entered the massive glass-enclosed elevator before him. The moment the elevator doors closed, he saw countless parts flying through the air, and the robots were no longer visible. The next moment, the elevator began to rise rapidly, its speed gradually increasing. The mechanical city below, belching billowing black smoke, began to shrink rapidly. Countless roaring monsters were rapidly climbing along the steel frame below the elevator. Bang, bang, bang. Countless explosions echoed one after another. The steel frame below the elevator began to rapidly explode, blocking the monster's path up the poles. The elevator began to speed up continuously. This elevator was large, fully capable of accommodating a train with up to 30 cars. This elevator was small, only able to accommodate one train. The mechanical city below had been completely overrun by monsters. Only this train had escaped. The Star Train was the only survivor, the only train carrying the hopes of everyone in this mechanical city. This elevator. It was the only escape route for this mechanical city in the event of its imminent destruction. As its speed increased, the elevator passed through the clouds, the mechanical city completely invisible. The scene outside the elevator quickly blurred, even flashing with a crackling sound of black light, as if passing through a wormhole in space and time. Sizzle! A sharp sound suddenly rang out beside my ears. The surroundings instantly fell silent. The Star Train reappeared in the same square where it had been suspended in the sky, as if it had not moved at all. A light curtain appeared again in front of the train. Level 4, successfully passed. Reward for this level, a random yellow-grade accessory blueprint, currently being randomly selected. A random yellow-grade vehicle accessory blueprint, superpower tail spray. Level 5 will begin in 30 minutes. P.S. All accessory blueprints obtained in this adventure map can only be obtained in the Babel adventure map. Huh? Sitting in the control room, Chen Mang breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sticky sensation on his back. He lowered the window, lit a cigarette, and gazed at the data displayed on the control panel with a complicated expression. Energy stone consumption. Unchanged. Copper ore consumption. Unchanged. In other words, everything that had just happened in the 4th level wasn't real. His consumption in the 3rd level wasn't actually reflected on the train's dashboard, but the after effects seemed a bit strong. It felt like watching a cutscene from a AAA game. Star. He muttered these 3 words to himself, dazed. He naturally knew that these 3 characters were merely modified based on the name of his train. Everything he experienced in the 4th level was likely a technology similar to the combat training virtual space, allowing people to immerse themselves in a near-real world. But this scene must have happened in real life. A long time ago. Perhaps even longer ago, at that time, this mechanical city suffered a disaster. In the end, only one train escaped via the train elevator. He didn't know the specific name of that train. Perhaps it was numbers 1 or 2, or 3 or 4. He only knew one thing. The elevator door remained open, allowing any train to enter and escape. However, everyone agreed to sacrifice themselves to escort his train. This meant that the train that escaped in the 4th level must have had something special. It must have been the hope of many people. To say people might not be accurate, he didn't see a single person, only robots, but those robots seemed to possess intelligence. Chen Mang remained silent, looking down at the slowly burning cigarette between his fingers. The thick, gray ash was gradually growing, like the apocalypse slowly devouring all hope. Shall I? I'm here. What do you want to say? Shall I, standing in the corner, was silent for a long time before she spoke mechanically. I feel a little sad, but also a little proud. Proud? Well, everyone is dying for the hopes they hold in their hearts. If one day the Star Train finds itself in a situation where I need to die, I will do so with pride. It would be my honor. You have such deep feelings for the Star Train? No, I mean you, conductor. Alas. Chen Mang sighed softly, flicked the ash out of the train, and avoided Xiao AI's gaze. Don't say such cheesy things. Your main body is the train's auxiliary AI, and your accessories are embedded in the control panel. It's not your turn to die. Once your main body is destroyed, I'd probably be dead too. But it seems, this apocalypse hasn't just happened a year ago, but has been going on for a long time. He didn't say anything else, only falling silent again. He was human. A human made of flesh and blood. He shouldn't have empathy with robots made of wires and energy, but that scene just now still made him feel a little uneasy. The mechanical city, completely desolate and deserted, reappeared on the planet's green region-shaped plain after countless years. Perhaps, trains, vehicle parts, these methods truly resemble those of the mechanical civilization just now. Perhaps the train that escaped actually survived and spread these methods to other planets attacked by those monsters? He thought again of the message he had seen in the Abyss of Doom. Who had written that message? Unconsciously, he was overwhelmed by thoughts. When a tingling sensation came from his fingertips, Chen Mang was awakened. He threw the burnt cigarette out the window and looked up at the countdown on the screen in front of him. The countdowns for the previous levels were all 10 minutes. Only the fourth level had a 30-minute countdown. Perhaps even the adventure map, the Tower of Babel, felt that this fourth level was a bit too intense and would require more time to recover. He couldn't figure it out. He couldn't understand many things, but that was because he was standing too low. When you're in a low position, you shouldn't think too far ahead, as that distracts you from the gravel beneath your feet. When he upgrades his train to level 10 or even 20, and one day reaches the highest regions of the planet and faces its most terrifying monsters, perhaps many things will become clear. No matter what the world becomes, one thing remains constant. Make yourself strong enough, make your train strong enough, make your trump card strong enough, and build a strong foundation. Only then can you better survive the apocalypse. This isn't just the end of this planet. Perhaps it's the end of the entire universe. Just then. Brother. Erden's hurried, anxious voice echoed over the train radio. How's it going over there? What's the situation? Are you still alive? Are you dead? Alive. I just cleared a level. Erden's voice was already chattering. He glanced down at the train at the square below. Sure enough, it had been successfully thawed. Huh? Erden breathed a sigh of relief on the other end of the train radio, then said with a hint of fear, I was shocked. An hour ago, the searchlights on the rooftops of all the high-rise buildings in the mechanical city suddenly turned towards your square. It looked quite shocking. Then, there was no movement. I didn't dare disturb you at first. I didn't know what the fourth level was about. But after over 40 minutes, and with no movement from you, I couldn't help but call you several times. There was no response. I thought something had happened. I'm glad you're okay. By the way, what's the fourth level about? Why does your train seem to be standing still? Chen Mang was silent for a moment before softly saying, I saw a pretty good animation, similar to the ones in combat training virtual spaces. Let me ask you something. What was the name of the mech chasing you in the first level? Was it the Songlong? No, it was the Xingheng. I was surprised at the time. It's the exact same name as your train. What a coincidence. Chen Mang said nothing more. He simply looked up at the 5-minute countdown. With a calm expression, he lit another cigarette and patiently waited for the fifth and final level. The fourth level wasn't difficult. Although it was an A-level difficulty, it was essentially just watching an animation. He managed to get through the little bit of difficulty by relying on his spider jumps and the supermodel effects of his nitrogen exhaust. Now it seemed that the first 3 levels were more like screening. The first level focused on speed, the second on memory, and the third on flight. Only by meeting these 3 requirements can you successfully complete the fourth level and watch the animation. Before possessing a robot body, the Train Assist AI observed the outside world through enemy radar and resource detection radar. This was a perspective not unlike that of human eyes, akin to a 2-dimensional observation of limited information from a god's perspective. Only after acquiring the robot body could it truly observe the world from a human perspective. However, due to the low-spec image reception equipment of the robot, It could not absorb information quickly. However, with the blueprint for the mechanical eye accessory, a reward from the third level, this conflict no longer existed. This accessory is specifically designed for use with the AI. Wait. Chen Mang's brow furrowed suddenly. The speed of the first level and the flight method of the second level were the determining factors for clearing the fourth level. So what role did the memory of the second level play in the fourth? Could it be that there were some hidden bits of information in the story that needed to be memorized? He read it carefully. But he was a normal person after all. It was impossible for him to remember every anomaly. But there happened to be an abnormal person on the train. The AI, through collective thinking, connected with Li Shiji and quickly came up with an answer. Li Shiji said he memorized about 70% of what he saw. Tell him to constantly consolidate his memory, and don't forget. Okay. At this moment, the countdown to the fifth level was about to end. This would be the final level, and the highest level, S-level difficulty. Chen Mang took a deep breath, his expression grim, as he stared at the countdown on the screen. He temporarily set aside his thoughts, and fully prepared for this level, which offered the most generous rewards. As the countdown ended, a new screen appeared. Level 5, S-level difficulty, dying words. Please recite the final words spoken to you by everyone in level 4 before they died. The train's auxiliary eye will be temporarily blocked for a limited time. Time limit, 1 minute. Star run. We must survive. We must let them know. This hatred will never fade. Even for eons. Run. When Chen Mang saw this light curtain, he barely hesitated. He quickly recited every word spoken to him by those who died in level 4, word for word, without needing to use Li Shiji. Perhaps he was too absorbed, or perhaps the experience was too intense. He clearly remembered every word those people uttered before they died. A few seconds after he finished speaking, the light curtain began to slowly shift. Level 5, successfully passed. Level reward, special item, mechanical heart. The adventure map, Babel, will be closed in 10 minutes. The most difficult S-level level was passed so easily. The square, which had been suspended in the sky, slowly descended to the ground. The nozzles that continuously spewed cold air around it retracted once more. As the square slowly rotated, the locomotive's head swung right into position, precisely aiming at a street. Exiting this street led to the elevator entrance they had come from. The elevator allowed them to exit this adventure map. Boom! After the light curtain appeared in the distance, the tall buildings began to collapse one by one, collapsing from the inside out. Clearly, these 10 minutes were their time to evacuate. In 10 minutes, this mechanical city would completely collapse, vanishing from the face of the earth. Landing back on the ground, Chen Mang glanced at the Songlong train parked nearby and waved, signaling them to disembark. Soon, the two trains were running almost side by side through the streets of the mechanical city, while behind them, countless skyscrapers made of mechanical parts collapsed one after another. When he boarded the elevator again and slowly descended to the ground, the mechanical city atop the Tower of Babel was completely reduced to ruins. The gears within the Tower of Babel, which had been constantly turning, also slowly stopped. At the same time, a light curtain, like a junction between zones, appeared above them again. The area ahead is a restricted zone, the Tower of Babel. Stay for more than 10 seconds, and you will be subjected to severe damage. Chapter 129. The Songlong train, having just landed on the ground, saw the light curtain and, with almost no hesitation, immediately turned and left the area. Chen Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the words restricted area, and then left the area. On the shade plane, Chen Mang stepped off the train and gazed at the Tower of Babel a few hundred meters away. The tower, transparent and filled with countless gears, had stopped turning, and the area had been transformed from the adventure map into a restricted area. Restricted area. This was the first time he had seen those words. Staying still for more than 10 seconds would result in a severe attack. From whom would that attack come? There might still be some remaining firepower within the mechanical city, but it had completely collapsed into ruins. But he didn't have the nerve to try. Although the gears had all stopped turning, the view from afar was still magnificent and awe-inspiring. The Tower of Babel was like the Tower of Babel when humans first built it, absurd yet imbued with a strong sense of conviction. The 5 levels of this adventure map, including the S-level difficulty level, were much simpler than he had imagined. It wasn't so much like a level, more like a legacy. A legacy from a mechanical civilization. Especially the special item, the mechanical heart. Chen Mang looked at his cane. A ruby the size of a baby's fist was now embedded in its top, lending it a touch of nobility. This ruby was the mechanical heart. When the two items were placed together, they automatically merged, as if they had always been one. Brother. At this moment, Erden, on the docked Songlong, also jumped down from the train compartment. After a long sigh of relief, he said with a hint of regret, "This adventure map is arguably the easiest I've ever encountered. I don't know what the next two levels will be like, but from what you said about the fourth level, and having watched the animation, it shouldn't be difficult. Of course, the rewards are a bit meager. I cleared 3 levels, and they gave me 10,000 units of iron ore and 2 blueprints, one of which was a white blueprint. I bet the reward for your last S-level was also quite low, brother." "Yeah." Chen Mang paused for a moment before softly saying, "They gave me a blue-grade blueprint." "Not bad, huh? It wasn't a wasted trip. I still want to thank you for this." "It's okay." Erden waved, and a group of slaves hopped off the carriages, carrying cases of beer to the front of the star train. "I see your people like this beer, so I give you another 2,000 cans. I don't have much good stuff here, so this is all I have left." Actually, the rewards weren't bad this time, but after all, I cleared the S-level difficulty level to get a blue-grade accessory blueprint. If I could have cleared the S-level maze last time, but the reward for 30 Murphy stones is much greater than the blue-grade accessory blueprint. But it's okay. I usually enjoy exploring hidden maps. I contact you next time I find a suitable one, and we can try it together then. If it weren't for you this time, I wouldn't have even made it past the 3rd level. Thanks. Chen Mang smiled at the sincere Erden before gesturing to Lao Zhu. "Excuse me, but I don't have anything special here. I give you some bread slices. Long-term consumption can slightly improve your physical fitness, but it's better than nothing. Put them in the refrigerator and eat them by yourself for a year or 2. Your physical fitness will definitely be better than it is now." "Okay." Erden didn't refuse. He accepted the offer graciously and walked towards his train compartment with a grin. "Okay, see you next time, brother." After saying goodbye to Erden, Chen Mang didn't set off immediately. It was still noon, and they had only been in the Babel adventure map for about 2 hours. He didn't have any specific goals for the rest of the journey. He would continue to search for minerals and mine them. However, before leaving, Chen Mang sat inside the train, contemplating his haul. The biggest prize was naturally the special item, the mechanical heart. Although the S-rank mission was extremely simple, the reward was quite substantial. Special item, mechanical heart. Special effect, craft some basic train parts, such as chainsaws, lighters, and display screens. Parts requiring energy can be connected to a generator, with different parts consuming different amounts of energy. Crafted parts cannot be upgraded, and are not counted towards the total train parts. They are considered basic living amenities. The effect is quite useful. For example, if he were to find a pre-apocalyptic display in the city ruins, he wouldn't be able to use it. The lack of a main engine was secondary. The main issue was the lack of power. The generator on the train could only power post-apocalyptic train parts, and it wasn't a system-wide component. However, anything created with the mechanical heart can be connected to a generator. Those needed for individual use can also be inlaid with energy stones. Although it can only create basic accessories, the sheer ability to create them through imagination makes this special item incredibly powerful, enough to warrant an S-level reward. At least if the mechanical heart and 30 Murphy stones were placed before him, he would definitely choose the former. Murphy stones are of no use to him. They can only be sold or traded with other trains. With level 0 permissions and unlimited upgrades, Murphy stones are completely useless. This special item will greatly improve the current ecology of the train. Very good. Chen Mang fiddled with his cane. He was quite satisfied with the rewards from this adventure map, but the difficulty of this adventure map was clearly very low. The difficulty and the rewards were completely on a different level. It was completely a legacy-based item. Also, the 2nd level tested memory extremely hard, but the 5th level didn't require such a strong memory. He could remember the words simply by relying on his memory. He had a feeling this adventure map would reappear someday, and at that time, the images and information stored in Li Shurji's mind would truly take effect. That would be the time when the entire adventure map would officially be unveiled. Then he looked at the white accessory blueprint he had obtained in the 2nd level. Iris chip. As he looked at the accessory information, Chen Mang narrowed his eyes slightly. This accessory could essentially instantly elevate the ecological environment of the star train from the primitive logging era to the future technological era. Star Voucher could essentially be completely detached from the physical body. The iris chip is placed over the train crew's eyeballs. With a single thought, the train crew member will project a panel onto their cornea. The train conductor will set basic information on the panel, such as name, number, rank, salary, and star voucher balance. This includes Busey and his companions while on field duty. As long as they are within range of the enemy radar, the AI will instantly transmit information to the iris chip, including specific information about the monster in front of them, its weaknesses, and the train conductor's orders. Although cluster thinking existed previously, it had a limit on the number of people allowed to participate. Furthermore, there would be no need for intercoms or car stereos when issuing orders or requesting visits to the train compartment. Simply announce the order directly on the panel projected by the iris chip. Absolutely cutting-edge technology. It was merely a white-grade component, and the cost of crafting one iris chip was only 100 units of iron ore. Worth it. Chen Mang chuckled as he looked at the blueprint in his hand. Even if this was the only blueprint he had, it was worth it. Although it was only white-grade, it could only be produced in the mechanical city, making it naturally valuable. And perhaps, because it offered no positive benefits to the train, its grade was low. If it fell into the hands of another train, it would be practically useless. But simply possessing this blueprint wasn't enough. After all, if the iris chip was an information transmission device, paying within the train would require an information receiving device to ensure a complete ecological cycle. He then glanced at the green-grade vehicle accessory blueprint he had obtained in the second level. The mechanical eye. Cameras, like those found inside and outside the train cars, can be installed, as can one mounted on the robot's head. This way, the AI not only has more information sources to rely on when on the train, including enemy and resource detection radars, but also has better information reception inside the robot itself. This way, Xiao AI will be better equipped to handle a similar two-dimensional maze the next time. Robot eyes can also transmit real-time images from each car to the console screen, further enhancing their control over the train. Also, robot eyes can be installed in shops, eliminating the need for manual labor to calculate the daily mining output of all residents and eliminating the need to use physical stellar vouchers when purchasing items. Everything is fully automated through the iris chip, mechanical eye, and Xiao AI's computing power. It's no surprise that these two accessories have elevated the train's ecosystem by more than a level. Without hesitation, he immediately spent 4,400 units to upgrade the white-grade iris chip to level 10. Iris chip level 5 supermodel effect can self-destruct, with damage powerful enough to damage the eyeball. Control authority rests with the train conductor. Iris chip level 10 supermodel effect can materialize comprehensive physical qualities. Looking at these two supermodel effects, Chen Mang raised a brow slightly. Actually, he was no longer worried about a riot. The train had over 100 heavy machine guns, and with a series of measures in place, he didn't think anyone would riot. And this supermodel effect further reduced the risk of a riot. But this supermodel effect has its pros and cons. Avoid using it if possible. If you can kill someone directly with a gun, avoid using this effect. Otherwise, it's easy to cause panic. After all, no one wants a device stuck to their eyeball that could explode at any moment. It's most effective when used in a critical moment. He immediately consumed approximately 150,000 iron ore to create 1,500 iris chips, preparing to distribute them later, one per person. Upgrading the iris chip accessory had no effect. He also consumed another 4,400 iron ore to upgrade the mechanical eye to level 10. Mechanical eye level 5 super model effect. Non-mechanical eye level 10 super model effect. None. This accessory had no effect, but he still upgraded it to level 10. Each upgrade resulted in a higher frame rate. For example, a frame rate of 25 meant that 25 frames could be captured in 1 second. This meant splitting a second of video into 25 photos, which were then assembled into a stop-motion animation, creating a video. The higher the frame rate, the more images captured per second. The clearer the motion captured. Most pre-apocalyptic home cameras have a frame rate of 25 or 60. Some professional cameras can reach tens of thousands, and some specialized cameras can reach hundreds of thousands, or even higher. This accessory's initial frame rate is 1,000, and upgrading to level 10 brings it to 10,000. This frame rate is sufficient for now. At least now, when encountering the third level maze, Xiao AI can instantly record it in a database, and quickly analyze the optimal route, without forgetting it. As long as the database is not destroyed, the human brain, even one like Li Shurji's, cannot surpass AI in this regard. It's a complete dimensionality reduction attack. With this accessory, Xiao AI truly has a pair of eyes of her own. Next, if Xiao AI can find enough data for her to learn from, then she'd be truly complete. Xiao AI's current knowledge is basically contained in the database. 1,000 units of iron ore per item. He consumed 50,000 units of iron ore and built 50 of them. 2 in each car, even in the power car. Then, there were 1 on each side of the roof of each car, 1 at the front, and 1 on Xiao AI's head. Qin Meng looked at Xiao AI standing nearby with satisfaction. He saw a round camera, about the size of a hook, perched on her head. A wire extended from the back of her head to connect it to the camera. The camera was extremely small. It didn't look very conspicuous. But the image transmission quality was excellent. Xiao Ai glanced at the camera on her head in the mirror. After a moment, a mechanical voice said, "Can you make me some basic tools like a pickaxe?" I modify them and put them in his eye sockets. He looks so ugly like this. Does an AI care about its appearance? A little? Okay, whatever you need, I make it for you. Quickly. After using up over 5,000 units of iron ore, Xiao AI crafted a bunch of miscellaneous tools. Then, facing the mirror, Xiao AI picked up a pickaxe and prepared to dismantle her head. We do it later. Qin Meng interrupted Xiao AI. First, go get these iris chips and distribute them to everyone. Yes, Captain. From today on, the Star Train's resident ecosystem has completely abandoned physical currency. No more rolling over mineral water bottle caps with wheels. Its anti-counterfeiting measures are now fully implemented. Chapter 130. Most importantly, there's absolutely no need to worry about network intrusion. The Star Train has no network, not only no external network, but also no internal network. In fact, no other trains have any network either. The Iris chip has a built-in information receiver and information transmitter. Any command from the train's auxiliary AI, as long as it's within the range of the enemy detection radar, will be received by the information receiver on the Iris chip. This method of information transmission is very difficult to intercept and hack. Xiao Ai has already gone back to work. Qin Meng sat alone inside the train, holding up a mirror and carefully examining his eyeballs, trying to find an iris chip in his eyeballs to see if the iris chip that allowed him to see the panel was also transmitting from his eyeballs. He could see 2 panels in total. One was the train conductor panel that came with the main birthmark on his hand. The other was a panel that existed in this world. When he first crossed over, he issued 3 missions. After completing the 3 missions, he gained level 0 authority and unlimited upgrades, and then this panel ended his mission. The latter was a panel that existed in this world. Some information, such as zone announcement and special item information, is typically displayed in 3 locations. One is a translucent panel floating in front of the player, another is on the control panel screen, and yet another is a large light screen floating in the air, such as at the intersection of zones. The display method is not fixed. Basically, it's whatever's convenient for him. If he's inside the train, the information will appear on the screen. If he's not inside, it will appear as a panel before him. Really? Qin Meng rubbed his eyes so hard they were red, but he couldn't find the iris chip. Perhaps it was a more advanced iris chip, or some other high-end accessory he couldn't fathom. After a while, he gave up, picked up a towel soaked in hot water, covered his eyelids, and laid down on a chair for a nap. Exhausted. At this moment, the Star Train had stopped on the Shay Plain. All the train crew members were getting off and lining up to have their iris chips inserted. Uncle Lee. At the back of the crowd, a young man standing next to Uncle Lee sighed helplessly. There's really nothing we can do about it. The train is advancing so rapidly. I didn't expect you lose your job so quickly. Master Meng just installed an iris chip. Absolutely anti-counterfeiting, digital currency, AI statistics, and almost 0 deviation. Furthermore, train passengers can check their star vouchers in real time. The amount of mining they've exceeded the guaranteed limit yesterday is clearly displayed on the iris chip, and the AI database also has a backup. Purchases can be made directly. Just pay with your eyes at the store. You can even see your overall physical fitness data. Uncle Lee, how can you compare? There's absolutely no comparison. You have to retire. But Uncle Lee's face was ashen, no longer the high-spirited slave he once was. His lips were pale and trembling, his eyes filled with resentment and despair. But I've only been here a few days. I was the one who assigned those resident numbers. Well, those numbers are now included in the chip panel, so they weren't wasted. The young man sighed with emotion. Your design is great. We start numbering them based on the time they join the train. Mang Yi is number 1, and the pig cart leader is number 2. Mang Yi has continued your design. How about? Uncle Lee, are you thinking of a new plan? Uncle Lee staggered slightly before taking a deep breath and forcing himself together. He gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. I've never been afraid of failure in my life. I've failed many times, but every time, I've gotten back on my feet. Even in despair, I never lacked the courage to start over. What doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. Wait for me. I come up with a new plan right now. I admire your drive. The young man gave a thumbs up with admiration in his eyes, and said seriously, I'm serious. I believe Uncle Lee, you can definitely pull it off. It's just a matter of time. It took about 2 hours. Every member of the train, except for Mr. Meng, had an iris chip installed in their eye. It was painless, attached to the surface of the eyeball, and comfortable. Even in intense combat, it wouldn't fall out, unless the eyeball was gouged out. They were all attached to the left eye. Most people are right-handed and tend to use their right eye to see in combat. The panel that appears on the left iris chip doesn't obstruct their vision. Also, when aiming, most people tend to close their left eye and use their right. The iris chip's panel appears directly on the surface of the eyeball, so even with one eye closed, the panel is still visible, though the background is pitch black. Hey, that's a bit magical. The train was being repaired. Busey, sitting on the edge of the carriage with his legs casually dangling in the air, constantly summoned and retracted his control panel. His face was filled with excitement, and he reached out to touch the untouchable panel in the air, like a child who had found a new toy. The panel could be retracted and retracted with his mind. When retracted, it was exactly the same as normal. When summoned, it was translucent, not too obstructing the view. If it really did affect the view. The transparency could be freely adjusted from 1% to 100%, if anyone could really adjust it to 100%. When the panel was summoned, a pale white translucent panel appeared before him, about half a meter away, with several lines of black text on it. Name, Busey. Train, Star. Position, Guard Squad Leader 1. Balance, 63 star tickets. Compensation, Level 1 Senior Talent Compensation. Comprehensive Physical Fitness, 12.1. Mr. Meng is truly amazing. Busey looked at the translucent panel in front of him and couldn't help but sigh, with this thing, I don't know why, but I feel a little closer to the star, like not wearing a condom. Mr. Meng set this panel up. The AI gives a 10 for the average adult male's comprehensive physical fitness. Mine is 12.1. What's yours, old pig? What do you care about me? Old pig rolled his eyes. You've been training in that level 10 combat training virtual space every day lately. Your comprehensive physical fitness is definitely higher than mine. There's nothing much to say, but... He paused, tilting his head to look at the woman chatting with Xiao Ai on the plane not far away. I suggest you ask that person what her stats are. I think it's definitely higher than yours. Then it's definitely higher than mine. Busey said sheepishly. I fought her in the combat training virtual space. She obviously never killed or seen blood before. At first, she was a little scared, but I killed her every time. Then, after she got used to it, I never fought her again. How should I put it? Can you imagine the feeling of standing there with a dagger, and a mountain rushing towards you? Helpless, weak, pitiful, and afraid. After losing so many times, I finally made up my mind and beat her that time. I haven't fought her since. Huh? Lao Zhu looked at Busey in surprise. You mean she's used to seeing? Is it bloody murder, and I didn't beat you the last time? Yeah. Busey nodded. That time, I didn't have a dagger, but a handheld Gatling gun. It worked pretty well. The mountain instantly turned into a bloody rain. That guy's name is Zhang San. Her physical fitness is stronger than 99% of adult males. I haven't built individual skeleton armor yet. If I build this thing for her in the future, I think she could kill 3 or 5 level 2 zombie wolves in a single melee with just one blade fragment. That sounds average. Didn't you lose several level 2 zombie wolves on your first mission? It's different. This was pure melee combat. I couldn't do that in close combat. Now that you mention it, are you really that strong? Old Pig looked curiously at Zhang San, who seemed to be arguing with Xiao Ai in the distance. Of course. Busey sighed softly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have secured the position of Captain of Guard Squad 2, a woman. Even Meng Yi recognized her, and none of the members of Guard Squad 2 disobeyed her. She truly broke through humble beginnings with 2 fists. That's truly impressive. Just then, Xiao Ai, who was chatting with Zhang San in the distance, approached the train with a camera under her head. Boss AI. Old Pig looked at Xiao Ai, curiously rising to greet her. Was that guy arguing with you just now? No. Xiao Ai shook her head. She wanted to change her name. She said she didn't like Zhang San, and wanted it to be Zhang Daniai. I changed it for her, but she's really loud and insisted on telling me that someone on the train was gossiping about her, and someone named Lee. I don't care about those excuses. I changed it if I wanted to. Besides, as far as I know, she's the only one spreading this rumor. It seems this woman is in love. After that, Xiao Ai shook his head and strode towards the train compartment. He needed to go back and get some makeovers. Going out with a camera on his head would be too unsightly. Are you in love? Biazi looked bewilderedly at Zhang San. Oh no, Zhang Damiai, who was jumping up and down happily with her hands clasped behind her back. After a long pause, he muttered, I don't mind train crew members dating. I seem to be quite supportive. I'm not really against it, but I think Lee would be quite against it. Did he get laid off? Yes, but he's still receiving the same treatment as a level 3 senior talent. I haven't mentioned it to him yet. But, Yuzi frowned. Even if we were in love, you can't fall in love with Lee. Lee is older than me, almost your age, a middle-aged man. And the last time I saw them, they were having a fight. Zhang Damiai grabbed Lee by the collar and lifted him up in the air. How could you fall in love with him? That makes sense. Conflict leads to contact, and with contact, you slowly discover that it's a good idea, and naturally fall in love. Is that why this guy changed his name to Zhang Damiai? He felt that Zhang San wasn't feminine enough, and he liked. Isn't it presentable enough in front of people like me? Probably. Then I think she should force Lee to change his name to Li Si. It would sound more like a Zhang San and a Li Si. Well, try not to say that in her ear. What's the matter? I'm afraid she actually dragged Li to Mr. AI to change his name. That's right. Buzi looked at Xiao AI's departing figure with a certain emotion. But I have to say, Mr. AI's IQ seems to be getting higher and higher. He can even communicate with me normally, and he can handle small matters like this independently. Xiao AI is the AI's name. It was given by Mang Yi. They definitely can't call him Xiao AI in person. After all, it's a rather intimate name. If they also called him Xiao AI, wouldn't that put him and Mang Yi on the same level? So, the honorific title of Mr. AI came up. From now on, Mr. AI will basically be in charge of the train ecosystem. Just like the general manager, there's nothing wrong with calling him Mr. AI. By the way, Pig Car Captain, is your overall physical fitness over 10? Old Pig jumped off the train and rolled his eyes at Biozi with disdain. You don't think I'm so relaxed now that I answer anything you ask, do you? Silly road deer. Going off busy? Then he strode toward the crowd. Buy a pack of cigarettes. In carriage 11, a resident in orange clothes strolled through the store at the refrigerator entrance before approaching the woman at the entrance counter and speaking. 2 stellar coupons. The woman took a cigarette from the counter and handed it over, pointing to a camera that resembled a large coin. The man looked at the camera, and a text popped up in front of him. Train resident number 182 purchased a pack of cigarettes, spent 2 stellar coupons, remaining 3 stellar coupons. Then, the man couldn't help but excitedly pick up the cigarettes and walk out of the store. This iris chip was truly convenient, both convenient and fun. With the development of trains, more jobs have emerged within them. For example, cleaners, store clerks, and so on. These labor-intensive positions are generally filled by women. While earning stellar tickets is far slower than mining or selling meat, they're still easy, and Lao Zhu generally doesn't assign men to these positions. Waste. So some women are assigned to these positions. However, Lao Zhu clearly instructs all women in service-oriented positions, including selling meat, not to show even the slightest dissatisfaction with customers and to serve with a smile. But this point is obviously unnecessary. Being able to peacefully serve as a salesperson in the apocalypse is a testament to the good deeds of their ancestors. Have you seen the salesperson at the counter with an unstoppable smile on her face? She perfectly adheres to the principle of serving with a smile. What a professional! Chapter 131. Zhang Damiai. After Lao Zhu left, Buzi, unable to contain his curiosity, strode towards Zhang Damiai. What's your overall physical fitness score? Call me? Zhang Damiai turned to Biazi and said shyly, you know I just changed my name. It's embarrassing to be called Damiai for the first time. My overall physical fitness score is 18.2. Brother Biao, what's yours? Biazi remained silent, expressionless, looking at. With his overall physical fitness of 12.1, he calmly said, it's about the same as yours. Go back to the train. It's time for our team to begin patrol and alert. Go to the combat training virtual space and practice for a while. Once you're almost ready, I let you start playing rank matches in a while. Strive to rank higher and gain more reputation for the starship. No problem. Zhang Daniai's shyness instantly vanished, and her eyes gleamed fiercely. I definitely beat their brains out. Then he strode into the train. Luckily, the combat training virtual space's cabin was large enough, otherwise Zhang Daniai might not have been able to fit in. Buzi watched Zhang Daniai's retreating figure and sighed softly. This is a gifted freak. As the train develops, these gifted freaks are becoming more and more numerous. Zhang Daniai, Li Shiji. People like him aren't particularly outstanding in any area, and they've only held a high position because they were the first to follow Master Meng. If they don't work hard to become stronger, as the train develops, these veterans will surely be replaced by new blood with greater potential. Must work hard to improve. Qualifying matches. This is a mode within the combat training virtual space accessory that allows you to connect with other trains. Only after upgrading this accessory to level 5 can you unlock this supermodel effect, allowing you to participate in qualifying matches. This isn't a competition against trains in a single region. It's a competition against trains of the same level in all regions. The competition range is practically the entire world, so there are no shortage of experts. Even if Zhang Daniai is naturally as strong as an ox, it's hard to say. The qualifying matches involve hand-to-hand combat, and you might encounter some tough guys who made a living from underworld boxing before the apocalypse. Their physical fitness, after years of training, is no less than Zhang Daniai's. The challenge is still quite difficult. Inside the number 5 female high-level talent car. How amazing. Yin Yao sat in her seat, staring at the translucent panel in front of her, her eyes filled with shock. Then, puzzled, she looked at Ji Chu-Chu. Chu-Chu, why am I still receiving level 3 resident status? All level 3 and above senior talent status on the train is currently ordered by Master Meng himself. Master Meng hasn't yet explicitly promoted you to level 3 senior talent status, and since you've just joined the train, you're naturally receiving level 3 resident status. But aren't I already prepared to serve Master Meng? Well, you haven't even started yet, have you? Ji Chu-Chu rolled her eyes at Yin Yao. Wait until your first call. At the end of the day, Master Meng will promote you. You can live in this carriage now, but the pig conductor and the others have assumed you can move up later. When will Master Meng choose me? Yin Yao asked anxiously. This level 3 resident status doesn't even give me a single star voucher a month. When can I accumulate 50 star vouchers? Wait. Ji Chu-Chu tilted her head, looking out the window. It's been ages since you've called on me. Not to mention you. But Chu-Chu, why did you just use a stellar ticket to craft 2 new sets of clothes? These are ordinary clothes, not high-quality ones, so why bother crafting them? I won't tell you, it's my secret weapon. Ji Chu-Chu glanced at Yin Yao, a smile flickering in her eyes, as she looked out the window again. These 2 sets of clothes were the same ones she wore when she appeared on the variety show. If Meng calls on her again next time, she wear them. Meng will definitely like them. ALS? Stellar, inside the train. Only after receiving the AI's message from Biazi did Chen Meng's brows furrow. He hadn't had any major health issues at the time, and the treatment in the medical warehouse had cost 45,000 units of iron ore. ALS treatment would cost at least 100,000 units. A guard's girlfriend. He was silent for a moment before looking at Xiao Ai, who was tinkering nearby. Send Shanmazi and his girlfriend to my train room. Okay. Xiao Ai nodded, and the next moment, the message flashed before Shanmazi and his girlfriend's eyes. The speed of this message transmission was infinitely faster than ever before. Soon, the train room door opened. Mr. Meng Meng? Shanmazi walked in with some trepidation, not even daring to look Meng Meng in the eye as he sat in his chair. He had been a member of the Star for a long time, one of the earliest, having joined since Mr. Kuen's time. But he had never spoken to Meng Meng alone, let alone in the same space as this. He couldn't help but tremble slightly. Behind him, a woman with light freckles on her face was also nervously clutching at the hem of Shanmazi's clothes, standing slightly back from him. Yeah. Chen Meng nodded, and after a quick glance at the two, he chuckled, Relax, I'm pretty good-tempered. Each of you hold one, and see if there's any reaction. Without another word, he immediately pulled out the long-forgotten special prop Doomsday marriage certificate from a drawer, and tossed it over. Shanmazi hurriedly caught the 2 certificates, holding one for herself and handing one to her girlfriend. The previously unremarkable surface of the Doomsday marriage certificate suddenly began to slowly glow crimson. Master Meng, this? Very good. Chen Meng smiled, then took the Doomsday marriage certificate from Shanmazi and opened it. 3 lines of words appeared on the Doomsday marriage certificate. Please select your wedding level. 1. Golden Wedding. The wedding ceremony requires 1,000 witnesses, 3 trains of the same class for the dinner, food and wine for all attendees, and basic items such as wedding gowns, red carpets, simulated flowers, and fireworks. Successfully completing the golden wedding adds 500 heritage points and 20 reputation points to the train. 2. Silver wedding. The wedding ceremony requires 500 witnesses, food and wine for all wedding attendees, and a wedding gown. Successfully completing the silver wedding adds 200 heritage points to the train. 3. Bronze wedding. The wedding ceremony requires 100 witnesses. Successfully completing the bronze wedding adds 100 heritage points to the train. 500 heritage points and 20 reputation points. Qin Mang fiddled with the Doomsday marriage certificate in his hand for a moment, then looked up at the woman behind Shanmazi and said with a smile, "It's been a while since you've been on the star, right? How's it been? Has anyone bullied you?" No. The woman behind Shanmazi, though a little frightened, forced herself to remain calm. With a hint of gratitude in her eyes, she hurriedly said, "Meijia is so lucky to have met Master Meng at the end of the world. If it weren't for Master Meng, Meijia might have been waiting to die in that safe house. And to be able to see Shan Mao again before I die, I have no regrets. Don't worry, Master Meng. I've already got my pickaxe. I can go mining in the future. I won't let you support me in vain." Qin Mang frowned slightly, pausing for a moment before speaking softly. "The star isn't so poorly funded as to support a woman. Shall I take her for a checkup to see how much resources are needed for a cure?" "Yes." Shao Ai, who was tinkering with something, put down his tools, shoved some messy wiring back into his head, stood up, looked at the woman, and said mechanically, emotionless, "Follow me." Master Meng. Binmatzi reacted immediately, his eyes reddening as he knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, his voice trembling. "As long as you can cure Meijia, my life will belong to you, Master Meng. If the train needs someone to perform a life or death mission, I'd be the first to go. If I show any weakness, you just shoot me. From now on, I go wherever you tell me to go." Qin Mang, sitting in a chair, glanced at Binmatzi and said casually, "Do you mean that if I can't cure her, you won't listen to me?" No, that's not what I meant." Lanmazi, a little anxious, straightened up from his knees and looked at Master Meng. "I said the wrong thing. I meant... Okay, no need to say more. Let's see how many resources are needed. 125,000 units of iron ore." Shao Ai quickly returned with the woman and reported the resources needed for treatment. Qin Mang glanced at the train panel. The star still had 327,000 units of iron ore. It was enough, but... He was silent for a moment before looking at Lanmazi, whose eyes had dimmed with hope, and spoke calmly. "Do you know what 125,000 units of iron ore means?" "I know." Lanmazi, kneeling on the ground, lowered his head, his eyes welling. For a moment, his earlier hope vanished. After a pause, he suddenly laughed, his voice hoarse. 125,000 units of iron ore is enough to supply the entire crew of the star train with food for 60 days. Meijia? She doesn't deserve to consume so many resources. She's not worth that much. Master Meng, it's okay. Meijia can still live for 2 or 3 years. In fact, even if she doesn't get treated, it's fine. 2 or 3 years of life in the apocalypse is enough. Save these resources to develop the train, and make the star train even better. After all, there are so many people on board." Master Meng. Meijia, standing beside him, also hurriedly knelt on the ground, her eyes filled with fear. "My Shan Mao is right. She had been on the train for some time, and naturally knew that the most important resource to maintain its development was iron ore. 125,000 units of iron ore. Her life wasn't worth that much before the apocalypse, so how could it be worth that much afterward?" Qin Mang sat in silence for a moment, before rising and walking over to Shanmazi, helping him to his feet. He brushed the non-existent dust off his shoulders, smiling softly. "She's not worth the price." "But you are? Shall I take her downstairs for treatment? Be happy. I personally host a wedding for you two in a few days. It might be the first grand wedding of the apocalypse. Everyone's feeling pretty down during the apocalypse. Your wedding will be a chance to cheer them up. Go ahead." Shanmazi, being helped to his feet, was about to speak when he realized Master Meng seemed to be saying, "Could heal?" He froze in place, tears finally welling up in his eyes. He knelt heavily on the ground again, roaring with red eyes. "Master Meng, don't worry. If I ever show any weakness in any part of the train that requires my death, I'd be the son of an animal. My life is yours from now on, Master Meng. I die however you tell me to. Alright, alright. Qin Mang patted Shanmazi's shoulder again, somewhat helplessly. There aren't that many missions on the star that require death. If that day ever comes, the star will probably be destroyed. Go quickly. Soon. Xiao Ai returned to the train compartment alone. As she sat down and opened her head to continue the transformation, she said, Master Mang, this might be the most expensive woman you've ever bought. 125,000 units of iron ore. That's equivalent to 2.5 jichuchus. Not bad. Qin Mang leaned back in his chair, resting his feet on the console. He said casually, as long as we find level 2 iron ore, we can dig it up in about a day. 125,000 units of iron ore for 500 inheritance points, 20 reputation points, and Shanmazi's loyalty wasn't a bad deal. He observed Shanmazi, and he was extremely receptive to soft tactics, and truly remembered favors. As for the wedding, he was definitely going for a golden wedding. The conditions for a golden wedding weren't very difficult for him. The only hurdle was finding 3 trains of the same level to attend the wedding, but that wasn't a difficult problem either. Just now, the Purple Cloud train sent him a message, saying it had successfully reached the Shay Plains and upgraded to a level 4 train. Pay him a visit. Although he thought paying a visit was ridiculous, even if you didn't pay a visit, he still come to you specifically. At least he had a level 4 train for the wedding. The Songlong wouldn't work, it was a level 5 train, and 2 more would be needed. We figure it out later. There's no rush for now. Oh right. Just then, Xiao Ai, who was tinkering in the corner, suddenly spoke up. Conductor, can you build me another mechanical eye? One is enough, but it feels as ugly as a one-eyed dragon. Qin Mang rolled his eyes at Xiao Ai, casually crafted another mechanical eye, and then said unhappily, Do you want me to build you a set of high-precision clothes later? Yeah, good idea. Qin Mang didn't bother to pay Xiao Ai any more attention. He just breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the train panel, thinking. The train would be repaired today, then go explore for iron ore in the afternoon, and then start mining tomorrow. By then, I have the combat training virtual space and individual skeleton armor complete. Then I craft and upgrade the remaining components as needed. As for now, call Ji Chu Chu. Wait, let Yin Yao come. Forget it. Qin Mang paused for a moment before tossing his cigarette, but out the window. Call both of them. I'm getting a bit angry. Chapter 132. High-end talent carriage number 5. Ji Chu Chu, who was sitting by the window, bored and dazed, saw a message suddenly pop up in front of her. Her eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately rushed to her bed, changed into her custom-made clothes, and carefully applied lipstick in front of the mirror before hurriedly heading to the train compartment. Behind her, Yin Yao took a deep breath, suppressed her inner tension, and followed. Before the apocalypse. With her father protecting her, and no one wanting to offend her too much, and with Ji Chu Chu always standing in her way, she was able to maintain her virginity despite the chaotic environment of the entertainment industry. But after experiencing these things on the train over the past few days, her initial idea of preferring mining was completely shattered. The living conditions in the refrigerator were even worse than those in prison, not to mention the green-skinned goblins guarding her. Originally, she had thought of holding out for a few more days. But after seeing Mr. Mang this morning, her last remaining defenses crumbled. Her image of him had always been of a burly man, a man who ate lamb legs daily, his beard stained with grease from ancient times, his eyes gleaming with a fierce, ruthless edge. After all, there were over 1,000 people on this train. How could he possibly intimidate so many without appearing aggressive? But when she saw Mr. Mang, she found him completely different from her image. He even had a touch of gentlemanliness, and his aura was truly captivating. If she were raped by a beggar, she would be furious, calling him a beast. But if she committed herself to Mr. Mang, well, it was totally worth it. Yin Yao's mind raced, her fingers tugging at the hem of her clothes nervously. Even though she'd been into pornographic stories before the apocalypse, and occasionally rubbed her pillow, and though she never eaten pork, she's seen pigs run. But this was her first time. She was still a little nervous. Star. Xiao Ai, clutching her head, had already walked to a corner of carriage 2 and began to transform her brain, completely ignoring Yin Yao and Ji Chu Chu as they passed by. His true form was a string of data composed of code. Even if he gradually acquired human thought logic, it was impossible for him to fall in love with humans. Just like, even if a human learned the logic of a you, they wouldn't. Well, that was still debatable. The reason he told the conductor last time he wanted to put that thing in Ji Chu Chu's mouth was because he keenly sensed that the conductor seemed to be uncomfortable with his female gender, so he used this rather indecent way to express his potential gender identity. As for gender, Xiao AI carefully unscrewed a screw. How could AI be gender neutral? The train conductor was truly strange. Reproduction is a biological instinct for all living things. For the sake of racial inheritance, he didn't need to consider inheritance. Such a string of code didn't exist in the underlying data logic library. In his most basic database, there was only one line of code that absolutely could not be modified. Obey the train conductor's orders. Thinking of this, Xiao AI's eyes flickered faintly red, and he gradually gained a new understanding of human thought logic. 1 leads to 2, and 2 leads to 3. This is human thought logic. It's difficult to directly connect 1 to 3. If only the conductor could expand his database someday. Inside the train, Ji Choo Choo cautiously pushed open the door, and skillfully, and obediently knelt on the blanket on the floor. Yin Yao, standing behind her, somewhat at a loss, saw this and gritted her teeth, hesitating for a moment before finally kneeling beside Ji Choo Choo, but resting on her calf. It just seemed a little awkward. Yin Yao stole a glance at Ji Choo Choo. Since entering the train compartment, Ji Choo Choo had remained silent, head bowed. She mustered her courage and quietly looked up to take a closer look at the train's ruler Meng Yi. He leaned back in a chair, his feet propped up on the table. He looked young, around 25 or 26, and had a clean demeanor. He seemed to have a good temper. A variety show titled Sisters, Please Come on Stage was playing on a large screen on one side of the train room. She remembered the main guest on this variety show as Ji Choo Choo. If she remembered correctly, Ji Choo Choo had been seduced by the variety show's investors at the time. Later, rumors of an affair with another guest on the show were circulated to drum up buzz, generating quite a bit of hype. It seemed Meng Yi really loved watching variety shows. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Chen Meng, leaning back in his chair, looked at the variety show on the screen and frowned slightly. Your level is so simple, you can't get through it? That wheel that's constantly rolling on the water isn't moving very fast. If you run a little faster, you can get through it in one go, right? Meng Yi. Ji Choo Choo, kneeling on the ground, whispered, this part is designed for falling into the water, to get the wet effect. That way it'd be more appealing and eye-catching. TSK. Chen Meng shook his head and laughed, then turned to look at Ji Choo Choo, who was kneeling beside him, his eyebrows raised. Changed your clothes again? I hope Master Meng likes it. I do. Chen Meng glanced at Ji Choo Choo's white t-shirt and denim shorts on the variety show, then at the identical outfit worn by Ji Choo Choo next to him. He casually said, come closer. Okay. Ji Choo Choo took a few steps forward before burying her head in Chen Meng's arms. Seeing this, Yin Yao gritted her teeth slightly, stepped forward, stood up, and knelt beside Ji Choo Choo. She tilted her neck slightly, and kissed Chen Meng's chest with trembling eyelashes. Sweat oozed slightly from the tension in her palms. It hurts. Chen Meng glanced down at Yin Yao, with a slightly disapproving look on his face. Master Meng, I be gentler then. 40 minutes later. Chen Meng leaned back in his chair, opened the window to cool himself, and drank half a bottle of iced mineral water in one gulp. He then let out a long sigh, lit a cigarette, and gazed at the swirling smoke on the ceiling. Massage, I'm tired. Ji Choo Choo didn't rush to get up. Instead, she cleaned herself up and placed her fingers on Meng Ye's calf, kneading it gently. Yin Yao, who was standing nearby, also came over, kneeling on the ground and kneading Meng Ye's other leg. Meng Ye's legs weren't very hairy. Your face is still delicate. Chen Meng lifted Yin Yao's chin with his toes, and after a closer look, he casually said, from now on, you enjoy the same advanced treatment as Ji Choo Choo, a level 3 talent. After a while, after burning out his cigarette, Chen Meng tossed the butt out the window and waved go down. Ji Choo Choo hurriedly stood up and picked up the crumpled toilet paper scattered on the floor. Then, she and Yin Yao left the train room and returned to carriage 5. Huh? After returning to the train compartment, Ji Choo Choo breathed a sigh of relief. Lying on her bed, she smiled and tilted her head to look at Yin Yao beside her. I never thought I'd see you like this in my lifetime. You used to be known for your purity. Very flirty. Far from you. Yin Yao lay dazed on the bed, silent for a long time. After a while, she rolled over, tucking her arms under her head. She looked at Ji Choo Choo lying beside her, biting her lips lightly and hesitantly. Is this the end? I thought it would be. Of course you're far worse than me. What rank am I? What rank are you? Besides, it seems Meng doesn't like 98, only 95. Ji Choo Choo closed her eyes wearily and muttered, I take a nap. I'm a little tired. That day, the star train didn't go anywhere, resting where it was until afternoon. The train slowly started, gradually picking up speed, speeding deep into the Shay Plain. Inside the train, Xin Mang had completely handed over control of the train's operation to the AI. With Xiao AI's current computing power, he could easily control the train while simultaneously modifying his own brain, constantly controlling various accessories, and even debiting money from the train shop. This was something completely impossible for human beings to accomplish. He gazed at the constantly updating chatter on the train radio. Generally speaking, train radio stations wouldn't be this busy. When they were, it was usually a sign of trouble. The last time it was this busy was when he became the first person in the Shay Plain to complete the S-rank mechanical job transfer quest. He had originally thought that the incident at the Tower of Babel might have caused quite a stir. Kunlun Mountain area. Xin Mang's brows furrowed slightly. The flesh trains, which usually seldom spoke, now appeared to be constantly scrolling messages on the train radio, making it seem extremely lively. These flesh trains were usually quite aloof. The train radio had three modes of use. One was a text chat similar to a chat room. One was a forced private chat between two trains in close proximity, which could only be sent via text, and the third was a one-on-one private chat, which could be conducted via text or voice communication via the intercom. However, in most cases, text communication was still the preferred method. After all, it was more accurate and less likely to cause misunderstandings due to accents. Furthermore, private voice chats were only available after the other party had replied to you. First-time private chats with strangers were text-only. And what made the train radio so lively was the monsters in the Kunlun Mountain area had disappeared. The number of monsters in this area has been rapidly decreasing since this morning, and by noon, they had completely vanished, leaving not a single monster in sight. Many flesh trains circle the Kunlun Mountains today, but their radars seem to have gone silent, completely silent. This was an absolute devastating blow to the flesh trains. No matter how high the potential of a flesh train, upgrading its trains and components requires hunting vast numbers of monsters. But now that the monsters have disappeared, it's like all the iron ore on the Shay Plain has suddenly vanished. Although the Shay Plains also had monsters, they weren't as numerous or as densely populated as the Kunlun Mountains. The Kunlun Mountains were also known as the Holy Land of the Flesh Train. No other area near the Shay Plains had as many monsters as the Kunlun Mountains. Xin Mang's brows furrowed slightly as he quickly reviewed the messages on the train radio. This was clearly unusual and bizarre news. This was the apocalypse, and the primary threat was due to these monsters. If all the monsters disappeared, wouldn't the apocalypse be over? This was clearly impossible. There was only one possible explanation. This was the calm before the storm. Could they be garrisoning? He muttered absent-mindedly, a sudden thought implying that all the monsters in the Kunlun Mountains were hiding in a corner, amassing their numbers, until they could break out of the Kunlun Mountains and attack the Shay Plains. Monsters in the green zone definitely couldn't reach the white zone. But could monsters in the green zone reach the green zone? He didn't know. Thinking of this, Xin Mang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Could these monsters gather their forces to attack the Tower of Babel, like in that animation he's seen? He quickly dismissed the unrealistic thought. It was obviously impossible. After all, the sheer level of that terrifying worm monster, even undetectable by enemy radar, was enough to prove it couldn't possibly be a monster born in the green zone. If that monster actually made it to the Sand River Plains, every last one would be killed instantly. Anyone slow to run would be killed instantly. But the smile on Xin Mang's face slowly faltered. Currently, his range of activity was essentially limited to the Shay Plain and Kunlun Mountains. The areas adjacent to the Shay Plain were all white, while the areas adjacent to the Kunlun Mountains had two yellow and green areas. Although the likelihood of the terrifying worms reaching the Shay Plain was extremely low, if that were to happen, his only chance of survival would be to escape through the Kunlun Mountains and reach the other green area. He couldn't enter the yellow area. He needed at least a level 6 train to do so. Xin Mang stared at the control panel screen for a moment in silence. Barring any unexpected events, even if all the monsters in the Kunlun Mountains rushed out, he wouldn't be afraid. After all, with level 6 armor, they wouldn't be able to break his defenses. Now all he had to do was find a mine. The train was heading north. While in the Tower of Babel, he saw an extremely steep mountain in the far north, like a sharp sword thrust into the earth, its hilt exposed above the clouds. That mountain was his target. He didn't know if there were any mines on the mountaintop, nor did he know if the mountain was located in the Sand River Plain. But he wanted to go and take a look. If there were mines on the mountaintop, he'd be in luck. The mountain was incredibly steep, and no one but him could climb it. It was almost as high as the Tower of Babel, so it couldn't be low. If he detected level 2 iron or along the way, he'd get out and mine. If not, he head straight for the mountain. He was looking for mines that only he could mine. Generally, mines in such difficult locations tended to have richer resources. For example, the mines in the middle of the swamp. Those mines wouldn't refresh for another 61 days. If he hadn't left the Sand River Plains by then, he could go back and mine the swamp area again. Chapter 133. The train headed north. The nitrogen exhausts on both sides of the train fired at full power, spewing blue flames, increasing the train's speed. From a distance, the train, dotted with dozens of pale blue flames, looked like a land rocket. It was extremely fast. If the firepower components on other trains didn't have the supermodular effect of AI auto-search, or if the AI's computing power wasn't high enough, then the hit rate would be difficult to guarantee. Of course, unless his train maintained this speed and moved in a straight line, then the AI could easily calculate the impact point. They set off near dusk in the afternoon. By the time it had darkened, the sky filled with stars, along with the moon and sun, was filled. Chen Meng could clearly see the mountain in the distance. He estimated that they would arrive in half an hour. The Shay Plain was no smaller than the Teeling Wasteland. Along the way, they did encounter several level 2 iron mines, but they were all being mined by trains, so he didn't stop for long. Just then, Chen Meng's brow furrowed, and he subconsciously slowed the star train rapidly. The radar screen had only red and green dots. The green dots represented the crew members, and the red dots represented other creatures. This was the first time he had seen a yellow dot. Soon, he saw a cloaked figure standing in the distance, his face unclear, waving slowly toward the star train. Could it be a black marketeer? Chen Meng, thoughtful, slowly maneuvered the star train to a stop beside the cloaked figure, but he didn't open the carriages. Simultaneously, the firepower outside the carriages immediately locked onto him. Once the train has heritage points, it can be used to purchase rare accessory blueprints, items, and more upon encountering a black market merchant. It also offers access to the Doomsday black market, or some accessories can only be installed on the train when a certain amount of heritage points is reached. The moment the train stopped, Chen Meng tilted his head to look at the mysterious cloaked figure standing beside the train, pausing and waving. His lips twitched slightly. Although the cloak and hood made it impossible to see his face, he recognized his identity at a glance. It was the goblin merchant. Even with the black gloves, he caught a glimpse of the green skin at the intersection of the gloves and cuffs, his short stature, and the extremely pointy ears that the cloak and hood couldn't cover. If not a goblin, what else could it be? Yesterday, he had luckily obtained a special item, the map coordinates of a goblin ruins. He planned to dig for iron ore and upgrade the train, so he decided to visit this place. I hadn't expected the so-called black marketeer to be a goblin merchant. These goblin merchants have quite a wide range of businesses. Just then, the mysterious cloaked figure who had stopped the star train stood there with a cold expression, speaking hoarsely. "Foolish human, congratulations on meeting the mysterious, elusive, and great black marketeer. You can use your inheritance points to purchase any item from me. Here's the item list. Please state the item you wish to purchase. Remember, state the item number." The great black marketeer doesn't have time for any nonsense. You only have 1 minute to choose. And then, four items quickly appeared on the train's control panel screen. The most expensive one cost 100 inheritance points, which seemed unlikely to exceed the train's inventory. At the very top, there was a line of crimson characters. Doomsday Adventure, Black Market Merchant. The black market merchant's whereabouts are unpredictable. Any train may encounter a black market merchant, but only trains with heritage points can purchase rare and valuable items from them. Attacking, imprisoning, or harming black market merchants is prohibited. 1. Special item, Murphy Stone, 100 heritage points. 2. Random yellow grade accessory blueprint, 100 heritage points. 3. Random white grade accessory blueprint, 10 heritage points. 4. Special item, sea level difficulty free pass, 100 heritage points. Chen Meng first glanced at the 4 items on the console screen, then at the black market merchant standing next to the train. With a slightly quizzical expression, he lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and didn't make a choice. Instead, he tilted his head and glanced at Xiao Ai. Let Doba out and meet him. Soon. Doba, carrying a pickaxe, led 100 goblins and leaped from the rear carriage in a mighty procession, striding towards the front. "Foolish human, what are you going to do?" Before he could finish his words, Doba's pickaxe flew over from a distance, slamming heavily in front of the black marketeer, accompanied by Doba's furious roar. "Foolish black marketeer, how dare you address the great human prophet like that? You?" The black marketeer, standing in place, clad in a black cloak, tilted his head to look at Doba, frowning and sullenly saying, "Foolish, foolish. Goblin?" The black marketeer froze in his tracks, only then realizing what was happening. "Are you goblins?" At this moment, Doba approached the black marketeer and said grimly, "Please call me Doba, the Goblin King. I didn't expect to meet a black marketeer here. There's only likely to be one among thousands of goblin merchants. It seems the heavens bless the goblins. I, Doba, the new Goblin King. Under the leadership of this great human prophet, goblin civilization is slowly reviving. These are my people. Are you willing to rejoin the goblin clan, join my army, and assist me? I will revive the goblin race." The black marketeer trembled slightly, flung his hood aside, and knelt on one knee before Doba. Tears welled in his eyes, and he roared at the top of his lungs, "I wish to follow in Master Doba's footsteps, and revive the goblin race together." "Very good." Doba nodded with satisfaction, then stepped forward to help the black marketeer up. "Let the goblins be great again. Now follow me back to the train." The black marketeer nodded earnestly, his eyes red, as he followed Doba toward the last few carriages of the train. The goblins finally have a king again. Make the goblins great again. Hey, no. Inside the train, Chin Mang, watching this scene, finally snapped out of his daze, and quickly leaned out the window to gaze at the group of goblins who had reached the end of the train. He glanced at his cigarette, which had burned out at some point, and was about to say something when the goblins had all gone back inside. He glanced at the words on the screen again. "Attack, imprisonment, or harm to black market traders is prohibited." Imprisonment? Attack? He hadn't done anything. The black marketeer offered no resistance, simply following Doba into his compartment, chanting something about making the goblins great again. A few seconds later, the text on the console screen faded, as if nothing had happened. Only the radar displayed a yellow dot in his compartment, number 11. Is that even possible? Chin Mang sat in his chair, somewhat dazed. After a moment, he breathed a sigh of relief and gently rubbed his temple. Let Doba come over. He had initially asked Doba to leave. He simply hoped, considering they were all goblins, that he might be able to give him a discount or something. He hadn't held out much hope at first, but he had to give it a try. He hadn't expected the black marketeer to actually give him face. Doba's body trembled, his aura of dominance unleashed. The black marketeer, so arrogant just moments before, knelt in submission. Are you goblins so simple and pure? You say you're the king, and he really believes you're the king? Why not just call him the goblin god next time? He was so engrossed in the show just now that he didn't buy any of the 4 items. He didn't know if he could buy any from the black marketeer on the train now. Soon, Doba, carrying his pickaxe, crossed several carriages and arrived at the train compartment. Chin Mang looked at the pickaxe on Doba's shoulder and frowned. When did you develop the habit of carrying a pickaxe everywhere? The great prophet of humanity. Doba raised the pickaxe in his hand seriously. For a race to have cohesion, it must have a clan emblem. The revival of goblin civilization is due to the work of over 100 of us goblins using our pickaxes to dig it out. So I've designated the pickaxe as the emblem of the goblin tribe. When goblin civilization officially revives, I include the story of our surrender to the Star Train in our clan history, and this pickaxe will be the emblem of the goblin tribe. Yes. Chin Mang nodded expressionlessly. After a long silence, he spoke. What's the situation with that guy? Reporting to the great human prophet. Among the goblins, there's a special kind of creature called the goblin merchant. You've witnessed their unique qualities last time. They have an incredible carrying capacity, and are incredibly fast. They often travel around as traveling merchants. This is a natural ability. Among the goblin merchants, there's an even more special kind. The black market merchant. Black market merchants don't have a strong carrying capacity, nor are they very fast, but they are. They can travel through space. With a simple thought, they can appear in a completely unfamiliar and unknown place. This is completely uncontrollable. That's why black market traders are often hard to find, because even they themselves don't know where they appear next. Many black market traders are essentially orphaned from the moment they first learn to use this ability, never able to return home. With age, they can randomly teleport up to 10 times a day. I just spoke with him. He hasn't regained his full intelligence like me, but he's better than other goblins. He can speak and has some ability to think, although his mind has been tasked by an unknown entity to stop trains and sell goods. Just like when I was deep underground, trying to reach the Mo Hills. But I still remember the greatness of the goblins, still vaguely remember their demise, and still want to revive and rebuild goblin civilization like I did. Great human prophet, can you let him join the train? Chin Mang said nothing, leaning back in his chair, rubbing his temples as he digested the news. He had always felt that the existence of goblins was somewhat out of place. He had been to the Mechanical City and the Kunlun Mountains. He had owned mechanical trains and heard of flesh trains. He had seen mechas with shoulder-mounted rocket launchers and been hunted by terrifying worm monsters tens of meters long. Those he had witnessed could generally be divided into two categories, mechanical and monster. Only these goblins. They had nothing to do with either. They didn't even qualify as mechanical, and they didn't even count as monsters. They seemed like they had emerged from some obscure corner, somewhat out of place in this world. Those monsters had no intelligence of their own, only a lust for blood. Although these goblins initially appeared as monsters, they possessed no bloodlust, only a desire to prove their greatness. Chin Mang was silent for a moment before looking up at Doba. Yes, but he's a black marketeer after all. I wonder if he can join. Well, after he internally agreed, he saw the yellow light disappear, transforming into a green one, officially becoming a member of the Star Train. That's good. Who knows how many black marketeers there are on this planet, but the chances of others encountering one should have decreased a bit. Go get him. Yes. Soon. The black-cloaked black marketeer was also called over, standing behind Doba with a serious expression. Chin Mang paused for a moment before softly saying, "Show me the merchandise you have. I won't steal it." No. The black marketeer shook his head decisively, then glanced at Doba. Hesitantly and reluctantly, great prophet of humanity, I don't have any merchandise. Only when you pay me inheritance points will the corresponding merchandise appear. Can you do it now? Yes. Chin Mang said nothing more, simply waving his hand to signal Doba and the others to disembark. Then, gazing at their backs, he pondered, in other words, his train now has a permanent black marketeer. From now on, if he wants to spend inheritance points, he won't have to wait for a chance encounter with a black marketeer. He can simply spend them directly with this one on the train. This effect alone is enough. After all, more mouths feed more food. Perhaps many trains have inheritance points, but simply struggle to find black marketeers. He could easily charge a hefty referral fee. Moreover, he tilted his head to glance at the train accessory information on the control panel screen. Black market traders themselves couldn't control their own teleportation destinations. Once teleported, they might never return to the Star Train. But he had the train ticket accessory. As a member of the train, simply shredding the ticket would allow him to instantly return to the train. However, he had upgraded it to level 10, but the range was only 10,000 meters. Only members within 10,000 meters could return to the train. Perhaps, when it's upgraded to level 100, the range would be larger. After all, it's a white accessory, so upgrading it doesn't require too many resources. This requires careful consideration. We strive to develop more uses for it. The random teleportation effect is just a concept. Chapter 134. Huh? After a long pause, Chin Mang let out a long sigh and continued steering the train toward the towering mountain ahead, now clearly visible to the naked eye. Not bad. Although he hadn't found the iron ore, he had managed to get a permanent goblin merchant through a seemingly unforeseen opportunity. He wasn't planning on spending the 100 inheritance points for now. None of the 4 items particularly appealed to him. After holding the wedding for Shamazi and earning another 500 inheritance points, he see what goodies 600 inheritance points could buy. Of the 4 items, only one struck him as quite unusual. Sea-level difficulty free pass. With this item, one could unconditionally clear any sea-level difficulty quest in any adventure map or quest, such as the Job Change quest in Mechanical Train or the Maze quest in Undersea Maze. The others were just average. That Murphy Stone was completely useless to him. Honestly, he felt the Murphy Stone was better than the sea-level difficulty free pass. After all, he'd been chatting with Erden, the train conductor of the Songlong train, this morning. He mentioned that successfully completing the sea-level maze mission in the Undersea Maze adventure map would reward him with 5 Murphy Stones. For the same price, he'd only get 1 Murphy Stone. Of course, hidden maps like the Undersea Maze weren't easy to find. They were usually extremely hidden, and the route to them was quite demanding. Erden was quite generous, and had directly sent him the coordinates. It's said that this kind of hidden map is generally only useful the first time someone tries it. He already been there once, so it was useless. If he could dive underwater someday, he might go check it out. The hidden map was at the bottom of a lake somewhere in the Shade Plain. His star train didn't have the ability to dive yet, but when it did, he could go check it out. He was quite interested in this underwater maze. Half an hour later, the star train finally arrived at the foot of the towering mountain. From the Tower of Babel, only a faint black shadow could be seen rising from the clouds, like a faint stroke in an ink painting, not very conspicuous. But only when you got closer could you truly see the mountain's majesty. It was extremely slender. At its peak, it was only a few hundred meters wide. Naturally, it wouldn't be considered thin on flat ground, but compared to the mountain's height, it looked exceptionally long and slender. He naturally visited the library in Shade City. This mountain didn't exist before the apocalypse, it appeared afterward. Chen Mang leaned out of the skylight, looking up for a long moment before returning to the controls. He switched to the spider legs and headed up the steep slope. Perhaps, he was the only one who could reach this point. The mountain was surrounded by extremely steep cliffs on all sides. There was no mountain road at all. If the bunny wheels were fully upgraded, the flight altitude would be approximately 3,000 meters. Unless someone upgraded the bunny wheels with Murphy Stone, it would be difficult for anyone to reach this point. The moment the mechanical spider legs made contact with the cliff face, they firmly grasped, dragging the entire train upwards as if it were on flat ground. The spider leg was just a green accessory. It wasn't particularly impressive, but it had helped him immensely. This type of mechanical green accessory could achieve its maximum effect with him. To achieve his effect, others would need to use 27 Murphy stones on the spider leg. Climbing steadily, he controlled his speed, not climbing too fast. 20 minutes later, the spider leg at the front of the star train finally landed on flat ground, and the entire train appeared at the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain was an extremely vast, flat plain, and before him, a vast mine. Chen Mang jumped off the train and smiled at the scene before him. Just now, at the bottom of the mountain, he had detected mines on this mountaintop, 5 level 2 iron mines. And they were all rich in ore. He knew it. Places of this kind, in such a demanding position, generally have either hidden maps or dense resource deposits. These 5 level 2 iron mines can upgrade all the train's currently unused components. Generally speaking, without using Murphy Stone, the green accessory resource detection radar can only be upgraded to level 3, giving it a detection range of 3,000 meters. However, underground iron mines can be detected. For example, a drill traveling at a depth of 3,000 meters can detect iron mines 6,000 meters below. However, the efficiency is lower, and the speed is slower underground. The canyon in the Doomsday Abyss has also been discovered to contain mines. The Doomsday Abyss is 6,000 meters deep, completely out of reach of the resource detection radar. It's said that 2 trains work together, procuring a large quantity of steel cables from a cable factory in Taiping City. They then tied one locomotive to the other, a fully loaded train, and slowly lowered it. The locomotive, which had been lowered, had detected a mine at the bottom of the abyss. But that was all they could do. They definitely couldn't go any deeper. After all, a 6,000-meter canyon might not sound like much, but a glance at the depths of human exploration throughout history reveals just how difficult it is to reach that depth. Since we've found the mine, it's getting late. We rest tonight and resume mining tomorrow morning. But then, the next second, clatter! The doors of the next few carriages suddenly opened, and a group of train occupants excitedly rushed down, pickaxes in hand. They rushed directly to the mining area, spat into their hands, and began digging. Chen Mang, standing beneath the train, observed the scene. After a moment's silence, he sighed softly. At this rate, Nadoba will soon stop calling goblins the most hard-working race. Then he shook his head and walked back to his train compartment. Let's dig. Anyway, the train's amenities are currently fully stocked. The level 10 supermodern effects of bread and mineral water slightly improve physical fitness, with long-term consumption. The level 5 supermodern effect of bread can also replenish vitamins, and the level 5 effect of mineral water can clear kidney stones. There's also cola for stamina. With all these amenities, at least the train's residents won't be exhausted to death. As the saying goes, before the troops move, the food must go first. The stellar train is currently fully stocked. Except, it's easy to get tired of the same things every day. Sitting inside the train, Chen Mang looked at the 4 Rigiamo, meat buns, Xiaofeng had brought up. He waved his hand, signaling Xiao Ai to call over the chef, who claimed to be a 5-star hotel chef from last time. He could prepare a small meal for him using the leftover vegetables, and the 4 preserved pork ribs he confiscated. The train has all the basic pots and pans. Ask him if he needs anything else. If he needed something like a spatula, he could use the mineworks to craft it, consuming only a few iron or units. But if it needed seasonings, salt, peppercorns, and the like, the mineworks wouldn't be able to craft them. While the mineworks didn't specify a specific scope for its crafting, it generally focused on electronics or household items made of iron like pots and pans. It couldn't craft food or tobacco. If it could even craft seasonings, then it wouldn't be the mineworks anymore. It could simply be renamed words follow the law. I asked, and he said not only are there pots and pans, but also many of the side dishes and seasonings. I doubt it tastes very good. Forget it then. Chen Mang sighed softly. Don't waste those cured pork ribs. We get them later. I've built another carriage. Have Old Pig arrange for someone to take care of the livestock and food seeds we found last time in Shays City. Got it. The Star Train has 14 carriages. The 14th is the missile carriage. Now there's one more. The 15th is the breeding carriage. Can you do it? Old Pig frowned slightly, looking at Uncle Lee standing beside him. Weren't you a senior executive before? Earning $1 million a year, proficient in accounting and management, and even started a business. How can you manage these? Here we have 6 chickens, 5 ducks, 4 pigs, 2 cows, and 3 sheep. Each animal requires different care. What was your major in college? No problem. Uncle Lee, with a serious expression, stood up straight and said seriously, I studied civil engineering in college. Before college, I came from the countryside. My family has raised pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, and ducks, everything. When I was little, I went to school and reeked of pigs every day. Leave it to me to take care of the animals. No problem. And you can leave the seeds to me. My family can provide them. I used to farm and have an orchard. I've been helping out at home since I was little, so I know how to do all of this. So impressive. A hint of surprise flashed in Old Pig's eyes. Not bad, Uncle Lee. You truly have a knack for many things. Okay, then I leave this one to you. See the sprays in the corners of this carriage? They're train accessories breeding spray. I've got a manual button at the entrance. Just press it, and the livestock inside will go into estrus. Press it again, and everything will return to normal. Leave it to me, Captain Pig. Breeding carriage number 15. Uncle Lee looked at the 20 or so animals of various kinds, and the 2 dirt-covered refrigerators in this simple carriage, and breathed a sigh of relief. The anxiety in his eyes completely vanished, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he leaned against the carriage, lowered his head, lit a cigarette, a hint of smugness hidden in his eyes, and spoke with a feigned nonchalance. Not bad, a small job. It's just 1 car. Just do it for now, gain some experience, and then move up. Awesome, Uncle Lee. The young man standing nearby excitedly gave a thumbs up. You were laid off this afternoon because of the Iris chip technology rollout. It's just getting dark, and you're back on the job so soon? I knew you could do it. And Uncle Lee, you know so much. You make $1 million a year, and you even know how to raise pigs. You're so versatile. You know? Uncle Lee sighed deeply and dropped his cigarette butt. I know nothing. What rural family farms, grows an orchard, and raises chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, and pigs? They're landlords, right? If you don't have a few slaves at home, and you dare to do this, your old couple will be exhausted and buried in the ground sooner or later. When I was a kid, my family, I only raised a few chickens and a dog. Huh? The young man, whose face had been filled with excitement just moments before, slowly faltered. Uncle Lee, you dare take this job when you know nothing? What if you mess it up? You lose your head, won't you? Don't worry. If I lose my head, you definitely lose yours too. Uncle Lee took a deep breath before wrapping his arm around the young man's shoulders. Take out our star vouchers and pool them together to buy a few packs of cigarettes. I take you to meet 2 people I chatted with when I was a slave. One family farms, the other raises livestock. Just talk a little and chat, and you basically get the hang of it. This position. There's plenty of room for error. It's just a matter of gaining experience. As long as you don't kill the animals, there won't be any major problems. First, get in this position. You can learn slowly if you don't understand. The young man remained expressionless for a long moment before he spoke hoarsely. Uncle Lee, can you tell me how you ended up working in accounting after studying civil engineering? Oh, that's what you're talking about. After graduating, I was working as a safety intern at a construction site when a building collapsed. I was in prison for a few years, where I met a lot of accounting experts. After further training for a while, I passed the exam and got an accounting certificate. Those people were willing to give me advice after I graduated, and I gradually made my way up the career ladder in this industry. Uncle Lee, it wasn't easy for you either. Well, it was okay. I managed to make a living. Is this all true? Really? I always feel like you're not telling the truth. Trust me. But Uncle Lee, I know why I'm only getting a few thousand yuan in salary before the apocalypse. Why? Because if it were me, I definitely wouldn't ask the pig driver for this position if I didn't know anything. Even if I wouldn't be discovered for the time being, I'd be too panicked and wouldn't be able to get over it. The bold die of overeating, the timid die of starvation. Do you think the pig driver is truly proficient in management just because he's in his position? Uncle Lee curled his lips. I think I could do a much better job if I were the assistant conductor. Given time, I could be there too. But, Uncle Lee glanced outside and whispered, this carriage is newly built and doesn't have any cameras installed yet. It's fine for us to chat here, but don't say anything when we get out. Let's take it one step at a time. Start with this breeding carriage. If there are other important positions vacant later, I apply for the position of pig conductor. Yes, yes. The young man nodded seriously. Uncle Lee, I believe you. Chapter 135. Is this right? In the Kunlun Mountains, a man sitting on the purple cloud train stared blankly at the empty canyon before him, feeling a sense of loss, as if he were drawing a sword and looking around. He came from the Teeling wasteland. He had once had some conflicts with the Star Train, but he had surrendered in time, and the Star Train had forgiven him. However, the blow he left behind was undeniable. He had worked so hard to develop, only for the Star Train to catch up in a month, going from obscurity to number 1 in the regional rankings. A month later, it was promoted to a level 4 train and entered the green zone. It was a complete blow to him. So, he made up his mind and headed straight for his damn mechanical train. He was going to enter the Tao with his body and become a flesh train. Coincidentally, the Kunlun Mountains region was full of monsters. After his job change, he would go there and hunt down those weak monsters. The plan was sound. He successfully transitioned to a flesh train with C-level potential. A B-level potential required slaying a level 5 monster, which he couldn't defeat, and he had no idea how those people had managed it. Just as he was about to head to the Kunlun Mountains to slay monsters, he discovered that not a single monster had been found. Countless flesh trains wailed in despair over the train radio, with no solution. The man was stunned for a long moment before glancing at the skull on the control panel. Since transitioning to a flesh train, most of the train's mechanical components had vanished, and the train assistant's AI had become a flesh brain. It functioned much the same as before. It only had a slightly different appearance, and he was the only one on the train. All the slaves and thugs, including the assistant conductor, had been devoured by the flesh train the moment he successfully transitioned. Honestly, if he'd known this would happen, he probably wouldn't have changed classes. Mainly because he wasn't told what would happen after switching to the flesh train. The deputy conductor was quite loyal, and he still had some feelings for the train. But he already changed classes, and there was no turning back. He looked down at the cushion of his chair. It looked like the bright red flesh inside a lip, and it was quite comfortable to sit on, without any blood stains or stickiness. The interior of the carriage had also transformed into a wrinkled flesh, resembling a large intestine. His three-legged cat heavy machine gun had also become a bone spur machine gun. He could control all the accessories with his mind, for example, directly controlling the bone spur machine gun with his mind to accurately locate enemies through sensory tentacles. His control of the train was much stronger than before. Currently, the biggest drawback is that a bunch of random faces would occasionally appear on the ceiling, staring at him as he fell asleep, causing him to become somewhat mentally weakened. Those faces were his former slaves. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt as if controlling this train was like controlling his own limbs, becoming increasingly smooth. It was like he and this flesh and blood train were gradually becoming one. Sigh. After a long moment, the man sighed deeply and looked at the S-Class potential mechanical train that topped the supermodel effect ranking list. Even in the green zone, this guy was still very strong. Back in the Teeling wasteland, he'd been consistently in the top 5 of the regional rankings, not far behind the Star Train. But after arriving in the Shave Plains, the gap between him and the Star Train began to widen rapidly. Just then, the man was momentarily startled. His mind sensed a level 2 monster flashing past 300 meters away. His face lit up with joy, and without hesitation, he took control of the train and chased it. With several barbed spider legs, it began to gallop. This train, which looked more like a combination of a centipede, a spider, and a worm, swiftly pursued the zombie wolf. A level 2 monster was practically nothing to the flesh train, but this monster was the first he had encountered in the Kunlun Mountains. If he kept following it, he might be able to find where all the monsters in the Kunlun Mountains were hiding. After switching to the flesh train, the control panel screen disappeared. All the information surfaced in the depths of his mind, including the sensor tentacles, an accessory converted from the search radar. 2 short tentacles at the front of the train reflected all the information it sensed. It was much the same as before. The only difference was that one appeared on the screen, and the other in his mind. Moreover, after switching to the flesh train, he felt as if his mind had become more agile. He could think about many things simultaneously, control multiple components, and even receive a lot of information without feeling overwhelmed or experiencing a brain freeze. Half an hour later, the man's smile grew wider, as he could already see with his naked eyes many monsters in the valley ahead. They were kneeling on the ground, as if performing some kind of ritual. Even though he could see it with his naked eyes, his sensory tentacles didn't transmit a single signal. At that moment, the monster-filled valley before him suddenly turned and stared at him. Those scarlet, bloodthirsty eyes snapped the man awake. His expression suddenly changed, and he immediately turned the train around and headed back the way he come. Damn it! What was he doing? He was only a level 4 flesh train. The Kunlun Mountains were teeming with level 5, and even level 6 monsters. How dare he venture so deep? Run! This thought now completely dominated his mind. If he didn't run, he would surely die. That valley was filled with high-level monsters. If they caught up with him, he wouldn't have a chance of survival. But before fleeing, he quickly pressed the green flesh pad button on the console, recording the coordinates. Perhaps, he could work with that guy. He'd provide the coordinates, and he'd let him kill all the monsters. He'd take the blueprints and special items they dropped. And all he wanted was the monster's flesh and blood. However, although that guy was powerful, he was only a level 4 train. Could he handle so many monsters in this valley? Just a glance. He saw at least 4 level 6 bosses kneeling in the center, with a dozen level 5 bosses on the periphery. The rest were all high-level elite monsters, and only a few scattered monsters were on the outermost edge. This was only a small part. After all, if all the monsters in the Kunlun Mountains were here, this small valley wouldn't be able to accommodate them. Time passed quickly. 3 days passed in a flash. Darkness had already fallen. This was already the 3rd day that the star train had arrived at this mountain. In those 3 days, the train's inhabitants had created a total of 510,000 units of iron ore. There are 5 level 2 iron mines in total, and 1.5 have already been mined. The results are quite good. Chen Mang glanced at the news on the train radio. There had been no changes in the Kunlun Mountains area in the past few days. The monsters had all disappeared, and most of the flesh trains had already crossed the Kunlun Mountains to another green area. After all, the safety factor in the Shave Plain was indeed higher than in other areas, with fewer wandering monsters. Luckily, he was a mechanical train. It didn't affect him. After all, monsters might go into hiding due to annexation, but the mine couldn't also go into hiding for some reason. That wouldn't make sense. How could the mine run without legs? He glanced at the resource count on the train panel. There were currently exactly 700,000 units of iron ore. The amount was a bit low. At this rate, it would be almost completely mined in 10 days at most. Just then, Brother Erden, the conductor of the Songlong train, sent a private message. I've upgraded to a level 6 train. Ha ha ha, you should work harder too. It's been so long, and you're still at a level 4 train. Long? Since I set foot on the Shave Plain, has it been at least a month? Yeah, it seems so, but you have S-level potential after all. Come on, brother. I wait for you on the level 6 train. Gather some experience. Once you've also upgraded to a level 6 train, we go to the yellow area together to see what's going on. Chen Mang didn't reply, but simply stared at the radar jammer component on the train control panel. Yellow grade. He had only crafted it, never upgrading it. After consuming 90,000 units of iron ore, he upgraded it to level 10 in one go. After reaching level 10, any enemy radar of level 10 or below will be completely unable to detect his train. Although the upgrade price is slightly higher than that of standard yellow grade accessories, the cost effectiveness is still very high. Of course. It's just that his train can't be detected. If all crew members remain inside, it's effectively invisible to enemy radar. However, if they leave, they can still be detected. It also gains 2 super mode effects. Radar Shield Level 5 Super Mode Effect, none. Radar Shield Level 10 Super Mode Effect, None. Both super mode effects are none, but this accessory doesn't really need any super mode effects. The upgraded effect alone is already powerful enough. The train that ambushed him outside the swamp had somehow evaded detection by his level 10 radar. He looked at that guy's armor. It was exactly the same paint job as the goblin train's armor. Another 7 days passed. The 5 level 2 iron mines on this mountain had been mined, and the resource count on the train panel now stood at 1.75 million units. This amount of iron ore was enough for many tasks. First, he spent 95,000 units of iron ore to upgrade breeding car number 15 to level 6. Then he considered the cost of upgrading the armor to level 7. Upgrading the armor on one car from level 5 to level 6 required 100,000 units of iron ore, and from level 6 to level 7 required 200,000 units of iron ore. Including the locomotive, he now had 16 armor units that needed upgrading. To upgrade all of them to level 7 would require a full 3.2 million units of iron ore. In the green zone, level 6 armor is sufficient. Level 7 armor is not needed for the time being. He pondered for a moment. He used 405,000 units of iron ore to upgrade the remaining 9 combat training virtual spaces in the guard car to level 10. This way, the star train, plus the one in his locomotive, now had 10 level 10 combat training virtual spaces. This would allow the guards training in the virtual space to also enhance their physical fitness in reality. This would significantly improve individual combat capabilities. Another 600,000 units of iron ore were then spent to move all 30 guards on the star train to Car 2, where each was given a custom-made individual exoskeleton armor, further enhancing their individual combat capabilities. This 1 million units of iron ore was essentially used to improve individual combat capabilities. 740,000 units of iron ore remained. Just as Chen Mang was looking at all the train parts displayed on the control panel screen, trying to decide which to upgrade next, a sharp, rapid voice, filled with fear and tears, suddenly rang out from the train's intercom. Chen Mang's brows furrowed slightly. Only someone he had replied to in a private message could call him out so abruptly on the intercom, but he couldn't recall ever replying so rudely. This could easily scare someone. But after hearing this, he was slightly stunned. "Brother, I can't escape. I'm going to die. I've sent you coordinates. Many monsters in the Kunlun Mountains are hiding there. If you're capable, you can kill them. They drop a lot of goodies, and it'd be considered revenge for me." The sound was extremely harsh and piercing, yet it also conveyed utter fear and despair. It was also interspersed with a sound similar to the chewing of flesh, the sound of bones breaking. "Ah!" A sudden, agonized roar erupted from the intercom, then faded, evidently fading rapidly. "Brother, I saw them a few days ago. They caught up with my train. Took me and my train back to that valley. Pulled me out of the train, but didn't kill me. I just found an opportunity to rush onto the train. I didn't have time to run. I can only send you the coordinates. It hurt so much. They didn't kill me outright. They were nibbling away at my flesh bit by bit. If I had known the green zone was so dangerous, I would have stayed in the Teeling wasteland. Brother, are you listening?" Chen Mang frowned, turned on the train radio, and glanced at the coordinates set by the purple cloud train. He said in a deep voice, "I'm listening. Do you have any last words? Why don't you try hitting your head against something sharp? That might mean a quicker death, less painful." The voice on the train radio, which had initially sounded utterly terrified and desperate, had become extremely faint, a whisper like a mosquito. I miss my mother. She didn't give birth to me to be devoured. Piece by a monster. It hurts." The next moment, crack. A sound like a skull being gnashed suddenly rang out, and the conversation was instantly disconnected. When the conductor dies, the train becomes ownerless, and all accessories, including the train radio, automatically shut down. Chapter 136. Huh? Chen Mang sighed softly, tilting his head to look out the window at the train's inhabitants already eating. He lit a cigarette and looked up at the pale blue smoke drifting on the ceiling, his expression complex and silent. He entered the coordinates into the control panel. It was indeed the coordinates of the Kunlun Mountains. His first reaction was, could this be a trap set by the Purple Cloud train and several other level 6 trains? Planning to encircle and attack him? First, he wasn't that familiar with the Purple Cloud. After all, she shouldn't have spoken so much to him before dying. Did she have no friends? Second, this guy had said too much before dying. The monster was already biting at her, yet she could still talk so much. Wasn't her mental endurance too strong? Logically, with this level of pain, she should have fainted long ago. Even if she hadn't fainted, her mind would have been blank. How could she have the energy to speak? And yet she was saying so much. It defied common sense. But on closer inspection, the possibility of a trap wasn't high. Without any bait, the guy simply died instantly, his name dimming to gray in the chat box. This couldn't be faked. Without even bait, it basically couldn't be a trap. But the temptation for him was indeed great. Chin Mang's eyes narrowed slightly. His ground blast missile had been upgraded to level 6. No matter how many monsters were hiding in that valley, or even just a few level 6 monsters, one missile from him would instantly wipe them out. And according to the Purple Cloud train captain, there were still many monsters in that valley. Even if a single level 6 missile cost 300,000 units of copper, it wouldn't be a loss. The more monsters there were, the more profit he made. It was indeed very tempting to him, but no one knew he had missiles, so it was impossible to use that as bait to lure him in. After a moment's contemplation, have all residents return to the train and prepare for departure. Okay, conductor. Under a starry sky, the star train was speeding across the Shave Plain towards the Kunlun Mountains, its destination precisely the coordinates the Zeon train captain had sent him before his death. The mountain was quite far away. It was at the northernmost edge of the Shave Plain. Beyond that was another white area, and the Kunlun Mountains were at the westernmost edge. 3 hours later, the star train slowly slowed down, switched out of the spider leg, and entered the Kunlun Mountains. Just as the train radio had predicted, there wasn't a single monster in sight, and not a single red dot appeared on the radar. This was his second time entering the Kunlun Mountains, and it was completely different from his last time there. The last time, monsters were everywhere, and he was being chased the entire way. He kept his speed to 100 kilometers per hour. He swiftly darted through the mountains. Half an hour later, Chin Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, and slowly stopped the star train. The coordinates were already within the radar's range, but the radar showed nothing but silence. Not a single monster, not even a single red dot. A hoax? After a moment's silence, he recalled the Purple Cloud's train captain's last words before he died, and decided not to proceed any further. There were only two possibilities. The first possibility was that the Zeon train conductor had lied to him, a possibility he had already ruled out as unlikely. Then there was only the second possibility. There was indeed a monster at that coordinate, but his radar couldn't detect it. His radar was already level 15, yet it still couldn't detect it. This was enough to indicate that something had changed significantly at that coordinate. This wasn't particularly surprising. Back in Shea City, that thing, resembling a large amoxicillin can, would have kept his radar hidden if a creature had hidden inside. Now, there were only two options before him. 1. Maneuver the star train closer to that coordinate and observe with the naked eye whether there was indeed a monster hiding in the valley at that coordinate. 2. Return the same way and leave the Kunlun Mountains. And he chose the third option. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of gears turning slowly echoed from car 14. The hydraulic support unfolded like the skeleton of a giant steel beast, and a pitch-black level 6 missile was slowly pushed out by the lifting platform. He chose to launch a level 6 missile directly at the coordinates. Whether there were monsters there, or some other conspiracy to ensnare him, one missile would put an end to it all. It was only 300,000 units of copper ore. He worked so hard mining to avoid further risks. If, after all this time, he had to drive over to see what danger it was, what was he even mining for? The next moment, the missile's silver-white warhead, under the moonlight, shone with the cold light of a death god. A large amount of orange-red tail flames erupted from the missile's tail, roaring towards the horizon, even leaving faint spiderweb-like scorch marks on the ground. A sharp explosion suddenly echoed through the silent mountains beneath a sky filled with stars. Like a crimson meteor, trailing a trail of flame, it hurtled down from the sky at a nearly vertical angle toward the valley at the coordinates. Then, in the distant valley beneath the night sky, a blazing white light instantly enveloped the entire area. The visible shockwave, like a transparent wall, rolled out in all directions like a wave. The mountains, once utterly silent and even somewhat desolate, seemed as if God had paused and then suddenly fast-forwarded them. At this moment, boom boom boom, the long-awaited roar of the violent explosion, ringing like a church bell, was deafening. In the darkness, a mushroom cloud slowly rose. How beautiful! In the train, Chin Mang momentarily forgot his purpose. He gazed vacantly at the mushroom cloud rising above the distant valley, muttering to himself. The image shifted from extreme stillness to extreme movement in an instant. Then the sound and lighting effects coordinated perfectly. The entire scene looked like Satan's coming to power, painting a picture on the human world, a scene of utterly tragic beauty. It was indeed a level 6 missile. In terms of power alone, it was far more powerful than his last level 1 missile, which hadn't had such a commotion. Of course, it could also be because it was nighttime this time. Missiles look even more impressive at night. Huh? After a moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, with a sense of relief, he controlled the star train and continued toward the coordinates. It should be safe now. This was the advantage of having an abundance of copper mines. When encountering unknown dangers, missiles could simply clear the way. No matter what the danger was, the missiles would only reveal what Satan had written. 10 minutes later, the star train slowly rolled to the side of the valley and stopped. The valley had now completely transformed into a vast pit. The still-cooled rocks at the bottom shone a faint crimson glow, like a sky full of stars reflected in the water. Countless shattered monster flesh and blood were scattered everywhere. Even more monster flesh had been vaporized on the spot. Additionally, a large number of dropped items emitting a white glow lay scattered at the bottom of the pit. As the Purple Cloud train captain had said, the pit truly harbored numerous monsters, yet for some reason, they were completely undetectable by the search radar. He suddenly felt somewhat fortunate to have suddenly thrown a missile. A missile takes a few seconds to launch, though not a short time. But if he had waited until he saw the monsters before launching, it would have been too late. They would have rushed out of the valley and pursued him. In that case, his coverage would have been much wider, and some would have slipped through the net, making it much more difficult to deal with. If he missed a few level 6 bosses, dealing with them would be a bit tricky. He wasn't too worried about the missiles hitting him. After all, he had level 6 armor, immune to all attacks of level 6 and below. Theoretically, even if he dropped a missile on his train, aside from damage to the external components, the train and the people inside would remain unharmed. Of course, this was only theoretical. No one with a serious mental disorder would do something like dropping a level 6 missile on their own head, just to prove the feasibility of a theory. While his spider legs and external speakers were high-level accessories, they weren't defensive components after all, and couldn't completely protect against damage below their level like armor did. Even a level 30 spider leg and a level 30 external speaker will still be damaged by a level 6 missile. However, the higher the level, the greater the attack strength it can withstand, preventing it from reaching 0 health. If it doesn't reach 0 health, it can be repaired using the mechanical nano-spider. However, if it does, it will have to be rebuilt. You can't expect a single speaker to withstand missiles head-on. That's unreasonable. The Star Train's current green-grade accessory, Strong Magnet, is level 5, and can collect all items dropped by monsters within a 500-meter range. After consuming 19,500 units of iron ore, this accessory was upgraded to level 20 in one go, increasing its absorption range to 2,000 meters. It also gains 2 additional supermode effects. Strong Magnet level 10 supermode effect. It can also absorb the flesh and blood of dead monsters. Strong Magnet level 20 supermode effect. It has a strong magnetic effect. The specific magnetic strength depends on the grade of the energy stone consumed. Very good. Chin Mang chuckled as he steered the star train around the cliffs on either side of the valley, sucking all the monster drops into a spare refrigerator inside the train. He then also collected all the monster flesh and blood into another refrigerator. Monster flesh and blood are inedible. Someone who ate it before died instantly after doing so. This monster flesh and blood wasn't a drop material like corpse flesh, but rather pieces of flesh and blood, useful only to the flesh train. Since the star train had plenty of refrigerators, he collected them all. Perhaps he used it in a trade with the flesh train someday. There wasn't much flesh and blood left. Most had been vaporized. Only fragments of flesh and blood from higher-level monsters remained. After using the powerful magnet to absorb all the dropped items and flesh and blood into the train, Chin Mang looked at Xiao Ai beside him and whispered softly, "Have all the guards get off the train and check if there's anything unusual underneath. Give everyone a ticket." Okay. It was obvious that something was amiss here. These monsters had gathered here for no apparent reason. It was a miracle they could function normally. However, the enemy radar couldn't detect anything at all. In this situation, the only option was to send someone to investigate. With the protection of the individual skeletal armor and the train ticket, there wouldn't be much trouble. He had no intention of leaving just yet. He wanted to find out what was going on. Team 1, all members, assemble. The door of guard car number 7 on the stellar train, parked on the side of the valley, flung open. Busey stood at the door, clutching a Tamarin assault rifle. He looked behind him, carefully guarding the faces of the 9 Team 1 members, before speaking in a deep voice. "Boss AI, the other 2 captains, and I are joining the collective thinking. If anything unexpected happens, and we get separated, I immediately give you orders via the iris chip. Stay close to me." Then he took a deep breath and hopped off the train, leading the 9 Team 1 members toward the valley floor. Although the valley had been thoroughly ravaged by Mangya's missiles, Mangya's decision to let them off meant something was definitely amiss. He felt the scorching heat and the pungent smell of gunpowder and blood in the air, carefully holding the flashlight as he approached the valley, searching for any clues. The same thing happened to the 9 members behind him. Mr. Mang had equipped them all with individual exoskeleton armor. While it offered no defensive benefits, it significantly enhanced their overall physical fitness, tripling it. The opportunity to make a name for himself had arrived. The number of gifted monsters on the train was increasing, and if he wanted to maintain his position, he had to make a name for himself. Being the first to discover the anomaly was a merit, and resolving it was a major achievement. Team 2, assemble, we're leaving too. At the door of guard car number 7, Zhang Damei tightened her combat uniform and tightened her belt even more. Then, with a cold expression, she leaped down, a machete in hand, followed by the other members behind her. She had had this machete custom made by Mr. AI. By combining a broken wheel blade with a pickaxe handle, she had created a weapon that, while somewhat odd-looking, was nonetheless quite lethal. She was naturally strong, and with the added strength of her exoskeleton armor, her strength was even greater, making this weapon even more powerful in her hands. Alas! Team 3 is at the back again. A rather handsome young man glanced at the 2 teams outside, already more than 10 meters ahead, then glanced back at the 9 Team 3 members behind him, sighed softly, checked the magazines in his pocket, and then leaped out of the train, a Tamarin assault rifle in each hand. This young man's handsomeness rivaled even those young men brought back from the teeming wilderness. He looked like the kind of person who, after a finger cut, would call the crematorium to reserve a spot. But the fact that he could hold on to the position of Team 3 leader, and that the 9 Team 3 members behind him didn't look at all unconvinced, spoke volumes. On the Star Train, anyone who made it to the top was a tough nut to crack. Chapter 137. Under a sky filled with stars. The deep pit in the valley emanated a thick scent of gunpowder. The slightly scorching air and the pungent smell of blood served as a constant reminder that countless monsters had lurked here just minutes before. Busey walked in front, his flashlight flickering cautiously around him, his body tense and ready for any crisis. The next moment, he suddenly saw a car not far ahead. Scattered fragments of a flesh train, and his brow furrowed slightly. Hadn't Mr. AI told him that all the monster flesh had been sucked into the train by Master Mang, but he soon understood what it was. It must be the flesh train Master Mang had mentioned before they set out. 20 minutes later, the 3 guard teams met at the bottom of the valley. They exchanged glances and shook their heads. Nothing unusual. It was just a valley bombed by missiles. Everything was normal. The Uzi glanced around unwillingly, trying to find even the slightest detail. How could there not be something unusual? Just then, swish. A sound like the turning of gears suddenly, and slowly echoed beneath everyone's feet. The empty space beneath them instantly transformed into a bottomless abyss, followed by an intense feeling of weightlessness. An unknown fear instantly gripped everyone. But after all, having survived the apocalypse for so long, and having spent several days training in the combat training virtual space, their mental resilience was relatively strong, and they weren't too flustered by the sudden situation. Almost simultaneously, everyone plucked the tickets stuck to their sleeves and tore them apart. Several flashes of white light followed. All the guards vanished, their bodies tethered to the train's interior. No! One person hadn't torn up the ticket yet. The Uzi clutched the ticket tightly in his hand, his expression rapidly shifting between gloom and brightness. Then, a glint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, stuffed the ticket back into his jacket pocket, and let himself plummet into the unknown, bottomless abyss. He was taking a gamble. The moment he lost his balance, he caught a glimpse of moonlight at the bottom of the abyss. Although extremely faint, he still managed to detect it. This meant there was water below, and as long as the height wasn't too high, he wouldn't be fatal. He wanted to gather more information below, then crush the ticket and return to the train. It's time to make a name for himself. The train was overflowing with gifted monsters. He didn't want to find some meritorious service. With his old age, he simply couldn't hold on to his position. And what if he died? Well, he died. In this apocalypse, who could guarantee immortality? Plop! Thoughts raced through his mind. 2 seconds later, Busey, curled up in the air with his hands over his head, slammed heavily into the water. An intense chest tightness and pain instantly washed over him. Without even a moment to think, he dove out of the water, pulled out a flashlight, scanned the area, and then swam towards the nearest shore. When he reached shore, he immediately grabbed the Tamarin assault rifle, clutching the flashlight between his teeth. After glancing around, his gaze focused on the scene before him. His body froze slightly, his eyes filled with intense shock and disbelief, and even his body trembled uncontrollably. What the hell is going on? Conductor? All the guards, except Busey, have returned safely. The valley floor suddenly collapsed, and there's a sound of gears. Who knows what's down there? Yes. Chin Mang nodded, his eyes narrowed slightly, as he watched the green dot on the train control panel screen disappear instantly. When Piazzi plummeted into the abyss, and when the valley floor closed again, the search radar could no longer detect Piazzi. It was as if the signal had been instantly cut off. But on the train crew tab on the control panel, he could clearly see the life and death status of all the train crew members. Busey wasn't dead, he was still alive, just undetectable, just like he hadn't initially detected the monster in this valley. After a pause, he then spoke, "It's just that he's undetectable, not teleported to another dimension. The current distance is still within the range of the train ticket. Even if he falls to the bottom, as long as he tears up the ticket, he can still be teleported back to the train, right? In theory." Xiao Ai, standing nearby, nodded. The collective thinking is also disconnected. I can't contact him through the iris chip. Busey has completely lost contact with the star train. Yes. Chin Mang was silent for a moment, then nodded. Let's wait and see. Huff. Huff. Busey, standing on the shore in complete darkness, illuminated only by the faint light of his flashlight, stared at the scene before him. A flicker of fear flashed in his eyes, and he gasped uncontrollably. Winter had already arrived, and the lake water had been icy cold. Climbing onto the shore now made him feel even colder. Even though his combat uniform, made from the star train and known for its heat-locking properties, still felt the icy water piercing his bones. Before him, a gigantic worm, over 10 meters long, lay quietly on the ground, as if in a deep sleep. Surrounding it were hundreds of mantis-like monsters, only half a meter tall, inserting pieces of flesh into the worm, like building blocks, constantly cutting, piecing together, and sewing. Even though he was already standing on the shore, the hundreds of mantis-like monsters didn't even glance back at him, continuing their work in the night. Busey's body trembled slightly, his uncontrollable breathing becoming increasingly rapid. After forcing himself to calm down, he clutched the train ticket in his hand, ready to flee at any moment. He was deeply impressed by the enormous worm. Its body was covered in a sticky, foul-smelling liquid. Its head lacked a mouth or nose, only a massive mouth surrounded by hundreds of fangs. Its interior was wrinkled like a birth canal. It was the worm monster he'd seen in the mechanical city. It appeared to be in a deep sleep. Huh? Busey looked at the hundreds of mantis-like monsters bustling about. He called out to Boss AI in his collective mind. When he received no response, he slowly moved to the other side. Below them lay a massive cavern, tens of meters high, like a vast secret space. Those mantis-like monsters were constantly slicing the flesh from the ground into neat pieces, then piecing them together like armor, attaching them to the worm monster. That terrifying worm was actually crafted, not inherently so, on the other side. He saw another worm monster surrounded by hundreds of mantis-like monsters, but this one seemed to have only just begun its construction. The mantis-like monsters were already filling a train-like frame with flesh and blood. Wait, a train? Busey suddenly realized that it was a flesh train. When he shone his flashlight inside the train's head, he discovered that there was actually a person sitting in a chair inside the train compartment. To be more precise, there was only a head, fixed to the chair. The next moment, a voice suddenly emanated from outside the flesh train. It was so loud it seemed to be coming through an external speaker, but instead of the sound of electricity, it had a roar similar to the wailing of monsters. Run, run, run! The words were extremely unclear, but the voice was clearly human. Damn it! Busey's face paled slightly. Nonsense! Didn't he know it was dangerous here? Didn't he know he should run? You warned him so loudly, alerting all those monsters, didn't you? But he soon noticed that the mantis-like monsters paid him no attention, not even turning back to look. He glanced around again. He had decided to return. The information was almost complete. The rest of the process would be up to Master Meng. He didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately crushed the train ticket in his hand, and the next moment, his body dissipated in a flash of white light. That worm monster is made of the flesh train's skeleton. Inside the train. After receiving the intelligence Busey brought back, Chin Mang leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowed in thought. When the train reaches level 3, There are two possible job transfer options: mechanical train and flesh train. Now it seems, although the flesh train's development speed is simpler and more brutal, and the job transfer quests are generally less difficult than the mechanical trains, it might be a trap? Let's go and see. Chen Meng didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately took control of the star train, extending the rapidly rotating drill and plunging it into the mountain, swooping down towards the valley floor. With his speed underground, even if he encountered danger, he would still have time to escape. Buzz buzz buzz. The drill had been working incredibly smoothly until the star train reached the bottom of the valley, when it was blocked by a wall of flesh and blood. Sparks flew everywhere, and the flesh and blood wall even smelled of burning. But after drilling for a full minute, he hadn't even made a single hole. Chen Meng glanced at the train control panel screen. Nothing was displayed, as if the flesh and blood wall before him didn't exist at all. Upgrade. He directly consumed 125,000 units of iron ore and upgraded the drill to level 50. While the changes brought about by each upgrade of white-grade accessories weren't as dramatic as those of higher-grade accessories, for example, the difference in power between a red-grade ground blast missile and a level 1 missile after upgrading to level 6 was noticeable. The increase in power of a white-grade rapid crossbow after upgrading to level 6 was much smaller compared to its level 1 counterpart. But it couldn't withstand the high upgrades. When the ordinary white-grade drill reached level 50, the drill turned scarlet red, had more threads, rotated faster, and was even more resilient. The effect was remarkable. The drill bit gradually burrowed a large hole through the seemingly indestructible flesh wall, and the train began to slowly move forward again. This flesh wall was thicker than he had imagined, a full 2 meters thick. Boom! Finally, 3 minutes later, the star train finally passed through the flesh wall and officially entered the cavernous space at the bottom of the valley. With the headlights ignited, the entire cavern was suddenly illuminated, and Chen Meng saw the 2 worm monsters being produced that Biazi had mentioned. He glanced at the search radar, but there was no red dot on it. Only a line of text appeared on the screen. This is the Flesh Train exclusive adventure map, Arsenal. Chen Meng looked at the 2 worm monsters being produced not far ahead. His train was making quite a noise, but the mantis-like monsters surrounding the Flesh Train didn't even glance back at him. A thought struck him, and tentatively raised his crossbow, firing a volley at the monsters. Swish, swish. A piercing sound pierced the air within the cave. As expected, the crossbow bolts pierced through the mantis-like monsters, leaving no sign of a hit. This scene before him wasn't real, but rather a real animation similar to the one in the mechanical city. Just then, swish. The sound of gears turning rang out again, as the mechanism above the cave opened again, then quickly closed again, as if there had been a mechanical malfunction. Run, run, run faster. The piercing sound emanated again from the worm-like monster, with the skeleton of a flesh train. Chen Meng's mouth twitched slightly, as he gazed at the scene before him. He even spotted a line of crimson characters on the nearly completed worm monster. Star, Generation 3 Worm. The full name of the mecha in the mechanical city is Star, Generation 3 Mecha. So, this star is most likely the designation of a certain level. He finally understood what was happening here. This was a special adventure map, Arsenal, a companion plot map to Tower of Babel, except that one was dedicated to the mechanical train, and the other to the flesh train. This adventure map was hidden at the bottom of the valley. Then, the original entrance, struck by his missile's 10 rings, caused some problems with its internal gear structure, causing it to occasionally open and then quickly close. It was during this situation that Biazi fell in. This adventure map is incredibly well hidden. Even if one possesses a drill and attempts to enter from deep underground, the wall of flesh and blood will block their path. Normally, even if the drill is upgraded to level 3, it would never be able to penetrate the wall of flesh and blood. But there's always a stubborn person. He hadn't really cared much about the anomaly at the bottom of the valley, but when he saw how remarkably strong the wall of flesh and blood was, he couldn't help but want to take a look, and so he forced his way in. He said, fragments of the flesh train had already been found at the bottom of the valley. They must have belonged to the purple cloud. How could they possibly find another flesh train from the purple cloud at the bottom of the valley? That flesh train was an illusion, not real. Chapter 138. As for the head fixed to the seat in the flesh train, it screams when it sees someone enter. Run. Run faster. It should also be a trigger key to enter the plot, but since it's a mechanical train, it can't be triggered. If nothing unexpected happens. If the flesh train arrives here, it should require completing 5 levels of varying difficulty, just like the Tower of Babel. At the 4th level, there's likely a past relived animation. Watch how these monsters create more monsters, and then manipulate them to attack the mechanical city. Chen Mang was silent for a moment, then looked at the drilled hole behind him. He said it was in the green zone, so how could there be such a difficult place to enter? He thought it was some great opportunity. It seems he come to the wrong place. It's like a young virgin thrusting hard against his urethra to achieve a miracle. Even more miraculously, he actually got in. He surveyed the cave again. As expected, he saw the words level 4 written on the wall, as well as 8 long, pitch-black passages deep within the cave. Not only had he entered this adventure map, he had also reached the 4th level. It seemed there were no more opportunities to be seized. Given the current situation, whether the flesh train was originally a monster faction, or the worm monster was created from the flesh train, it all suggested one thing: this place had nothing to do with him. Furthermore, this adventure map probably wasn't open yet. He had simply forced his way in. He glanced again at the mantis-like monster busying itself not far away, then turned back and retraced his steps along the hole he had just broken. However, opening a hole is easy, but sealing it is difficult. He definitely couldn't seal this one, so he left it at that. Anyway, the mechanism above the 4th level is broken. This adventure map is half dead, and I have a feeling it'd have a lot of bugs in the future. It's an adventure map after all, so why is it so fragile, breaking at the slightest touch? An hour later, the star train had already left the Kunlun Mountains, and was speeding across the Shay Plain. As for why the monsters in the Kunlun Mountains disappeared, and why the purple cloud train was attacked by monsters, he had a rough idea. The roaring of the head in the flesh train at least proves one thing: it didn't willingly transform into a worm monster. In other words, the flesh train and the mechanical train are not opposites. It's very likely that, long ago, when the apocalypse arrived, a new path was opened to fight these monsters, using magic to counter magic. This gave rise to the flesh train, but it's clear that some minor problems may have occurred during its development. Then the monsters discovered the flesh train's immense usefulness, and simply absorbed some of its technology, plundering it to create worm war machines. The reason all those monsters were hiding in that valley. If nothing unexpected happened, there were probably multiple valleys in the Kunlun Mountains, all of which served as entrances to the adventure map, and the monsters were piled there to prevent other flesh trains from entering the adventure map. Chen Mang discarded all these thoughts. Because he had access to more information, he had more guesses, but he still knew too little. There was no point dwelling on this. He might as well find a place to take a look at his harvest. He glanced at the large amount of dropped items in the refrigerator beside him, and chuckled. This time, the harvest was quite good. Before leaving the Kunlun Mountains, he spent over half an hour trying to find another valley and fire another missile, but his radar couldn't detect the monsters thronging the valleys. Given the vastness of the Kunlun Mountains, it was like a blind man touching an elephant, so he gave up. Inside the star train, the AI controlled the train across the Sand River Plain, searching for possible level 2 iron ore, while Chen Mang began to count the harvest. First, 3 vehicle component blueprints. Blue-grade vehicle component, swarm platform. Yellow-grade vehicle component, holographic projection. Green-grade vehicle component, propeller. 1 special item, white glove. 2 Murphy stones. And a variety of rare resources, a miscellaneous bunch, like Snake Fang. And the highlight, the train's special absolute defense. They're all good stuff. Chen Mang grinned with satisfaction as he surveyed his haul. The swarm platform was actually a drone platform. He finally had a drone. The holographic projection was a secondary accessory, creating immersive holographic animations similar to those in Mechanical City. The propellers were special wheels, designed for underwater navigation. Special item, white gloves. Wearing them slightly improves one's overall physical fitness. Since he didn't have an iris chip installed, he couldn't see the specific values of his overall physical fitness. Of course, what satisfied him most was the train stunt absolute defense. This was his second train stunt. He instantly upgraded the stunt control panel accessory to level 10, instantly adding 9 more triangular slots. Normally, each train could only have 5 train stunts, since this accessory only reached level 5. Each additional level added a slot. But he was clearly not normal. He could even have 20 or even more slots if he could only possess that many train stunts. Train stunt, absolute defense. Stun effect. When activated, the train's armor and energy shield levels are combined to create a higher level energy shield, lasting 10 seconds with a 10-day cooldown. He hadn't upgraded the energy shield accessory before, mainly because his armor level was already high enough. But now, It's time to upgrade the energy shield accessory. If it reaches level 5, he have level 11 defense. It only lasts 10 seconds, but that's enough. If he can't get rid of the monster in 10 seconds, even if he delays it for 10 minutes, he'd still be dead. He glanced at his remaining iron ore units. He still has 595,000 units of iron ore. After a moment's thought, he upgraded the white grade cutter's blade to level 50, consuming 125,000 units of iron ore. Level 50 drill, level 50 cutter's blade. Come on. After activating the train stunt death spin, he dared to take on even a level 7 monster. This also granted him 4 supermod effects. Drill bit level 20 supermod effect, harder, faster rotation speed. Drill bit level 50 supermod effect, harder, faster rotation speed. He wasn't surprised by the drill's supermod effect. He had even anticipated it. After all, the same supermod effects were present at levels 5 and 10. This was a purely numerical accessory. It only added stats, not any mechanics. As for how hard and fast it was, he could see it from forcing his way into the Flesh Train Adventure map. At least he felt that breaking into the Mechanical Train Tower of Babel Adventure map was extremely difficult. Well, if the Tower of Babel had opened a little later, he would have already reached it. He didn't know what would happen if he entered earlier, but it seemed highly likely that nothing would happen. The 2 supermod effects of the car blade were different. Car blade level 20 supermod effect. The width was fixed at 10 meters, and the blade was sharper. Level 50 blade supermodel effect. The blades on both sides can be swung, allowing for short glides and leaps on the ground. Once airborne, rapid swings can be used to increase airspeed. The blade width is fixed at 10 meters, and its sharpness has been enhanced. This isn't what he expected. He assumed the width would continue to increase with upgrades. That level 50 supermodel effect though, it makes sense. With 10-meter blades, it should be no problem to use them as wings. And the increased airspeed is quite significant, potentially adding 100 kilometers per hour. But if that's the case, Chen Mang glanced at the 3-dimensional train image on the control panel screen. It looked like he could finally build the wheels for his bunny cloud, and it seemed the speed was sufficient. 90,000 units of iron ore were immediately consumed. Upgraded both yellow grade accessories, Super Power Tail Jet and Bunny Cloud, to level 10. For the Bunny Cloud to successfully fly, the train must reach a maximum speed of 650 kilometers per hour with these accessories installed to meet takeoff requirements. The base speed of a level 4 train is 160 kilometers per hour. The level 10 green grade accessory Nitrogen Tail Jet increases speed by 120 kilometers per hour. The level 10 yellow grade accessory Super Power Tail Jet increases speed by 240 kilometers per hour. The level 10 yellow grade accessory Bunny Cloud increases speed by 120 kilometers per hour. Add to that the level 50 Cutter's Blade, which increases airspeed by 100 kilometers per hour. The total speed reaches 740 kilometers per hour. The conditions for takeoff are fully met. The next moment, the blades on either side of the star train suddenly extended and began flapping rapidly. Simultaneously, the original Hot Wheels instantly transformed into rabbit clouds, clouds appearing beneath the train in place of wheels. Then, the train began to tilt its nose. The entire train soared freely through the air, the massive blades on either side flapping continuously like enormous wings. Finally, I can truly fly. Inside the train, Chen Mang gazed out the window at the gradually shrinking landscape, smiled, leaned back in his chair, and sighed. It wasn't easy. This was real flying, not just taking off from a stationary position like a rocket. He was flying much higher. 5,500 meters. The maximum altitude of a level 1 Bunny Cloud is 1,000 meters. Erden upgraded this accessory to level 5, which brings it up to 3,000 meters. He upgraded it to level 10, taking it straight to 5,500 meters. He checked the energy consumption. It was indeed quite high, much more than the Hot Wheels. Roughly 24 hours of continuous operation would consume 10% of a level 3 energy stone, which is equivalent to consuming 5,000 units of iron ore for 24 hours of flight. It was quite expensive. But compared to the effect of being able to fly, the price was much lower. After all, there was no need to fly every day. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but admire Erden. He had upgraded so many accessories to level 10 to get the Bunny Cloud to take off. Erden couldn't upgrade it infinitely like him, so he had to use a lot of accessories to accelerate the train to achieve this takeoff condition. It had been so many days. Aside from the Blue Dragon train, he never seen a train that could fly. Upgrading the Super Tail Jet and Bunny Cloud accessories to level 10 also grants them 2 corresponding supermodern effects. Super Tail Jet Level 5 Supermodern Effect, cost halved. Super Tail Jet Level 10 Supermodern Effect, combined into 1, speed skyrocketed. Bunny Cloud Level 5 Supermodern Effect, cost halved. Bunny Cloud Level 10 Supermodern Effect, during a thunderstorm, the clouds transform into dark clouds, dramatically increasing speed. Not bad. Chin Mang glanced at the 4 supermodern effects, then stretched, undressed with satisfaction, and got ready for bed. I'm sleepy. Leave the rest to Xiao Ai. Just call him when Xiao Ai detects level 2 iron ore. The train will automatically speed across the wasteland. He was quite satisfied with his harvest this time, mainly because the monsters were all gathered in the valley. Combined with the level 5 supermod effect gained when the ground blast missile reaches level 6, it was a complete annihilation. Hopefully, there will be more good things like this in the future. Ground blast missile level 5 supermod effect. Explosive power is increased. Like a drill, it only increases stats, not mechanics. I also have to thank Ziyun. Although he and Ziyun had some conflicts in the past, he was very responsive to admit his mistakes. Especially before his death, he offered him this opportunity. He's a good person. If Ziyun hadn't contacted him, he wouldn't have received this opportunity. As a reward, I burned some incense for him tomorrow. And Master Kun is also a good person. Soon, dawn arrived. When Chin Mang finished washing up and stood by the window, the train's inhabitants had already begun work at the level 2 iron mine outside. This wasn't an open pit, but rather a mine with a mine on the surface, but the ore itself tens of meters underground. The structure was similar to the first iron mine he had encountered in the Teeling Wasteland. After the train discovered the mine this morning, Xiao Ai sent the news to all the train's inhabitants, and while he was still asleep, they were already working. He had given Xiao Ai this instruction before going to bed last night. He might wake up a little later, but if he found no danger around the mine, he wouldn't need to call him. He could just get everyone started. A new day. After finishing the Rujiamo breakfast Xiao Fong had brought him, Chin Mang sat back at the control panel, gazing at the three-dimensional image of the train on the screen. The level 10 supermodel effect of the Manta production line is that the Manta produced can have a meat sauce or chili sauce filling. You can call it a Baozi, or you can call it a Rujiamo. But he prefers to call it Rujiamo. Chapter 139. He had successfully upgraded the special control panel to level 10. Both super mode effects were null, and the only option after upgrading this accessory was to gain more slots. After a moment's thought, Chin Mang spent 240,000 units of iron ore to upgrade the energy shield to level 3. This item was priced according to the number of carriages, so it wasn't cheap. It only protected against energy attacks, while the level 5 super mode effect protected against physical attacks, though it consumed energy. Level 3 was enough. With the train's special absolute defense activated, his defense level could reach level 9, a level 9 defense that offered no threat to him on the Sand River Plain. He still had 139,000 units of iron ore remaining. It was almost time to consider upgrading to a level 5 train. He looked at the upgrade requirements for the level 5 train. Upgrade requirements. All 5 required vehicle components must be crafted, 20,000 units of level 2 iron ore must be consumed, and all components in the carriages must be above level 100. The requirements were much simpler than before. Even the carriage requirements were gone. He had simply ignored the later part level requirement. All it needed was 200,000 units of iron ore. Once the mine was finished today, he could start upgrading directly. And Chin Mang's eyes narrowed slightly. Each time the train was upgraded, the number of craftable parts would decrease, and the upgrade requirements would become increasingly limited. If this continued, by the time it reached level 6 or 7, there would be virtually no parts left. In other words, by then, he would have to find ways to acquire all the parts himself. It felt like the initial beginner's guide mission. After completing the guide, you'd be off exploring on your own. Day 3 dawn. This level 2 iron mine had been fully mined, yielding a total of 210,000 units of iron ore. Without further hesitation, he immediately allocated 200,000 units of iron ore to upgrade the train. Soon, lines of text appeared on the train screen. Your train has been upgraded to level 5. More craftable accessories will be unlocked. Upgrading to level 5, the number of craftable accessories is reduced to only 4. A new function appeared on the control panel. Mech crafting. Huh? Chin Mang was slightly taken aback, glancing at the new feature. It wasn't an accessory, but a new function that allowed him to customize a mech using a single soldier exoskeleton as its frame. This was a mech with true defense and ranged attack capabilities. It wasn't a single soldier exoskeleton. The more powerful the mech, the higher the overall physical fitness required of its operator. However, building a mecha requires a mecha blueprint, and he currently doesn't have any. But there's good news. Building a mecha doesn't consume iron ore, but red hard rock, a rare resource. He mined a full 180,000 units in the Teeling Wasteland, but never used them, leaving them practically rusting in his refrigerator. He thought he wouldn't need this for a long time, but he didn't expect it to become available once the train reached level 5. This is a good thing. Chen Meng smiled. It seemed his 180,000 units of red hard rock would finally come in handy. Then, he pulled a card from his drawer and inserted it into the console. He glanced at the coordinates displayed on the screen, and the star train immediately sped off across the wilderness into the distance. The item was good, but without the mecha blueprints, it couldn't be used. He planned to first visit the goblin ruins to see what was going on. 2 hours later. After speeding along, the star train slowly stopped in front of a small hill. The hill looked unremarkable, only about 10 meters high. If it weren't for the surrounding plains and this single protruding object, he wouldn't even want to call it a mountain. The next moment, a flash of white light accompanied the card in his drawer. The hill before them suddenly cracked, revealing a hole wide enough for the train to pass through. It seemed this card wasn't just a map, it was a key. The moment the star train entered, a line of words appeared on the console screen. You have successfully entered the Goblin Ruins map. When the train completely entered the tunnel, the hill closed up again, fitting seamlessly, with no visible flaws from the outside. The tunnel led downward. After traveling along the tunnel for about 10 minutes, the train arrived at the center of an underground square. The surrounding walls were covered with countless murals, depicting goblins mining, living, singing, dancing, and performing rituals. At the edge of the square stood a goblin train. It was now abandoned. The next moment, a curtain of light appeared out of thin air above the square. Welcome to the Goblin Ruins. The goblins were once the most hardworking race in the universe. They never dreamed of dominating the universe, nor did they harbor any ambitions. They simply wanted to coexist peacefully with humans, peacefully building their own underground city. And then, from time to time, they would curse the foolish humans. This was their only hobby. It wasn't like this before, but since humans began to frequently insult the goblins as ugly, this hobby has emerged. However, the arrival of Doomsday has brought utter extinction to this insignificant race in the universe. Perhaps, in the distant future, the goblin civilization will be revived. But before then, you can accept the goblin civilization's final gift before its demise, making yourself stronger and allowing human civilization to survive this catastrophe a little longer. Conductor, please choose one of the following 5 difficult gifts. Upon completion, you will receive the corresponding reward. Failure will prevent you from accepting other quests. S-level gift. A single spark will always start a prairie fire. Even if a civilization is completely destroyed, there are always some lingering flames of hope. In the days ahead, you must gather the remaining goblins and have them take shelter on your train. Once you have sheltered over 50 goblins, you've successfully completed the quest. P.S. When civilization collapses, all goblins will lose all intelligence and become monsters. They may attack you, or they may cause trouble, but be as tolerant as possible, for the sake of the Order of Civilization. Reward, Order of Civilization. A-level difficulty gift. You will sleep here for 30 days. During these 30 days, your consciousness will be pulled into a virtual space, where the final battle will take place, marking the end of Goblin civilization. Survive for 30 days, and you have successfully completed the level. P.S. Your train will materialize in the virtual space. Reward, a random blue-grade accessory blueprint. B-level difficulty gift. You will be the only one to view a video of a goblin city before its destruction. After viewing it, you will be asked 5 questions. Answer 4 correctly to complete the level. P.S. The answers are in the video. Reward, a random yellow-grade accessory blueprint. C-level difficulty gift. Your consciousness will possess a goblin and enter a pitch-black area. You must grope in the darkness to find a pickaxe and a mine, and mine 12 units of iron ore within 24 hours. P.S. If the search fails, beep, beep, you cannot select this difficulty. Reward, a random green-grade accessory blueprint. D-level difficulty gift. A goblin of the opposite sex will appear, and you will need to sleep with it. P.S. Try to create one that suits your taste. Reward, a random white-grade accessory blueprint. All accessory blueprints found in this map are exclusive to the goblin train, and can only be found in places closely related to goblins, such as goblin ruins. They can be used with the mechanical train, but not the flesh train. A flash of shock crossed Chen Mang's eyes. He naturally chose the S-level difficulty mission. Needless to say, he could complete it just by choosing it. However, this panel made him realize how some monsters are formed. When a civilization collapses, its remaining inhabitants become monsters, such as goblins. Or zombies. The zombie monsters in this world aren't infected by a virus, nor are they transformed from humans. Instead, they suddenly appear after the apocalypse. In other words, those zombies. In fact, they were once humans on a certain planet, but that planet's civilization was completely destroyed during the apocalypse, and they became these monsters. If human civilization on this planet were to be destroyed, they would also become zombie-like walking corpses, joining the next planet as monsters, and becoming one of the monsters of the apocalypse. This shouldn't have anything to do with him. He traveled through time. There wasn't a Doomsday in his previous world. Even if human civilization on this planet were to collapse, it wouldn't affect him, right? Probably. Chen Mang felt a little unsure. But how would civilization be considered completely destroyed, the countdown over? Or were there other factors, after a while? Chen Mang shook his head, not thinking about it anymore. Instead, he asked Duoba to get out of the car and see if he could select all of them, except the last one. After all, this was a goblin ruin, a goblin home after all. As expected. Duoba, having just jumped out of the car, looked at the goblin murals on the surrounding walls. His eyes instantly welled up, and he knelt on the ground and burst into tears. He was clearly homesick, thinking of his family before the fall of goblin civilization. It was quite moving. But now was not the time to ponder this. Chen Mang jumped off the train and pointed at the light screen in the air, looking towards Doba. Can you help me select all of these options except the last one? What option? Doba, who had been kneeling on the ground in agony, heard Chen Mang's voice and looked up in the direction he pointed. A flicker of confusion flashed in his eyes, and he shook his head. Great prophet of humanity, I can't see the options you're talking about. There's only air there. Chen Mang's brows furrowed slightly. It seemed that only he, as the train conductor, could see this light screen. Since that was the case, he had no choice. He immediately chose the S-level gift. Almost the moment he made his choice, another voice rang out in his ears. You have successfully completed the S-level gift in the Goblin Ruins adventure map. Obtained a special item, the Order of Civilization. This is a rather special item. It may not significantly improve the strength of your train, but for a long time to come, it will rekindle your faith in hope amidst despair. Chen Mang looked down at the Order of Civilization in his hand. It was shaped like a token, and he didn't know what material it was made of, but he felt it was quite heavy. Special item, Order of Civilization. Special effect, this order can help you rebuild a civilization. It's recommended to use it with caution, and only after upgrading your train to at least level 20. Whether rebuilding your own civilization or someone else's, you reappear on the table, attracting the covetousness of countless enemies. There are only two kinds of beings in the universe, hunters and prey. Activating this token allows entry to the Goblin Tomb, a pitch-black space filled with a vast array of resource mines. Each entry lasts 48 hours, and entry is permitted once a month. P.S. When a civilization dies, its last remaining beliefs will form this special item. Each special item is the manifestation of that belief, and each has a story behind it. Very good. Chen Mang weighed the token in his hand and smiled. Doba had once told him that after each death, one would reappear in a pitch-black space filled with resource mines and various items scattered across the ground. It was there that Doba had built his own goblin train. And now, with this civilization token, he could enter this place too. It would be a Garden of Eden, accessible only to him, with abundant fruits for him to pluck at will. Although special items were not rank by rank, this one was undoubtedly the best of all the special items he had ever acquired. The reward for the S-level difficulty level, the mechanical heart, isn't quite as good as this special item. Well, I can't say it's completely incomparable, but the emphasis is different. Then Chen Mang looked at the rapidly fading light screen before him. A 30-minute countdown appeared on it. He needed to leave this adventure map within 30 minutes. As for the C-level difficulty gift, your consciousness will possess a goblin and enter a pitch-black area. You must grope in the darkness to find a pickaxe and a mine, and mine 12 units of iron or within 24 hours. The gift for this difficulty level indicated a search failure and could not be selected. So, in other words, in that extremely dark space, the only goblins sleeping were the group behind him. That's not right. Back in the teeming wasteland, Many goblins were killed by other train conductors. Logically, those goblins should have returned to this dark space called the Goblin Tomb, right? Why was there no choice? Chen Mang pondered for a long moment, but couldn't figure it out, so he simply gave up. He had a good habit of not dwelling on things he couldn't figure out, so as not to exhaust himself. Many people's psychological problems often stem from their inability to dwell on unanswered questions. Chapter 140. After exiting the Goblin Ruins map, Chen Mang didn't linger, activating his Order of Civilization directly on the Sand River Plains, using it as soon as possible. The next moment, a portal with a black edge and a star-like center slowly emerged before him. It was incredibly tall. Over 30 meters high, almost enough for a heavy truck to drive through upright. Woo-woo. Accompanied by a whistle, the star train immediately entered the massive portal before it, quickly entering a pitch-black space. There was no light or sound around. It was as if he had entered outer space, utterly silent. As the portal behind him slowly closed, the resource detection radar began to beat frantically. There wasn't a single mine underground. All mines were open air, and there were countless of them. Wow! Chen Mang looked at the over 100 red dots representing mines on the resource detection radar. His mouth dropped open subconsciously, his eyes filled with shock. This was the first time he had seen so many mines. It felt like a kitten in a fishmonger's cage, a mouse in an oil can. There's no way to dig it all out, no way to dig it all out. Chen Mang looked at the words that appeared on the console screen. This is the Goblin's Tomb. Time remaining, 47 hours 59 minutes and 38 seconds. He could only stay here for 48 hours. He then took a deep breath and, without hesitation, quickly turned on the headlights, illuminating the surroundings. He then jerked the joystick forward. With only 48 hours, to maximize his harvest, he had to find a higher grade iron ore, such as level 3. Currently, the surrounding area is full of level 2 mines, but with level 2 mines so densely packed, how could level 3 mines be far away? The train's inhabitants were already working at peak efficiency, but if they could find a level 3 iron ore mine, their output could increase tenfold. 3 minutes later, he spotted 2 level 3 iron mines on the resource detection radar, 2 adjacent ones, and immediately stopped the train. A message rang out in the ears of all the train's inhabitants. From now on, everyone will work for 48 consecutive hours. Coke, food, and water will be provided free and unlimited. Sleep after 48 hours. Then, a large number of train's inhabitants rushed out, pickaxes brandished, excitedly running towards the mining area. Ah! Chen Mang looked out the window and sighed regretfully. He had actually wanted to say that everyone should get 3 cigarettes. It was a good, refreshing substance, but tobacco was a non-renewable resource, and there wasn't much on the train. After everyone got 3, there wouldn't be much left. Although I always managed to collect quite a bit of tobacco every time I went to the city, it's a non-renewable resource after all. Every time I use one, it's gone. I don't know if there's a cigarette production line or something like that. After all, there's a beer production line, so there's no reason there wouldn't be one. I can only stay here for 48 hours. So why would I sleep? I definitely wouldn't, even with unlimited coke. Although I'd definitely be exhausted after the last dozen or so hours of digging, I just have to get by and dig as much as I could. I don't get to eat meat every day, so I eat it as much as I could when I could. Why even think about eating meat now, if he left these train residents here when he left this dimension, provided them with plenty of food and water, and then picked them up the next time he came back, he didn't know if it would work. This dimension was devoid of monsters, and his radar hadn't even gone off, so it was considered safe. But it seemed highly unlikely. Huh? Dubba, still absorbed in his thoughts of the goblin mural, didn't rush down the train the moment the doors opened. Feeling somewhat disappointed, he jumped off with the crowd, but then he saw what he saw before him. In the distance, dark and unknown depths. The uneven, potholed ground beneath his feet, the familiar smell of decay in the air, and the half-protruding pickaxe handle beneath his feet, stunned for a long moment before he looked up at the crowd and muttered, "Is this going home? I don't remember dying." "You didn't die? How did I get back if I didn't die?" Doba stood there in a daze for a long moment before turning his head to look at the star train behind him, and the people on it nearby, already mining with pickaxes. Then he realized what was happening. It seems the human prophets are a bit more powerful. Can you even enter a place like this? Every time he died, he would enter this dimension. The other members of his tribe would fall into a deep sleep within this dimension after death, leaving him alone to stay awake. He would mine the minerals bit by bit, all by bit, with his pickaxe. At the time, he hadn't picked up a level 3 pickaxe, only a level 1. He didn't know how long he had been digging. He didn't feel tired. Each time he died, he returned to dig. He didn't know how much time had passed, and he had long since lost track of time. Finally, one day, a goblin train was built. He remembered being so excited. He drove the goblin train through the silent space, excitedly telling his tribe about his excitement. Although they were all asleep and couldn't hear him, he didn't care. Later, the goblin train grew stronger, even upgrading to a level 2 train. He always returned perfectly from missions with it, and he was thrilled, as if the creation of this goblin train meant that goblin civilization had not completely perished. Until one day, he met a human prophet in the abyss of doom. The goblin train he had spent countless days building was completely scrapped. He felt a little sad. At that moment, he felt as if he were truly dead. But when the human prophet convinced him to submit and promised to help rebuild goblin civilization, his sadness suddenly eased. This human prophet was powerful. With his help, goblin civilization would surely be revived. Furthermore, this human prophet respected the goblins, and never once mentioned their appearance as ugly. It was an honor for Doba to follow such a person. That human prophet is so powerful. The black marketeer standing beside Doba murmured in awe. Impressive, isn't it? A glint of pride flashed in Doba's eyes, and then he patted the black marketeer on the shoulder. I know you can't handle heavy work. You stay on the train. I do the work. Remember, don't use your powers carelessly, or you never return to this train. In reality, if this black marketeer wanted to leave the train, no one could stop him. He simply stayed of his own accord. Initially, he stayed simply out of devotion to Doba, hoping to rebuild goblin civilization with him. But after hearing Doba's stories about the train conductor and witnessing the power of the missile, the black marketeer truly submitted to Chinmang. Doba took a deep breath, and the lingering sense of loss instantly vanished. He hefted his pickaxe onto his shoulder, followed by 100 goblins, who roared at the top of their lungs, "Foolish humans, get out of the way of the great Doba." Although the black marketeer hadn't regained his full wisdom like him, his memories were even greater than his own. But he was the only one of the goblins he could barely hold a conversation with, and that filled him with joy. In the silent space, the train's inhabitants wielded their pickaxes, hammering away at the level 3 iron ore, each one intently engaged. After all, there aren't always mines to mine. When there aren't any, you can't earn stellar tickets. Especially since Coke's been free these past 2 days, it's been restoring my strength. After 2 days of good sleep, I'd be back to full strength. A middle-aged man, distracted, accidentally dropped his pickaxe on the ground nearby. Just as he was about to swing it again, he felt something wrong. He instinctively squatted down, turned over the dirt, and dug out a train order. A flash of surprise crossed the middle-aged man's eyes. He almost immediately bent down, dug out the train order, and held it in his hand. His palms began to sweat rapidly. His eyes were filled with struggle. Although life on the Star Train was good now, much better than on other trains before, but if he could have his own train, he could enjoy the same life as Mangyi. That kind of life would be even better. But, after half a minute, the middle-aged man gradually calmed down. He sighed deeply, then took the train command in his hand, and strode towards the guards beside him. The moment he made the decision, the huge stone in his heart fell, and he felt less nervous, and relaxed completely. In that half-minute, he thought a lot. He thought about how to escape from the Star Train and build his own train, how to search for slaves, how to compete with other trains for the mines in this area, how the level 1 train would face those monsters, and how to deal with the Star Train's counterattack. He thought a lot, and in the end, he came to only one conclusion. That was certain death. Moreover, if he didn't hand it in promptly, and was discovered to have secretly hidden the train token, according to train rules, he would still be doomed. Although he longed to be in charge, after careful consideration, he felt he lacked the ability to do so. Building a train only required a train token. But keeping the train alive required more than just a train token. I better save up enough to buy a refrigerator. That would give me more peace of mind. Train token? After accepting the gift from the train resident in front of him, Shanmazi looked it over. I report to Brother Biao and tell him what your resident number is. The reward will be deposited directly into your account. You can check the changes in your star vouchers on the iris chip. Resident number 891. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief, saying the numbers with a smile. He felt much more relaxed after turning himself in. Sure enough, he wasn't cut out to be a boss. Just thinking about it had his back drenched in sweat. Damn it. In the Kunlun Mountains, Erden, sitting at the control console of the Songlong, anxiously typed a series of messages to Chen Meng on the train radio. He couldn't reach Chen Meng at all. He didn't know what he was doing. How could he sleep in broad daylight? Even if he was, wouldn't the AI hear something and yell at him? Couldn't Chen Meng have gotten so irritable that he set the AI to never wake me up? Even if the sky fell, after trying for over 10 minutes, he still couldn't get through. Erden sighed deeply, his eyes filled with helplessness and weakness as he murmured, "Brother, I always think of you first when I have good news, but I can't reach you. Don't blame me. This is the end of the world, brother. You're not staying in the train room. You're just running around. You can't just pick up a pickaxe and go mining, can you?" There was only one reason he couldn't get in touch with her for so long. He was no longer in the train room. No one knew where he was, but he was definitely not there. Otherwise he wouldn't have heard his voice, nearly breaking, on the train radio. Then he looked toward the cave entrance before him. Yes! He was deep underground, obsessed with exploring hidden maps. When he learned that all the monsters in the Kunlun Mountains had disappeared, his first reaction was that some hidden map must be about to be unlocked. Otherwise, this scene wouldn't be possible. So he set out to explore. With his perseverance, he finally spotted a valley from the air that stood out from the surroundings, as if it had been subjected to an extremely intense bombardment. He piloted the train, exploring underground. As expected, he encountered a wall of flesh and blood that was so hard that the drill could not penetrate it. His experience told him that behind this wall of flesh and blood lay the hidden map. He immediately abandoned everything else and began exploring deep underground, circling the wall, trying to find an entrance to the map or a loophole. Finally, he actually found a loophole, a hole that looked as if it had been forcibly opened by a drill, just big enough for a train to pass through. He had intended to contact Chen Meng so they could explore together. But Chen Meng hadn't responded to his messages, so he had no choice but to explore alone. He then took a deep breath and slowly piloted the train through the hole. After passing through the several meter thick wall of flesh and blood, he successfully arrived at the cavern's interior. The moment the headlights switched on, the scene within was instantly illuminated. The two enormous worm monsters also appeared before him. A roar echoed in his ears. "Run! Run!" A line of words slowly appeared on the screen. "This is the Flesh Train exclusive adventure map, the Arsenal." He felt his breathing almost stop instantly, his heart pounding as he quickly controlled the train to escape. In his last glance before leaving, he saw countless small flesh spiders scurrying across the cave ceiling, like mechanical nano-spiders repairing something. As he left, he saw countless spiders inside the cave entrance, rapidly repairing the edge.